Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2412 to Chapter 2498. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Anfarin. Anfarin was overjoyed. If it had been any other direction, it would have been difficult for him to seize the opportunity. Now that it was coming from the front, it was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. You asked for it. He was originally terrified, afraid that he would be ambushed by Ling Xiao like in Fei Tian. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be such an idiot, coming directly to him to ask for a beating. Anfarin roared angrily and attacked with all his might. At such a close distance, he did not believe that he could not hit Ling Xiao. However, dreams were always beautiful. Reality was cruel. Ling Xiao, who was charging at him from the front, disappeared in an instant. Because Anfarin had used too much strength, he charged forward without any support and was about to fall. However, he still had some skills. Under such circumstances, he believed that he could support his body and not fall flat on his face. Young Master Farron, be careful. At this moment, a few exclamations came from behind. He did not have time to react. He felt his butt being kicked, and then he could no longer maintain his balance. His face fell to the ground. Haha, with your little strength, you dare to make me stay in the outhouse? Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice rang out behind Anfarin. Anfarin knew that things were not going well. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt a foot stepping on his head, making him unable to move. Let go of young Master Farron, or we won't be polite. When the others saw the situation, although they were shocked, they knew that they could not sit idly by. If Anfarin was humiliated, it meant that they were humiliated as well. How could they tolerate it? I will humiliate him. I won't let him go. What can you do? Ling Xiao looked at these people mockingly, finding it hilarious. How dare any Tom, Dick, and Harry bully him? They were asking for death. Brothers, go. Save young Master Farron. The 7 of them wanted to run, but if anything happened to Anfarin, they would all be punished. Besides, with 7 people against 1 person, they didn't believe that they couldn't beat Ling Xiao. Therefore, the 7 of them rushed towards Ling Xiao to rescue Anfarin. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. A shocking thunderous glow burst out from his body, which transformed into 7 lightning bolts that struck the 7 cultivators. The 7 fellows seemed to be frozen in place. All of them were charred black, and black smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Move again and I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with cold killing intent. The 7 fellows were so scared that they stood there, not daring to move. Then, he lifted Anfarin up and brought him to a nearby latrine. Then, he pressed Anfarin into the latrine. Doesn't it feel good? Brat, I'll spare your life today. Next time, it won't be so easy. If you dare to cause trouble for me again, I'll take your dog life. After leaving Anfarin beside the toilet, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Anfarin lay there, his whole body stinking, and he was still trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to commit suicide. A long time after Ling Xiao left, he got up and ran to Hidden Flower's courtyard. That was where Hidden Flower resided. Anfarin knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, so he had to find help. And Hidden Flower was his greatest support. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already returned to his small wooden house. Sure enough, after hanging the sign, no one dared to approach the wooden hut. Lin Yang and Qing Yuanhua were cultivating in peace. Ling Xiao had also given the spirit treasures to the Yuan Venerate so that he could study the secrets of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram. He was still cultivating the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique. This movement technique was very special. Most movement techniques only had 1 move. However, the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique had 9 moves. The first move was lone wolf traversing. It was fast and unpredictable. The second move was double wolf traversing. It could create a clone that was almost no different from the real body. Besides the benefits of the first move, it could also confuse the opponent. According to No Light in the Night, the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique had been in the Dark Tower for decades. In these decades, only 1 person had been able to cultivate the first move to the Great Perfection realm within a year. Within 3 years, there were only a mere 10 people who were able to master the 2 styles. Up until now, no one had been able to cultivate all 9 moves to the Great Perfection realm. Therefore, no light in the night had told Ling Xiao to give up on cultivating this movement technique, as it would be a waste of time. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't listen to him. Why wouldn't he cultivate a top-notch jade-grade movement technique after much difficulty? Moreover, he believed that with his talent and comprehension, he would definitely surprise No Light in the night. After the actual combat practice just now, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of the first move, Lone Wolf Traversing. This would be very helpful for him to cultivate Lone Wolf Traversing to the Great Perfection realm. Therefore, he pondered in the room. However, it was only a mere 20 minutes. A strong and hostile aura appeared in the wooden house. This aura seems to be Elder Hidden Flower? Looks like that brat Farron didn't learn his lesson at all. He actually dared to complain. Ling Xiao sneered. The next time he saw Farron, he would definitely make him eat *T again. Ling Xiao, you little thief, get out here. It was indeed Hidden Flower. Hidden Flower originally wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's wooden house as soon as she arrived to give Ling Xiao a show of strength. However, there was a formation set up around the wooden house. Her palm attack didn't have much effect. It only made the wooden house creak, but it didn't collapse. Therefore, she could only roar. How angry was she? This Ling Xiao, a mere outsider who had just joined the Dark Clan for 2 days, actually stabbed her beloved Feitian first. Then he humiliated Farron. Did he really think that there was no one in the Dark Clan? Ling Xiao sneered and let Qingwan and Lin Yang continue to cultivate. He walked out of the wooden house alone, but he didn't leave the formation. He wasn't stupid. Hidden Flower was so strong that he definitely wasn't her opponent. If she wanted to kill him, there probably wouldn't be enough time to save him. He wanted to see how this old woman would deal with him if he stayed in the formation. Isn't this Elder Hidden Flower? Why do you have time to come to my wooden house? Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower and smiled. Brat, don't play dumb. Did you pin Farron in the latrine? Hidden Flower said angrily. It seems like that really happened. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you admit it. Brat, I can tell at a glance that you're not a good person. Not only did you humiliate Farron, but you also mocked me. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to take it lying down. Hidden Flower said angrily. Hearing Hidden Flower's words, Ling Xiao understood that Dark Farron had not only complained, but had also added fuel to the fire. Dark Farron's words were just an excuse for Hidden Flower. Ling Xiao's explanation was useless. She definitely wouldn't listen. So what if I humiliated him? He's a piece of trash who's almost 18 years old. How can he be so useless? That's fine. I won't laugh at him if his aptitude isn't good enough. But he came out to show off. He's arrogant and despotic. If I don't teach him a lesson, who should I teach? Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower and sneered. Okay. You said it all. You admitted it all. In that case, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. From today onwards, you, Ling Xiao, will be responsible for cleaning the entire Dark Tribe's toilets. You're not allowed to sleep or cultivate until you're done. Hidden Flower roared. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao sneered. If he really listened to this old woman, then he could forget about cultivating in the future. What was the use of joining the Dark Tribe after ascending to 8 Immortal Mountain? He might as well go back to Onyx Immortal Mountain. So he couldn't agree at all. You don't agree? If you don't agree, then go back to Onyx Immortal Mountain. Hidden Flower roared. What a joke. Do you think I'll leave just because you tell me to? Are there any rules in 8 Immortal Mountain? Is there any law? Could it be that you, Elder Hidden Flower, want to cover the sky with one hand? Ling Xiao shouted. Rules? I'm the rule here. If you don't agree, then get lost. Hidden Flower shouted. Haha, Elder Hidden Flower, you're really powerful. Since when do you have the final say in the Dark Tribe's rules? Mocking laughter came from afar. It was Dark Knight who appeared in front of the wooden house. I said before that whoever provokes my disciple provokes me, Dark Knight. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson. Dark Knight landed and suddenly slapped Hidden Flower's face. Get lost. I'll say it one last time. Ling Xiao is my disciple. As long as he doesn't break the rules, I'll deal with whoever touches him. Dark Knight, don't act recklessly just because you're strong. The Dark Tribe isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Hidden Flower was a little dazed after being slapped. She wanted to fight back, but when she thought of what happened in the sacrificial hall that day, she didn't dare to make a move. At that time, Dark Knight Formless had repelled her with a single move. She had no chance of defeating Dark Knight Formless. I'm atrocious. Dark Knight Formless had gone from being low-key and tolerant in the past to being so domineering today. Ling Xiao almost couldn't recognize him. However, Ling Xiao really liked the current Formless Knight. A man. And in any case, the profound world was a world where one's fists spoke and strength spoke. Talking about other things was useless. He. Whether it was strength or reason, he would not lose. You. Good. You're good. Dark Knight, remember to leave a way out for yourself. I'll report this to the Patriarch. Don't regret it then. Hidden Flower's face was burning. She had lost face in front of a group of inner and outer disciples, but there was nothing she could do. Being slapped by the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord wasn't a good feeling, but she had to endure it. She couldn't help it. She wasn't as strong as him. After speaking, she turned and hurriedly left with Farron and the others. Mountain Lord, how do you have time to come here? How are Senior Brother and Fengru? Ling Xiao was very close to Dark Knight. When he saw Hidden Flower leave, he walked up and asked excitedly. Why? You don't welcome them? Ren Feng and Fengru are good. They're very hardworking. Now that you've ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain, they want to ascend too. Dark Knight smiled and said, it's a pity that I don't have any suitable martial arts to teach them. Sigh, I should have kept more of those ordinary martial arts. It's okay. When I went to the White Wolf County City to kill the Black Wolf General, I happened to get some martial arts. They're all high-tier jade grade, but they're easier to cultivate. As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out a few sets of secret martial arts manuals from his storage ring and handed them to High Formless. Eldest Senior Brother and Fengru are my friends, and they are also my senior brother and junior sister. Let them cultivate in peace and strive to ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible. Okay, I won't refuse the things you give me. Dark Knight felt more and more that Ling Xiao had chosen the right disciple. Although this child was sometimes very ruthless and cruel, he was very affectionate and righteous. Logically speaking, he was already a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. There was no need for him to care about the matters of the 8 Immortal Mountain. But when he got something good, he still thought of his former friends. Just this thought alone was very touching. Let's go. After taking the things, Dark Knight patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and turned to leave. He came here for no other reason than to help Ling Xiao chase away Hidden Flower. With his cultivation, nothing that happened in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain could escape his eyes. It was just that he didn't care about anything in the past. As soon as Dark Knight left, no light in the night came. Looks like I'm still a step too late. Second brother beat me to it again. Seeing that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, No Light in the Night heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little helpless. He had also come to help because he heard that something was wrong. Although he wouldn't chase away Hidden Flower like Dark Knight, he could still ensure that Ling Xiao didn't die. But who knew that Dark Knight would be so proactive? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, found it funny. He used to think that No Light in the Night was cold and powerful, and he was a bit of a jerk. But after interacting with him for a long time, he realized that this guy was actually a joker. Stop laughing. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the 5th level of the ghost prison? Let's go, I'll take you there now. No Light in the Night glared at Ling Xiao. Go now? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. How could No Light in the Night be so decisive? He hadn't even asked for it for a long time, but he had already done it. You don't want to go? Of course, of course. I'll go inform them. Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house and told Qingwan and Lin Yang that he wanted to go to the 5th level of the ghost prison. Then, he set off with No Light in the Night. Remember, the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd will begin in a month's time. You must return before then. If you miss this time, you'll have to wait until next year. It's not worth it. On the way, no light in the night reminded him, anyway, you've already defeated Su Mo and are now ranked first among the foreign races. You've already met this condition. In a month, you can directly participate in the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. Do you know why Hidden Flower is making trouble for you? Actually, it's mainly because you made her lose face. She said before that it's impossible for you to get first place among the foreign races, but you did it in 2 days. It'd be strange if she wasn't angry. How did you know? Ling Xiao asked, a little surprised. My big brother reported it. He was the one who requested that you be ranked first among the foreign races. Being able to defeat Su Mo and take away his pair of tricks, you deserve it. Let me remind you, Ling Xiao. The 5th floor of the ghost prison is different from the other 4 floors. Don't run around after you enter. Follow the map I gave you or you'll get lost easily. They had arrived at the entrance of the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The portal that was condensed from energy shone with a strange light. It was like a ferocious beast that was eagerly waiting to swallow something. Go on in. I've already informed the guards inside. After you enter, they'll arrange your schedule. Don't waste time. No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly. Such a genius, yet he still couldn't take him in as a foster son. This made him feel rather helpless. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was thinking and directly jumped into the portal. It was different from the 1st and 2nd floors of the ghost prison. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the 5th floor, he didn't enter the ghost prison directly. Instead, he arrived at a solemn hall. There were many guards in the hall. Every guard's strength was above the peak of the 4th floor of hell. It was indeed the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Even the guards were so strong. It wasn't a place that a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain could enter. Seeing Ling Xiao, one of the guards walked over. This person was about 20 years old. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 5th floor of hell. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist, his strength was strong enough. You're Ling Xiao? The person asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Hee, your aura is different. I heard that you beat up in Feitian. Well done. That guy was too cocky. By the way, my name is Hai Changfeng. I'm one of the leaders of the guards here. Lord Wukong and Lord Formless told me about you. Well done. The person said with a smile. It seemed that he was also a member of the dark tribe with the surname Hai. No wonder he treated him well. Greetings, senior brother Changfeng. Ling Xiao greeted him again. You don't have to be so polite. I'll take you to the cultivation place. Also, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I'll tell you. Hai Changfeng said with a smile. This person had a cheerful personality and was easy to get along with. Also, if you want to leave the 5th floor of the ghost prison, you can come find me. I will naturally help you leave. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded. It seemed that there were some things that he didn't need to worry about. Someone had already arranged it for him. Next, there were only 2 things that he needed to do. One was cultivation. It was said that the 5th floor of ghost prison was different from the 4th floor. The spiritual energy here was 100 times denser than the outside world. However, because the density was too high, ordinary martial artists would be crushed to the point of breaking bones or even losing their lives. Therefore, not just anyone could come here to cultivate. Moreover, if the spiritual energy was too abundant, it would cause the body to be unable to bear it. Just like excessive nutrition, it would cause problems. This was also why there were strict requirements for those who entered the 5th floor of the ghost prison. However, Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of this. His body was stronger than any of the guards here. The other thing he wanted to do was to find Ling Yan and ask him about the situation so that he wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly when he came to rescue him in the future. Alright, there are no more questions. I'll bring you on your way. Hai Changfeng said, when you see the real 5th floor of ghost prison later, you mustn't be surprised. He smiled, then led Ling Xiao forward. After exiting the main hall and walking for about 500 to 600 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. In front of his eyes, there was actually an ocean floating in midair. The sea water was constantly roaring, and some islands dotted the surface of the sea. There were even a few ships cruising on it. This is Ghost Prison's 5th floor? Ling Xiao was really surprised. Although he knew that this was a world inside a Dharma treasure, wasn't it usually land? It was his first time seeing such a huge sea that he couldn't see the end of. Are you very surprised? This place is just like a different world. I really don't know how the martial artist who owned this Dharma treasure cultivated. Hai Changfeng sighed. The present mystic world is actually far from what it used to be. In the past, reincarnation realm martial artists could be seen everywhere. Not to mention First Revolution martial artists, even 10th Revolution martial artists could be seen easily. But now, it's really impossible. Fortunately, the Mountain River martial spirit has reappeared and brought about another huge change in the mystic world. I can clearly feel that the martial artists of the Black Tortoise continent are constantly recovering. Not to mention Hai Changfeng, even Ling Xiao was also feeling the same. The person who owned this Dharma treasure back then was definitely an extremely terrifying martial artist. Alright, let's not express our feelings. Lord Wu Guang should have given you a map, right? Hai Changfeng asked. Yes. Ling Xiao took out the map. It's easy with a map. Do you see this? This is the place you want to go. It's called the Cultivation Channel, also known as the Cultivation Paradise. There are countless islands on the channel. Any island can be used to cultivate, and each island has different effects. Although there are many dangers here, it's much better than the Devil Sea Domain. The Devil Sea Domain is at the end of this channel. You must not go there. A group of crazy prisoners are locked up there, and each of them is extremely powerful. They've been exiled there to fend for themselves. Hai Changfeng explained the situation of the 5th floor of the ghost prison to Ling Xiao very seriously. He definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to go to the Devil Sea Domain. But the more it was so, the more Ling Xiao wanted to go. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. This was probably the reason. Although he knew that it was dangerous, he still had to go. If he didn't go, what would happen to Ling Yan? That was the real reason why he entered the 5th floor of the ghost prison. At this time, Hai Changfeng took out a boat from his storage ring. Although it was called a boat, it was more like a canoe. It was very narrow. If one walked on a small river, they might be able to walk on it. But if one walked on the surface of the sea, they would probably be knocked over very quickly. Ling Xiao, the cultivation channel can't be entered by large ships. Only canoes or small boats can enter. So you have to think carefully. This is an extremely dangerous matter. You will have to face huge waves and fierce beasts in the sea. Although we still don't know whether this is a real sea or not, and what will happen if one falls in. However, there were people who fell in before and never came back. We don't know if they died or went to another place. If you want to be a guinea pig, you can try. But I don't recommend you do that. Hai Changfeng smiled and jumped onto one of the canoes. Then, he released his energy under his feet and the canoe quickly moved forward. Ling Xiao smiled and jumped on as well. This kind of thing wasn't difficult for him. The moment he stepped on the canoe, he suddenly felt the uniqueness of this sea. It was different from the sea outside. It seemed to be connected. Standing on the canoe, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the vast power of the ocean. It was a power that could easily destroy martial artists like them. It was truly terrifying. Don't worry. As long as you focus, we'll reach the nearest island soon. Seeing Ling Xiao frown, Hai Changfeng thought that he was afraid, so he said this with a smile. Got it, senior brother Changfeng. Ling Xiao nodded and began to focus on the canoe beneath his feet. His soul power probed into the depths of the ocean and could feel that there were many powerful auras in the ocean. They were probably the so-called sea beasts. Along the way, not only did they have to avoid the waves, they also had to be careful of the sea beasts' sneak attacks. It was really dangerous. What is the Demon Sea region made up of? Are there many islands like the Cultivation Channel? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Because they were just chatting, Hai Changfeng didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao's question and directly answered, the Demon Sea region is mainly made up of 8 parts, also known as the 8 regions. You should be able to guess that the 8 regions are under the jurisdiction of the 8 great families. The Dark Tribe's jurisdiction is the Dark Realm, which naturally has many islands. However, they are much bigger than the islands here. I see. Then where are the prisoners? Ling Xiao deliberately pretended to be very curious and asked. Kid, you're too curious. But it's fine to tell you. Anyway, you won't be able to reach there. According to the rules, the prisoners of the 8 great families are naturally imprisoned in their respective sea regions. For example, the former sect leader Ling Yan who betrayed the 8 Immortals Mountain was captured by the Sand Tribe. So, he should be imprisoned in the Sand Tribe Sea region. Unknowingly or intentionally, Hai Changfeng actually mentioned Ling Yan. He even mentioned Ling Yan's location. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that no light in the night or High Formless had already guessed his real purpose in entering the 5th floor of the ghost prison. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Hai Changfeng told him Ling Yan's location. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Hai Changfeng turned to look at him and said seriously, let me remind you again. Don't go to the Demon Sea region. If you go there, you might never be able to come back. Understood, senior brother Changfeng. Ling Xiao nodded, but he obviously didn't think so in his heart. If he wanted to save Ling Yan, he had to make a trip to the Devil Sea domain. However, he could choose to do it later. If he cultivated for a while on this cultivation channel, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Once he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, it would be safer for him to go to the Devil Sea domain. Roar. Just as the two of them were talking, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the deep sea. It was just a goldfish, however, its body was as large as a mountain, and it was definitely much larger than the whales outside. Ling Xiao was shocked to the core. Get lost. Hai Changfeng threw out a punch. The black fist was like a black thunderbolt that struck the giant goldfish. It sent the goldfish flying into the deep sea. Then he never came back. They continued to move forward. Damn, the sea beasts on this cultivation channel are so ferocious. What's the situation in the Demon Sea region? Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry. We're here. Do you see it? That's the first island on the cultivation channel. The cultivation difficulty here is level 1. Level 1 refers to the place where martial artists at the early stage of the 5th layer of Hell or the first transformation 4th layer of Hell can cultivate safely. It can withstand the atmospheric pressure there. The atmospheric pressure there is 10 times that of the outside world. Ordinary people can't even breathe. I suggest you stay here. It's your first time here, and your cultivation isn't strong. If you get used to it, or if you make a breakthrough in your cultivation, you can go to the island behind. Don't worry, the cultivation channel doesn't have that much pressure. As long as you don't go to the island, you'll be fine. Hai Changfeng wanted to explain everything at once because he couldn't accompany Ling Xiao all the time. He had his own things to do. Moreover, cultivation was a personal matter. If he were to stay here all the time, would Ling Xiao still be able to improve? I got it. Ling Xiao nodded. Alright, let's go to the island together. I'll talk about other things when we're there. After saying that, Hai Changfeng stepped onto the nearest island first. Ling Xiao followed suit. Plop, as soon as they arrived at the island, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions, pressing him to the ground. It's so scary. Even breathing has become difficult. However, the spirit chi here is really abundant. I like it. After a moment of adaptation, Ling Xiao basically had nothing to fear from this 10 times atmospheric pressure. His body was much stronger than Hai Changfeng's. Although he was weaker than Hai Changfeng, he would definitely win in terms of physical strength. Not bad. It seems like my worries were unnecessary. Seeing that Ling Xiao's breathing was gradually smoothing out, Hai Changfeng smiled and said, then you can cultivate here. If there's anything, use the soul lock token to inform me. I'll rush over immediately. There are all kinds of wild animals on this island. If you're really hungry, you can get some for yourself. Alright, let's not talk too much. You can cultivate in peace. I'm leaving. Senior brother Changfeng, see you later. See you later. You can cultivate in peace. I'll inform you when it's almost a month away. Don't worry about delaying the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. Hai Changfeng smiled and quickly left on the canoe. After sending Hai Changfeng off, Ling Xiao began to observe the island in front of him. Other than the high density of spirit qi, the plants here were also very lush. The ordinary wolf-tail grass was actually more than 10 meters tall here. It could only be described as terrifying. He could even see giant dragonflies that were more than 10 meters long. The spirit qi here was too abundant. The plants and animals were a little too nourished. Let's cultivate first. Ling Xiao could feel the great benefits of this place. With such abundant spirit qi in the air, the benefits of cultivating alone were immense. However, looking at those giant insects, he decided to change his cultivation method. It was more suitable for him to cultivate during battles and consume the demonic cores of those demonic beasts. The initial battles were very difficult for him. Because he was not used to the atmospheric pressure here, his every movement became very clumsy. Because of the atmospheric pressure, he could not even mobilize his elemental energy or release his force. He was taught a lesson by those insects. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. He fought with force and finally killed one insect. By now, 3 days had passed. Based on this progress, it was better to sit cross-legged and cultivate. However, Ling Xiao did not change his cultivation method. He knew that the further he went, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Fight, strengthen, fight again, strengthen again. This was Ling Xiao's boring cultivation life in the 5th layer of the ghost prison. Moreover, in the process of cultivation, his various martial skills were also improving at the same time. After half a month, Ling Xiao moved from the 1st island to the 10th island. The atmospheric pressure also increased by more than 20 times. At the same time, the density of spirit energy also increased by 20 times. The strength of the demonic beasts here was also clearly stronger. His strength was also rising at an even faster rate. Overall, from the first transition of the 3rd layer of Hell's middle stage, he only had 10% of his strength. Now, he had 100% of his strength accumulated. What awaited him was only the advancement. In addition, the Berserk Thunder art finally reached the proficient level. The Lava Storm also reached the proficient level. The 6 moves of the Meteor Sword art had been completely mastered. Except for the last move, which was only at the large success level, the rest had all reached the perfection level. Its power was definitely not inferior to a high-level Jade-grade martial skill. The 2 moves of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword, one sword returning to the west was cultivated to the large success level. One sword Annihilation was cultivated to the proficient level. As for the 1,000-Mile Wolf, his improvement was the greatest. The first move Lone Wolf and the second move Twin Wolf Gang had been perfectly cultivated to the perfection level. The third move Pack of Wolves had also been cultivated to the large success level. The fourth move Hell Wolf had been cultivated to the small success level. The 5th move Lightning Wolf had been cultivated to the small success level. The 6th move Lava Wolf had been cultivated to the small success level. The 1,000-Mile Wolf would develop differently according to each person's characteristics. The first 3 moves were basically the same. However, from the 4th move onwards, each person would be different. The Hell Wolf represented Ling Xiao's powerful spirit energy. The Lightning Wolf was compatible with the lightning battle body. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Moreover, when it was used, the lightning could injure people. The Lava Wolf was compatible with the lava battle body. It was similar to the Lightning Wolf. However, the difference was not its speed. Instead, it was its destructive power and defensive power. In just half a month, Ling Xiao had already mastered the first 6 moves from the time he obtained the 1,000-Mile Wolf to now. Although there was a difference in maturity, this was something that had never happened before in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If no Light in the Night knew about this, he would probably be even crazier to make Ling Xiao his adopted son. I'm about to break through. I really want to find someone to fight. Although not every breakthrough required a battle, Ling Xiao was very clear that a breakthrough through actual combat would be more stable. He stood up and looked in the direction of the Devil Sea region. Since he had reached the 10th island, he was not far from the Demon Sea area. With his Tai Chi eye, he could see everything clearly. Next, he prepared to stop cultivating. After all, there was a more important goal in coming here, and that was to find Ling Yan's whereabouts. Since he already knew that Ling Yan was imprisoned in the Sand Race's sea region, he naturally had to go and take a look. Moreover, wasn't searching for Ling Yan also a form of cultivation? Along the way, they would most likely encounter a lot of trouble. He stood up, jumped onto the canoe, and sped towards the Demon Sea region. The canoe cut through the waves. Ling Xiao could feel that his strength had increased during this period of time. Only his cultivation had not broken through. If his cultivation could break through, it would be even more perfect. Who is it? In front of him, at the entrance of the Demon Sea region, a huge sea snake suddenly appeared. On the head of the sea snake, a person sat. Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped the canoe, almost crashing into it. I want to ask who you are. How dare you barge into the Demon Sea region? The martial artist sitting on the head of the sea snake looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said. This one is Ling Xiao. I'm going to the Demon Sea region to find someone. I don't seem to have broken the rules. As far as I know, the 8 Immortals Mountain allows martial artists to enter the Demon Sea region. Ling Xiao looked at that person and said politely. Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who killed the Sand Sea and Desert Cloud? That person asked coldly. That's right, it's me. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in hiding because the other party was not a fool. He was definitely a shrewd person. There was no point in lying. Then do you know who I am? That person asked again. I don't know. My name is Sand Eagle. Desert Cloud's brother, and Sand Sea is my master. That person suddenly released a tyrannical killing intent. Damn, enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. I can't believe I met a Sand Race martial artist here. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but soon after, he smiled again. Good, I don't know much about the Sand Race's sea region. If I take this guy as a captive, I might be able to find Ling Yan faster. Thinking of this, he suddenly became very happy. The other party was not weak and should be on the same level as in Feitian. If it was half a month ago, he would have to rely on the butterfly lady to win against such an opponent. But now, he was no longer afraid. Oh, then what do you want? Ling Xiao asked. Is there a need to ask? Killing is not prohibited in the 5th floor of the ghost prison, especially in the Demon Sea region. If you die, no one will care. So now, you have 2 choices. Either you go back and never set foot in the Demon Sea region. Or you die. Sand Eagle said coldly. Are you the gatekeeper of the Demon Sea region? I heard from senior brother Changfeng that to enter the Demon Sea region, one must enter a huge underwater whirlpool and then randomly appear somewhere in the Demon Sea region. Ling Xiao asked. You're very smart, so as long as you stay in the cultivation channel, I can't do anything to you. Hai Changfeng is very annoying. But if you step out of the Demon Sea region, don't blame me for being impolite. He definitely won't be able to help you. Sand Eagle said indifferently. Although the Demon Sea region was dangerous, it was definitely a good place. Sand Eagle did not want Ling Xiao to go in, afraid that Ling Xiao would have a fortuitous encounter. Hee, then I'll choose to enter the Demon Sea region, but you don't seem to have the strength to kill me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Demon Sea region. Although he was only upstream of the huge whirlpool, he had already left the cultivation channel and was no longer under Hai Changfeng's jurisdiction. Looks like you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. Then go to hell, sea snake, kill him. Sand Eagle did not even bother to do it himself. He controlled the huge sea snake to bite Ling Xiao. The sea snake hissed and let out a thunderous roar. It did not sound like a snake at all, but more like a terrifying beast. Stop. At this moment, Hai Changfeng appeared. In fact, every island had a fixed teleportation array. There were also some at the entrance. Hai Changfeng had brought Ling Xiao on the canoe just to train Ling Xiao. This time, he was here to save someone, so he directly teleported over. Ha ha ha, Hai Changfeng, this is already within the Demon Sea region. You have no right to interfere with our business. If you dare to enter, you'll be violating the rules. Bastard, Ling Xiao, come back. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the cultivation route, he would have the right to save him. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao was unwilling to return. Moreover, the sea serpent had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Hai Changfeng stomped his feet in annoyance, causing several huge waves to erupt on the surface of the sea. He had received instructions from No Light in the Night and High Formless to protect Ling Xiao. However, he could not save him in time. If Ling Xiao were to die, he would really feel guilty. However, at this moment, he was shocked to see that the huge sea serpent was sent flying by Ling Xiao with a single punch. It was a very strange scene. Ling Xiao stood in front of the sea serpent, as if he was a human and a flea. However, the flea had directly flipped the human over. How could this not be strange? Not to mention Hai Changfeng, Deagle was even more shocked. He hurriedly jumped down from the sea serpent and floated in the air. It seems that you do have some skills. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill Shanghai and Desert Cloud. Deagle looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Since the sea serpent was useless, he could only do it himself. However, you are unlucky to have met me. Behind him, a strong wind blew, and a crazy black sandstorm appeared on the sea. His fists were like monsters formed by a sandstorm, pouncing toward Ling Xiao. The terrifying force completely surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Die. Black Sun Sandstorm Fist. Deagle's move was very similar to Xiaodiao's Black Sun sword technique. However, one used a sword, while the other used a fist. The sword technique was sharper. The fist technique was more domineering. What's your relationship with Xiaodiao? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ignoring his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao still had the time to ask questions. Deagle naturally would not answer. However, Ling Xiao continued, you probably don't know, but Xiaodiao is also dead. He was killed by me. What? At that moment, Deagle was in a daze. Ling Xiao could have taken this opportunity to attack, but he didn't. Because his opponent wasn't worth it. Deagle returned to normal in an instant. He was incomparably furious, and the aura of his fists was even more ferocious. Good, now that's interesting. Otherwise, defeating you would be too boring. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the Black Wolf General. The reason why he used the Black Wolf General was to better utilize the 1,000-mile wolf. He wanted to use this desert eagle to test the results of his cultivation during this period. The lone wolf travels 1,000 li. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a wolf's shadow and flashed past. The speed was so fast that it gave Deagle a shock. However, he was still an expert on the same level as Infatian. Although he was slightly weaker than Infatian, he had rich combat experience and reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure. The sandstorm swept a huge wave towards Ling Xiao. Of course, Deagle didn't expect the wave to kill Ling Xiao. What he wanted was for the waves to slow down Ling Xiao's speed so that his attacks could truly land on Ling Xiao's body. Interesting, the 1,000-mile wolf-twin wolf association. Seeing the wave coming towards him, Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on. Instead, he split into two. There was no limit to his speed, but his movements became even more strange. At that moment, Deagle could only guess which figure was Ling Xiao. However, this guy really wasn't an ordinary person. Since he couldn't guess which one was real, he attacked at the same time. Two sandstorms swept up 2 layers of waves and blasted towards different wolf shadows. Anyway, one of them was definitely real, and that was enough. You're a little better than that useless sand eagle. You can actually catch sight of my figure. But what about this, the 1,000-mile wolf pack attack? The number of wolves in a pack wasn't fixed. The only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to create 3 wolf phantoms. Compared to the Twin Wolf Association, the wolf pack attack couldn't instantly switch between the shadows, but there were more of them. However, the 2 shadows of the Twin Wolf Association could switch freely. This was something that Ling Xiao had specially researched using the effects of his Gemini martial spirits. It was different from what others cultivated. Deagle was already using all his strength to deal with 2 figures. The 3 figures attacked at the same time, and he was a little flustered. However, he couldn't admit defeat. The terrifying attack condensed again, and he surrounded himself with a black storm. Then, the huge wave formed a whirlpool around his body, completely protecting him. This whirlpool was more like a waterspout. It could both defend and attack. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He didn't believe that this kind of protection couldn't block Ling Xiao's surprise attack. However, his confidence was useless against Ling Xiao. The 1,000-mile wolf fourth style, nether wolf. There were still 2 wolf shadows. However, one of them was a nether wolf formed completely from Ling Xiao's source spirit. Unless it was a soul attack, it couldn't stop him. The wolf shadow circled around the waterspout, looking for an opportunity. The other wolf shadow, which was the nether wolf, directly pierced through Deagle's body. Of course, the nether wolf wouldn't cause any substantial damage, but it could cause unexpected effects. The moment the nether wolf pierced through his body, Deagle suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living in this world. His soul was attacked, his fighting spirit was instantly disintegrated. Even the powerful waterspout dissipated in an instant. The other wolf shadow rushed in, and its ferocious wolf claws slammed into Deagle's body, sending him flying. Watching the entire battle, Hai Changfeng felt like he was in a dream. From the moment the sea serpent attacked Ling Xiao, he felt that there was no hope for Ling Xiao. He blamed himself, and didn't know how to report to No Light in the Night and High Formless. However, what happened next made him feel like he was in a dream. Not only did Ling Xiao dodge the sea serpent's attack, but he also dodged Deagle's attack. He even sent the sea serpent and Deagle flying. How much had this kid grown? While he was still in a daze, Ling Xiao wasn't. He stepped on Deagle and stood on top of the sea serpent's body. He said coldly, "You said that the Devil Sea area is a terrifying place, and no one will care about your life. If I kill you, I'm afraid no one will care, right?" "You." "I'm not convinced. What kind of sorcery did you use? How did you beat me?" Deagle still couldn't accept it. He still had many powerful moves that he hadn't used, and he was defeated so sullenly. This kind of defeat made him feel wronged. "You're not convinced? I only used the 1,000-mile wolf movement skill, and you can't even see that? You're still guarding the Devil Sea area. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I only have one question for you. Do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Ling Xiao said coldly. "Of course I want to live." In Deagle's opinion, only by living could he avenge his brother. If he died, there would be nothing left. "If you want to live, tell me. Why is the Demon Sea region so dangerous?" Ling Xiao asked shying. "You don't have to ask him. I can answer your question. The Demon Sea region is different from the Cultivation channel. The seawater there has a terrifying suction force, and ordinary people can't live there. If you stand on it, you can easily be pulled into the seawater. That's why it's so scary." Hai Changfeng directly answered Ling Xiao's question. "Just because of that?" Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. "Of course, that's not the only danger in the Demon Sea region. Let him go. I'll tell you about the Demon Sea region. If you kill him, I'm afraid you'll alarm Sire Shui." Hai Changfeng reminded. "That's right. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, Sire Shui will definitely wake up. He's a terrifying existence that's not any weaker than the Doyen. Unless you're courting death." Deagle suddenly became fearless. "You bastard. I asked you a question, but you didn't answer a single one. Damn it." Ling Xiao didn't waste his breath. Since someone like Xiaoying wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Could it be that he would continue to kill him in the future? Was it fun? After smashing Xiaoying's head with his claw, Ling Xiao instantly returned to the Cultivation channel. From the terrifying whirlpool, a white-haired old man over 10 meters tall flew out. "Sire Shui!" Hai Changfeng jumped in fright. Ling Xiao was really a madman. But that Xiaoying was also too much. Why did he have to say that last sentence? Wasn't he trying to provoke Ling Xiao? He was really afraid. Although he wasn't weak, he couldn't be compared to Sire Shui. Who killed him? Sire Shui abruptly opened his bizarre eyes and roared. His eyes were dark blue, like ripples of water, but they were emitting a ferocious aura, like the eyes of a sea beast. "It's me." Ling Xiao was already prepared to escape. He didn't believe that Sire Shui could catch up to him. "You. Die." All of a sudden, Sire Shui stretched his hand out. The palm was also different from a human's. It looked more like the palm of the sea race. There was a thin membrane on it. The palm smashed down like a giant seal, intending to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Ling Xiao, run! Looking at the situation, Hai Chongfeng had no other choice but to send out a punch before tossing Ling Xiao out. Although he wasn't Sire Shui's opponent, he felt that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, and he had a higher chance of escaping. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Sire Shui. That palm strike alone caused Hai Chongfeng to feel dizzy. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his body was severely injured. F***ck, why did I have to be so kind? I'm dead for sure now. Hai Chongfeng cursed. He knew that at this moment, no one could save him, and he was gradually losing consciousness. Before he fainted, he saw that Ling Xiao had returned. F***ck, I saved him for nothing. Is this kid stupid? However, there was nothing he could do. He had completely lost consciousness. Ling Xiao was standing beside Hai Chongfeng. To be honest, he didn't expect Hai Chongfeng to save him. That was why he was accidentally saved. Actually, with his movement technique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dodge Sire Shui's attack. Moreover, Sire Shui obviously couldn't leave the Demon Sea region. As long as they escaped far away, they would be fine. However, Hai Chongfeng had to save him, resulting in this situation. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't blame Hai Chongfeng. Instead, he was grateful to him. A person whom he had only met once dared to risk his life to save him. Regardless of the outcome, he was grateful. He stuffed a recuperation pill into Hai Chongfeng's mouth and used his elemental force to help him refine the pill. After confirming that Hai Chongfeng wouldn't die, he looked at Hai Chongfeng. You're an expert at the late stage of the first transformation 5th level of hell. How dare you attack a junior like me? You're really shameless. Today, you injured my senior brother Chongfeng. I won't let you off. What can you do? Sire Shui said in disdain. I've guarded the water eye for so many years. I don't want to live anymore. If you have the ability to kill me, I'll be grateful to you. However, you don't have that ability. Isn't it easy to kill you? I have many pills here that can make you die on the spot. Ling Xiao said. That's impossible. If you want to kill me, you have to remove the curse on me first. As long as I leave this water eye, I'll suffer a fate worse than death. Furthermore, no matter what kind of poison it is, it won't kill me. My curse can help me neutralize it. There is only one way for me to die, and that is to meet someone stronger than me to kill me. Sire Shui shook his head. How troublesome. It is indeed troublesome. Leave. Since I didn't kill you with my first attack, I don't have the face to do it a second time. This is also what I promised that lad, Xiaoying. He accompanied me for a few years. I promised that I would kill whoever tried to kill him. However, if I can't kill him with my first attack, I'll drop the matter. Sire Shui waved his hand. Ling Xiao originally hated this old man to the bone because he injured Hai Chongfeng and even wanted to kill him. However, after listening to the old man's words, it seemed like he had his own troubles. Furthermore, Hai Chongfeng wasn't dead, so he didn't hate him as much. You said that you've been trapped in the water eye for many years. Then, you must have heard of Ling Yan, right? I want to save him. Do you know what to do? Ling Xiao decided to take the risk. This Sire Shui had an eccentric character, and it was impossible for him to be in cahoots with the upper echelons of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain more information by asking him. Ling Yan? You want to save him? Sire Shui suddenly became agitated. Shortly after, he shook his head and said, You're too weak. You can't even defeat me. How are you going to save him? From what Sire Shui said, you seem to know Ling Yan? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Nonsense, I'm Ling Yan's master. That brat came to the Demon Sea domain before and obtained my inheritance. He could have revived the 8 Immortal Mountain, but he was plotted against by a bunch of despicable people. He can only blame himself for being too soft-hearted. That's why he was harmed by those ungrateful fellows. Sire Shui sighed. You're actually Ling Yan's master. When Ling Xiao heard this, his hatred for the old man lessened. He said, I'm Ling Yan's brother. This time, I'm here to inquire about Ling Yan's whereabouts. Soon, I'll come to save him. You can't. Sire Shui shook his head and said. If you knew that I advanced from the half-step Yinyang realm to the third level of the Yinyang realm in 3 months, you wouldn't say that, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impossible. Could it be that your aptitude is better than my disciples? Sire Shui was shocked. Isn't that obvious? In the Ling family of Yuhua town, he was my subordinate. How can I not be better than him? After a moment of silence, Sire Shui said, Do you dare to come over? What's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao placed Hai Chongfeng in the beast ring for the time being and stepped into the Devil Sea domain. At this moment, Sire Shui suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Ling Xiao's forehead. Lone wolf traversing 1,000 miles. Ling Xiao was already prepared for this old man's sneak attack. He immediately executed the 1,000 miles wolf traversing 1,000 miles and disappeared. Good movement technique. No wonder you dared to talk back to this old man. It seems like you have nothing to fear. However, I won't harm you. You seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough. I just want to help you break through. Sire Shui smiled. Ling Xiao didn't feel the terrifying killing intent from Sire Shui. He nodded his head. He didn't move anymore. This required a lot of courage. If Sire Shui really wanted to harm him, he would be in deep trouble. Good lad, are you really not afraid that I'll harm you? Sire Shui pressed his finger on Ling Xiao's forehead and a clear energy flowed into Ling Xiao's body. The energy that had been accumulated for a long time finally broke through the layers of obstacles. Late stage of the first cycle 3 layers of hell, Ling Xiao broke through again. Of course I'm afraid. However, if I don't dare to try because of fear, I will miss out on a lot of good things. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Every opportunity in this profound world is dangerous. If you're afraid of everything, fear of wolves in front and tigers behind, then I'm afraid you won't be able to make any progress on the path of martial arts. Good lad, you're indeed powerful. I discovered a terrifying energy in your body. Although I don't know what it is, I believe you now. Sire Shui sighed. If you really want to save Ling Yan, it's best if you can obtain the 8 treasures of the 8 immortal mountains' 8 great families. Only with those 8 magical treasures, can you break my curse and save Ling Yan. Of course, if you only want to see Ling Yan, you only need to obtain one of the magic treasures, and you will be able to freely enter and exit the Devil Sea domain. Saving you is a long and arduous task. With my current strength, I can only strive to obtain the Shadow Black Gourd first. Once Ling Xiao left this place, he would participate in the Dark Race's Shadow Black Gourd contest. When that time came, he would naturally fight for it with all his might. In any case, his current cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the first transformation, the 3rd level of hell. As long as he could break through to the peak of the first revolution 3rd layer of hell before the battle, then even if Fei Tian broke through, he wouldn't be afraid. Alright, I've answered all your questions. Now, get that young man out. I'll treat him. Sire Shui suddenly said. You know medicine? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I was the one who injured him, so of course I can save him. Don't worry. Sire Shui said. Alright. Although Ling Xiao's healing pill was effective, it wouldn't be enough to wake Hai Chongfeng up for the time being. It shouldn't be a problem for Sire Shui to give it a try. He nodded and released Hai Chongfeng. Sire Shui released his elemental energy, and a dark blue true yuan wrapped around Hai Chongfeng. A moment later, Hai Chongfeng's injuries were sucked out of his body. Hai Chongfeng instantly woke up. That works too? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by what he saw. He never thought that there would be such a treatment method. Only the injuries I caused can be treated this way. So don't dream about it. Hurry up and go back. We can't stay here for long. That Xiaoying is dead, and the sand race will definitely come to investigate. Although it's normal for people to die in the Demon Sea, Xiaoying is a very important genius to the sand race. Sire Shui reminded. Hai Chongfeng had just woken up, and he was still in a daze. He didn't understand. He had only been unconscious for a short while, and Ling Xiao had already become friends with Sire Shui, and from the looks of it, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. his injuries had actually healed? Senior brother Chongfeng, let's go. Sire Shui saved you on account of our mountain lord and Doyan no light in the night. Ling Xiao didn't want too many people to know about Ling Yan's matter. His reason was enough to convince Hai Chongfeng. Sire Shui was also very cooperative. Why aren't you scramming? If not for Yi Chongfeng and no light in the night, this old man would definitely kill you. Scram. Hai Chongfeng quickly brought Ling Xiao through the teleportation array and arrived at the hall. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. What happened when I fainted? Hai Chongfeng felt safe here. Driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's nothing much. I said the names of Doyan no light in the night and my mountain lord. Not only did Sire Shui not kill me, he even saved you. Ling Xiao replied, I don't know about the rest. Sire Shui is a person with a weird temper. Do you think you can understand him? That's true. But you really surprised me. You even killed Xianxia. What's your cultivation level now? Hai Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. I guess I'm at the late stage of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao replied. He wasn't lying. Anyway, his cultivation level was rising faster. If he told the truth now, he might be mistaken for hiding his strength in the future. It's rare to be able to challenge someone of a higher level. You're indeed a genius. No wonder Lord No Light in the Night has been chasing after you to be his godson. Hai Chongfeng smiled. I'll send you back now. We might even be rivals in the future. Let's work hard together. Let's see how long I can maintain my advantage over you. This person's character was pretty good. Especially when he was willing to sacrifice himself to save Ling Xiao. This really touched Ling Xiao. Although the outcome wasn't very good, Ling Xiao still remembered this kindness. Don't worry, senior brother Chongfeng. You won't be able to maintain your advantage for long. Soon, when I step into the 5th level of Ghost Prison again, I might be stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I won't be stagnant either. Hai Chongfeng was a little unconvinced. Ha ha ha, then let's compete. I'm leaving. Senior brother Chongfeng, take care. Actually, what Ling Xiao was most satisfied with after entering the 5th level of Ghost Prison wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the befriending Hai Chongfeng and Sire Shui. With these two friends, he had gained a lot. Laughing, Ling Xiao stepped out of the transfer gate and returned to his small wooden hut. Half a month had passed. Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua had both made breakthroughs in their cultivation and their martial techniques had also improved. They originally wanted to show off in front of him, but when they saw his improvement, they only said 2 words, monster. Then, they buried their heads in cultivation again. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The reason why he came out of the 5th level of Ghost Prison early was because he had obtained the information he wanted. Moreover, he had obtained a lot of demonic beast cores. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to leave the 5th floor of the Ghost Prison in advance was because he had obtained a lot of demon beast cores. With these demon beast cores, there was no difference between cultivating outside and inside. Moreover, it would not delay the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. Although No Light in the Night said half a month ago that the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd would begin in a month. However, it was possible that some people deliberately did not let Ling Xiao participate and deliberately brought forward the time. After all, he had offended Dark Knight and Dark Flower. He had to be more careful. He hadn't even started to cultivate when suddenly, the sound of the Dark Knight came from outside. Brat, are you back? Brat, since when did this old thing use such a cordial name to call me? Is he really treating me as his adopted son? Ling Xiao was speechless for a while, but he still walked out. Sure enough, it was No Light in the Night. Senior Elder, do you have any orders? Ling Xiao asked. Ha ha ha, your luck is really good. I just received news that the Patriarch is going to start the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd in advance. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back in the next few days. I didn't expect you to come back early. No Light in the Night seemed to be in a good mood. He was really happy for Ling Xiao. It could be seen that No Light in the Night seemed to have thought it through. Whether Ling Xiao recognized him as his adopted father or not, as long as he felt it in his heart, it was fine. This could be considered as a kind of self-consolation. Is it really going to be brought forward? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Fortunately, I was smart enough to come back early. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Yes, I don't know what's wrong with the patriarch. No Light in the Night sighed and said, but it's good that you're back. How was your cultivation? Don't tell me you didn't even break through a realm? I broke through. Ling Xiao nodded. He really broke through? No Light in the Night was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It had only been half a month, and he had never heard of such a good cultivation result on the 5th floor of Ghost Prison. Could it be that he had another fortuitous encounter? He glanced at Ling Xiao, but didn't ask. Anyway, this kid probably wouldn't answer honestly even if he asked. The wolf travels 1,000 miles? He should be able to cultivate the first style to the Great Circle, right? At the very least, the second style should be at Great Accomplishment, right? At the very least, he should be at the entry level of the third style. I won't ask for the rest, but if you can't even do this, then I'm really disappointed. No Light in the Night started talking to himself again. Who's your son? I'm speechless. However, I have to complete what you said. Ling Xiao still did not explain in detail. Right now, he just wanted to stay away from this old man. He missed his son so much that he went crazy. Good, 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 good. In the next few days, strengthen the wolf travels 1,000 miles. As long as you master the first 3 styles, even if you can't beat your opponent in battle, you won't be too unlucky. No Light in the Night laughed. Ha ha ha, although I don't have much hope for you to get the right to use the Shadow Black Gourd, it's enough that you can learn it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. I'll definitely get the right to use the Shadow Black Gourd. Not only because the gourd was a powerful magic treasure, but more importantly, with it, he could find his good brother Ling Yan. Besides, although Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Yi Wuji wasn't his disciple, he had helped him escape danger many times. After he established a foothold in the Dark Race, he wanted to restore Yi Wuji's position in the Dark Race. At the same time, he wanted to investigate the real cause of Yi Wuji's son's death. It could be considered as repaying this mountain lord. If Yi Wuji hadn't defeated Hidden Flower twice, Ling Xiao wouldn't be where he was today. As the saying goes, don't forget the person who dug the well. Ling Xiao wasn't an ungrateful person. He would never forget his benefactor. What are you thinking, brat? There's another good thing. Didn't you ask my big brother to get you the Sword Soul Stone? He already got it. My big brother helped you pay 200 million low-grade spirit stones and promised the sect 2 things for you. My second brother helped you pay 100 million low-grade spirit stones and promised the sect 1 thing. As for me, I was late, so I paid 100 million low-grade spirit stones in advance. So this Sword Soul Stone is equivalent to you getting it for free. Dark Knight Wukong smiled and said, little brat, are you happy? To be honest, Ling Xiao couldn't be unhappy. He was a little embarrassed that Yi Wuji was so good to him. You don't have to be embarrassed. We 3 brothers are unlucky. My big brother hasn't married yet, so he doesn't have any children. His mind is all on martial arts. As for my second brother, he did have a woman he loved, but that woman left him more than 10 years ago, leaving behind a newborn son. That son was also killed. Although it was suspected that it was done by the Sand clan, there was no evidence, so my second brother has been unhappy. As for me, I might seem carefree, but I also love a woman deeply. Unfortunately, she's high and mighty and doesn't even look at me. This also caused us 3 brothers to have no descendants. Now you understand why I want to take you as my adopted son. My big brother and second brother are good to you for this reason. No Light in the Night was in a good mood today, so he said what he shouldn't say. This made Ling Xiao a little embarrassed. He swore in his heart. No matter if he denied No Light in the Night as his adopted father, he would repay the kindness of the 3 brothers. If these 3 brothers really didn't have descendants to take care of them, then Ling Xiao would take care of them for the rest of his life until he died of old age. Of course, he couldn't say it now. Otherwise, No Light in the Night, this madman, would be moved to tears. I won't say anything else. Senior Grand Elder, I will definitely take the Shadow Black Gourd this time. Not only to prove myself, but also to prove the vision of you 3 brothers. In fact, he was very clear that the news of the three brothers valuing Ling Xiao had already spread in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Many people said that these three brothers were blind. How could they take a fancy to such an unremarkable brat? There were so many geniuses in the inner clan. Any one of them would be stronger than this guy. Although the three brothers didn't say it, they were probably holding back in their hearts. They hoped that Ling Xiao could slap these people's faces and make them regret. Ling Xiao would definitely help them fulfill this small wish. Ha ha ha, good son, that's right. But father won't force you. After all, your opponents aren't weak. No Light in the Night laughed. I say, Senior Grand Elder, can you not take advantage of me? Ling Xiao really didn't know what to say to this shameless guy. He couldn't beat him, and he was getting better and better. There was no reason to beat him. No Light in the Night smiled and said, you are so much younger than me. What's wrong with taking advantage of you? Oh right, I almost forgot. Take the Sword Spirit Stone. I also want to remind you. The three most outstanding geniuses of the Dark Clan have returned from outside. And Ming, Heiyi Wuzun, and Anjin are highly regarded by the elders and the sect master. If they really make a move, not to mention me and my big brother, even my second brother can't help you. If he wants to help you, he will have to become the enemy of the entire Eight Immortal Mountain. Unless you have the strength to defeat those three people. No Light in the Night's expression suddenly became solemn and warned Ling Xiao, of course, Heiyi Wuzun is a member of our Hei family, so he might be a little friendlier to you. Don't worry too much. I didn't provoke others. It's others who provoke me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if they provoke you, you can only hold it in. No Light in the Night said snappily, didn't you understand my words? I understood, but with their strength, they are not qualified to make me hold it in. They are not much stronger than me. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent face. If you are afraid when facing opponents who are not much stronger than you, then in the long run, you will lose your fighting spirit and will to fight. Once a martial artist lost his fearless fighting spirit, he would not be far from depravity. I am unwilling. Good, good, good. You are the best. I admire you, kid. But I have to tell you clearly that if you want to resist, you can only resist by yourself. No one can help you. No Light in the Night reminded again. I know. Ling Xiao naturally would not implicate others. Good, as long as you understand this point. I will leave first. You can cultivate by yourself. No Light in the Night knew how stubborn Ling Xiao's temper was. He was too lazy to persuade him again. In any case, he could not persuade him. So he simply left. In the profound world, there was no such thing as keeping a low profile. Unless you could endure the humiliation of others. Of course, there were people who could do this. They would be bullied like a grandson and do whatever they were told to do. They would think that they could take revenge in the future. But in reality, none of these people could succeed in reality. Because in the profound world, such people would have all their martial veins destroyed long ago, leaving only the meridians that could work, but they could not practice martial arts. How was he going to take revenge? There were truly terrifying enemies here, and they wouldn't just humiliate you by making you crawl into their pants. Ling Xiao really wanted to give it a try if he could be let off just by crawling into her pants. Unfortunately, reality was too cruel. It was so cruel that when you crawled under someone else's pants, they would cripple your cultivation and destroy your family and friends in front of you. Can you still tolerate it? If you can't bear it, you'll die. Therefore, it was the same as returning to the first choice. Don't be a coward. In this profound world, people with strength and ruthlessness were the most feared existences. Just like how Ling Xiao had killed so many people from the sand race, injured in Feitian, and even made in Farron sh*t. He was still alive and well because he was ruthless enough, and his strength wasn't bad either. He was able to obtain the attention and expectations of some people. What would have happened if his initial choice had been to pretend to be a grandson? Those who were lucky would have their martial veins destroyed and become slaves to Qi Yener or the desert. Those who were unlucky wouldn't have been able to enter the Eight Immortals Mountain and would have been killed. It would have been like an ant dying, and no one would have cared. Ling Xiao's painful experience had taught him that as long as it wasn't an enemy he couldn't fight against, he wouldn't be afraid. Then, he shouldn't be a coward. If he really met someone he couldn't deal with, he shouldn't pretend to be a grandson. He should just run as far as he could. Don't give him a chance to humiliate you. Come back and humiliate him after you've mastered your skills. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao attached great importance to his movement skills. Because of this, it was easier to escape. Ling Xiao, what are you thinking about? Perhaps she felt that Ling Xiao had been out for a long time and hadn't returned, so Qing Wanhua walked out and asked. Nothing. Since you asked, I obtained some information on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. It might be helpful to you. Of course, he knew that Qing Wanhua was very concerned about Ling Yan. Therefore, what she said was related to Ling Yan. He told the Qing Wanhua about the information he obtained on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Of course, he avoided talking about killing Xiaoying and befriending Sire Shui. The less Qing Wanhua knew, the safer she would be. After all, there were many terrifying secret techniques in the world that could directly search the brain and soul. From what you're saying, only by obtaining all 8 divine-grade spiritual artifacts can we really save Ling Yan? After listening to Ling Zhao's explanation, Qing Wanhua frowned. Actually, there's no need. Just one artifact will do. Any one of them will do. You can see Ling Yan, but you have to understand that if your cultivation can't reach the peak of the 8 Immortals Mountain, even if you save Ling Yan, you won't be able to protect him. Ling Xiao reminded, I'm afraid that the Sand Clan isn't the only ones who want to kill him. There are also the upper echelons of the sect. I understand. I will work hard. After so many years, I won't be in a rush. But I can only rely on you, Ling Xiao, for the Shadow Black Gourd. Qing Wanhua said. Don't worry. I'm determined to get it this time. Ling Xiao nodded. Furthermore, according to what I know, Lin Ruoxian seems to have obtained the Snake Clan's artifact. If something happens and I can't get the Shadow Black Gourd, I'll ask her for help. Of course, that's the last resort. Although their relationship was good, Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Ruoxian. I understand. I will also work hard. When you gather all 8 artifacts, I will be able to help you. I can't let you suffer alone. Qing Wanhua said. Don't forget about me, boss and sister Qing. Lin Yang also came out at this time. Okay, let's work hard together. Ling Xiao could give Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua some pills for cultivation, but he couldn't help them cultivate. So whether they could improve their strength or not depended on whether they were willing to work hard. Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang also knew that there was a big gap between them and Ling Xiao, so they returned to the wooden house to cultivate. The good thing about the upper 8 Immortal Mountain was that the spirit chi was more abundant than below. Basically, everyone could get a supplementary pill and soak in a medicinal bath every day. These could help cultivation. So the cultivation speed was definitely faster than below the 8 Immortal Mountain. Other than these, the outer clans didn't have any advantages. Unlike the inner clans, there were experts to guide them at any time. However, Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang weren't worried. With Ling Xiao, any difficult problem could be solved. There were also people who had seen the world, but there weren't many people who were as well-read and knowledgeable as Ling Xiao. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao seemed to be trembling. His analytical ability was amazing. When the two of them returned to the wooden house to cultivate, Ling Xiao also went in. But his task now was not to cultivate, but to give the Sword Spirit Stone to the Divine Codex. In another memory, he heard a saying, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Although the saying 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang was a bit exaggerated, it expressed the meaning of strength in numbers. Ling Xiao couldn't always fight alone. He wanted to make Shindian stronger too. At the very least, she could help him deal with strong enemies at critical times. Once on the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent, the Moon Lady protected him. Now that the Moon Lady was gone, he wanted to create a strong backer for himself. He completely blocked off the 5 square meters around him. He did not want to let Lin Yang and Qing Wan know about the godly grimoire. But he didn't want to chase them away. After all, he had set up a special array in this wooden house, and the cultivation effect was much better than outside. As long as he used this small array to block, it was no different from an independent space. Master, are you really going to give this Sword Soul Stone to me? At this time, Xianxia's soul was a little restless. To her, this sword soul stone was as precious as her life. With the sword soul stone, she could gradually recover her physical body and eventually be completely resurrected. Moreover, this thing itself was extremely expensive. Would Ling Xiao really give it to her for free? She really couldn't believe it. I said I'll give it to you, but it's not without conditions. You know, on the path of martial arts in the mystic world, there are many enemies, and you might encounter some terrifying opponents. So I hope that when I need you to help me, you can help me. How about it? Ling Xiao was investing in a powerful bodyguard for himself. After all, he could feel that Xianxia's strength might be much stronger than his. No problem, of course, it's just to protect Master. Not only that, when Master's cultivation reaches a certain level, I will teach you more powerful secret techniques. Xianxian said excitedly. Her full name was Secret Technique Xianxian. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know what this name meant. But he knew that this girl probably knew a lot of secret techniques. Let's talk about that later. You can use the sword soul stone first. I'll protect you. Ling Xiao said. Okay. Master, all you need to do is place the secret technique sword and the sword soul stone together, Xianxian said. Ling Xiao nodded and put the two items together. He went to the side and was ready to help the divine grimoire refine the sword soul stone. After all, the divine grimoire was just a soul item. It was hard to say whether it could refine the sword soul stone. Xianxian began to refine the sword soul stone. The moment his soul power touched the sword soul stone, countless terrifying sword lights were released. They were all sword lights condensed from his soul power. In that instant, the divine grimoire's soul let out a piercing scream of pain. Ling Xiao stared at the scene with concern. His relationship with the divine grimoire was not that of a master and servant, but of a friend. Xianxian was a very simple girl. As long as you treated her well, she would follow you wholeheartedly. Perhaps it was because of this that this kind of little girl was especially easy to fool. The reason why she was in such a state was probably because she was too naive. In the future, he had to teach this girl well. She couldn't be too naive. Not everyone was like him who was willing to treat their friends with sincerity. His soul came out of his body and rushed into the secret technique sword's live broadcast. He began to help the divine grimoire resist the terrifying sword chi. Master, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have died. I didn't expect this sword soul stone to be so terrifying. I only thought that it could help me, but I didn't expect that the better the thing, the more dangerous it is. The divine grimoire was really scared. Because if she was not careful, she might lose her little life. That would be a tragedy. Don't say any more. Focus on refining the sword soul stone. I will help you block the sword chi. Ling Xiao's ability to leave his soul was cultivated in the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He had gained a lot of benefits from the remnant scroll, especially his soul power that had become very strong. He could even use his soul to leave his body. Up until now, he had never seen anyone use this ability. This was his advantage. He used his soul to block the sword chi released by the sword soul stone. Helping the divine grimoire to refine the sword soul stone, he unexpectedly found that the sword chi had the effect of strengthening his soul power. Especially the effect of increasing sword intent, it was really too great. This could make any sword art of his much stronger than others of the same level. I didn't expect that helping people could actually help so much. It's really unexpected. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to help. As time passed, he could clearly feel that the divine grimoire's soul was getting stronger. And the image of the divine grimoire became clearer. This showed that the sword soul stone really played a huge role in the divine grimoire. According to the level of medicinal herbs, the sword soul stone had probably reached the top of the mysterious grade. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow-grade pills and medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao could only refine the low-level and middle-level pills of the mysterious grade now. After that, there were 2 grades of high-level and top-level pills. The sword soul stone was really a treasure that could only be found by chance. No wonder its value was so high. 400 million low-grade spirit stones were not enough, and he had to promise to do 3 things for the sect. Outside the window, it seemed to be night. The sound of crickets could be heard, And the divine grimoire had already refined the sword soul stone for a full 6 hours. Because the sword chi was already gone, Ling Xiao returned his essence soul. At this time, he noticed a figure walking out of the secret sword. Long golden hair, dark blue eyes, and very white skin. It was very smooth, but it was a little ethereal. Ling Xiao knew that this was just an illusion condensed by the soul, not a real body. But being able to condense into a human form meant that the sword soul stone really played a role. The previous divine grimoire could not do it. Congratulations, divine grimoire. Ling Xiao looked at the divine grimoire. This was really a rare beauty, although he only loved the moon lady in this life. But that did not stop him from admiring the divine grimoire's beauty. Especially this kind of special beauty, which was completely different from the moon lady's exotic charm. I wonder who could be so cruel to such a beautiful and innocent girl. Ling Xiao sighed, but suddenly felt a powerful aura coming towards him. He couldn't help but be shocked. It was the divine grimoire. Master, did you notice something strange about me? The divine grimoire asked with a smile. Yes, you seem to have recovered some of your former strength. I feel that you should be stronger than me. Ling Xiao nodded. He had quickly calmed down. Master, you have good eyesight. With my current strength, I can even resist a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm for a while. The divine grimoire said excitedly, in this 8 immortal mountain, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you, master. She was very excited, but not only because she had recovered a lot of her strength. Being able to help Ling Xiao made Xindian feel less guilty. She didn't feel like she owed Ling Xiao too much. After all, she hadn't been able to help Ling Xiao much in the past. First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell? How strong is that? Although Ling Xiao had experienced the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell, he hadn't reincarnated yet. The higher a reincarnation realm martial artist went, the more they could suppress ordinary martial artists. After all, every time they advanced, they would gain more. I can feel that there are martial artists in 8 Immortal Mountain with First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell. Xindian suddenly said. You can feel it? Yes, the sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain and the elders of the 8 great clans all have this strength. They are the strongest in 8 Immortal City. Your mountain master Yi Wuxing should also be an expert of this level, but I can't feel his specific cultivation. Xindian said. If you can feel them, they can also feel you. Let's go back to the sort of secret techniques before we get into trouble. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Master, don't worry. Although their cultivation is similar to mine, their soul power is weaker than mine. They can't sense me unless I don't hide my aura. Xindian smiled. That's good. Ling Xiao sighed in relief and looked out the window. He believed that Xindian's senses wouldn't be wrong. However, in a small place like 8 Immortal City, the strongest martial artists were probably only at the early stage of First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell. It was impossible for them to be stronger. Because in such a small place, unless you were extremely talented, it was very difficult to break through. For so many years, Ling Yan was the only martial artist who could break through to the reincarnation realm in a place like 8 Immortal City. The reincarnation realm martial artists in 8 Immortals Mountain all broke through in other places and then reincarnated here. Therefore, he wasn't too far away from these strongest martial artists. The martial artists in 8 Immortal City aren't very strong, but they are all very arrogant. They really think of themselves as peerless experts. Xindian curled his lips and said, if I fully recover my strength, these people won't even be able to touch a hair on your head. Haha, thank you very much, but I hope that I have the ability to protect myself. Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of the divine grimoire was still the divine grimoire. It could occasionally protect him, but it couldn't protect him forever. Therefore, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Master, your talent is even stronger than mine. You will soon surpass those people. Then, you should leave this place. This small 8 Immortals county is too depressing. The godly codex must have come from a big place, so he was dissatisfied and despised the 8 Immortals county. Thank you for your praise, little girl. I'll just walk out one step at a time. I can't rush. Although he was really anxious in his heart. However, he felt that a hasty man would not be able to eat hot tofu. With his current cultivation, even if he left the 8 Immortals city, he would only be a target for others to bully. He would wait until his cultivation reached the 6th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Above the county capital, there were the provincial capital and the even more powerful Qin Kingdom's imperial capital. He had to go there sooner or later. However, his most important task now was to fight for the Dark Shadow Gourd and then comprehend the absolute art in the Dark Shadow Gourd. It was still the same saying, skills were not a burden. The way he cultivated martial arts was different from others. He could continuously increase his mastery in battle. Therefore, even if some martial arts techniques were temporarily useless, they would come in handy sooner or later. It wouldn't delay the improvement of his cultivation. Moreover, he was not particularly satisfied with the East Rising Purple Chi Sword technique. There were only 2 moves, and they were only of good quality. Since he was going to cultivate, he had to cultivate a top-notch one. Master, I'll enter the Sword of Secret Arts to consolidate my hard-earned strength. Call me if you need anything. After chatting for a while, the Divine Grimoire suddenly sensed someone outside and hurriedly entered the Sword of Secret Arts. The figure outside the door flashed past. As he didn't sense any killing intent, Xianxia didn't make a move. However, he was very fast. When he went out, the figure had not completely disappeared. A girl? Her cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Judging from her figure, she should be Lin Fengyan, who is ranked 2nd among the outsiders. What is she doing here? Xianxia curiously checked the surroundings and found a steel needle stuck in the door. There was a piece of paper wrapped around the steel needle. He hurriedly opened the paper to take a look. Feng Ru is in trouble. Quickly go to the inner race. These 8 words were very simple. Could this be a conspiracy? The Yuan Venerate suddenly asked. After all, he was very experienced and would always be suspicious of such a note. Whether it is a conspiracy or not, I have to go. If something really happens to Feng Ru and I don't go, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Feng Ru was the senior sister who had treated Xianxia the best ever since he had entered the Black Immortal Mountain, although she hadn't helped him much. However, she had always treated him like a younger brother. How could he not save her? That's true, but the inner race is a dangerous place. Besides, Dark Underworld and Dark Gold have already returned. They have a very good relationship with Infatian, so they definitely won't let you go. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know, but the Divine Grimoire has just refined the Sword Soul Stone. With her around, who can do anything to me? If they push me too far, I won't be merciful. Xianxia was very glad that he had obtained the Sword Soul Stone. This had also increased his leverage. Even if Dark Night Formless and No Light in the Night couldn't help him, there was still the Divine Grimoire. There was also the Butterfly Lady and the Yuan Venerate. Although they would only be leverage for a short battle, 3 times would be enough. At the thought of this, he didn't stay any longer and headed straight to the inner race. He had just left when the figure who had just left returned. Xianxia, I'm sorry. You have to die in order to get first place in the outer race. Although the things on this note are true, that place is a tiger's den. If you go, don't think of coming back alive. She was indeed Lin Fengyan, who was ranked 2nd in the outer race. She looked like a rather shrewd female disciple. However, she had been forced by her ranking to use cunning methods to deal with Xianxia. She had no choice, as she knew that she wasn't a match for Xianxia. Furthermore, she was in a relationship with Su Mo, who was ranked 1st in the outer race. Xianxia had plucked a pair of Su Mo's eyes, so it was normal for her to use this method to get revenge. In her opinion, Xianxia definitely wouldn't be able to survive this trip. Xianxia naturally didn't know this. He had already reached the inner race and released his spirit power to search for Feng Ru's whereabouts. In the end, he discovered that Feng Ru was in a courtyard. This courtyard should have been assigned to Dark Underworld by the inner race. Why was Feng Ru there? Although he was anxious, he didn't let his guard down. Through his Taiji eye, he could see what was happening in this courtyard through the layers of barriers. A banquet was being held in the courtyard. No matter how lively the banquet was, Xianxia didn't care at all. What he cared about was where Feng Ru was. Suddenly, a scene that made his hair stand on end appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the banquet was surrounded in a circle. In the circle, there was a demon beast wearing a collar. The demon beast's strength was close to the peak of the second level of the yin-yang realm. It looked like a wild cat, but it was bigger and had a pair of wings on its back. Opposite the demon beast was Feng Ru. She was also wearing a collar and shackles. Her cultivation seemed to have increased, but she was only at the middle stage of the first level of the hell. The difference was too big. She was no match for the demon cat. The demon cat was controlled by dark gold. It didn't kill Feng Ru. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It threw Feng Ru up, dropped her to the ground, threw her up, and threw her down again. It was simply torture. Hiren Feng was there as well. He was also chained up and cuffed. He was used as a chair and sat right under the Dark Lord. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was filled with killing intent. Hiren Feng was his senior apprentice brother and had become friends with him. Feng Ru was like his sister. Treating these two people like this, wasn't it obvious that they were targeting him? What should he do? In this courtyard, other than Dark Gold, and Ming, and Dark Knight Wuzuan, there were 3 other people that Ling Xiao recognized. One was the Dark Tribe's leader, Dark Knight Walker. The other was Elder Dark Flower. The last was Fei Tian. These people were all here. If he wanted to save Feng Ru and Hiren Feng, it would be suicide. There was no chance of that. He guessed that Dark Knight Wuzuan was sent out on a mission again. That was why Feng Ru and Hiren Feng were captured and humiliated. Otherwise, with Dark Knight Wuzuan's strength, he wouldn't have let these people succeed. Dark Knight Wuzuan wasn't here. No light in the night and Dark Knight Wuzuan naturally couldn't interfere. Only he could save Feng Ru and Hiren Feng. I'm going all out. Let's make a big scene tonight so that those bastards know that not only does he have Dark Knight Formless behind him, he also has an even stronger backing. This way, they won't dare to mess around in the future. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao turned to Xindian and said, Xindian, I'll be counting on you tonight. You don't have to deliberately meet force with force. As long as those experts attack me, you can repel them. It would be best to injure him. I want them to remember that I, Ling Xiao, am not someone to be trifled with. I want them to be paranoid so that they won't dare to bully my friends so openly. If he didn't do this, he was afraid that those people would continue to do this in the future, so he had to give these people a show of strength. Master, don't worry. I understand what you mean. You're deliberately acting mysterious so that they won't know who's helping you, right? Xindian said. Yes, that's right. I don't care if he's the patriarch of the Dark Ones or an elder of the Dark Ones. He can't humiliate my friends and family like this. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and suddenly sped up his pace towards the courtyard of the Dark Ones. That's right, he was going to kill them. He must take action today. Even if he couldn't kill them, he must make them suffer a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quench his anger. Fei Tian, there are so many of us. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao won't dare to come. If he comes, isn't it no different from courting death? Although Dark Gold was younger than Fei Tian, he was much stronger than Fei Tian. He had a scoundrel temperament. His tone was also like that. Junior brother Dark Gold, you don't know this, but this Ling Xiao is extremely daring. He's a brute through and through. He's also very emotional. These 2 people have been humiliated by us. If he doesn't come, his reputation will be ruined in the future. And Fei Tian laughed. But what if he brings people here? I heard that the 3 brothers of the Hai clan value him very much. Is that right, Hai Wuzuan? And Jean smiled and asked Hai Wuzuan. Don't mention those 3 trash to me. They're a disgrace to the Hai clan. Hai Wuzuan seemed to look down on Hai Wuliang, No Light in the Night, and Hai Formless. This was because he felt that the leader of the Dark Clan should have been the Hai Clan. It was only because those 3 trash gave in that he became the leader of the Dark Ones. He had always been ashamed of his surname and hoped that one day he could change his surname. But because the 3 brothers of the Hai Clan had a relatively high status in the Dark Clan, he didn't allow it in order to not offend the Hai Clan. However, Hai Wuzuan had long since regarded himself as a member of the Dark Ones. The 3 brothers didn't come to the banquet today, but he did. It was obvious at a glance who he was biased towards. Don't worry, Hai Formless has already been sent away. Hai Wuliang won't care about this kind of thing. His relationship with Ling Xiao isn't that good. As for No Light in the Night, he was called by the patriarch to discuss something. So, none of the three of them will be here today. That kid no longer has anyone to rely on. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he does, he'll die. The Dark Ones smiled. The Dark Ones turned out to be a woman wearing half a black mask. The mask was engraved with a strange black snake. She looked a bit gloomy. This woman was the strongest genius of the Dark Clan. Hai Wuzuan was inferior to her now. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. It was unknown whether they were laughing at Ling Xiao or at the humiliated Feng Ru and Ho Renfeng. However, at this moment, a gust of evil wind suddenly blew in the hall. A wolf shadow rushed in from outside. The cat demon was playing with Feng Ru when a huge wolf claw suddenly slapped her from top to bottom. Her entire body was turned into a meat paste and rotten on the spot. Feng Ru was on the verge of death after being saved by him. Seeing Feng Ru's condition, Ling Xiao couldn't help but boil with murderous intent. A terrifying murderous intent was released from his body and crazily rushed in the hall. The terrifying murderous intent instantly caused 4 or 5 nearby disciples to fall to the ground and foam at the mouth. 2 of them died tragically. The terrifying murderous intent was a way to use soul power. Ling Xiao's soul power was incomparably powerful. In his rage, Ling Xiao didn't forget to give Feng Ru a healing pill. His healing pills were all perfect-grade medicinal pills. The effects were naturally excellent. Although Feng Ru was on the verge of death, she was still alive and had to come over. Bastard, where did you come from? How dare you trespass into my sister's courtyard? And Jean didn't know Ling Xiao. He saw such a person suddenly appear and kill his pet cat demon in front of everyone. He was very unhappy that the person saved the woman he treated as a toy. He's Ling Xiao. And Fei Tian recovered from the shock and hurriedly said. Everyone was shocked that Ling Xiao had actually dared to come to his death. His courage was not bad, but it was a pity that he was a fool. Now that he had come, there was no return. Hee, you are Ling Xiao? I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. You have just been promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain and you are already so presumptuous. If you become the adopted son of No Light in the Night, won't you step on our heads and piss on us? Dark Gold sneered and was about to attack. Young Master Dark Gold, there is no need for you to do it yourself. I can kill him. The one who spoke was actually Su Mo, whose eyes had been plucked by Ling Xiao a few days ago. At this moment, his eyes were intact, but they were obviously not his own eyes. Those eyes looked more like they were plucked from a monster's body. Well, there is indeed no need to deal with this kind of trash. I will leave it to you. Dark Gold sat down again and waved his hand casually. It was as if Ling Xiao was a pile of trash that was not important at all. Thank you, young Master Dark Gold. Su Mo walked towards Ling Xiao, then pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said, Boy, you relied on the help of that Lin Ruoxian to take away my eyes and the number 1 ranking of the outer tribes. Today, I will make you pay for it all. Noisy. I should have killed you back then. That day, Ling Xiao had spared Su Mo's life because of Dark Knight Boundless Knight's plea. He did not expect this guy to come and cause trouble for him again. And at this time, he was in a bad mood. It is you who should die. Unparalleled Dark Shadow, kill. The powerful Dark Shadow martial spirit was released from his back. Su Mo turned into a huge monster and pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. Well, not bad, not bad. As the number 1 outer tribe, this Su Mo is quite powerful. If he does well, he might be able to enter the inner tribe in the future. Dark Gold nodded and commented with a smile. Not only the Dark Shadow martial spirit, but he is also quite proficient in using martial skills. It is a pity to stay in the outer tribe. And Ming added. That's right. That's why I really don't understand. Why did No Light in the Night chase after Ling Xiao to adopt him? Isn't it better to choose Su Mo? Hai Wuzuan added. As for Hidden Flower and Nightwalker, they didn't say anything. With so many martial artists capable of defeating Ling Xiao, they would naturally remain silent for the time being. Die, Ling Xiao. Suemo charged at Ling Xiao with great momentum. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was busy treating Feng Ru's injuries. Without even taking a look, Xianxia casually flicked his wrist, and a surge of sword chi tore through the air. You're the one who should die. Meteor sword art, heaven falls and earth rends. This was the result of the fusion of the fourth and fifth forms of the meteor sword art. Ling Xiao felt that there wasn't much meaning in separating the two moves, but combining them into one move would be even more powerful. He didn't use a sword, he just casually released sword chi. The pitiful Suemo was blown to smithereens in midair. Not even his bones were left. What? No one had expected such an outcome. Especially in Feitian, who was the most shocked. This guy is actually stronger than he was half a month ago. How did he cultivate? And Farron was also shocked. Half a month ago, I was already no match for him. Now that he's obviously broken through, it's even more impossible for me to be his match. It seems that I can only rely on others. Sumo's death was very tragic, but it made everyone understand one thing. Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble, not to chat with them. How dare you? You're just a mere disciple from another clan. How dare you come to my side yard and kill people? Are you looking down on me? And Ming slammed the table, stood up, and said coldly. This was her side yard. Ling Xiao killing people here was obviously not giving her face. Who are you? I don't know you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm here today to take my senior sister and senior brother away. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Although his voice was faint, it was filled with a strong killing intent. When everyone heard it, it was extremely uncomfortable. How arrogant. Who do you want to kill? Hidden Flower finally spoke. She didn't stand up. She just looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, Tonight, no one is backing you up. If we kill you, we'll have killed for nothing. That Hai Wuxing won't become enemies with the entire Dark Clan because of you. Even if he really did that, do you think he'd win? Ling Xiao ignored Hidden Flower. He felt that Feng Ru's breathing was gradually recovering, and her heartbeat was almost back to normal. He let out a sigh of relief and looked at Njin. Get out of my way. Let go of my senior brother. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? Njin stared at Ling Xiao, and his eyes gradually turned cold. You're just a piece of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I don't care who you are. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you too. Under the circumstances, Ling Xiao didn't care what kind of power he used. Even if he used the power of a Yuan Venerate or the Butterfly Lady, it would be enough as long as he killed the other party. Ha 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 ha. And Jean suddenly laughed. You're really annoying. No one in the Dark Clan dares to talk to me like that. You're good, really good, however, people like you usually die the quickest. Cut the crap. Let go. Ling Zhao's body suddenly flashed as he used the Moonlight Meteor Step that he had learned previously. He didn't use the 1,000-mile wolf traversal because he wanted to make Njin underestimate him. After all, Njin's cultivation was much stronger than his. He definitely wouldn't be a match for Njin in a head-on clash. In order to save Chiron Feng, he had to use the 1,000-mile wolf traversal at the most appropriate time. Upon seeing Ling Xiao rush over, Njin didn't even get up. He just smiled coldly. Your speed isn't bad, but it's a pity that the grade of your movement technique is too low. You might be able to deal with an ordinary martialist, but you want to deal with me? What a joke. Is it? I don't think so. Ling Xiao had already put Feng Ru back into the beast ring. Then, he suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf traversal, wolf pack attack. 3 wolf shadows pounced on Njin at the same time. They were already very close, so Njin simply didn't have time to distinguish which one was real. It was only now that he realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. This fellow was much stronger than he had imagined. Your movement technique isn't bad, but if you can't defeat me, you won't be able to save the person you want to save. Although time was tight, Njin still unleashed his powerful advanced adamantine battle body. His entire body flickered with a metallic luster. He didn't even raise his hand. After all, he believed that Ling Zhao's attack wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. Arrogant and ignorant. The three wolf shadows let out the same howl. In the next moment, a terrifying fist heavily smashed into Njin's face. At that moment, Njin felt as if he had been smashed by a 10,000-pound hammer. His entire face was almost distorted. Then his body involuntarily flew out. It's true that you're very strong, but for a martialist of your cultivation, if you underestimate your opponent, only death awaits you. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already saved Chai Renfeng and returned to the main hall. Chai Renfeng's expression was blank. He worshipped the 8 immortal mountains so much and trained so hard. But he was humiliated like this. He probably had a mental breakdown. The best way to solve Chai Renfeng's psychological problem was to let him vent on Dark Gold's face. Eldest senior brother, don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish. Originally, he planned to leave after saving them, but if he didn't get rid of Chai Renfeng, how could he cultivate in the future? Plus, he hadn't really shown his power to these people yet. If he left like this, these people would probably come and find trouble with Chai Renfeng and Feng Ru. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Dark Gold and revealed a sinister smile. Xin Dian, do you have a way to pull that kid over and control him? Ling Xiao secretly asked Xin Dian with his soul power. Of course. Xin Dian walked out of the secret technique sword. But she was a soul body, as long as she didn't want people to see her, no one could see her. She silently chanted an incantation, and Dark Gold was pulled over by green vines, then Ling Xiao stepped on his face. Eldest senior brother, this is the person who humiliated you in front of everyone. Now, vent all your anger on him. Ling Xiao said to Chai Renfeng. How would I dare, he's the son of Elder Dark Flower. Chai Renfeng didn't have Ling Xiao's confidence and strength, so he naturally didn't have Ling Xiao's courage. No matter who he is, if anything happens to him, I'll take responsibility. Plus, you were humiliated by him today. When did he treat you like a human? Why did you cultivate so hard? Was it all for the sake of being humiliated? You're a real man. Even if you lose your head, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. Since you can't satisfy these high and mighty people no matter what you do, then humiliate them like how they humiliated you. Ling Xiao said in Chai Renfeng's ear. At this moment, no one said anything, nor did they express anything. It wasn't that they were frozen, but that they were all dumbfounded. Who was Dark Gold? He was ranked 3rd among the 4 geniuses of the Dark Clan. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With his cultivation, how could Ling Xiao be able to subdue him so easily? Therefore, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They simply didn't know if they were dreaming or seeing something that had happened in reality. Big brother, have you noticed? There's a very powerful soul beside that brat. It should be his martial soul. Hidden Flower was an expert after all. He had already discovered the existence of the Godly Codex. It can't be a martial spirit. Even a martial spirit can't be that strong. Maybe it's a reinforcement that the kid got from outside. Nightwalker frowned. Then what should we do? We can't let him humiliate my son, Dark Gold, right? Hidden Flower said anxiously. Don't worry. If necessary, we'll take action together. No matter who's behind that kid, they won't be a match for the two of us. Dark Night Walk. All right. The 2 powerhouses began to gather their strength, preparing to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. On the other side, Chu Renfeng was successfully persuaded by Ling Xiao. He had always been cautious and fearful, not willing to offend any of the higher-ups. But when he arrived, not only did he not gain any benefits, but he was also humiliated. This kind of humiliation was worse than death. Because when a person died, their soul might not die. But now that he was alive, his heart was already dead. He didn't want to be like a walking corpse. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die heroically. Thinking of this, he suddenly squatted down and slapped Dark Gold's face. Then there was a continuous beating. Stop. You two are simply crazy. You even dare to hit Dark Gold. Do you think the two of us don't exist? Hidden Flower roared and released a powerful aura, almost blowing Chu Renfeng away. Fortunately, Ling Xiao threw Chu Renfeng into the beast ring in time. In any case, Chu Renfeng's heart disease had been cured. The rest would be done by him. He directly sat on Dark Gold's face and looked coldly at Hidden Flower. So the clan leader and elders are all here. I thought everyone here was dead. My senior brother and junior sister of Black Immortal Mountain were humiliated like this, but as higher-ups, you didn't care at all. Now you're standing up to show your authority. How shameless. Ling Xiao, who had already decided to teach Hidden Flower and Nightwalker a lesson, naturally had no intention of lowering his head. Today, he was going to make those two old fellows fight. Then, he would defeat them in front of the crowd. You're courting death. Hidden Flower was so angry that he suddenly threw out a palm. Black flower petals danced in the air within the hall. Each flower was as sharp as a blade, capable of slicing through a person's body. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, Nightwalker wasn't here, so she didn't have to worry about anyone. The crazy black petals suddenly all gathered together and wrapped around Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was really hit, he would definitely be torn apart. That was even worse than being torn apart by 5 horses. Humph, serves him right. And Farron felt very satisfied. Ever since Ling Xiao forced him to eat *T in the toilet, he had nightmares every day. As long as he fell asleep at night, he would remember what happened that day. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. And Feitian also looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao himself, since Hidden Flower had made a move, he would save himself the trouble. After all he wanted was Ling Xiao to die. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene happened. Beside Ling Xiao, a huge fire suddenly burst into the sky. The fire burned the black petals in an instant. Elder Hidden Flower? You don't look like much. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower mockingly and said, we'll meet again someday. I'll return your son to you. Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao kicked dark gold towards Hidden Flower and stepped out of the underworld courtyard. No one dared to stop him. That was because Ling Xiao was too strange tonight. He seemed to have a mysterious power protecting him. No one could hurt him. Even In Yeshing didn't make a move. This old fox was much more cunning than Hidden Flower. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he definitely wouldn't make a move. If he was defeated, then it wouldn't just be him who lost face, but the entire dark race. They watched as Ling Xiao left. No one could do anything. However, Ho Renfeng and Feng Ru, who were hiding in the beast ring, were very nervous. They were very happy that Ling Xiao had come to save them. However, facing so many experts, Ling Xiao would lose his life if he was careless. However, the moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the underworld courtyard, they were filled with admiration and respect for Ling Xiao. They could already look up to this junior brother of theirs. The mountain lord isn't here. You two go to my wooden house to heal. This matter isn't over yet. Ling Xiao chose to leave as soon as possible instead of going on a killing spree. The main reason was that the battle duration of the Divine Grimoire was too short. If he got carried away, he would be the unlucky one in the end. This was enough for now. If the other party couldn't figure out who was behind him, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly against him and his friends. Big brother, why didn't you make a move just now? Hidden Flower asked unhappily. Make a move? Didn't you notice? That kid seems to have an expert helping him. We have to investigate thoroughly first. Hidden Knight shook his head and said, I'm the patriarch. I can't lose. If I lose, our hidden family will lose its dignity. There are many people waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves. Damn it. If this kid doesn't die, we'll lose all our face. How do we kill him? Hidden Flower said angrily. Isn't that simple? He'll also participate in the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. When the time comes, let Not Heaven do it. In these 2 days, we'll work together to help Not Heaven break through. As long as he breaks through to the 4th level of hell, then Not Heaven will have full confidence in killing that kid. Hidden Knight said coldly. Okay, no problem. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Hidden Flower really dared to do anything. Lin Fengyan was still waiting near Ling Xiao's wooden house. Although she thought that Ling Xiao was dead, she still wanted to wait for definite news. Only when she confirmed that Ling Xiao was dead would she be completely at ease. Are you waiting for someone? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind Lin Fengyan. This gave Lin Fengyan a fright. She subconsciously retreated into the distance. However, she was easily restrained by a single hand, and a terrifying electric current flowed through her body. It made her unable to use any strength. Ling Xiao. Lin Fengyan saw the figure clearly. However, she really couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. "Are you surprised to see me back?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "No, it's not like that. I don't know you." Lin Fengyan shook her head. "This kind of lie is really meaningless." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Sumo asked you to deliver that note just now, right? I have to tell you some unfortunate news. Sumo was dead. I killed him. Do you really think I don't know about your relationship with Sumo? I'm just too lazy to touch you. I can let bygones be bygones. After all, your note allowed me to save senior brother and senior sister. But if I find out that you're secretly targeting me again, don't blame me for being impolite. After all, I've killed more than one person." With that, he threw Lin Fengyan to the ground and returned to the wooden house. Lin Fengyan fell to the ground, her face pale and her body trembling violently. Just now, the fear that Ling Xiao brought to her was so severe that she even lost control of her bladder. That terrifying murderous aura could simply shatter her soul. Devil. He's really a demon. Lin Fengyan struggled to her feet and staggered back to her wooden house. Only today did she realize that Ling Xiao, who had just ascended to the Eight Immortal Mountain, was much more terrifying than she had imagined. She didn't want to avenge Sumo at all. She didn't want to provoke this demon-like person again. It was really too terrifying. It made her tremble all over. On the other side, Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house and arranged for Ho Renfeng and Feng Ru to cultivate together. It was just that the wooden house now looked a little small. 3 people were okay, but 5 was a little cramped. Ling Xiao was thinking about when he should just rob the other houses. After all, the rules of the Dark Kindred existed in name only. Those who thought they were strong could bully him at will. So why couldn't he rob the other houses? "I'll rob that Dark Farron. That kind of trash, if not for his family name, how could he deserve to own a house like that?" Moreover, he needed to be more domineering and arrogant. Only then would people believe that he had a powerful backer. This backer would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the Dark Kindred. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly and stepped out of the wooden house. Dark Farron, who had just returned from the banquet, changed into his pajamas with the help of a servant girl. He lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. The bed was big enough for 6 or 7 people to sleep on. The bedding on the bed was also of the best quality. The house was also guarded by powerful guards. And Farron's daily life was much better than Ling Zhao's, an outsider disciple. Bam! The secret light in the room, which had been extinguished, suddenly lit up again. Dark Farron was startled. He opened his eyes and saw a person sitting there. Ling Xiao. He was shocked. He wanted to scream, but found that his mouth was covered by a black shadow. He couldn't make a sound. "You better not make a sound. Otherwise, you can go down and accompany Sumo." Ling Zhao's voice was cold and eerie. Then, he controlled the shadow to let go of Dark Farron's mouth. Dark Farron didn't dare to make a sound. He even knelt on the ground and whispered, "Grandpa. Grandpa Ling Xiao. Please let me go. I was invited to the banquet today. I didn't know they would do such a thing. It really has nothing to do with me." He thought that Ling Xiao was here to seek revenge. In fact, what happened tonight had nothing to do with him. If he had done anything wrong, it was that he shouldn't have cursed in his heart and asked Ling Xiao to die. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm here today to ask you to sign this and put your fingerprint on it." Ling Xiao smiled and put a contract that he had prepared in advance on the table. He pulled Dark Farron up to take a look. "Hee, Grandpa, you should have said so earlier. It's just another house. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." And Farron heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the contract only stated that they wanted his villa. Although it was a coward, it was much better than losing his life. He hurriedly signed and put his fingerprint on it. "Very good. Take your people and get out of here tonight. Don't leave any of the maids or guards here." Ling Xiao kept the contract. It was evidence. If someone came to find trouble with him, he wasn't afraid. "No problem, no problem. I'll move right away. How could Dark Farron dare to say no now? As long as it was Ling Xiao who said it, he would listen to it. After all, he only had one life. If he lost it, he would suffer a great loss. I'll give you 10 minutes. If I see anyone else when I come back, I'll kill them without mercy. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left. Dark Farron gritted his teeth, but he had no choice. He could only ask his men to take away the most valuable things. As for the furniture and other things that weren't worth much, they were left behind. When Ling Xiao returned, there was indeed no one in the house. From today onwards, each of you can choose a room to stay in. The wooden house from before was too oppressive. Ling Xiao said to Qing Wanhua, Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Bei Renfeng. Junior brother, senior brother, and I aren't disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Can we stay here? If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Our mountain lord often goes out. You guys have nothing to do here anyway. It's even better to cultivate here. You can also help me with some chores. I'll have to trouble you to clean up such a big yard. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Only by letting Feng Ru and Chu Renfeng take care of the chores would they be able to live in peace. Otherwise, with these two people's personalities, they would probably be in constant fear. No problem. We'll do the cooking, sweeping, and other chores. The effect of cultivating here for a day is better than cultivating on Black Immortal Mountain for 10 days. It won't affect our cultivation at all. Hai Renfeng said excitedly. In fact, even without this benefit, just the fact that Ling Xiao had saved them tonight was enough for him to be Ling Xiao's slave. He would be willing to do anything for Ling Xiao. Alright then. Let's change the sign outside first. Then, let's go back to our rooms and cultivate. I've been busy for so long tonight. I should go and have a good rest. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, everyone went to do their own things. The Feiren courtyard quickly became the Ling Xiao courtyard. Clearly, only inner disciples had the right to live in this courtyard. Ling Xiao had used his own strength to snatch one. In fact, this had always been tacitly allowed in Eight Immortal Mountain. However, because outer disciples did not dare to offend inner disciples, no one had ever done so. Ling Xiao was the first to do so. Originally, he did not want to do so. He wanted to cultivate properly. However, the problem was that he had only been here for half a month, but he had already experienced so much unfair treatment. Since that was the case, why should he follow the rules? You guys can break the rules, so can I. To put it bluntly, it was just about who was stronger. At this time, Farron was crying in Hidden Flower's room. Elder, you have to help me. That Ling Xiao humiliated me like this. He doesn't respect you or the clan leader at all. That damn thing. Hidden Flower was furious, but she did not do anything. Today in the Dark World courtyard, she had been repelled by the experts behind Ling Xiao. She would never forget it. If she went now and was beaten to death, no one would cry for her. She was well aware of this. Moreover, Ling Xiao was so arrogant. It was obvious that he had someone backing him up. It would be unwise to provoke him now. Therefore, she must not act rashly. Otherwise, she might be the unlucky one. He had to endure this. He had to endure until the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd was over. This was because she also believed that as long as she killed Ling Xiao in a fair and square battle, then even the people behind Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to say anything. Otherwise, he would become an enemy of the entire Eight Immortals Mountain. She admitted that this person was very strong, but she felt that there was no way he could go against the entire Eight Immortals Mountain, so she was not worried at all. That's enough, Farron. Don't cry. You're a man. Why are you crying? Go live in another courtyard. Once the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd is over, you can get your house back. That brat won't be able to live there for long. Hidden Flower comforted Farron. Although Farron was very dissatisfied with this consolation, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Hidden Flower. After all, he wasn't Ling Xiao. He didn't have that kind of confidence and courage. He could only dejectedly find his friends to stay with for the time being. At the same time, Ling Xiao set up a formation both inside and outside the new courtyard. It took almost an entire night, and he only finished it the next morning. Ling Xiao had just finished, and he had used up a lot of energy. He returned to his room to rest. Suddenly, he heard Feng Ru report that an important guest had arrived. This important guest was Lin Ruoxian. "Deacon Ruoxian, you're here. Come in and have a seat. However, I just got this courtyard last night." "How did you know?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Do you think the 8 great clans are blind? They have spies in the other clans. What happened here will easily reach the ears of the higher-ups. I'm now one of the future successors of the Snake clan." "Naturally, I know." Lin Ruoxian frowned and said. "Can you not call me Deacon in the future? How about Sister Ruoxian?" Naturally, the relationship between people would only become more harmonious with constant contact. Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian were the same. If Lin Ruoxian had said that in the beginning, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't call her that because it was awkward. However, it was easier to say now. "Sister Ruoxian, you must have something to tell me, right?" he asked with a smile. Hearing this question, Lin Ruoxian's smiling face instantly turned cold. "Ling Xiao, listen to me. Before I tell you this news, you must promise me that you won't be agitated or impulsive." Lin Ruoxian said very seriously. "Sister Ruoxian, you know me. It's impossible for me not to be agitated. However, I know my limits. If it's something I can't do, I won't be impulsive." Ling Xiao could tell that Lin Ruoxian was about to say something bad. "Alright, what I'm about to say is related to your sister, Ling Jiaojiao." Lin Ruoxian sighed. "What happened to her?" Ling Xiao suddenly released a cold murderous aura, causing Lin Ruoxian to feel a trace of fear. In terms of murderous aura, there was probably no one in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain that could compare to Ling Xiao. This guy's murderous aura was honed through countless killings. "She's under house arrest," Lin Ruoxian replied. "House arrest?" Ling Xiao's murderous aura instantly disappeared. His entire person was like an ice house, becoming incomparably calm. And this calmness was more like the calm before the storm. Lin Ruoxian really didn't know if she should continue speaking. But since she had already said it, she couldn't stop. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would investigate it himself. Rather than letting Ling Xiao take the risk himself, she might as well explain it clearly. "Yes, house arrest." Because Ling Jiaojiao refused to agree to the marriage with Jian Lufeng, after all, she had to become someone's concubine. This kind of thing, if it were any other woman, would feel bad. And your sister Ling Jiaojiao is a very prideful girl. She didn't want to lose face for you and didn't want to be someone's concubine. Originally, she had a good impression of Jian Lufeng. She even thought that if she married Jian Lufeng, it would be equivalent to finding a big backer for the Ling family. In the future, not many people in 8 Immortal Mountain would dare to bully you. Lin Ruoxian continued. "How do you know so much?" Ling Xiao frowned. He wasn't doubting Lin Ruoxian's words. He was just curious. "Before your sister was placed under house arrest, she came to find me and told me everything. And she was taken away by the Sword family in front of my eyes. There's really nothing I can do about it," Lin Ruoxian said helplessly. She wasn't weak, but the Sword family had more experts. Today, Lin Ruoxian came to find Ling Xiao to discuss how to help Ling Jiaojiao. She understood that there was strength in numbers. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, and he had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. It was better to discuss with him than to act rashly. "Why didn't she come to me?" Ling Xiao sighed. "You're so smart, you should know the answer. The reason why your sister came to me instead of you is because she doesn't want to cause trouble for you. She knows that you've offended many people and are in danger. If you offend the Sword clan because of her, it'll be even more troublesome. But I'm different. I'm the future successor of the Snake clan. She wants me to help her through mediation and negotiation." Lin Ruoxian replied. "Too naive." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "This sister of mine is still inexperienced. The profound world is different from the ordinary world. This is the world of cultivators. No matter what it is, the final solution will come down to martial strength. However, she cares about me and knows that I've offended many people. I'm really ashamed that I didn't care about her during this period of time. Don't blame yourself. You just didn't expect the Sword Clan to go to this extent to make her a sacrifice. Lin Ruoxian naturally understood Ling Xiao. Yes, the Sword Clan has a better reputation in the 8 Immortal Mountain than the Sand Clan. But now, it seems that the Sand Clan is really despicable and the Sword Clan is a complete hypocrite. Ling Xiao was very unhappy when he thought of Ling Jiaojiao being imprisoned in the Sword Clan. He even wanted to rescue Ling Jiaojiao now. But he didn't act on impulse. He still had to think about this matter for a while. He didn't have any weight alone. He didn't know when the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yi Wuxing, would return. If he helped, this matter would be simpler. But if Yi Wuxing didn't return for a long time, he could only venture into this tiger's den alone. What do you want to do? Lin Ruoxian stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He looked at Lin Ruoxian and said, Sister Ruoxian, if I say that I want to kill my way into the Sword Tribe and rescue my sister, what will you do? You're crazy. Lin Ruoxian really regretted telling Ling Xiao about this. She should have known that Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were very close. Now that she said it out loud, how could Ling Xiao face it calmly? Yeah, I'm crazy. If someone imprisoned your sister and forced her to get married, what would you do? Ling Xiao's smile was filled with cold killing intent. It wasn't as if he hadn't done something like this before, but he had never regretted it. Even if he died because of this, he would not regret it. It's not a forced marriage. Lin Ruoxian shook his head. It's not a forced marriage? Ling Xiao was stunned. Then what is it? It's a forced marriage. It happened a month ago. The Sword Tribe originally planned to use the lives of those in Yuhua Town and your life to force Ling Jiaojiao to submit. But the problem is that Yuhua Town is now self-contained and has layers of defensive formations. The Sword Tribe went there a few times and returned without success. As for you, you have Yi Wuxing's protection and you're a member of the Dark Tribe. They can't do anything to you. So the Sword Tribe is burning with anger and has decided to force yourself on you. Lin Ruoxian thought that since she had already said what she shouldn't say, she might as well tell him everything. At worst, she would go crazy with Ling Xiao. Anyway, if Ling Xiao died, she felt that she wouldn't be able to live either. Force yourself on me? Ling Xiao's anger burned even more vigorously. It was like an erupting volcano that could burn everything. That's right. They gave your sister 3 days to consider. After all, if she was willing to cooperate, the effect would be better. If she wanted to force herself, she would have to use some medicine. It would be more troublesome and might not be good for the child in the future. What they want is that child. Naturally, they don't want to do that. Lin Ruoxian nodded and said, Today is the first day. I hurried over to inform you. If you really want to go crazy, I'll accompany you. Is it worth it? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Ruoxian and asked. I, Lin Ruoxian, am willing to shed my blood for the person I love. Perhaps because Lin Ruoxian felt that she might not be able to return from this trip to the Sword Tribe, she didn't want to keep her thoughts buried in the bottom of her heart. She wanted to say it boldly and let Ling Xiao know. Sigh, it's a pity that I can't accept Sister Ruoxian's love. Ling Xiao sighed and thought to himself. To be favored by such a heroine, Ling Xiao felt that he was very lucky. However, he had once sworn that he would only love one person in this life. That person had almost sacrificed her life for him and had no choice but to enter a long cycle of reincarnation. If he accepted Lin Ruoxian, wouldn't he be disloyal to the Moon Maiden? How could his conscience accept that? Forget it. No matter what this time, even if he died, he would risk his life to protect Lin Ruoxian and Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He wasn't someone who was easily moved, but how could he ignore someone who was so affectionate? He didn't respond to Lin Ruoxian's words because he didn't know what to say. When it came to relationships, he was actually just a young and inexperienced boy. Lin Ruoxian was also keenly aware of this and didn't dwell on this matter. She also didn't want to use her feelings to threaten Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao had to accept every woman who was good to Ling Xiao? Wouldn't that tire him to death? Tell me what to do. I'll listen to you. Lin Ruoxian changed the topic and refocused. I'll make more preparations in the next 2 days and wait for the Mountain Lord. We'll make our move on the 3rd day. If it doesn't work out, we'll cause a ruckus in the Sword Tribe. Even if it causes a civil war in the Eight Immortal Mountain, it's worth it. How dare you treat my sister like this? Do you really want the Ling family to have no one left? Ling Xiao wanted to use these 2 days to prepare more formation refining stones. If he went to someone else's territory, he wouldn't be able to set up a formation in advance. These formation refining stones were very important. Moreover, he also wanted to wait for Dark Night Formless. Having another expert of that level was naturally very beneficial to him. In addition, the Divine Grimoire also needed to rest. There was still some time. Alright, I'll help you keep an eye on the Sword Tribe. If there are any changes, I'll immediately come find you. We'll make our move on the 3rd day. Lin Ruoxian finished speaking and left. 2 days later, there was still no news from High Formless. Ling Xiao asked No Light in the Night and learned that High Formless and High Limitless had received a mission from the sect. This mission was one of the 3 conditions for obtaining the Sword Soul Stone. It wasn't too early or too late, but they had to send those 2 out at this time. The intention of the sect was very clear. The upper echelons of the Sword Tribe and the Dark Tribe must have done a lot of work on this matter. Ling Xiao even heard that the Dark Nightwalker, Hidden Flower, and a few other experts would attend Jian Lufeng and Ling Jiaojiao's wedding tomorrow. She knew that this was a forced wedding banquet. The bride did not agree. Most of the bride's family did not even know. The only one who knew was her brother, Ling Xiao, who disagreed. But they still had to do it. They did not treat the bride as a person at all. They treated her as a tool to obtain the martial soul and bloodline of the saber sword Shenhuang. Kid, I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash tomorrow. With your strength, you can't fight against the Sword Tribe. Plus, An Yexing and An Hua want you to be killed. They will definitely kill you for the sake of cleaning up the family. You must not go. No Light in the Night warned Ling Xiao after telling him some things. You mean to say that you want me to be a coward and watch as my sister is humiliated and then killed by others? Ling Xiao asked. You can only do this now because you are too weak. You don't have the ability to fight against them. Just take it as a lesson. Remember, don't offend people who are stronger than you. No Light in the Night said again. Offend? What did my sister do to offend the Sword Tribe? What did I do to offend the Sword Tribe? Don't tell me that we don't offend them when we do whatever they say. What a joke. Ling Xiao looked at No Light in the Night and said, I didn't expect this. I originally had a good impression of you. I thought that although you were domineering and a little stupid, you were courageous. But now I'm disappointed. You are a complete coward, a person who only knows how to sing high praises. You should leave. It seems that I did the right thing not to acknowledge you as my godfather. But Yi Yexing is really qualified to be my godfather. If he was still in the 8 Immortal Mountain, he would definitely help me without hesitation. After speaking, Ling Xiao ignored No Light in the Night and closed his eyes to focus on cultivating. He had not been idle for the past few days. Other than making array refining stones and arrays, he had not stopped cultivating. Previously, when he helped the Divine Grimoire refine the Sword Soul Stone, he had also gained a lot of benefits. His cultivation was already on the verge of a breakthrough. He wanted to break through to the peak of Yinyang Realm Level 3 before going to the Sword Tribe. Stubborn. No Light in the Night flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Ling Xiao did not look at him again. On the last day, Lin Ruoxian arrived at Ling Zhao's courtyard early in the morning. Let's go. He glanced at Lin Ruoxian, then brought Lin Yang and Qingwan Hua to the Sword Tribe. Feng Ru and Bei Renfeng were weaker, so they would only be a burden if they went. Therefore, the 2 of them were left behind to guard the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao and the others arrived outside the Sword Tribe's courtyard. Today, the Sword Tribe could be said to be a boiling cauldron of voices. The place was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was a lively scene. Even the guards from the Sword Clan were wearing red clothes. They looked very festive. They stood at the entrance of the Sword Tribe's courtyard. Only those who held an invitation card were qualified to enter the Sword Tribe and participate in this unglamorous wedding. Sorry, you don't have an invitation card. Leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Of course, Ling Xiao did not have an invitation card. The people from the Sword Tribe did not take him seriously at all. Why would they give him an invitation card? Moreover, this wedding was very sinister and disgusting. They were worried that Ling Xiao would cause trouble. How dare you? This is Ling Jiaojiao's younger brother, the only relative of Ling Jiaojiao on 8 Immortal Mountain. Her only relative can't enter her wedding? What kind of rule is that? Lin Yang could not help but scold. Humph, we don't care about that. Anyway, the clan leader has ordered that those without an invitation card are not allowed to enter. The guards did not give them any face at all and continued to speak coldly. What if we insist on entering? Lin Ruoxian asked coldly. She knew very well that Ling Xiao would not go back today. He came here to save Ling Jiaojiao. How could he not enter? Miss Lin, you are the future successor of the snake tribe. Why do you have to mix with these people? As far as I know, you should have an invitation card. You can enter, but they can't. The guard pointed at Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Luanhua. Lin Ruoxian wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a burst of murderous aura. Before she could say anything, the guards had already been thrown out of the room. Although they were not dead, it was impossible to stop them. Sister Ruoxian, you are too polite. We are here to cause trouble today. There is no need to be like this. The one who attacked was Ling Xiao, and the one who spoke was also Ling Xiao. There was no point in wasting her breath with these guards. Lin Ruoxian smiled bitterly and helplessly. She could only follow Ling Xiao into the courtyard. Once they entered the courtyard, there were not many problems. Because there were many guests, the few of them were mixed in the crowd and were not very eye-catching. Even if the other party discovered them, they would not easily make a move. After all, there were so many guests. The Sword Tribe could not afford to lose face. When they sat down, Jian Lufeng of the Sword Tribe had already recognized Ling Xiao. Jian Lufeng was wearing the groom's clothes and looked very dignified. But who would have thought that under such a dignified appearance, there was a beast's heart? That harsh word was used to describe a beast in human clothing. It was really used to describe this kind of person. What's wrong, Lufeng? The person who asked was Jian Liufeng's older brother, Jian Mofeng. Although Jian Mofeng was the older brother, his strength was far from Jian Liufeng's. He was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, Ling Xiao felt that this person was stronger than Sha Diao and Sha Ying, who were at the same cultivation level. If the peak of the 3rd level to the beginning of the 4th level could be divided into 10 stages, then Sha Diao and Sha Ying had only stepped into the 1st stage. Jian Mofeng had already stepped into the 5th stage, and Feitian had already stepped into the 9th stage. That Ling Xiao is here. I'm afraid he will spoil things. Jian Lufeng replied. Lufeng, aren't you thinking too highly of him? With his little strength, can he spoil things? It's fine if he doesn't cause trouble, but if he does, we'll kill him on the spot. That way, no one will dare to cause trouble in the future, Jian Mofeng said coldly. I'm worried about that Lin Ruoxian. He's not easy to deal with. I'm afraid you'll have to do it yourself. It's better to be careful. I heard that this person once caused a ruckus in the Dark World courtyard. You should know how terrifying An Ming's strength is. Even Elder Hidden Flower and the Dark Knight tribe's leader were there, but he still managed to escape. He should still have some tricks up his sleeve. We can't underestimate him. Once we do, we'll be in trouble. Jian Lufeng said. Okay, then I'll send Ling Nether to kill him first. No one will know. He probably won't even know who killed him. Jian Mofeng sneered. Then I'll have to trouble second brother. Jian Lufeng retracted his gaze. He really didn't care much about Ling Xiao. However, when he first saw this kid, he didn't even want to look at him. But now, he had grown into a disciple with great potential in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. No matter how talented he is, he won't leave here alive today. Jian Mofeng sneered. Then, he put on a smile and told his servants to follow him. He brought a few cups of wine to Ling Xiao and the others. Then, he took a cup and said, I'm very happy that you all came to attend Lu Feng's wedding ceremony. Here, I propose a toast to all of you. Stop pretending. You're still happy? What's there to be happy about? You know we're here to steal the so-called bride. Lin Yang said disdainfully. Jian Mofeng's brows furrowed, but they quickly relaxed. Then, he smiled and said, no matter what, you're a guest. You still have to drink this cup of wine. As for what you want to do next, that's your business. However, if you behave so atrociously in the sword tribe, the end result won't be good. I'll drink this cup of wine first as a toast. Jian Mofeng downed the wine in one gulp. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and the others. Lin Yang, the Qinghuan flower, and the Lin Ruoxian didn't touch their cups. My father always taught me not to drink the enemy's wine and not to eat the enemy's food. Who knows what you put in it? Lin Yang pursed his lips. The Qinghuan flower and the Lin Ruoxian never drank, so they naturally wouldn't drink. On the other hand, Ling Xiao raised his cup and smiled. I'll drink this cup of wine. Consider it as drinking it for you. For me? Jian Mofeng froze. He didn't know what to say. Because you're going to die soon. I'll give you this cup of wine. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he raised his cup and was about to drink. The Lin Ruoxian hurriedly stopped him. Be careful. There's poison in the wine. Don't worry. Ling Xiao downed the wine in one gulp. Jian Mofeng watched as Ling Xiao finished drinking. Suddenly, he revealed a sinister smile and said, you actually dare say that I'm going to die? I think you're the one who's going to die. Although there's no poison in the wine, it's the cultivation dissipation powder I bought at a high price from the Eternal Life Palace. If you drink it today, even if you don't die, you'll become trash. Oh? But I don't feel anything out of the ordinary. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How could he not know that there was something wrong with the wine? It was just that he wasn't afraid. He had already analyzed it with the Tai Chi eye. There was a cultivation dissipation powder in the wine, but the cultivation dissipation powder had no effect on him. This had been experimented on before, so he was naturally not afraid. How can you be fine? You're just putting on an act. Your clumsy lie will be exposed immediately. Jian Mofeng felt that Ling Xiao was just putting on an act. He sneered disdainfully and turned to leave. Ling Yu, it's your turn. I've already fed Ling Xiao the cultivation dissipation powder. Even if he's strong, he's no match for you. Jian Mofeng walked far away and gave orders to a barely visible black figure behind him. Don't worry, second young master. Even if he didn't take the cultivation dissipation powder, Ling Yu can easily kill him. At the end of the day, he is only a martial artist at the middle stage of the third level of Hell in Yin Yang realm, while I am at the late stage. My assassination skills come from the Dark God Palace. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. This black shadow called Ling Yu clearly didn't know Ling Xiao's true cultivation. Because the cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed in front of everyone was only the realm that he knew. Very good. As long as you're confident. Jian Mofeng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Ling Yu was a spirit body assassin that the sword tribe had carefully nurtured. This was an earth demon that they had nurtured and could perfectly merge with the earth. In addition, with the nurturing of the Dark God Palace, even though his cultivation wasn't high, he could easily assassinate a martial artist at the fourth level of Hell in Yin Yang realm. Not to mention Ling Xiao. For many years, Ling Yu had always been a terrifying assassin in the sword tribe. As long as he attacked, he would never fail. Among the martial artists that had died at his hands, 3 were at the peak of the 4th level of Yin Yang realm. 6 were at the peak of the 5th level of Hell in Yin Yang realm. In terms of strength, these people were much stronger than Ling Yu. But Ling Yu's assassination skills were really too strong. Using him to kill Ling Xiao was truly a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But Jian Mofeng still did it for safety's sake. After listening to his orders, Ling Yu instantly disappeared from that position. No one knew that he had gone there. He was like a ghost as he walked around the wedding hall. He passed by many 5th-level experts. As long as he didn't expose his killing intent, those people wouldn't be able to sense his presence. This scene was really too shocking. Boss, are you really okay? The sword tribe is really willing to go all out. They even used something like the cultivation dissipation powder to deal with us. This stuff is very hard to buy, and it's extremely expensive. Lin Yang asked Ling Xiao worriedly. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and poured the powder he carried with him into the wine and delicacies. Then he said, "All right, these things can be eaten. Enjoy as you wish." The other three naturally trusted Ling Xiao very much. Although they hesitated for a moment, they still ate. Although they were here to cause trouble, the chef hired by the Sword Tribe was the most famous chef in the 8 Immortal City. It would be a pity if they didn't try his dishes. The three of them ate, and as expected, they were fine. This scene caused Jian Mofeng to be even more shocked. Humph, no matter how good Ling Xiao is in medicine, you're going to die today. Once again, he revealed a ferocious expression. On the other side of the table, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed an expression that was not a smile. I didn't expect to encounter an earth demon in the Sword Tribe. He sneered in his heart but didn't even look at the black figure that thought he had fooled everyone. Suddenly, a sharp blade emerged from the ground that had not changed at all and pierced towards Ling Xiao's body. This sword was as fast as lightning and extremely ruthless. Lin Ruoxian wanted to save him, but it was too late. Qingwan Hua and Lin Yang couldn't react in time. Hee, die, kid. You can only blame yourself for offending the Sword Tribe. You shouldn't have come to this wedding banquet. Ling Yu felt that this assassination was too boring. It was so easy. His opponent didn't even have a chance to react and was about to die under his sword. However, he liked to earn this easy money. The second young master had already promised him that as long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would reward him with an outstanding high-tier jade grade martial skill. To him, this was something that he desperately needed. It was much more attractive than money. The Sword Tribe actually raised an earth demon to be an assassin. I wonder what other people will think if I throw your corpse on the wedding stage. Suddenly, a terrifying voice sounded in Ling Yu's ears. This gave him a fright. At that moment, he realized that his target had disappeared. He had actually disappeared when his dagger was less than 3 inches away from his opponent. He was inexplicably terrified and increased his speed to escape. He couldn't die. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Qi, a sharp sword qi shot out from Ling Xiao's fingertip. It pierced through the air and pierced the black figure's throat. This was Ling Xiao's favorite spot to attack. No matter how strong a warrior was, as long as they were still in the yin-yang realm, they would definitely die if their throat was pierced. No blood flowed out. Black smoke came out of the black shadow's body, just like a demonic cloud. Bang, a figure flew out and was nailed to the wall of the wedding stage. This voice was not soft, and it attracted almost everyone's attention. Ling Nether's corpse was completely exposed in front of everyone. Old Demon's appearance was quite unique. They had dark skin, long ears, and thin bodies. Their eyes seemed to be glowing, as if they were beautiful gems. They always had all kinds of assassination tools on them. A dagger was just one of them. Ling Nether is dead. Jian Mofeng fell into a daze. Jian Lufeng was also shocked. Earth demons were good at assassination. Their body structure was different from humans. They were extremely light and could move as if they were flying. The most terrifying thing was that they had to kill each other from birth. The ones who survived were the elites. If they practiced human martial arts and also practiced systematic assassination techniques, then they would be really terrifying. Therefore, on any continent, Earth demon assassins were existences that struck fear in people's hearts. In the past, Ling Xiao had basically only seen skyfiends. He hadn't seen Earth demons before. It was his first time seeing an Earth demon assassin. In Jian Mofeng and Jian Liufeng's eyes, even if they were assassinated by Ling Nether, it would be very dangerous. Today, when Ling Nether attacked, he was actually killed. They didn't even see who did it. Everything happened too quickly. Is this second young master Jian's pet? So useless. Ling Xiao smiled and cupped his hands at Jian Mofeng. You killed him? Jian Mofeng couldn't believe it, but he was also furious. In order to nurture Ling Nether, they had spent a lot of time and money. They had even sent some men of sacrifice to train Ling Nether. Naturally, many of these death warriors had died. Now that Ling Nether was dead, it was a huge loss for them. As a result, Jian Mofeng didn't think about what it meant for the Earth Demon Assassin Zero Nether to be exposed. His brain was already hot, and he was already dizzy from anger. That's right, I killed him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're courting death. Jian Mofeng suddenly drew his sword and roared. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Jian Mofeng and said, Zero Nether, Earth Demon Assassin, in the 8 Immortals City. No, I believe that even in the entire western region of the Black Tortoise continent, there are not many of them. For this small 8 Immortals county to have one was already very impressive. Unfortunately, he was killed by me today. I can understand second young Master Jian's anger. It's actually an Earth Demon Assassin. During the Great War between humans and demons, they assassinated many human heroes. To some extent, these guys are even more terrifying than the heavenly demons. Over the years, there have always been some experts who have been mysteriously killed in the 8 Immortals county, even within the 8 Immortals mountain. Some people were killed in one blow and didn't have time to leave anything behind, but some experts still left behind obscure information about their deaths. I didn't know before, but now that I think about it, it's probably related to this Earth Demon Assassin. It was said that people didn't mind watching a show. Back then, in order to fight for the leadership of the 8 great families, the Sword Tribe had made Zero Nether do many shady things. Now that Zero Nether had been exposed, these things could not be hidden. Jian Mofeng, tell me clearly. Was Arjun tribe's elder Chen killed by Zero Nether? Before he died, he left behind the word zero. I couldn't figure it out no matter how much I thought about it. Today, I finally understand. The way he died was almost exactly the same as how this Earth Demon Assassin killed him. One of the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals mountain, the Zhen tribe's patriarch, stood up and roared. The Zhen tribe's strength was already inferior to the Sand tribe, Dark tribe, Sword tribe, and Snake tribe. But since they were one of the 8 great families, they had strength that no one dared to underestimate. Him denouncing them like this was a huge problem for the Sword tribe. After all, the one who died was an elder of the Zhen tribe. An elder was in existence second only to a founding elder. The death of one was a very serious loss to a family. It was a pity that the Zhen tribe wanted revenge, but did not know who to look for at all. Now that there was finally a clue, he was both furious and also had a feeling of seeing the sun and moon after the clouds cleared. It was not just the Zhen tribe. Among the 8 great families, there was actually the Sky tribe, Bird tribe, and Moon tribe who stood up to accuse. It turned out that in the past, when the 8 great families fought among themselves, it was inevitable that there would be losses. If it was a proper battle, then forget it. But being assassinated by this Earth Demon Assassin, that was simply a kind of humiliation. How could they tolerate it? Ling Xiao watched all of this coldly from the side. This was an unexpected discovery. He did not expect that a mere Earth Demon Assassin would practically make the Sword Tribe the target of public criticism. Haha, the Sword Tribe is finished this time. Boss, I reckon we don't have to make a move. Lin Yang was extremely excited when he saw this scene. It's useless. The Sword Tribe's patriarch Jian Kuan and founding elder Jian Ruchao are all as cunning as foxes. If they want to renege on the debt, there are still ways. Ling Xiao shook his head. He naturally knew that just like this, it was impossible to destroy the Sword Tribe. As expected, the Sword Tribe's founding elder Jian Ruchao suddenly slammed the table and stood up. An Earth Demon Assassin's corpse is enough for you to slander my Sword Tribe like this? Could it be that you can't see through this despicable scheme? This is simply someone trying to frame my Sword Tribe and instigate a civil war in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Hall Master Jian Ruchao is not only powerful, but his skin is also thick enough. This Ling Nether appeared in the Sword Tribe and tried to assassinate me. Could it be that someone is framing you guys, if you guys did not let him in? With Hall Master Jian Ruchao's strength, how could he not sense a mere Earth Demon Assassin? What a joke. Ling Xiao mocked disdainfully. In any case, he already planned to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Sword Tribe. He was not afraid of offending some vice hall master of the reward the good and punish the evil hall. Impudent. The few of you can even sneak in today's wedding, let alone an Earth Demon Assassin. Jian Ruchao said coldly, don't frame my Sword Tribe. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Is this considered a threat? Lord Vice Hall Master is really awe-inspiring. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, I just saw Ling Nether's corpse. I wonder what Sword Tribe's second young master Jian Mofeng was shocked about. What was he afraid of? Don't tell me that a dignified martial artist is afraid of an Earth Demon? That's right, that's right. Jian Mofeng's expression just now was really strange, and he clearly asked who killed Old Demon. After Ling Xiao answered, he even wanted to kill Ling Xiao. That's really infuriating. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, as if someone had suddenly realized something. This voice had quite a bit of influence, as many people turned to look at Jian Mofeng. Jian Mofeng's expression, which hadn't been calm to begin with, was now extremely flustered. Jian Mofeng, you'd better make yourself clear today. Otherwise, your sword tribe can forget about continuing to exist on the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Zhen tribe experts stared coldly at Jian Mofeng. The experts of the other 3 great clans also stood up and glared icily at Jian Mofeng. No matter how strong the sword tribe was, they wouldn't be able to handle offending all 4 great clans at the same time. This made Jian Mofeng even more flustered. When he saw Jian Mofeng's expression, the sword tribe leader, Jian Kuan, knew that it was impossible to rely on him to explain. Thus, he stepped forward and glanced at the crowd. The sword tribe doesn't know who Ling Nether or the Earth Demon Assassin is. Today is my son's wedding day. How could I let blood be spilled here? This is clearly someone with evil intentions trying to destroy the unity of the 8 Immortal Mountain. As for my son, it's normal for him to be shocked and afraid. Someone killed someone at his brother's wedding, so it's natural for him to be angry. What's so strange about that? Jian Kuan was a sly old fox. His words were simply watertight. Something that was clearly unreasonable had actually become reasonable in his mouth. Well said. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and clapped. The sword race is indeed a place where there is always a taller mountain and a thicker skin. How dare you? Jian Kuan glared at Ling Xiao. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot, but he couldn't move. If he killed Ling Xiao, it would be equivalent to admitting that Ling Nether had been sent by the sword tribe. After all, they were in a hurry to silence him. Listen up, kid. Everyone else, be the judge. The Earth Demon Assassin came and went like a ghost. How could a junior like Ling Xiao be able to block or discover him? Think about it, a true Earth Demon Assassin can even kill a cultivator from the 5th layer of hell. Do you really believe that he, a mere martial art practitioner with the cultivation of the 3rd level of hell, would be able to discover the Zero Nether? I think this is just a trap set up by this kid. He just doesn't want to see 2 people who are in love with each other. How shameless. This ability to distort black and white was simply breathtaking. As a result, many martial artists below the stage who were originally very angry also began to turn their anger towards Ling Xiao. Boss, this old fox's mouth is really powerful. You've met your match today. Lin Yang couldn't help but ask anxiously, what should we do? That old fox has poured the water on us. Don't panic. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Looking at that Jian Kuan, he said, the Exalted Sword Clan's clan head, your mouth skills are indeed superb. Today, Junior has seen it for himself. Hearing what you said, if this Zero Nether wants to kill me today, then consider it my bad luck. If I discover it, then it's me who deliberately set you up. Haha, interesting. No matter what the result is, your sword clan seems to be able to stay out of it. I guess so. Because you absolutely don't have the ability to discover Zero Nether's assassination. You're alive, which means that this Zero Nether is related to you. It's even extremely likely that he's your subordinate. Jian Kuan looked at Ling Xiao with a sanctimonious appearance, but was clearly slandering him. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. I brought Zero Nether that even your sword clan's experts can't discover, but I actually didn't let him kill you, the clan head who's full of nonsense, and also didn't let him kill Jian Lufeng who forced my sister to marry him. Instead, I was bored enough to put on such a show. Am I stupid? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Humph, no matter how eloquent your tongue is, you have to talk about evidence no matter what. I don't have evidence to prove that Zero Nether is yours. What I said just now was just a guess. Even if it's true, it's just a guess. You also don't have evidence to prove that Zero Nether is my sword clan's, so your words are just framing me. Jian Kuan snorted coldly and said indifferently. His words made those experts who originally wanted to seek revenge waver a little. After all, it didn't make sense to say that the Sword Clan had raised the Earth Demon Assassin Zero Nether to assassinate their clan's experts without any evidence. Even if this matter was brought up to the sect master, the 4 great clans couldn't reason with him. The few of them sighed and sat back down, but they were all a little unhappy. They thought that the mystery of the clan's experts being killed in the past had been solved, but who knew that it was still empty? However, Ling Xiao's next sentence ignited the flames of vengeance in their hearts. Clan head Jiankuan, you don't have evidence, but it doesn't mean that I don't. He looked at Jiankuan contemptuously and said, although you have a glib tongue, this matter happened suddenly after all. You have no way to erase all the evidence. Ling Xiao sneered, then looked at the experts of the Zhen clan, Yu clan, Bird clan, and Sky clan and said, why don't the four of you search Zero Nether's body? I think you will find something very surprising. Hearing this, Jian Kuan and Jian Ruchao's expressions changed slightly, and Jian Mofeng was already trembling all over. Excuse us. The four experts jumped onto the wedding stage. Jian Kuan didn't stop them. Because if he stopped them, they would be seen as having a guilty conscience, and the four great clans would think that the Sword clan did it. At that time, evidence wouldn't be important. Even if the four great clans wanted to save face, they would definitely not let the Sword clan have an easy time. The four people searched Zero Nether's body and found a waist token from his waist. This waist token was very exquisite. If one looked at it directly, there was no Sword clan mark on it. After all, assassins did things that couldn't be exposed. If there was a Sword clan mark on it, it would be very troublesome. But in order to allow Zero Nether to move freely in the Sword clan, this waist token naturally had some special design. If it were any other day, when Zero Nether discovered that his life was in danger, he would naturally destroy the waist token first to cut off the clues. But today, Ling Xiao acted too quickly, and he didn't have the chance at all. The four experts quickly discovered the uniqueness of the waist token. Jian Kuan, what else do you have to say? This waist token contains a trace of your son Jian Mofeng's telekinesis power. With it, Zero Nether can move freely in the Sword clan. You still dare to say that Zero Nether wasn't raised by the Sword clan? The expert from the Zhen clan questioned. This is a false accusation. Even if Jian Kuan had a glib tongue, he couldn't defend himself in front of ironclad evidence. He could only shout loudly. Because even he didn't expect that Ling Xiao could actually kill Zero Nether before he destroyed the waist token. Just how powerful was this Ling Xiao? It was getting more and more difficult to see through. Pfft. The scene of Jian Lufeng killing Jian Mofeng shocked everyone. Jian Mofeng was Jian Liufeng's older brother. What was he trying to do? This matter was done by my second brother alone. It has absolutely nothing to do with the clan. Now that my second brother is dead, it can be considered that the debt of blood has been repaid for what he had done. Could it be that the four great clans will only be satisfied if they annihilate the entire Sword clan? Jian Lufeng said calmly. He was heartless and cold, but one couldn't help but admire his cunning. The evidence could only prove that Ling Yu and Jian Mofeng were related. But it couldn't prove that it was related to the Jian tribe. He killed Jian Mofeng and saved the entire Jian tribe. In reality, the four big families didn't dare to push the Jian tribe too far. Now that their son was dead, what else could they do? Forget it. Since Jian Mofeng has paid with his life, we have nothing to say. The expert from the Zhen tribe sighed and sat back down. The other three shook their heads helplessly and sat back down. Regardless of whether they were satisfied or not, they couldn't find trouble with the other party today. They could only wait and see if there was a chance in the future. Hearing this, Jian Kuan heaved a sigh of relief even though his heart was filled with grief. The most useless son had died, but the entire Jian tribe was saved. This was a good deal. However, no matter how useless his son was, he was still his son. Now that he had died because of Ling Xiao, his hatred for Ling Xiao had reached its limit. Come, take Ling Yu and the second young master's bodies away. The wedding will continue. Jian Kuan said loudly. No way. His son is dead, and he wants to continue the wedding? The guests were confused. If someone wants to disrupt today's wedding, I will definitely not agree. I believe that Mofeng would not agree even if he was in the underworld. So, if everyone is willing to support me, the wedding will continue. Jian Kuan's mouth was always able to make unreasonable things sound very reasonable. This was really a kind of ability. The guests naturally didn't care. If his father didn't care, why should they care? Wait. Ling Xiao slowly stood up and said, just leave the two corpses to me. Give them to you? Why should I? Jian Kuan roared. His patience with Ling Xiao had almost reached its limit, and he could make a move at any time. It's simple. Jian Mofeng controlled Ling Yu to assassinate me. Both of them tried to kill me. And I'm a member of the Dark Tribe. This matter won't end so easily. I need to confirm that Jian Mofeng is dead. Of course, I also need to confirm that Ling Yu has nothing to do with the Jian tribe. He stood there, looking at Jian Kuan without fear, and said loudly. The Dark Knight tribe's leader, Dark Knight, couldn't say anything. Ling Xiao was a member of the Dark Ones, after all. If a member of the Dark Ones was assassinated, and Hansen blamed Ling Xiao for it, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Dark Ones any longer. Big brother, this brat is trying to get us on his side. We can't let him succeed. Could it be that Jian Kuan killed Ling Xiao? If I do that, do you think I'll be able to continue being the leader? Ling Xiao only came to attend his sister's wedding, but he was assassinated. Although we don't like him, we can only help him. There's nothing to say. At this point, he stood up and said, Jian Kuan, Ling Xiao is right. You should hand over the bodies of Ling Yu and Jian Mofeng to the Dark Race. Otherwise, I won't be able to quell the anger of the Dark Tribe members. Although Ling Xiao is just an insignificant number 1 member of the Outer Tribe, he's still a member of the Dark Tribe. Outsiders can't bully him. Nightwalker felt very depressed when he was forced to say these words that didn't mean what he said. But he had to say it. If he didn't, he wouldn't be fit to be the leader. Father, you can't hand over second brother. Suddenly, 2 people stood up from the crowd. They were Jian Kuan's adopted sons. One was called Xianxia, the other Jian Yu. The 2 of them were slightly stronger than Jian Mofeng. They had already reached the 7th and 8th stages of the first transformation, the 4th level of hell. Xianxia and Jian Yu weren't as cunning and cold as Jian Lufeng. They naturally didn't want to see Jian Mofeng die and have his body handed over to the enemy. Shut up, you two. Jian Mofeng deserved to die. He almost harmed the entire Jian tribe. Don't plead for him. When these words came out of Jian Kuan's mouth, it was somewhat ironic. But Jian Kuan still said it. In order to protect the Jian tribe, he planned to let the dead Jian Mofeng take all the blame. Dark Knight tribe, I'll leave these 2 bodies to you, he said coldly. But after you're done investigating, can you give Mofeng's body to the Jian tribe for burial? Of course. This was what Nightwalker had said. No. This was what Ling Xiao had said. Brat, don't go too far. Jian Kuan's face was ashen as he roared. I'm going too far? Haha, the Jian tribe wanted my sister to become your reproductive machine and raise a child with a saber and sword martial soul. But you wanted to kill her. Today, you even sent Ling Yu to assassinate me. If not for my movement technique, I would have died today. I just want 2 bodies. Who's going too far? Me? Ling Xiao said coldly. Ling Xiao, the dead are more important. Since Jian Mofeng is dead, let's forget about what happened. As for the marriage, your sister and Jian Lufeng are a couple. Don't make wild guesses. In order to ease his relationship with Jian Kuan, Dark Knight tribe finally reprimanded Ling Xiao. The dead are more important? Hit it off? Haha, tribe leader, do you know that Jian Mofeng went to Yuhua town and tried to use everyone in Yuhua town as hostages to force my sister to marry Jian Lufeng? In the process, many innocent martial artists were killed by Jian Mofeng. Did those people die for nothing? He's more important. I'll bring his body back to Yuhua town and hand it over to those who lost their loved ones. They can do whatever they want. Ling Xiao was very clear. Good, you're good. You're really good. I can give you Mofeng's body, but I'll make you understand that they're a couple for the marriage. I'll make you convinced. If you still dare to cause trouble here after Ling Jiaojiao agrees to marry Lu Feng, don't blame me for being impolite. Jian Kuan trembled with anger as he looked at Ling Xiao. He couldn't kill this brat, but he couldn't win in an argument either. He was too difficult to deal with. He had to find a reason to stop Dark Knight tribe from attacking. Dark Knight tribe, you won't be so unreasonable, right? Jian Kuan looked at Dark Knight tribe and asked. Brother, don't worry. As long as they're a couple, I won't interfere. If that brat Ling Xiao dares to mess around, I'll leave everything to you. I won't say anything. Jian Kuan and An Yexing came to an agreement. If Ling Jiaojiao was willing to marry Jian Lufeng, Ling Xiao couldn't cause any trouble. If he did, the dark tribe wouldn't care anymore. Ling Xiao looked at the two old men coldly without saying a word. If Ling Jiaojiao and Jian Lufeng really liked each other, he wouldn't say anything. Who wouldn't want to see their sister happy? However, he already knew the truth. When he heard Jian Kuan's words, he felt disgusted. Just like that, the matter with Ling Nether came to an end. The sword tribe had swallowed their anger. Jian Mofeng's death grudge could only be settled with Ling Xiao in the future. Very quickly, the wedding stage had been cleaned up and became clean. It was impossible to tell that someone had just died. After a while, the wedding officially began. Jian Lufeng and Ling Jiaojiao, who were dressed in red, walked out from behind the stage. This seemed to ease the tense atmosphere from before. The sound of firecrackers rang out. The joyous atmosphere seemed to have returned. Bride and groom, are you willing to grow old with each other? Jian Kuan asked in front of everyone. Naturally, this was to make Ling Xiao give up and stop the dark tribe from making a move. Yes. Ling Jiaojiao and Jian Lufeng said in unison. However, Ling Jiao's brows suddenly furrowed. His powerful soul power and Tai Chi allowed him to sense that something was wrong with Ling Jiaojiao. At this moment, Ling Jiaojiao's expression was sluggish. It was obvious that her mind was being controlled. Naturally, her words couldn't be sincere. His originally calm mood was once again ignited with flames of anger. He slammed the table. Then, he said loudly, as Ling Jiaojiao's only relative present, I object to this marriage. His voice wasn't soft to begin with. Coupled with his powerful origin energy, it was like thunder that resounded throughout the entire sword tribe. In that instant, everyone heard it clearly. Many people frowned. They didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing. Ling Xiao, that's enough. Although I know you can't bear to part with your sister, she's willing to grow old with each other. Why do you have to cause trouble for no reason? The one who spoke was Dark Flower from the Dark Tribe. Shut up. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Hidden Flower before continuing to look at Jian Kuan. Previously, someone told me that my sister was being controlled and imprisoned. I was still skeptical. But now, I completely believe that my sister has been controlled by your sword race using despicable methods. She has become a pitiful marionette. She has no idea what she's doing. Nonsense. The wedding will continue. Men, chase this ignorant fool out of here. Jian Kuan was truly enraged. He knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Once this truth was exposed, not only would their sword tribe lose face, but they would also lose a lot of things. Hee, the sword race is indeed unreasonable. You want to use force just because there's no reason? In any case, since I, Ling Xiao, have come here today, I have no intention of leaving alive. Even if I die, I will tear off the masks of you hypocritical bastards. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Looking at the approaching sword race martial artist, he was already prepared to take action. He held 2 formation refining stones in his hand. If the 4 of them wanted to deal with so many people from the sword race, it would be impossible without the use of array formations. What reason do you have? You're just spouting nonsense. On the Dark Tribe's side, Dark Gold couldn't help but speak up. He had once suffered at the hands of the Divine Codex and was very unhappy with Ling Xiao. At this time, he naturally wanted to add insult to injury. Spouting nonsense? Then let me ask my sister a few questions. If she can answer, then I'll leave immediately and you can marry as you wish. But if she can't, then what? Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Dark Gold and said, You're also a member of the Dark Tribe, but you're blindly protecting an outsider. Moreover, you're unreasonable and target your own disciples. Who do you think you are? Dark Gold's expression turned ugly when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, he didn't want to make a move because he was very worried about the person behind Ling Xiao. That person couldn't be seen at all but really existed. Meanwhile, the guests below the stage had already begun to discuss. Jian Kuan, it doesn't seem like a big deal to let him ask. That's right. After all, they're siblings. There's nothing wrong with showing concern for his sister. Some people said this because they wanted to know the truth, while others hoped that the sword race would be unlucky. But no matter what, this had already made Jian Kuan anxious. Xianxia suddenly walked out and scolded Ling Xiao angrily, "Good boy, our sword race has been very polite to you, but you've repeatedly caused trouble for us. Do you really think there's no one in our sword race who can stand up to you? What a joke. How is it causing trouble when I'm concerned about my sister? If you have the ability, let me ask my sister a few questions and prove the sword race's innocence. Then, I, Ling Xiao, will naturally leave." Ling Xiao naturally had full confidence in the facts he had seen. He wasn't afraid of confronting Xianxia at all. Xianxia said coldly, "The matters of our sword clan are not for a small dark clan disciple like you to talk about. Patriarch, I'm sorry, but I can't take it anymore. This boy's insult to the sword race must be repaid with his life." As Xianxia's voice fell, a sword soul appeared behind her. It held a two-handed giant sword that was entirely scarlet in color. With a heavy shake, it turned into a scarlet dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao. It went straight for Ling Xiao's throat. "Kill him, Jia." Jian Kuan secretly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Jian Kuan wouldn't say such words out loud. At this moment, he was already prepared to abandon Xianxia. Xianxia had killed Ling Xiao. If He Wuxing really came looking for trouble, he could naturally push all the blame to Xianxia. After all, he was just an adopted son. Although he had been loyal to the sword race all these years, but at this time, it was time for him to show his loyalty. "Don't worry, foster father. I definitely won't let him speak again." Xianxia had always regarded herself as an important figure in the sword race. She had been working hard to obtain Jian Kuan's recognition. Even if he was just an adopted son, she still wanted to make some contributions. If she could kill Ling Xiao today, her foster father, Jian Kuan, would definitely be very happy. She wanted everyone present to know that the sword race wasn't to be casually bullied. Whoever harmed the sword race would have to pay the price in blood. The scarlet sword light turned into a scarlet dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao like a resplendent meteor. Many people couldn't even react to this scene. This was because Xianxia's attack was too fast and too sudden. Although the two of them were more than 10 meters apart, this distance was no different from 1 or 2 meters to a Yin-Yang realm warrior. She instantly crossed the distance. This was more or less a sneak attack. If Ling Xiao wasn't prepared, he would definitely suffer a great loss. "Shameless!" Lin Yang cursed. "That's right. Despicable!" Qing Wanhua said indignantly. Lin Ruoxian was much stronger than Ling Xiao and Xianxia. If she attacked, there would be no problem. "Sister Ruoxian, don't panic. He can't kill me." Ling Xiao still stood there without moving. It was as if he hadn't reacted at all. However, his confident words made Lin Ruoxian, Qing Wanhua, and Lin Yang feel more at ease. Ling Xiao wouldn't speak without thinking. If he said there was no need to panic, then there was no need to panic. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Unknowingly, a thick layer of armor had already covered Ling Xiao's body. The armor looked like the steel-armored bull demon. Beast warrior avatar? Xianxia was taken aback by the fact that her attack was not effective. Although she had heard that Ling Xiao was a rare beast warrior, her cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 3rd level of hell in the yin-yang transformation. However, she was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of hell. The difference was huge. Even if the other party was a beast martial artist, this unexpected sword strike of his could also make the other party suffer a huge loss. Even if she didn't die, she would at least make a fool of herself in front of everyone. However, the reality shocked him. Her sword didn't manage to pierce Ling Xiao's body. It was easily blocked by his terrifying defense. Exploding flame sword. Her sword didn't manage to pierce Ling Xiao's defense, but Xianxia didn't give up. The two-handed sword in her hand suddenly became even hotter. Strange sparks appeared. The entire two-handed sword seemed to have been burned. It was red and transparent. The tip of the sword was finally pushed in by an inch. A wisp of black smoke appeared. The terrifying heat seemed to be able to pierce through Ling Xiao's steel-armored bull demon avatar. However, how could Ling Xiao let her have her way? Giving her a glimmer of hope and then strangling her to death was what Ling Xiao liked to do. Steel-Armored Bull Demon Shield. This was a move that came with the Steel-Armored Bull Demon martial soul. In that instant, a thick layer of a huge shield blocked the path between the two-handed sword and soaring cloud. The horrifying rebounding force actually directly sent Xianxia flying out. Xianxia somersaulted twice in the air before she staggered and stood firmly on the ground. She then looked at Ling Xiao coldly. An even more powerful force was released from her body. The sword martial soul behind her also made a strange whistling sound. A powerful force began to flow into the tip of the two-handed sword in his hand. The sword started to vibrate violently, causing the air to vibrate. The sword light seemed like it could be released at any time. It was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, making people feel incomparable fear and apprehension. Well done, kid. No wonder you dared to come to the Jian and cause trouble. I didn't expect the number 1 outer race of the dark to be so strong. But do you think you can beat me? Wishful thinking. Xianxia's face revealed a crazy, ferocious, and cruel smile. You really have the face to say such words. You attacked twice and failed twice. If I were you, I would be embarrassed. That's why I said that shameless people would gather together. When he spoke up to hear, Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Kuan with ridicule, and then he continued indifferently. Use your full strength. You're courting death if you still dare to conceal your strength before me. Impudent. Xianxia was so angry that her veins were bulging. Even being scolded was better than being insulted like this. Who was Ling Xiao? He was just an outer disciple of the Dark Clan. He was just an ant that had just ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain. A small ant standing in front of an elephant and telling it that it would be bad luck if it didn't use its full strength. It was really funny and made the elephant angry. The martialists from the sword race all revealed mocking smiles. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was destined to humiliate himself from the moment he attacked Xianxia. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live long. Brother, he's looking down on you. Then there's no need to hold back. Anyway, the Dark Clan won't care if he dies. Kill him and let him know that the dignity of the Sword Clan is not to be violated. Jian Yu and Xianxia were twins who entered the Sword Clan at the same time. They were very close. Jian Yu was a few minutes older than Xianxia, so he was stronger. The reason why he didn't attack was because he believed that his brother could easily deal with Ling Xiao. Jian Lufeng just looked at all of this indifferently. He should be the angriest person, but in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just a clown who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He couldn't hate at all because he saw an idiot doing something stupid. Even if he was provoked, he couldn't be bothered to hate at this time. Because he felt that it was not worth it. It was like an elephant that didn't care about the clamor of ants at all. It didn't even hear it. Xianxia was different. If Jian Lufeng attacked, he wouldn't have a chance. So he had to seize this opportunity to make a contribution. Brother, you mustn't interfere. I'll let this kid know the serious consequences of offending the Sword Clan. I'll torture him well. Otherwise, it'll be too boring to kill him so easily. A cruel smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Being ridiculed by Ling Xiao already made him angry, so he planned to torture Ling Xiao and then kill him directly. Sigh, if the Dark Clan doesn't attack, then Ling Xiao won't be able to live. After provoking the Sword Clan, especially the cruel and callous twins, Xianxia and Jian Yu, I reckon that he won't even have a complete corpse left. Yeah, although Xianxia's 2 attacks didn't succeed, his cultivation is still there. He just underestimated his opponent. Ling Xiao should have seized the opportunity just now and maybe won. However, the opportunity is fleeting. He won't have any more chances now. Other than Lin Yang, Qing Wanhua, and Lin Ruoxian, no one else was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. This included the experts from the 4 great clans who sympathized with Ling Xiao and felt that Ling Xiao had helped them kill Jian Mafeng. However, they could only sigh helplessly at this moment. Watching such a genius fall in front of his eyes, he really didn't feel good in his heart. Whoosh, just as everyone was talking, Xianxia's figure suddenly flashed. She turned into a scarlet bolt of lightning and closed in on Ling Xiao in an instant. The 2-handed sword in her hand swept toward Ling Xiao's lower body. A cold light flashed on the blade, and the red light exploded. It was very terrifying. Ling Xiao smiled and used the moonlight meteor step to retreat. He didn't even need to use the 1,000-mile wolf to deal with Xianxia. Still want to dodge? What a joke. Xianxia's attack was very coherent and very ruthless. Sword after sword, she didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to adjust at all. It was as if she wanted to force Ling Xiao into a corner and then take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Dodge? Is that necessary? Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The 1,000-mile wolf was a lone wolf. The moment Ling Xiao's figure disappeared, Xianxia's hair stood on end. Then, he felt a pain on his chin. Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of him and kicked his chin fiercely. Xianxia lost control of his body and the two-handed sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. In the end, he crashed into a wine table and smashed it into pieces. Only then did he stop. Ling Xiao did not pursue and only mocked, "Is this the sword race's brilliant move? Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that this kind of martial art that can only destroy tables seems useless. Damn it, what kind of strange movement technique was that just now? I couldn't even see it." Xianxia was ridiculed by Ling Xiao but did not dare to refute. Because at this moment, he was really a little confused. Ling Xiao's strange movement technique and terrifying strength made him a little dizzy. He could not react to what had happened at all. At this moment, his head was still dizzy and his entire chin was dislocated. If it were not for the fact that a martial artist's body was different from ordinary people, his chin would have been completely shattered. "Xianxia." A cold voice sounded. It was Jian Yu's voice. "Brother, I'm fine. You don't have to interfere. I'll definitely kill him." Xianxia stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister gaze. Swoosh, Ling Xiao did not talk nonsense. His figure flashed and he did not use his sword. He only pointed at Xianxia. His speed was 10 times faster than Xianxia's. Because it was too fast, it was as if he had teleported. Many people did not see how he arrived beside Xianxia. Xianxia did not have any reaction at all. Pucci, Ling Xiao's finger directly pierced through Xianxia's throat. Sword chi shot out from his finger and completely tore apart Xianxia's throat. Then, he wiped his finger on Xianxia's clothes and smiled coldly. "With such strength, you actually want to kill me. Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Xianxia was actually dead. Ling Xiao did not even use his sword and killed him with a finger. Everyone felt a little dazed, not daring to believe that what they saw was real. This was too strange. A martial artist who had cultivated to the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 3 was actually killed so easily by a martial artist who was only at the middle stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 3? Too powerful. Although he didn't use his sword, that finger contained a powerful sword intent. It looked simple, but it was actually very powerful. Furthermore, it was extremely fast. Xianxia simply couldn't react in time. Of course, there were smart people in the crowd. There were many words of praise for Ling Xiao's finger. "Bastard! How dare you kill my brother?" When Jian Yu saw that Xianxia was killed, his eyes immediately turned red. He also released his sword soul and held a two-handed sword in his hand. However, it was black and gave off an unsettling demonic aura. He did not care that Ling Xiao had just fought with Xianxia and directly slashed at him from behind. Everyone cried out in alarm. However, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Clang, he directly punched out with his right fist. This punch happened to hit the weakest part of the two-handed sword. That position was not only the weakest part of the opponent's strength, but also the most frustrating part. Jian Yu did not even have time to attack. The two-handed sword in his hand was sent flying by the punch. It directly pierced through Xianxia's body and stabbed into the ground, creating a huge pit. "You two brothers are both trash. One is more trash than the other. Just stay here obediently. Today's matter has nothing to do with you, but you just had to come looking for trouble." Scram. Ling Xiao did not give Jian Yu any face at all. After shouting angrily, he directly sent Jian Yu flying with a kick. Puff, Jian Yu vomited blood continuously. Although he did not appear to be injured, he was severely injured internally. Even his bones were cracked. Ling Xiao's kick was really not light. "Boss, this guy is too good at pretending. When did he become so strong? That's a martial artist who was at the peak of level 3 of hell." He was actually sent flying with a kick? Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. But he was very happy in his heart. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the better it was for him. Lin Ruoxian also said with a smile, actually, I saw through it long ago. Ling Xiao hid his strength. His cultivation is absolutely not at the middle stage of level 3. It should be higher. Furthermore, his grasp of martial techniques is much stronger than others. Yeah. Looks like it shouldn't be a problem for Ling Xiao to win against Jianyu, right? Qing Wanhua looked at Lin Ruoxian and asked. That might not be the case. Lin Ruoxian shook his head and said, sword race martial artists have always been unconventional. When they feel that they can't defeat an opponent, they will stimulate the powerful sword intent in their body and condense a terrifying killing sword physique. This is not a battle physique, but it's more terrifying than any battle physique. Because it does not need defense and uses all of its power on attack. The entire person will transform into a terrifyingly sharp sword. Whether Jianyu knows it or not, and how much strength he can increase, it is still unknown. So the result is unknown. Killing sword physique? Qing Wanhua was stunned. She had heard of it and even seen it before. It was just that she could not recall it at the moment. In the past, Ling Yan had also fought with sword race martial artists, so she was fortunate enough to see how terrifying the killing sword physique was. If an ordinary martial artist's strength was divided into 10, then it would be divided into 3 parts. One part would be used to attack, one part would be used to execute movement techniques, and the last part would be used to defend. For example, 7, 2, 1, or 3, 1, 6. Some people had stronger defenses, some had stronger attacks, and some had better movement techniques. However, the killing sword physique allowed the martial artist to use all of his strength on attack. If he doesn't have any defense and movement skills, can he still fight? Lin Yang asked curiously. Of course he can. There are many martial techniques and sword techniques that can replace movement techniques. As for defense, as long as his attack is strong enough, the opponent can't even break through his attack. How can they attack him? Lin Ruoxian explained. As they spoke, the situation changed again. Cough, Jianyu coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then he got up from the ground, wiped his mouth, and said, good. Really good. It's been a long time since a martial artist at the 3rd level of hell could hurt me. You're really special. You still want to continue? Don't tell me you want to be buried with your twin brother? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. You don't understand how powerful our sword race is. Do you think you already have victory in your grasp? My brother just didn't have time to use the killing sword physique. But I have the chance. You're dead meat. As he spoke, Jianyu's body began to change. The muscles in his body seemed to have tightened in an instant. His entire body emitted wisps of black gas. This is a bit troublesome. Jianyu's killing sword body seems to have reached the proficient level. Lin Ruoxian frowned. Jianyu was indeed a genius. If he had joined the sword tribe earlier, he might have been one of the 3 great experts of the sword tribe. This killing sword body feels a bit like a beast warrior's transformation. Ling Xiao pondered in his heart. Perhaps all martial spirits could transform, but it was easier to transform into a beast martial spirit. That was why there was a category of beast warriors. Jianyu's killing sword body made his entire body seem to be bathed in terrifying sword light. All the air around him was completely torn apart. Some martial artists who were close to him couldn't dodge in time and had their arms cut off. It's not over yet? Do you think the enemy will give you this chance in a real battle? Ling Xiao glanced at Jianyu coldly. His figure flickered again, and he kicked Jianyu out of the sword tribe's courtyard. A rumbling sound came from outside. It was unknown what building had collapsed. Little thief, you're really despicable and shameless. Jian Kuan scolded. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, in terms of despicability, I'm far inferior to you. Just now, Xianxia and Jianyu sneak attacked me. I only took action when he transformed. Is that despicable? Ling Xiao, that's enough. How can you speak to the sword tribe's patriarch like that? Don't you have any manners? Jian Kuan didn't even have time to scold Ling Xiao before Elder Hidden Flower mocked and ridiculed him. Elder Hidden Flower, do you think I'm wrong? If you're not blind, you wouldn't say such idiotic words, right? In any case, he and Hidden Flower were like fire and water. The other party had wanted his life many times, so why should he give him face? He spoke bluntly. Impudent! Hidden Flower roared. You little thief, you're causing trouble everywhere. You actually came to the Sword Tribe's wedding and made my dark tribe a laughingstock. Even if you don't die here today, you'll still be punished when you return. Don't think this matter is over. Lin Yang and Qingwan, listen up. Whoever dares to help Ling Xiao will be treated as a traitor and punished according to the Dark Tribe's rules. Hee, so the Dark Tribe is actually a bunch of idiots who can't tell right from wrong. I, Lin Yang, will help my boss today. What are you going to do? If he abandoned Ling Xiao because of fear, that wasn't Lin Yang's character. That's right. Elder Hidden Flower Tribe. Elder Hidden Flower Tribe's marriage. Could it be that he was pretending to be a tortoise and keeping his mouth shut? Perhaps it was because Qing Wanhua was too angry, so her words were not ladylike at all, but she felt very relieved. Hidden Flower was about to say something else. Although he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and looked miserable, he wasn't dead. Ling Zhao's kick was indeed powerful. However, the Sword Tribe's martial artists all knew that the slaughtering sword body could directly reduce one's defense to 0. Therefore, Jian Yu had long ago commissioned the Sword Tribe's skilled craftsman to make a set of defensive treasures for him. He wore it to protect his entire body. Ling Zhao's kick was terrifying, but it only caused a small crack to appear on the treasures. It didn't injure him. Ling Xiao, I'll definitely kill you, slaughtering sword body, slaughtering strike. Jian Yu's body floated in the air and gradually condensed into the shape of a huge sword. The huge sword breathed in and out sword energy, causing the surrounding elements to become chaotic. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. It was a spectacular sight. A slaughtering sword body that's proficient in heat control. Jian Yu really worked hard. This strike will heavily injure Ling Xiao. It's best if he dies. Jian Kuan hated Ling Xiao to death. But due to his identity, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move. After all, he was the Sword Tribe's patriarch. Once he made a move, the matter wouldn't be simple. Moreover, he could sense that there was a powerful force staring at him from afar. That force had no goodwill towards him. It was definitely here to help Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a move. He could only hope that Jian Yu could kill Ling Xiao with one sword. Today's matter would be considered to be over. Die, Ling Xiao. Jian Yu danced in the air, stabbing towards Ling Xiao like a huge sword. Sword energy radiated in all directions. The scene was very shocking for a moment. Slaughtering sword body, interesting. This attack power is indeed not easy to block. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. This slaughtering sword body's attack was actually very simple. It was just a straightforward assassination. However, this kind of attack did not have any flaws. Because it was simple, because it was direct, under such a short distance, even if a straight-line attack was easy to dodge, this attack was not easy to dodge. Ling Xiao also did not want to expose his wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique too much. Hence, he might as well not dodge. If he used other movement techniques, once he was hit, that sword energy would immediately destroy his entire body. He would die very miserably. Looks like I can only fight offense with offense. There's no harm in exposing some strength. Anyway, my strength is hidden enough. I'm not afraid of being exposed. Ling Xiao had a lot of means. The refining formation stone that he just took out was not used yet. Because a mere Jian Yu was really not worth him using a treasure like the refining formation stone. This refining formation stone was prepared to be used to deal with experts. And experts were existences like Jian Kuan and Jian Ruchao. Even if he could not kill them, he could at least delay their attacks, so that he had a chance to save Ling Jiaojiao. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao cut off the idea of dodging. That unremarkable heavy sword was taken out by him from the storage ring, then stabbed out with a sword. Vigorous sword chi shot out and blocked Jian Yu's huge sword in an instant. Meteor sword technique, the last move, Doomsday. Even though he had yet to master this move to the perfection stage, Its power was more terrifying than most ordinary high-tier jade-grade martial skills. At that moment, the entire sky seemed to have turned black. Countless terrifying starlight fell from the sky and then exploded, as if doomsday was coming. These lights all blasted on Jianyu's huge sword. Then, all the starlight disappeared. The most terrifying thing appeared. It was a pitch-black shadow of a sword. It was incomparably huge, like a comet, but it was black. To be more precise, perhaps it was more like the shadow of a comet. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded in the sky. In that instant, the clouds that had gathered in the sky were completely blown apart. The sky suddenly became cloudless, and it was incomparably clear. On the ground, a large number of tables and chairs were shattered. Some buildings in the Sword Tribe collapsed because of this. Many warriors were injured because of this. Of course, the most unlucky one was Jianyu. Puff, facing Ling Zhao's doomsday-like sword skill, Jianyu's killing sword physique had no way of resisting. The terrifying sword chi directly pierced through his body. A huge bloody hole had appeared on his body. Jianyu fell to the ground, gasping for air. His body was still trembling from time to time. His eyes looked at the sky blankly, as if he did not understand why he was defeated so miserably when he had already displayed his killing sword physique. Was he really not as good as Ling Xiao? His sword skill is just a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill. How can it be so terrifying? Everyone looked at Jianyu, who was lying on the ground on the verge of death, and all that was left was a final struggle. All of them sucked in a breath of cold air. It's impossible. His sword skill can't be so strong. I think it must be the explosion caused by the collision of the two forces. If Jianyu is on the verge of death, Ling Xiao must have died without a complete corpse. Among the crowd, a voice was very unique. However, his judgment was quickly accepted by most people. Because it was hard to believe that Jianyu was injured like that by Ling Xiao alone. At this time, Ling Xiao's figure had not appeared from the explosion. No one saw him being blown away. So it was reasonable to judge that he was blown to pieces. I don't know if he died without a complete corpse, but he must be more miserable than Jianyu. The Sword Tribe warriors gritted their teeth and thought to themselves. This was also what they were all looking forward to. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the gradually dissipating explosion point. They wanted to see what was going on with Ling Xiao. There seems to be a corpse. Look at that shadow. When the fire and smoke gradually faded, Ling Xiao's figure was already faintly visible. However, it was still impossible to distinguish whether the figure was a corpse or a living person. Even if he's not smashed to pieces, he must be dead. Jian Kuan snorted coldly. Of course, this was his expectation and also his judgment. With such a terrifying impact, how could Ling Xiao be safe and sound with his cultivation? Even if he was not dead like what Jian Kuan said, he must have been seriously injured. Deacon Ruoxian, you have sharp eyes. Is boss alright? Lin Yang asked worriedly. Don't you know what he's capable of? I won't die. Lin Ruoxian couldn't see what was going on inside the explosion, but she had more confidence in Ling Xiao than anyone else. Therefore, she believed that Ling Xiao was not dead. Pop, the light and smoke finally dissipated, and the explosion stopped. Ling Xiao's figure was also clearly exposed in front of everyone. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already sheathed his heavy sword. His steel-armored ox demon transformation looked ferocious and terrifying. He just stood there, looking as if he wasn't injured at all. That's impossible. It's impossible for him to come out unscathed. Absolutely impossible. As the patriarch of the sword race, Jian Kuan also started to panic. He had never met someone as unpredictable as Ling Xiao. He was too difficult to deal with. Big brother, there's no need to be so anxious. I believe that he must have been seriously injured, and it's an internal injury. You should know that internal injuries are more terrifying than external injuries. Jian Ruchao said to Jian Kuan in a low voice. He did not believe that under such a terrifying impact, Ling Xiao could still come out unscathed. That was simply something impossible. Unless that was not an explosion caused by the collision, but a sword light controlled by Ling Xiao. But was that possible? Could Ling Xiao really control such a powerful sword light so easily, and then kill Jianyu, but right at this moment, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. Then he put away his heavy sword and looked at Jian Kuan coldly and said, "Your sword race's 2 puppies were already killed by me. Looks like the sword race really isn't much, I still have the same words. Today, I didn't come to cause trouble. If I really wanted to cause trouble, your sword race would have already suffered countless casualties. I just came to ask my elder sister a few words. Can't I do that too?" His words were full of vigor, completely without the appearance of suffering internal injuries. Impossible. How is this possible? Jian Ruchao was dumbfounded too. As the upper echelon of the Hall of Kindness and Punishment, his eyesight had always been vicious. It was basically impossible to misjudge a person. But today, in front of Ling Xiao, he fell for it. This boy actually really did not have any injuries at all. This was simply incomprehensible. And after the shock, he and Jian Kuan exchanged a glance, both seeing that astonishment in each other's eyes. Although the present Ling Xiao was still unable to pose a threat to them. But such terrifying talent, and even able to jump ranks to challenge, such a genius was simply as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the 8 immortal city. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would likely become the sword race's most terrifying enemy. Now, Jian Kuan started to somewhat regret his decision back then. Why did he have to be enemies with Ling Xiao? However, there was no turning back an arrow that had already been shot. What had already been done, they already offended Ling Xiao. Both sides became mortal enemies. Could they still regret it? Could they still turn back? No, it was already impossible. The current them could only walk this path to the end and thoroughly kill Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the present Ling Xiao had not fully grown, so they were not too afraid of him. Boy, what you said is really laughable. Ling Jiaojiao is my sword race's inner disciple. And she has already become my adopted daughter, and changed her surname from Ling to Jian. Now that she is Jian Jiaojiao, she has nothing to do with your Ling family. I let her marry Jian Lufeng, that is our sword race's internal matter. You have no right to interfere. Moreover, let's not talk about this matter for now. You killed 2 of my sons, this blood debt, you still have to return to our sword race. The one who spoke was Jian Kuan. He had taken Ling Jiaojiao as his adopted daughter and forcefully changed her surname, in fact, for the sake of today's marriage without others gossiping. Ha 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 ha, what a righteous and shameless reason. Even if she is your adopted daughter, she is my biological sister. You should be clear about the relationship between us. Moreover, with your sword race's way of doing things, I can't help but suspect that you have done some despicable and shameless things back then. Ling Xiao laughed loudly, then scolded loudly, sword race? One of the 8 great families? You are worse than pigs and dogs. Today, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let my sister go, or I will let your sword race turn into a river of blood today. I advise you not to be rash. Young people are always swayed by emotions, and in the end, you will die more miserably than anyone else. This is the sword race, one of the 8 great families, the sword race, not to mention a small Ling Xiao like you. Even if Yi Wu Xing came, it would still be useless. Nonsense. So what if I am rash? So what if I am not rash? In the end, your sword race has already steeled your heart to form a death grudge with me, Ling Xiao, so why should I be courteous? Ling Xiao interrupted Jian Kuan's words, sneered, and suddenly threw out dozens of array refining stones. The terrifying array, one after another, trapped the entire sword race's courtyard. Although the array refining stones array was not as powerful as the one that took time to set up. However, with dozens of array formations linked together, their might was definitely not small. Although Ling Xiao could not kill the top experts of the sword race, it was enough to drag the majority of them down with him. Even if he died, he would make the sword race pay a heavy price. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Do you want to make the entire 8 immortal mountain your enemy? At this time, the leader of the dark race, and Xianxia, was also in a mess. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually make such a move and leave him here as well. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. If you're not a sword race warrior, you won't be attacked by the array. Although my attainments in array formation are not high, I'm still confident. Ling Xiao said calmly. Although he hated Xianxia to death, he was mainly looking for trouble with the sword race today. He could not offend anyone else. Therefore, he made painstaking changes to the array formation. As expected, we can go in and out freely. Among the crowd, some of the bolder ones had already started to test the power of the array formation. They could not help but be surprised. Seeing this, the sword race warrior sneered. Perhaps this array formation is useless to begin with. It can't trap anyone. Then, many people saw the tragic scene that followed. As long as the sword race tried to leave the courtyard, they would be attacked by the terrifying array formation. Those who were weaker would be killed on the spot. Those who were slightly stronger would also be seriously injured. Although the top experts were not injured, it would be difficult for them to break out of the array formation in a short period of time. This Xianxia is simply a treasure. Sigh, if I were our sect leader, I would definitely put Xianxia by my side and nurture him well. How could I let him suffer such grievances? An expert from the Jin race sighed and said. That's easy to say. Xianxia has made enemies with so many people. If we want to protect him, we will have to face the situation of offending even more people. The sect leader will not do such a loss-making business. Another person said. Sigh, forget it. Since we can go in and out freely, let's just watch the show and drink some tea. Those who were watching the show naturally did not want to help anyone. On one side was the sword race, one of the 8 great families. On the other hand, there were genius martial artists with outstanding talent. No matter which side he helped, he would offend the other side. Under such circumstances, these old foxes would rather sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. In the end, they would stand on the side of whoever won. Xianxia released all the alchemy formation stones that he could release. He then looked at Jianquan and said coldly, Jianquan, you old dog, I don't want to talk nonsense. Let go of my sister and I will remove these formations. Otherwise, let's perish together. Impudent. Do you think you can threaten our sword race with these lousy formations? Let me tell you, it's useless. Obediently release the formation, and we won't kill you. We'll hand you over to the sect to deal with. If you continue to be stubborn, this old man will personally kill you. Jianquan said sinisterly. As the leader of the sword tribe, it was naturally impossible for him to lower his head in front of Xianxia, especially when the situation was still unclear. If he were to lower his head now, the sword tribe would become a laughingstock in the future. Father, why do you have to do it personally? Just leave it to me. Jian Lufeng suddenly said coldly, I didn't do anything when he caused trouble at my wedding because I didn't want the situation to worsen. But I didn't expect that he would kill my clansmen time and time again. If he doesn't die, how can I, Jian Lufeng, face my second brother in heaven? Husband, today is your wedding day. Let me help you. A small Xianxia is not worthy of you personally taking action. Suddenly, a woman appeared before everyone's eyes. She was charming and charming, causing people to be fascinated. The key was that she was very young, but she was actually very powerful. Her name was Xianxia, a woman from the sand race. She married into the sword race and became Jian Liufeng's woman. They got married when they were 14 years old. Now they were both 17 or 18 years old, but they still didn't have children. It wasn't that she was unwilling, but Xianxia had the problem of infertility. In order to not let Jian Lufeng abandon her, even if she saw her husband marry another woman today, she would fight for her husband. Looking at Xianxia coldly, Xianxia said coolly, don't think that I don't dare to make a move because you're a woman. Your sand race and sword race are the same shameless dogs. You only know how to use some despicable moves. Let me tell you, scram to one side as soon as possible. Don't take the initiative to seek death. Otherwise, I won't show mercy to the sand race's people. You dare to scold me? Xianxia looked at Xianxia furiously. Not only did this brat insult the sword race, he even insulted the sand race. Truly a lunatic. To dare become enemies with 2 of the 4 strongest families at the same time, what was this if not seeking death? Scoundrel thing, worm-like trash, why haven't you hurriedly knelt down and apologize? I might still leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without an intact corpse. Xianxia roared angrily. Dozens of experts also rushed out from the sword race. They already could not tolerate it. Xianxia came to the sword race to cause trouble. He deserved death in the first place. Now, he killed the sword race's 3 young masters, Jian Mafeng, Xianxia, and Jian Yu. He even dared to insult the sword race and sand race. If they did not kill this brat, the sword race would really have no face to see others in the future. At this time, Lin Yang, Qing Wanhua, and Lin Ruoxian also stood behind Ling Xiao. They came here to help Ling Xiao. Now that the battle was about to start, they naturally could not stand by and watch. Kill. The dozens of experts from the sword race attacked almost simultaneously. Jian Kuan did not have any intention of stopping them. His gaze was fixed on a certain position in the distance. However, he was somewhat displeased. No, extremely displeased. The expert in the distance had not made a move until now, but he had been locked onto Jian Kuan. If he made a move, the other party would definitely make a move. To be honest, he really did not have the confidence to defeat this person. Hence, in fear, he could only let his subordinates attack first. Among these experts from the sword race, the weakest cultivation was an ordinary 3rd level of Hell martial artist. The strongest was a 3rd transformation Yinyang realm 3rd level of Hell martial artist. Of course, some of them were older. They were in their 40s or 50s. Naturally, they were not as talented as Jian Yu and Jian Jia. Hence, although they were strong, they could not be called geniuses. Listen, don't make a move casually. Use the same method as on the Black Immortal Mountain. Control the array to attack. Use the array to strengthen yourself. Close combat is only the last resort. Ling Xiao reminded his 3 friends beside him and immediately charged out. Facing these experts, he naturally could not waste his essence force. With a move of his soul power, the array was activated. Many people were attacked by sharp rocks that suddenly surged out from the ground before they could even get within 10 meters of him. A few people died on the spot. The others were also shocked. At the same time, Lin Yang, Qing Wanhua, and Lin Ruoxian also started attacking. Ling Xiao created an array that was tailor-made for the 3 of them. These arrays could not use the elements and did not consume their soul power. A huge heavenly demonic spider descended into the courtyard. As soon as it appeared, it swallowed 2 martial artists alive. Then, it began to release its silk frantically. A huge flower suddenly grew out from the ground. Its petals danced in the air and turned into sharp weapons that hunted the crowd. The most terrifying thing was Lin Ruoxian's attack. Her strength was terrifying. With the help of the array, the huge white snake ran amok in the courtyard. Once someone was hit by the poisonous gas in her mouth, even if they didn't die, they would faint. With the help of the array, the 4 of them worked together. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of sword race martial artists were killed or seriously injured. This was basically the start of the war. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Because he came here today to start the war. In order to save Ling Jiaojiao, he didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself with the sword race. Of course, no one liked to die. Therefore, Ling Xiao formulated a plan. Once it succeeded, they could escape and leave this damned 8 immortal city. It wouldn't be too late to come back for revenge in the future when their cultivation was stronger. So far, the plan had been carried out perfectly according to his expectations. Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, then fight with me. If I win, you'll be at the mercy of the sword race. If I lose, you can take your sister away. Our sword race won't stop you. Jian Lufeng suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said. This was because he realized that he had been underestimating this ant-like existence all this time. If the situation continued to develop, even if they killed Ling Xiao in the end, most of the sword race's martial artists would die. With the sword race's decline, the other families would definitely take advantage of it. This kind of thing had happened before. One had to know that the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain hadn't always been the same. In fact, other than the moon race, there had been changes in the other families. The moon race was the oldest family. Although it wasn't the strongest now, very few people dared to touch them because they had a mysterious power. Once they decided to sacrifice themselves, they could directly raise the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. No one was willing to see such an outcome. Therefore, the moon race had always been neutral. They didn't provoke or offend anyone. Others did not dare to provoke them for fear of harming the innocent. In the past, the changes in the other 7 great clans were all due to the mistakes of the previous clans, which led to the sharp decline of the clan's power, and then they were replaced. The sword race didn't want that. If they really suffered heavy casualties in the end, then the other families would definitely devour them like ferocious beasts. As for their vacancies, there would naturally be other clans to fill in. In any case, there were many clans waiting to replace the sword race in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Therefore, Jian Lufeng decided to fight with Ling Xiao. This way, he would be able to resolve the problem easily and wouldn't bring any trouble to the sword tribe. Idiot, you're a First Revolution 5th level Hell martial artist, while I'm only a First Revolution 3rd level Hell martial artist. Do you really think I'll fight you? Ling Xiao scolded Jian Lufeng in disdain. You coward, you. Don't even dare to fight. What a joke. Jian Lufeng cursed. What a joke. If I really want to fight with you, then there must be something wrong with my brain. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, do you want me to randomly pick a martial artist from your sword race and fight one-on-one? If I win, you'll do as I say? Idiot. You. Jian Lufeng's face turned ashen, but he couldn't refute. This was because he was in the wrong, and his eloquence wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's, so it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. Husband, don't be angry. Since he doesn't dare to fight with you, then let me fight on your behalf. Xiaozhen stood out and said. You're not bad. Your cultivation is close to breaking through to the early 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You're stronger than Jianyu and Xianxia. If you also know the slaughtering sword physique, then your strength would probably be comparable to a martial artist at the early 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Good, I can agree to fight with you. Ling Xiao looked at Xiaozhen and said, but let's be clear. If I kill you, I can take my sister away. Your sword race will seek revenge. After saying this, he looked at Jian Kuan and Jian Ruchao. If the two of them didn't say anything, they would definitely go back on their words. Xian, are you sure you can win? Jian Kuan looked at Xiaozhen and asked. An unknown expert had locked on. Ling Xiao's terrifying formation gave Jian Kuan a headache. If Xiaozhen could defeat Ling Xiao, it would be a good thing. However, the strength that Ling Xiao displayed earlier was a little worrying. Ling Xiao could defeat Jianyu and Jianjia so easily. Could he be hiding his strength? Xiaozhen smiled and said, Father, have you forgotten that our sand race also has a secret technique? Although I don't have the slaughtering sword physique, I have the sand witcher. He doesn't know this, so I'm 100% sure that I can kill him. It's impossible for me to fail. Sand witcher. Hearing this, Jian Kuan suddenly felt relieved. The sand witcher of the sand race was really terrifying. It was a ferocious beast hidden in the bloodline of the sand race. Once released, even the martial artist couldn't control it. However, its combat power was definitely strong. As long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, he didn't care whether that thing could be controlled or not. He didn't care anyway. Alright, father believes you. If you can kill him, don't let him live. If this brat lives for even a second longer, I'll feel very uncomfortable. Jian Kuan gnashed his teeth and said. He naturally hated Ling Xiao to the bone. First, he killed the earth demon assassin that their sword race had painstakingly nurtured. Then, he killed his 3 sons. One of them was even his own. The enmity of killing his sons was absolutely irreconcilable. How could he let this Ling Xiao go? He hated that he couldn't skin Ling Xiao and pull out his tendons. However, Ling Xiao was too cunning. For safety's sake, he gave Xiaozhen an order to kill if she could. As long as Ling Xiao died, he could whip his corpse in anger. Don't worry, father. Today is my husband's wedding day. This brat actually dared to cause such a ruckus at the wedding venue. He even insulted our sand race and sword race's martial artists. If I don't kill him, wouldn't I be a sand race woman in vain? A sword race wife in vain? Don't worry, I definitely won't let him live on. An incomparably sinister expression appeared on Xiaozhen's originally beautiful face, as if she was a wild beast that went berserk. She walked towards Ling Xiao and stood 50 meters away. She pointed at Ling Xiao and said, Little thief, do you dare to fight with me, Xiaozhen? Don't tell me that you're even afraid of women. Since you're seeking death, why should I refuse? It's just that so many people present are listening. Those conditions that you mentioned earlier, the sword race's patriarch, Jian has already agreed. Whether or not your sword race is really shameless without a bottom line, I really want to see. Ling Xiao originally didn't want to kill more people. But the sword race wasn't willing to let Ling Jiao go. He could only start a massacre here. I hope the sword tribe doesn't go back on their words. Let's begin. Ling Xiao knew very well that even if he relied on the formation, the chances of him saving Ling Jiao were not high. Although there was a possibility that both sides would perish in the end, he didn't want that kind of ending. If there was a simpler and less laborious way to solve this problem, he would of course choose it. After all, defeating Shaheen was much easier than destroying the entire sword tribe. Shaheen's cultivation should be on par with Infatian, much stronger than Jianyu and Xianxia. Moreover, he believed that Shaheen must have some kind of trump card. Otherwise, she would not be so confident in defeating him after he killed Jianyu and Xianxia. Ling Xiao, be careful. The Sand Tribe's Sand Witcher is a very terrifying secret technique. Not only can it greatly increase your defense, but it can also greatly increase your attack. Lin Ruoxian suddenly transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. She knew things that Ling Xiao did not. What's a Sand Witcher? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's a bit similar to the Scarlet Demon in Qi Ling Er's body, but Qi Ling Er only sold her soul to the Scarlet Demon, while the Sand Clan signed a contract with the Sand Witcher King, allowing them to raise the Sand Witchers in their bodies. In the case of a partial transformation, they can use the Sand Witcher's power to strengthen themselves. Once the transformation is complete, the powerful Sand Witcher will completely take over the martial artist's body. At that time, the one fighting with you will not be Shaheen, but the Sand Witcher. Lin Ruoxian explained. No wonder she's so confident. But she has something to rely on. Do you think I don't? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sister Ruoxian, don't worry. She will definitely lose. You're quite confident. Lin Ruoxian shook her head and smiled bitterly. She realized that she did not understand Ling Xiao at all. Even under such circumstances, he was still so confident. Where did Ling Xiao's confidence come from? Lin Ruoxian really wanted to find out. Are you ready? Shaheen looked coldly at Ling Xiao and asked indifferently. I've already said it. Let's begin. There's no need to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He held the heavy sword tightly in his hand. Many cracks had already appeared on the heavy sword. He had snatched this sword from someone else and had used it for a long time. It was time to change it. However, defeating Shaheen should not be a problem. Boom, the violent auras of the two suddenly collided, creating countless vortexes in the void. Things like aura were supposed to be formless and traceless. However, when it was cultivated to a certain level, combined with the battle intent, it could turn one's aura into a truly terrifying existence with lethal power. What a strong fighting spirit. It seems that you are indeed worthy of my full strength. The collision of their auras made Shaheen realize that this guy was definitely hiding his strength. He was not at the middle stage of the third level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm as everyone knew. However, this was even better. Defeating such an enemy was more valuable. Desert Coffin, bind. A low voice came out of Shaheen's mouth, and then his hands began to form seals at an extremely high speed. This should be one of the secret techniques of the Sand Race. The difference between martial techniques and secret techniques was that martial techniques required the execution of moves. Secret techniques required the formation of seals. At that moment, the earth elements between heaven and earth began to gather from all directions. Under the control of Shaheen's powerful sand martial soul, it formed a huge desert coffin. This coffin gradually solidified, as if it was made out of hard stones. It felt much more powerful than Jianyu and Jianxiao's moves. Boom, the huge coffin suddenly fell from the sky, trying to bind Ling Xiao in the coffin. Boring trick. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He waved the heavy sword in his hand, and a powerful sword chi soared into the sky. The fifth move of the meteor sword technique, heaven falls and earth rends, boom, the huge coffin was directly pierced and could no longer trap anyone. Shaheen frowned slightly, but she did not panic because of this. A twisted expression appeared on his ferocious face, and he roared hysterically, "It's useless. The desert coffin is not something you can break so easily. As soon as she finished speaking, the broken coffin began to repair rapidly. A large piece of the ground turned into sand, and Sahin borrowed it for her use. Not only that, a huge evil spirit shadow appeared on the coffin, and wrapped the entire coffin tightly, making the coffin even harder. That must be the shadow of the Sand Witcher. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was just a shadow, and it wanted to trap him. Wasn't that ridiculous? I've said it before. This kind of boring trick really makes me sleepy. Destroy. Meteor Sword Skill 6th Move, Doomsday. This was the sword skill used to kill Jianyu. Although it was a mid-tier Jade grade martial technique, its power was extremely powerful. Boom, this time, the huge coffin was not pierced, but shattered. If Sahin wanted to reform it again, she would have to spend a lot of energy. What, damned bastard, take this. Black Sun Sandstorm Fist. Although Sahin did not think that the desert coffin could completely trap Ling Xiao. But at least it should have some effect. But the reality made her a little annoyed. The desert coffin did not have any effect, and it was shattered by Ling Xiao. Furious, she directly used a high-tier Jade grade martial technique. Ling Xiao had seen the Black Sun Sandstorm Fist on the 5th floor of the ghost prison, and it was used by the person called Xiaxing. When the terrifying fist skill was used, yellow sand filled the sky, covering the sun. Only a black sun was shining dimly. With the roar of the wind, the fist fiercely blasted towards Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Qi Sword, one sword to the west. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the shocking fist, and a terrifying purple qi suddenly burst out from his body, soaring into the sky. Then, a huge purple sword appeared behind him, thrusting towards the terrifying black sandstorm-like fist. Boom, a loud sound was heard. Sahin's Black Sun Sandstorm Fist was much more powerful than Xiaxing's. Ling Xiao's hasty counterattack was naturally not powerful enough. His body was forced to retreat a few steps, but this kind of attack was not enough to injure him. Die for me. Sahin finally got a slight advantage, and naturally wanted to expand this advantage as soon as possible. She absolutely did not want to see Ling Xiao counterattack. So she took the opportunity to throw another punch. Her speed was extremely fast, and although it was slower than Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf travel, it was much faster than the average martial artist of the same level. Another Black Sun Sandstorm Fist. It was as if Ling Xiao could see a gigantic black sun crashing down on him. The terrifying sandstorm was like a ferocious beast, and it wanted to swallow Ling Xiao. Faced with this brazen attack, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The purple qi on his body became more vigorous. You want to kill me? It's useless. Eastern Purple Cloud Sword, one sword destruction. An even more powerful giant purple sword flew out from Ling Xiao's heavy sword. In that instant, the power of destruction destroyed the black sandstorm and the black fist. Even the black sun was directly destroyed. It's just a good high-tier Jade grade martial skill, how can it be so strong? Of course Shaheen knew about the Eastern Purple Cloud Sword, it was not as good as her Black Sun Fist. But in Ling Xiao's hands, the power released by the Eastern Purple Cloud Sword was shocking. But at this moment, she did not have time to think. After the terrifying giant purple sword shattered her Black Sun Sandstorm Fist, it was still moving forward, trying to pierce through her. Her body was pierced through. Shaheen was shocked. She quickly formed another seal. Her body was quickly wrapped in an eggshell-like protective film. This eggshell-like defense was used by the desert cloud before. But it was obvious that Shaheen's defense was stronger. The terrifying giant purple sword pierced through the eggshell-like defense, and then the terrifying sword cheek continued to penetrate. Bang, like an eggshell-like shattering, the defense that Shaheen was so proud of was shattered. Although the giant purple sword was also exhausted and disappeared. But Ling Xiao was already closing in with his sword, attacking at an extremely fast speed. Both of them would not let go of this perfect opportunity to defeat each other. Shaheen's hair was a little messy, her eyes were filled with hatred and anger. You asked for it, Ling Xiao, Sand Witcher, come out. Originally, Shaheen was not willing to use the Sand Witcher until the very end, because once this move was used, she would most likely lose her own will, and become a puppet controlled by the Sand Witcher. But now she had no choice, the opponent was too strong, she had to go all out. Even if she had to turn into a monster, she had to kill Ling Xiao. Her body began to change rapidly. The first thing that started to change was her right eye. Her right eye emitted a scarlet glow. Zhou Xuanji's eyes, her skin was like sand hardening, becoming extremely strange. Then, her right hand turned into a huge claw, which looked like it was made of hardened gravel. Then, a long tail appeared behind her, which was also made of sand. Just as this strange transformation took place, Shaheen's elemental energy changed from its previous colorless and transparent state. It was now the same color as sand. Not only that, but its density had also increased by a lot. Shaheen did not let the transformation complete. In the end, she didn't want to lose her consciousness until the very end. Get lost. His right hand transformed into a giant claw and clawed at Ling Xiao. There was no technique involved, but the might of this attack was clearly more terrifying than the Black Sun Sandstorm fist from before. Powerful earth energy condensed on this claw, and it was like a mountain pressing down on Ling Xiao. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, Ling Xiao's powerful sword had arrived, and it directly collided with the huge claw. Rumble, the thunderous sound reverberated throughout the courtyard. Many people couldn't help but cover their ears. The sound of an explosion rang out, and both of them were sent flying. However, Shaheen only took a step back, and then rushed forward again. Ling Xiao took 7 or 8 steps back, and his body was still leaning backward. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, now do you know why I made a bet with you? Because once I release Xiaowitcher, you will die without a doubt. Stupid guy, you actually agreed to the bet. What a joke. Shaheen, who was rushing over, let out a wild laugh. It was just that this laughter sounded really strange, and it became sharper and more ear-piercing. Isn't it a bit too early for you to be happy? Ling Xiao blasted his palm behind him, and with the help of the recoil force, he not only stabilized his body in an instant, but also rushed towards Shaheen. Shaheen attacked. In his body, the violent sword intent began to roar. Although he couldn't easily use the previous slaughter sword intent and destruction sword intent. However, things like sword intent didn't matter because as long as one used a sword, one would have it. The terrifying sword intent condensed on the heavy sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Not only that, Ling Xiao's body began to undergo strange changes. The tyrannical blood demonic dragon martial soul transformation had been executed by him. He displayed it. If the other party could transform, why couldn't he? Except for his right hand, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be wearing a set of armor similar to the tyrannical blood demonic dragon. And the moment the transformation was completed, Shaheen's claw had already arrived. The huge yellow claw, which was obviously not a human hand, was filled with a powerful aura. It directly slapped toward Ling Xiao's head. If this claw hit, no matter how strong Ling Xiao's defense was, it would be difficult for him to survive. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. For him, an attack was the best defense. Buzz, the huge claw collided with the sharp sword edge. The terrifying sound wave that erupted made everyone seem to have lost their hearing in an instant. Loud silence, what it meant was that the sound was too loud and exceeded the ability to hear, so they couldn't hear it. In the center of the battle, the yellow and blood-red light grew bigger and bigger, turning into an irregular sphere, enveloping both of them. Wrapped in it. The terrifying light sphere continued to expand, and when its diameter reached 100 meters, it finally exploded completely. It seemed that even the air couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact. At that moment, many people saw a strange scene. It seemed that the sky was forcibly distorted. Many unlucky fellows were too close and were directly flung away by this terrifying impact. After the collision, Shaheen's claw was directly shattered, and more cracks appeared on Ling Xiao's heavy sword. It looked like it could fall apart at any time. Ah! Shaheen burst out with an even more terrifying scream. The originally normal left eye also began to change, until the left half of the body was exactly the same as the right half. Down. At this time only Shaheen's legs still maintained the shape of a human. Her entire upper body had completely transformed into the appearance of the Sand Witcher. The moment the transformation was completed, Shaheen once again pounced on Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who made her so embarrassed in front of so many people. She must kill Ling Xiao. Definitely. Kid, let's see what else you can do. Sahin didn't believe that Ling Xiao could still perform any martial arts that could shock her at this point in the battle. Her transformation was close to 90%, and her strength had also increased by nearly 90% at the same time. If this still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, how could it be possible? The only reason you would say that is because you are too ignorant. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to be wrapped in purple-blue lightning. Advanced Thunder Battle Body was instantly released. The heavy sword in his hand was also wrapped in a layer of lightning-like protective film. Purple Thunder Aura, one sword to the west. It was the same move, but because of the advanced lightning battle physique, its power was much more powerful. Sahin looked at him in astonishment. But at this time, she didn't have time to think too much. Ling Xiao was just a small character, she didn't even pay attention to him. She didn't know that Ling Xiao had the lightning battle physique. It was inevitable to be careless in this battle. But in Shahin's view, Ling Xiao's lightning battle physique wasn't that strong. So she wasn't afraid at all. Both claws grabbed Ling Xiao at the same time, ignoring the power of Ling Xiao's sword. Bang, Poochie, the sword and the claws clashed. First, an astonishing roar sounded. Then, the sword that was about to fall apart, under the amazing power of lightning, pierced through the thick claws. It pierced Shahin's throat. But unfortunately, the body made of sand was too hard. When Ling Xiao's sword pierced Shahin's throat, it was already weak and couldn't pierce through her. However, the pain of her hands being pierced still made Sahin scream hysterically. In that instant, her eyes were completely plunged into a pitch-black color. Then, a pair of wings made of sand appeared on its back. Her body also suddenly became a lot bigger. Originally, only her legs and feet were not covered, but now she was completely wrapped in sand. How is this possible? Shahin is actually at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Jianquan's firm confidence suddenly wavered. Big brother, don't worry, even if Shahin is defeated, I won't let that Ling Xiao go. As long as we kill him, no one will dare to gossip outside. Jian Ruchao transmitted his voice to Jianquan. He was more ruthless than Jianquan. Because he knew that once Ling Xiao escaped, it would be like a hidden dragon entering the sea, a tiger returning to the mountain. Soon, he will inevitably become a big problem for the sword race. I didn't expect Boss to be more terrifying than we thought. Shahin is almost completely under the Sandwich control, yet he still has the upper hand. Lin Yang did not expect Ling Xiao to be so much stronger than he had imagined. This was far beyond his expectations. The Qingwan flowers were also in a daze. She had originally thought that Ling Xiao's aptitude might be second only to Ling Yan's, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao's aptitude was not inferior to Ling Yan's at all. TSK, the Dark Tribe has really taken in a good disciple. If they train him well, he'll be extremely strong in a year or two. He'll be the only one who can compete with Lin Yutian in the Eight Immortal Mountain. That's right, to be able to suppress the demonized Sand Hunter with this level of cultivation, sigh, what a pity, why isn't he a disciple of our Zhen family? In fact, even Nightwalker felt that Ling Xiao was a talent with great potential. Unfortunately, his son, and Feitian, had a grudge against Ling Xiao. Later on, and Feitian had tried to deal with Ling Xiao many times. It seemed that this grudge could not be resolved. He and Nightwalker looked at each other, then the two of them communicated secretly. Brother, it seems that we can't let Ling Xiao go back alive today. Let's kill him in the Sword Tribe and blame it on the Sword Tribe. Nightwalker suggested. Good idea, but be careful when you do it. Don't be discovered. Otherwise, it will lead to a serious crisis within the Dark Tribe. At the same time, it will lead to a life and death battle between the Dark Tribe and the Sword Tribe. That's not good. Nightwalker said cautiously. Brother, don't worry. My martial soul is perfect for sneak attacks. Nightwalker sneered, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a corpse. Ah. In the air, Shazhen completely sealed her consciousness out of fear. She gave her body to the Sand Hunter to control. She could not afford to lose. She could not lose either, the shock that Ling Xiao gave her was too terrifying. Only by giving herself to the Sand Hunter could she defeat Ling Xiao. Not good, that guy has completely lost consciousness. She gave her body to the Sand Hunter. This time, Ling Xiao is in trouble. Sigh, this kind of fighting method is simply shameless. But there was nothing one could do about it. After all, the Sand Hunter was a terrifying existence that had been raised in the body of a direct descendant of the Sand tribe. At a critical moment, it was not wrong for them to use it in battle. Therefore, even if they sympathized with Ling Xiao, they could only watch as Ling Xiao was killed today. Is this the complete form of the Sand Hunter? It's really big. Looking at the huge monster that was more than 10 meters tall and had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Ling Xiao also sighed. What kind of monster was the Sand Hunter? At this moment, the Sand Hunter only needed to blow a breath to create a sandstorm. It looked like the end of the world and was extremely terrifying. Looks like I have to get serious. This guy is being controlled by the Sand Hunter. I'm afraid his strength has already reached the early stage of the 4th level of hell. No, he should be even stronger. After all, the Sand Hunter's defense and attack are much scarier than a warrior of this level. Even the Yin Yuan force in his body is much stronger. Ling Xiao frowned as his body started to change. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul was disintegrated and replaced by the Black Wolf General Martial Soul. Because under the Black Wolf General Martial Soul, his 1,000-mile wolf travel could be unleashed to the extreme. To deal with this big guy, using his movement technique was the best choice. Other than that, there was no other way. Unless he used the Butterfly Lady's power or the Divine Grimoire's power. But right now, there was no need for that. It was time for him to fully unleash his cultivation. He had been suppressing it because the opponent was not worthy of him using his full strength. Now, he could finally unleash the full power of his peak Yin-Yang realm 3rd level cultivation. Relying on the accumulation of more energy than others in every realm, he would not be afraid even if he faced a Yin-Yang realm martial artist who was at the early stage of the 4th level of hell. Ha ha ha, die, die. Although I don't know who you are, if you hurt my host, you must die. The Sand Hunter's voice was old and hoarse. Every sound was like a muffled thunder. Although his attack was still the Black Sun Sandstorm Fist. Its power was many times stronger than when Xiaohin used it. The huge Black Sun was like a ferocious monster that wanted to devour Ling Xiao. Die, you little kid. You can't continue to live. At that moment, the terrifying Black Sun turned into a huge fist and blasted towards Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and the others' hearts jumped to their throats. Jian Kuan, Jian Ruchao, and the others revealed cold smiles. It was as if they could already see Ling Xiao dying on the spot. But at this moment, Ling Xiao did not seem to see Xiaohin's attack at all. He was completely immersed in the sword in his hand. Ling Xiao's heart was completely immersed in the heavy sword in his hand. His sword intent was infused into it as he prepared for a powerful move. In his eyes, the giant in front of him was not an invincible monster. It was just a rock that must be shattered. Only an extremely sharp sword intent could destroy it. Ling Xiao's sword intent continued to rise and strengthen. As his sword intent continued to be released and his cultivation continued to explode, Ling Xiao became a force to be reckoned with in everyone's eyes. Many people did not even dare to look at Ling Xiao. Because when they looked at Ling Xiao, it was as if their bodies were being sliced by something. That was the immense pressure caused by the sword intent. It's time to end this, woman, thunder lava, heaven and earth purple aura, one sword destruction, destruction. Massacre. In this attack, Ling Xiao secretly infused his powerful destruction and massacre sword intents. He believed that with such a powerful sword aura, very few people would notice what was so special about this sword intent. After all, the destruction and massacre sword intents were not unique to Ling Xiao. Anyone could cultivate them. It was just that there would be a difference in the realm. Heaven and earth shattered. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. No one could describe how terrifying this sword was. At least, no one present could describe it. When this sword stabbed out, the surrounding air seemed to have been emptied. That space became a terrifying whirlpool. In an instant, the space where the Sand Witcher was began to distort, deform, and collapse. Not good, Xianxia is in danger. Saren from the Sand clan saw this scene. Although Shaheen was married to the Sword clan, she was still a member of the Sand clan and his daughter. How could he not save her? Unfortunately, even with his speed, he could not compare to the terrifying speed of this sword light. The only thing he could do was scream. As for the Sand Witcher, it was impossible for him to block the attack. After all, the Sand Witcher was in the middle of an attack. If he turned around to defend, it would definitely waste a lot of time. Crack, like glass shattering. The space where the Sand Witcher was shattered. Including the Sand Witcher, it shattered into pieces and scattered on the ground. The might of this sword strike was so powerful that it shocked everyone. It should be noted that this was the sword chi released by a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell in Yin Yang realm. The moment her body disintegrated, Sahin's hatred soared to the sky. Losing to Ling Xiao not only meant that she was going to die, it also meant that she had embarrassed her husband. Even if she died, it would be a humiliation, a failure. She would forever be nailed to the cross of a loser and become a complete piece of trash. She hated it so much. How hateful. So what if you hate me? It's all over now. Ling Xiao looked at Shaheen with disdain. Looking at the heavy sword in his hand that finally cracked due to the powerful force, he sighed. Although he had killed Shaheen, the sword was also broken. It was time to find another weapon to replace it. The sword race's treasure should be a sword. I have to find a chance to get it. How can this guy be so strong? It seems like there will be a good show to watch in the Dark Tribe's battle for the Dark Shadow Gourd. I thought that Infatian would definitely win. But now, it seems like this guy will be Infatian's strongest opponent. Yeah, how many years has it been? Other than that person and the young sect master, this guy is the 3rd person I've seen who has the potential to surpass all others. As long as he survives, his future will be limitless. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with envy. To be able to accept such a genius as a disciple would be a great blessing in life. Bastard. At this moment, Jian Liufeng's eyes turned red. It was a pair of eyes that were red with anger. The one who died was his wife. He didn't care about the stupid bet. He only knew that Ling Xiao killed his wife, so Ling Xiao must die. Whoosh, Jian Lufeng turned into a sword light and instantly approached Ling Xiao. A terrifying killing intent spread across the entire area. This made those who had yet to recover from the shock of Shaheen's death unable to react. Bastard, how dare you kill my wife? I'll let you die here. Jian Lufeng, you're shameless. When Lin Ruoxian saw Jian Liufeng's attack, he knew that he had to stop this guy. Jian Lufeng was not like those who had been killed before. His strength was definitely not something that Ling Xiao could handle. Although Jian Lufeng was shameless and treacherous, this was not the time to be reasonable. He had to stop this guy. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be dead. Her movements were extremely fast. The moment Jian Lufeng made his move, she had already rushed towards Ling Xiao. Her body was like a shadow and her speed was extremely fast. Stop her. At this moment, more experts from the sword race attacked. They stopped Lin Ruoxian. Even if Lin Ruoxian killed 2 of them, there were still dozens of them left. They would not give Lin Ruoxian the chance to save Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, their deaths would be worth it. After all, to the sword race, killing Ling Xiao was the only way to wash away their shame. Attack. Although Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang were not too strong, with Ling Xiao's array, they could still fight against many experts from the sword race. Since they could not save Ling Xiao, the only thing they could do was to help Lin Ruoxian get rid of those experts. Then, they would let Lin Ruoxian save Ling Xiao. They could only hope that Ling Xiao could hold on and not get killed. That would be enough. In an instant, the sword race compound was in chaos. Killing intent filled the air and roars could be heard. Those who were watching quietly crept out of the array, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Only Hidden Flower stared coldly at Ling Xiao, thinking about when to launch a sneak attack. Don't attack yet. Since Jian Lufeng has already attacked, Ling Xiao probably won't be able to survive. Nightwalker reminded Hidden Flower. If the sword race could kill Ling Xiao, then there was no need for them to get involved. Otherwise, if they were discovered, it would be difficult to explain themselves. As one of the top geniuses in the sword race, Jian Lufeng was on par with An Ming from the dark race. Only Ling Xiao, who was facing Jian Lufeng, knew how terrifying Jian Liufeng's strength was. While Jian Lufeng was still in midair, the green sword light had already turned into a green dragon and charged towards Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Die, worm. Jian Liufeng's sword technique was very simple. It was straightforward and there was nothing fancy about it. However, this terrifying power made Ling Xiao feel immense pressure. A beam of green sword light shot out, instantly enlarging and enveloping Ling Xiao's entire body. Jian Lufeng clearly did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Ling Xiao was not an idiot. He would not fight head-on with an opponent he could not defeat. He stomped his foot and activated the 1,000-mile wolf travel. His figure began to retreat rapidly. As he retreated, he controlled the array at the same time. Terrifying lightning bolts and violent magma shot towards Jian Lufeng. Although Jian Lufeng was much stronger than Ling Xiao was already prepared. If he didn't fight Jian Lufeng head-on, Jian Lufeng wouldn't be able to catch up to him even if he died of exhaustion in the array. Sword tribe members are indeed shameless. You lost the bet and now you want to settle the score. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of you? Since you didn't keep your promise, I'll turn the sword tribe into ruins. Ling Xiao was enraged. He wasn't Jian Liufeng's match, but he could still tear down the entire sword tribe. Within the array formation, an enormous divine dragon suddenly scurried out. The divine dragon was covered in flames as it circled around the sword tribe's courtyard. The buildings collapsed one after another, and the sword tribe warriors were killed one after another. Anyway, these warriors wanted to kill him, and none of them were innocent. He wouldn't feel guilty even if he killed them. Stop. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Suddenly, Jian Kuan, who had been silent all this while, roared. The scene instantly quietened down. Jian Lufeng was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Jian Kuan, the sword tribe leader, actually held a sword to Ling Jiao's neck and used her to threaten Ling Xiao. F***ck, how embarrassing. Since when did the sword tribe fall to such a state? Using a girl to threaten a peak stage 3 hell warrior of the Yinyang realm? Everyone was dumbfounded. After all, big families cared about their reputation. Although they would do some dirty things behind their backs, they would at least appear to be gentlemen on the surface. They would definitely not do such dirty things. Yet, Jian Kuan did it. Because he couldn't think of any other way. Ling Xiao's array was too difficult to deal with. Even Jian Lufeng couldn't take it down in a short period of time. If this dragged on, the sword tribe would be turned into ruins. He definitely wouldn't allow that to happen. Therefore, he could only do this. Even if he had to lose his reputation, he couldn't let Ling Xiao off. Old dog, you've really reached the pinnacle of shamelessness. Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at Jian Kuan and said coldly. It doesn't matter what you say. If you want her to live, then obediently kill yourself. As long as you die, I will let her go. Jian Kuan said loudly. You people from the sword race speak like farts. Do you really think I'll believe you? Ling Xiao said coldly. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but if you don't listen to me, she will die. Jian Kuan thought that since he had already done such a shameless thing, he didn't care anymore. Go ahead and kill her. If you kill her, I guarantee that I'll bury everyone from the sword race with her. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kuan coldly and said, Do you think that just because I have a deep relationship with my sister, I will be so stupid to give up my life to people like you who don't keep your promises? Even if I die, my sister will still fall into the devil's den. Rather than that, why don't we fight to the death and perish together? He just looked at Jian Kuan indifferently. Although he was incomparably nervous, the expression on his face was cold and indifferent. What? Jian Kuan was somewhat at a loss as to what to do by Ling Xiao's attitude. He had seen before many people, after their loved ones were taken as hostages, they would all hesitate to take action. But this Ling Xiao was different. This guy was actually not flustered at all. Furthermore, he actually looked so calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. I'm not joking with you. If you still don't surrender without a fight, I'll really kill her. Jian Kuan's sword blade already touched Ling Jiao's neck. A bloody mark appeared, fresh blood dripping down. Perhaps it was the stimulation of pain, it caused Ling Jiao to actually wake up from her daze. Although she did not understand what happened, the moment Ling Jiaojia woke up, she guessed a rough idea. Younger brother, don't worry about me. If I die, just take revenge for me will do. She actually ignored the pain on her neck and shouted loudly. Relax, I'll make everyone from the sword race be buried with you. Regardless of whether it's the elderly or the children, not a single one will be left alive. If there was something that could make Ling Xiao turn into an out-and-out devil, it was probably someone daring to harm his loved ones and friends. He had once massacred a sea race tribe because of the death of 2 of his good brothers. Until now, he had never regretted it. Everyone had to bear the consequences of what they did. If someone felt that he was cruel and wanted to kill him, he did not care either. The crux was whether the other party had the strength or not. While talking, the array formation activated once more. A lightning dragon directly bound the 100 over people from the sword race. Although these people's martial strength was low, they were the relatives of the sword race's upper echelons. There were old people above, young children below. Originally, Ling Xiao deliberately avoided these people and did not move during the attack just now. He was not a devil after all. Did not want to kill innocent people. But at this moment, when he saw what Jian Kuan did to his elder sister, Ling Jiaojiao, he would rather be a devil. There was no compassion in his heart. How is it, Jian Kuan? How about we attack at the same time and see who will suffer more? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kuan coldly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Hurry up and release those people. They are innocent. They are just ordinary people. And Yexing ordered loudly. Lord Patriarch, why are you meddling in other people's business now? When that old dog Jian Kuan took my sister as a hostage, why didn't you even fart? Since you don't dare to fart, then hold it in. Don't be a good person now. Of course, if you want them to live, it's very simple. Ask Jian Kuan to release my sister. Ling Xiao said coldly. You're rebelling. This is a serious crime. And Yexing said angrily. Serious crime? I know that those who steal a country will be honored and those who steal will be killed. If I only kill one person from the sword race, of course, it will be a serious crime. But if I destroy the entire sword race, then I can form my own race and become one of the 8 great clans too. Replace the sword race. Speaking of which, other than the moon race, didn't all the 8 great clans come to be like this? Ling Xiao sneered. Actually, everyone knew about this. But the only one who dared to say it out loud was probably Ling Xiao. This guy didn't care about his life. Father, don't bother about him. He wouldn't dare to kill anyone from the sword race. Otherwise, I'll make his life worse than death. I'll make the Ascension town turn into a river of blood. Jian Lufeng said loudly. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Among the hundreds of people who were tied up, one of them turned into ashes and died on the spot. Don't blame me. It's Jian Lufeng's fault. Does this arrogant guy really think that he's the ruler? That he can control everything? He looked at Jian Lufeng with a mocking look. Crazy. You're really crazy. Jian Lufeng had not expected Ling Xiao to go to such an extent. Crazy? I'm crazy indeed. Since I can't live, why not go crazy? Ling Xiao said coldly, Jian Kuan, listen up. You only have one hostage. I have hundreds of hostages. Stop. I'll give her to you. You have to release all the hostages. Jian Kuan did not dare to gamble with Ling Xiao. Once Ling Jiaojiao died, Ling Xiao would have no restraints. He would really dare to kill everyone. Don't worry. I'm not a shameless person like your sword tribe. I'm a man of my word. Ling Xiao sneered. Of course, he would keep his word. He really did not want to kill these old and weak people. All of this was forced by the other party. As long as the other party released Ling Jiaojiao, he would naturally release the hostages. Jian Kuan thought for a while and finally allowed Ling Jiaojiao to walk towards Ling Xiao. Brother. I'm sorry. Ling Jiaojiao was very clear that if she was not trapped, Ling Xiao would definitely not take the risk to barge into the sword tribe and offend so many people. There's nothing to be sorry about. Who asked us to be siblings? Moreover, when Jian Lufeng wanted to take you away, I did not object. Speaking of which, I'm also responsible for this matter. It's good that you're fine now. Ling Xiao gently grabbed Ling Jiaojiao's hand and said, hide in the beast ring first. Since I've saved you, we should leave. After he finished speaking, he released all the sword race hostages. Jian Kuan immediately sent experts to protect those hostages, not giving Ling Xiao the chance to threaten him again. Let's go. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Jian Kuan and then said to Lin Ruoxian and the others. Once they left, they would probably have to leave the Eight Immortal Mountain. Because today, they had completely offended the Sword Tribe. They might not have a foothold in the Eight Immortal Mountain in the future. However, he would definitely return. He wanted to let the Sword Tribe know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. Wait. This time, Jian Kuan did not speak. However, Jian Ruchao spoke. Ling Xiao, you've caused a ruckus at the Sword Tribe's wedding and killed many Sword Tribe martial artists. My Hall of Good and Hall of Evil cannot sit idly by. Today, I'll capture you and hand you over to the Hall of Good and Hall of Evil. The moment Jian Ruchao's voice rang out, the crowd began to discuss. I didn't expect the Sword Tribe to have such a move. Even if Ling Xiao goes to the Hall of Good and Evil, won't Jian Ruchao still have the final say? In the end, he still couldn't escape death. Although it's a little shameless, who asked them to be from the sword race? They're powerful. What can you do? It's a pity that Ling Xiao is so talented. Why didn't the Dark Ones show up to protect him? It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. He offended the sword race in order to save someone, and he doesn't seem to be on good terms with the leader of the dark race. Who would save him? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kuan coldly. Are you really going to treat your words as nonsense? Isn't Jian Ruchao from your sword clan? Jian Kuan sneered and said, I only said to let that girl go, but I didn't promise you anything else. Today, you still won't be able to escape death. Don't even think about leaving this place. Oh, I forgot to tell you, your sister Ling Jiaojiao has already been implanted with a love goo. In this life, she can only marry my son, Jian Lufeng. Otherwise, she will definitely die. Ha ha ha, kid, you can't beat this old man. What? Ling Xiao naturally knew what a love goo was. It was an extremely insidious goo. It was created to make a woman bind a man, or a man bind a woman to his side. If the person who was implanted with the goo chose to marry another man or woman, then the goo would quickly grow and eat the person's heart, causing the person to die a miserable death. He didn't expect Jian Kuan to be so vicious. In order to trap Ling Jiaojiao, he actually did such a thing. Of course, Jian Kuan said this through voice transmission because he didn't want others to know. This old thing was also afraid of losing face. But would Ling Xiao let him have his way? Old dog, you're really shameless and insidious to the extreme. You actually used a love goo to control my sister. Jian Kuan cursed loudly. Love goo? This Jian Kuan is really getting more and more shameless as he gets older. Yeah. He actually did things to this extent. In the future, who would dare to have a marriage alliance with his sword tribe? This means that Ling Jiaojiao was really forced. What Ling Xiao said previously was true. It's a pity. There are only two ways to remove a love goo. One is to take the antidote. The other is to kill the person implicated by the love goo, which is Jian Lufeng. But with Ling Xiao's strength, can he touch Jian Lufeng? Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, there were still people who cared about their reputation. Ling Xiao had already kept his promise to let the people from Sword Tribe go, but Jian Kuan still did such a shameless thing. It really made them feel a little disappointed. Old dog Jian, if you hand over the antidote today, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will definitely kill your son, Jian Lufeng. No, I swear that all the Sword Tribe martial artists who attacked us today will all die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as he looked at Jian Kuan and said. Although he didn't have a hostage in his hands, he should still be able to escape by relying on the array. It wouldn't be too late to come back and take revenge when his cultivation was stronger in the future. Jian Kuan originally didn't want others to know about the matter of using a love goo. After all, such a despicable thing absolutely couldn't be brought out in the open. But now that everyone knew, he didn't care anymore. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you want the antidote, it's very simple. You choose to commit suicide now and let your sister continue to marry my son. I will immediately give the antidote to your sister. After all, at that time, she will be my sword tribe's daughter-in-law. Shameless. Lin Ruoxian was usually considered to have self-restraint. Today, he was so angry that he trembled all over because of Jian Kuan. Such a shameless person was actually the sword tribe's leader. It really made people blush. Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Don't talk nonsense. Today, either do as I say or die. Once a person was shameless, he would really say anything. If this was before, Jian Kuan might have been secretive. But now, he didn't care at all. Boss, fight this old thing to the death. Lin Yang was furious. He had seen shameless people before, but it was really the first time he saw someone as shameless as Jian Kuan today. Don't be rash. If we fight head-on, we definitely won't be a match for the sword tribe. Don't forget that the sword tribe's elders haven't appeared yet. Ling Xiao had dared to do anything because he hadn't been able to save Ling Jiaojiao previously. But now, since Ling Jiaojiao had been rescued, the first thing he should think of was to safely escape from here. As for the Love Gu's antidote, if he really couldn't find it, he could still kill Jian Lufeng to solve the problem. Therefore, it wasn't a dead end. He looked at Jian Kuan and said, today, I, Ling Xiao, only wanted to let my sister regain her freedom. I don't want to be at odds with the sword tribe. If you hand over the antidote now, we can write off the previous enmity. Otherwise, we won't rest until one of us is dead. If I don't kill all the sword tribe's martialists, I, Ling Xiao, am not human. What a joke. Jian Kuan took out the Love Gu's antidote. It was a red pill. He held it in his hand and said, Ling Xiao, there's only one antidote in this world. I advise you to do as I say. Otherwise, this antidote will soon be gone. As long as he exerted a little force, the pill would immediately shatter. With his strength, it was easy for him to make the pill disappear completely. Looks like you're going to be shameless to the end. You actually dare to do such a thing in front of so many people. Ling Xiao sneered. Cut the crap. Do you agree or not? Jian Kuan exerted more force in his hand and cracks appeared on the pill. He knew very well that what he did today would make him a laughingstock. However, there was no turning back. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and the others and allow Ling Jiaojiao to continue marrying his son, then those so-called rumors would quickly disappear. Because in the end, the truth was not important. What was important was strength. As long as you were strong enough, you could even completely fabricate a part of history. Jian Kuan, by destroying the pill, you're pushing your son, Jian Lufeng, to a dead end. You have to remember this clearly. I, Ling Xiao, will never forgive him. Never. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Kuan and said. How dare you threaten me? Jian Kuan activated the Yin Yuan force in his hand. The pill instantly shattered and disappeared in front of everyone. I, Ling Xiao, swear today that I won't rest until the sword race is exterminated. Ling Xiao said loudly. Everyone at the scene heard it clearly. He was furious, but he knew that anger could not solve the problem now. The sword race could not wait for them to fight. At that time, none of them would be able to leave alive. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to safely escape from the Eight Immortal Mountain. No matter how angry he was, he had to endure it for now. Let's go. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kuan coldly. Originally, it was just a matter of losing face. But today, not only did the sword tribe lose face, but they also became blood enemies with him. If he didn't die in the future, he would definitely make the sword tribe flow with blood. He didn't understand why Jian Kuan was doing this. Perhaps even Jian Kuan himself didn't know what he wanted to do. He was just acting recklessly based on his personality. Let's go. Where else do you want to go? Ling Xiao, you killed many of my sword clan's martial artists. Now, you still want to leave? Lin Ruoxian, you are from the snake tribe. I do not wish to be your enemy. However, if you dare to make a move today, my sword tribe will not show you any mercy. Come, surround them. I don't believe that they can stay in that formation forever. Jian Kuan's idea was correct. The array set up by the array refining stone had a time limit. Normally, it would only last for about 15 minutes. The more powerful ones could last for an hour or so. The refining array stone made by Ling Xiao was even stronger. It could last for at least a day and a night. But what about after this day and night? At that time, Ling Xiao they all would definitely be at the mercy of others. Jian Kuan, this old fox, probably saw through this point too. That was why he did this. Apologies, Ling Xiao is one of my most important people. I can't watch him be killed by you all. Today, since your sword clan is bent on having your way and insists on doing this unjust act, then I, Lin Ruoxian, might have to fight a bloody battle with your sword clan. Lin Ruoxian's choice was very simple. It was impossible for her to abandon Ling Xiao and leave by herself. Good, very good. Today, all of you will die here. Jian Kuan was enraged to the extreme. Then, he waved his hand and said, kill. Leave none alive. Hoo, Sword Clan's clan head, how awe-inspiring. To actually even want to kill my Snake Clan's clan head successor. Could it be that you're really planning on starting a war with my Snake Clan? Amidst the cold laughter, a group of people stepped into the courtyard from outside. Snake Clan's clan head. Jian Kuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Today's wedding banquet, the Snake Clan sent an elder over to attend. Now that the Snake Clan's clan head came personally, it was clearly not to congratulate him but to find trouble with him. Although his strength was on par with this person, once they started fighting, Ling Xiao and the rest would probably take the opportunity to slip away. Jian Kuan, what you've done today has already crossed the line. It's better to stop while it's still early. Perhaps I can be a peacemaker and help you all quell the resentment between each other. The Snake Clan's clan head said indifferently. Impossible. That Ling Xiao killed my son and my daughter-in-law. How can I spare him? Jian Kuan was planning to walk this path to the end. Because he absolutely could not admit defeat now. Otherwise, the Sword Clan would really lose face. However, you can take away Lin Ruoxian. I also don't want to be enemies with your Snake Clan. Jian Kuan did not want to let Ling Xiao go, but he also did not want to completely offend the Snake Clan. Therefore, letting Lin Ruoxian go was the best choice. Sister Ruoxian, you should go. Ling Zhao's idea was very simple. He could bring Qingwan Hua, Lin Yang, and Ling Jiaojiao out of the 8 Immortal Mountain, but he could not implicate Lin Ruoxian. Sister Ruoxian, don't be angry. I have my own way to escape from here. However, once I escape, I'll no longer be a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. I can't implicate you. He transmitted his voice. Are you really confident that you can escape? Lin Ruoxian asked hesitantly. Of course. Have you forgotten about my teleportation formation? However, that thing can't take too many people away at once. If Sister Ruoxian leaves with the Snake Clan's clan head, you'll be doing me a great favor. Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right. I can leave first. However, if anything happens to you, I won't live alone. I'll take revenge on the Sword Clan for you. Lin Ruoxian trusted Ling Xiao very much. Therefore, today was no exception. She nodded and walked towards the Snake Clan's clan head and stood beside the Snake Clan's clan head. The Snake Clan head did not leave. Instead, she stood outside the teleportation formation with Lin Ruoxian, waiting for the situation to change. In fact, she was very clear that Lin Ruoxian would never obediently leave with her. She loved this disciple of hers very much. Therefore, she did not want to go against Lin Ruoxian's wishes. Kill him. After Lin Ruoxian left, Jian Kuan gave out another order. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. It seemed like today was going to be a bad day. Even if he used the teleportation formation to escape from the courtyard, the Sword Clan would definitely hunt him down. However, he did not have the time to think so much. It was time to leave. Lin Yang, Qingwan Hua, protect me. I'm going to activate the teleportation formation. Yes. The two of them replied. Just as Ling Xiao was about to activate the formation, a black figure suddenly appeared from the horizon. It actually turned the entire day into night. He held a long sword that was as black as ink in his hand. His long black hair fluttered in the wind. His black clothes were especially eye-catching. Only his eyes were blood red. That was the color of anger. Jian Kuan, do you want to die? The terrifying voice drilled into the ears of the Sword Tribe martial artists like thunder. Among the Sword Tribe martial artists, the weaker ones fainted on the spot, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dying. Even those with high cultivations were shocked. Dark Knight Formless. Everyone recognized this person. Dark Knight Formless, who was called the most cowardly mountain master not long ago, regained his former domineering and powerful strength because of a disciple. And this disciple was Ling Xiao. The mountain master is here. That's great. Lin Yang and Qingwan Hua were pleasantly surprised when they saw Dark Knight Formless. Although Ling Xiao might be able to escape, once he did, it meant that he would be completely separated from the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was very unfair to Ling Xiao. After all, they were going to fight for the Shadow Black Gourd. If Ling Xiao left just like that, wouldn't it benefit in Feitian? Now, as long as Dark Knight Formless arrived, with his strength, he could definitely speak to the sect master. Ling Xiao wouldn't have to escape in a hurry. Dark Knight Formless, are you going to meddle in the Sword Tribe's business? Jian Kuan frowned when he saw Dark Knight Formless. He knew about Dark Knight Formless' past glory. In order to deal with Dark Knight Formless, some people used very vicious means to kill Dark Knight Formless' son. Since then, Dark Knight Formless had been dispirited, but this guy had regained his former domineering aura. Not only did his strength not decrease, but he became even stronger. So what if I meddle? Ling Xiao is my disciple. You dared to kill him, why can't I meddle? Dark Knight Formless looked at Jian Kuan coldly. Dark Knight Formless, let's see what you can do. Big brother, stop him. I'll go kill that kid. Jian Ruchao knew that Dark Knight Formless' arrival made things very complicated. Originally, he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive and do some research on him. He wanted to see what secrets this brat had that allowed him to become so powerful in such a short time. But now, it seemed that he had to cut the Gordian knot. Jian Kuan understood and instantly charged at Dark Knight Formless. Jian Ruchao, on the other hand, pounced on Ling Xiao. The two of them attacked separately. Even if the knight was invisible, it was impossible to stop them at the same time. If he forcefully wanted to save Ling Xiao, then he would definitely have to suffer Jian Kuan's brazen attack. Even though it's a little despicable, this is the most effective method. The doyen of the sword race, Jian Ruchao, is truly an ambitious and ruthless character. Nightwalker sighed. However, I'm afraid that they've underestimated my second brother's strength. At some point, No Light in the Night had also appeared and was standing beside Nightwalker and Hidden Flower. That Jian Ruchao is going to be in trouble. He was actually the expert who had been locking on to Jian Kuan, preventing Jian Kuan from making a move against Ling Xiao. This person's attitude towards Ling Xiao was truly indescribable, although the main reason was that he wanted Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as his adoptive father. However, this method was still worthy of Ling Xiao's repayment. What? Both Nightwalker and Hidden Flower looked over. Dark Knight Formless did not move. A black shadow emerged from his body and pounced towards the sword like a tide. His main body, however, pushed Jian Kuan back with a palm strike. That black shadow actually grabbed Jian Ruchao's neck, causing him to be unable to move. Let go of me, Dark Knight Formless. I'm the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Punishment for Evil. Be careful of the sect master's punishment if you dare to treat me like this. Jian Ruchao was a little flustered. He could clearly feel Dark Knight Formless' terrifying killing intent. Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Punishment for Evil? How awe-inspiring, let me tell you, ever since I recovered, I swore to the heavens that if anyone dares to attack my people, no matter who they are, I won't be afraid. When it's time to kill, I'll kill, when it's time to beat them up, I'll beat them up. Not to mention a mere deputy hall master like you, even if it's the young sect master, Lin Yu Tian, or even the sect master, I'll still dare to touch them. After saying this, he threw Jian Ruchao to the ground. Logically speaking, even if an expert of this level was thrown to the ground, nothing would happen to him. However, Jian Ruchao realized that during the time he was thrown to the ground, he could not mobilize any of the elemental energy in his body. Even his body seemed to be much weaker. He spat out blood from the fall, and several of his ribs were broken. He was in so much pain that he could no longer stand. So strong. This is the true strength of the Hill Master. Xiao looked at Dark Knight Formless and heaved a sigh of relief. Dark Knight Formless did not dare to say that he was the strongest warrior in the 8 Immortals County, but he was definitely one of the strongest. Being in the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. It seemed that things were not going in the worst direction. Dark Knight Formless' arrival allowed his plan to reach a perfect conclusion. Jian Ruchao groaned on the ground. Jian Kuan's face was pale, and he did not dare to make a move. He had seen Dark Knight Formless' strength. No one was an idiot who would provoke such a person for no reason. Of course, there were elders in the Sword Tribe who could deal with Dark Knight Formless. However, if the elders were to make a move, would the elders of the Dark Tribe let it go? The elders of the Sword Tribe were the ultimate weapons of every family. If it did not involve the destruction of the family, they would not easily make a move. In Ling Zhao's other memory, there was a terrifying weapon called a nuclear bomb. It was called a strategic weapon and a deterrent weapon. Normally, they would not make a move. If they did, it would be the end of the world. The elders were similar to nuclear bombs. If they were to make a move, the 8 Immortals Mountain would not be far from collapsing. Can I take them away now? Dark Knight Formless looked at Jian Kuan and asked. Dark Knight Formless, are you not afraid of the Sect Master's punishment? Jian Kuan gritted his teeth and asked. Punishment? If the Sect Master is fair, then the Sword Tribe should bear the main responsibility for today's matter. Don't think that I don't know because I wasn't here before. You used the Love Gu to control Ling Zhao's sister and forced her to marry Jian Lufeng. If the Sect Master finds out about this, what do you think will happen? Black Knight Formless sneered, that's because Ling Xiao killed a few of your sons and your daughter-in-law. Seeing how pitiful your sword clan is, I didn't want to kill any more people. Otherwise, do you think I wouldn't dare to destroy the Sword Tribe? He was very domineering, but Jian Kuan could do nothing about it. Whether it was in terms of strength or reason, Dark Knight Formless had the advantage. If he could settle this privately today, it would be more beneficial for the Sword Tribe. Although it would be very embarrassing, at least he would not be severely punished by the Sect Master. Don't you think you're too domineering? You're going overboard? Jian Kuan knew that he could not offend Ling Xiao. Although he knew that letting these people go would be more beneficial for the Sword Tribe. But he couldn't swallow this resentment. The Sword Tribe was being humiliated, but he could not do anything. There was nothing more infuriating than this. I am domineering and overboard. What can you do? Dark Knight Formless sneered. In the past, he was not as domineering as he was today. Perhaps it was because he was suppressed and humiliated by too many people when he was keeping a low profile. Jian Kuan's eyes sharpened with killing intent. I know you're strong, Dark Knight, but you're not our enemy. There are still elders who can stop you. I hope you won't force us. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone us. Dark Knight looked at Jian Kuan calmly, then suddenly laughed. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, then bite it and show it to me. It's not that I look down on you, but I can wipe you off the face of 8 Immortal Mountain all by myself. Although your elders are powerful, even if those 2 old fellows join forces, they still won't be a match for me. You can try if you don't believe me. My patience is limited. The veins on Jian Kuan's forehead bulged as humiliation filled his heart. His clan had never suffered such humiliation since becoming one of the 8 great clans. But today, Dark Knight was doing this to them. Jian Kuan really wanted to throw caution to the wind and have all of his clan's experts kill Dark Knight. Are you planning to have all of your experts deal with me? Then do it. I'll be waiting. Since I've broken away from the Dark Races, why don't I destroy your clan and create a new one? What do you say we call it the Dark Knight clan? Dark Knight's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent. He was clearly joking with Jian Kuan, not taking him seriously at all. Sigh, Dark Knight. Why do you have to do this? Leave. I only hope that today's grudge can be resolved. Just as Jian Kuan was about to fight to the death, an old voice called out. Kuan, let them go. He's telling the truth. Humans have to bow their heads before the strong. But elder. Jian Kuan could tell it was the second elder's voice. No buts. What you did was ridiculous. The Sabersword God Emperor's martial soul and bloodline are important, but you shouldn't have acted so recklessly. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, but I don't want what happened today to spread. The Sword Race's second clan elder beat Jian Kuan while threatening all the guests present. Whoever dared to spread the news of what the Sword Race had done would naturally be annihilated by them. Although he didn't say it out loud, his meaning was clear. Let's go. Since the Sword Race's elders had already stepped forward, He Wuxing didn't want to make things too awkward. Unless he wanted to exterminate the entire clan, it would be best if he left now. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. Jian Kuan, where's the antidote for my sister's love goo? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Kuan and asked. He did not leave immediately. I've said it before. There's only one set of the antidote, and I've already destroyed it. As for the method to make the antidote, only the master who lives in the Chen Kingdom's capital has it. I won't. Jian Kuan said shamelessly. When Jian Kuan said these words, he finally felt a little refreshed in his heart. He had had enough of being vexed today. However, the only thing that satisfied him was the poison of the love goo. Just as he said, the antidote could only be made by that master. As for the other method of curing the poison, that was to kill Jian Lufeng. However, Jian Lufeng was the Sword Clan's most outstanding genius. Even the two clan elders would risk their lives to protect him. It was almost impossible for others to kill him. Even if Dark Knight Formless really wanted to fight, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. At that time, the Sword Clan would still have the upper hand. He had thought of this point, and so had Dark Knight Formless. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about the consequences. He looked at Jian Lufeng, wanting to kill him. He had poured all of his love for his son onto Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's sister was in trouble, he naturally had to do his best to save her. Mountain Master, there's no need for that. I'll find an opportunity to kill Jian Lufeng. Ling Xiao was not putting on an act. It was just that he could tell that the situation was delicate. If they really had to fight to the death, unless there was help, Dark Knight Formless would definitely not have the upper hand. Therefore, rather than letting Dark Knight Formless take the risk, he might as well raise his strength as soon as possible and find an opportunity to kill Jian Lufeng. He was now a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. He would have plenty of chances to fight with Jian Lufeng. Just like how he killed those people in the Desert Sea and Desert Cloud. He would have plenty of chances to kill Jian Lufeng as well. Alright, I'll listen to you. Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao and nodded. Then, he turned around and left with his group. Looking at Dark Knight Formless and his group disappearing into the distance, Jian Kuan's anger had reached its peak. He suddenly roared and punched the ground that was already full of potholes. The ground cracked and a huge crater appeared. Aggrieved. His Sword Race had really suffered a double loss today. They were extremely unlucky. Moreover, they had become a laughingstock in the eyes of these people. Although these people might not dare to speak of what happened because they were afraid of the Sword Race's elders. But after all, there were still so many people who knew. If there was someone who could not hold it in anymore and spoke, would the Sword Race really be able to find out? Would they really be able to kill all those people? Don't forget, among the people who came today, the other 7 great clans, other than the Moon Race, had all sent people. Could the Sword Race offend the other 7 great clans? Then they would really be fools. Don't worry, Jian Kuan. The Grand Elder is in seclusion. Once he comes out, he will definitely be able to defeat Dark Knight Formless. At that time, our Sword Race will be able to take revenge. Right now, your priority is not to think about these things. So many children have died. Our Sword Race is now accumulating resources to replenish young warriors. Although the advancement test is only held once a year and it will only be our turn once every 8 years, it's fine. You can go to the underworld and look for them. Some of the more powerful youths can be directly taken back and made into our Sword Race's inner clan disciples. The second elder's voice entered Jian Kuan's ears. Knowing that there was a chance for revenge, Jian Kuan felt a lot better. No problem, second elder. I will immediately do it. Dark Knight Formless, Ling Xiao, your time of death will come soon. He would endure today's grievances. When he took revenge, he would vent them all. On the other side, Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao's group had already arrived at Ling Xiao's courtyard. Ling Xiao, after today's incident, your sister can no longer stay in the sword race. What do you plan to do in the future? Dark Knight Formless asked. Mountain Master, can you let my elder sister be your disciple? I think that in this Eight Immortals mountain, you are the best in both strength and character. Ling Xiao smiled and said, why don't you just help my sister? I can't. My martial arts are not suitable for her. Dark Knight Formless shook his head. Hearing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao were clearly disappointed. But it's fine. I know people from the moon race. Perhaps your sister can be sent to the moon race to cultivate. The moon race is different from other clans. They have very few internal conflicts and also very few external conflicts. That's why they have been able to survive. Mountain Lord, you're taking a long time to speak. That's good. Sister will go to the Moon Clan, and I'll seize the time to cultivate and kill Jian Lufeng so that sister can be free from the pain of the love goo. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Alright, I'll stay in this courtyard and never leave. This way, you won't have any worries and can focus on your own matters. Yi Wuxing returned from his mission this time and found out that so many things had happened. Even the disciple he wanted to protect the most was almost killed. He resigned from his position as the Mountain Lord of Black Celestial Mountain and found the sect leader of Eight Immortal Mountain to take up the position of Supreme Elder. He would only take action when the sect was in danger. Otherwise, he would never leave. Yi Wuxing had put in a lot of effort. For these few youngsters, he was willing to bind himself to this small Eight Immortal Mountain. Fortunately, once one had a goal, one would not feel tired. Then, Yi Wuxing made a trip to the Moon Clan and made arrangements for Ling Jiaojiao before returning to the courtyard. He became the most powerful bodyguard in the courtyard. With him around, Ling Xiao could cultivate in peace, so as not to be hindered by these matters. After all, even if he was smarter than others, if he was too distracted, there would still be problems. The battle for the Shadow Black Gourd was one more day. Ling Xiao had already broken through to the peak of the third level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, it was still unknown whether he could defeat Fatian, who was at the peak of the fourth level of Hell. Naturally, he wanted to become stronger. Previously, when he caused a ruckus in the Sword Clan, he had benefited greatly. The energy that had been hidden in his body in the past had been stimulated once again, allowing him to reach the 5th stage. As long as he reached the 10th stage, he could break through. Therefore, he had to cultivate in peace for a day. Therefore, from this moment on, Ling Xiao did not leave the courtyard. It was as if no one knew what happened in the Sword Clan. No one dared to speak of it. However, this did not matter to Ling Xiao. What he wanted was Jian Liufeng's life. Since Jian Kuan had destroyed the antidote for the love goo, he could only solve the problem by killing Jian Lufeng. Jian Kuan and Jian Lufeng brought this upon themselves. The next morning, No Light in the Night arrived at the villa. He brought Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and the Qingwan flower to the Dark Hall. Of course, only Ling Xiao had the qualifications to fight for the Shadow Black Gourd. Lin Yang and Qingwan Hua were only there to observe. They could learn a lot from watching a battle of this level. Aside from the leader and the elders, there was also an old man in the hall. Judging by his aura, Ling Xiao knew that he was most likely an elder of the Dark Ones. Otherwise, how could his position be higher than Dark Walker's? To put it bluntly, the Patriarch was just the manager of the clan, while the Patriarch was the one in charge, the boss behind the scenes. The Dark Ones had an elder, but he was clearly stronger than the one from the Sword Ones. When Ling Xiao looked at him, he looked back at Ling Xiao. Just this glance made Ling Xiao feel as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. He almost knelt on the ground. However, he didn't kneel. Even though his legs were already emitting creaking sounds, it sounded like his bones were about to break. He still didn't kneel. In terms of willpower, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The Patriarch wasn't qualified to make him submit. The Dark One's elder couldn't help but be surprised. In fact, he had heard of many people complaining about Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether those people were telling the truth or not, he believed that Ling Xiao must have done something wrong by offending so many people. Therefore, the moment he appeared, he wanted to give Ling Xiao a show of strength. After all, he was a powerful 6th-level Yinyang realm expert. He thought that he could easily make Ling Xiao bow his head and admit his mistake. However, reality surprised him. He began to understand why so many people had tattled on this kid. As the saying went, a person who wasn't envied was mediocre. Perhaps this kid was really a genius. Ling Xiao didn't know what the patriarch was thinking. He just looked at the old man. He looked very old, but his hair and beard were still black and shiny. He also looked a little gloomy. This was probably a characteristic of the Dark Ones. When the patriarch withdrew his pressure, Ling Xiao felt a little better. The cracked bones in his legs began to heal quickly. Greetings, patriarch. No Light in the Night was very respectful in front of the patriarch. Wukong, I heard that you wanted to adopt that foreign disciple as your son? The patriarch glanced at No Light in the Night and asked. Yes, but the kid didn't want to. No Light in the Night shook his head helplessly. Oh? Then I'd like to see how capable this kid is. How dare he refuse to be your son? The patriarch glanced at Ling Xiao again and asked, Is everyone here? Anya Xing hurriedly reported, all the inner disciples, except for those who couldn't come back because of their mission and those who participated in the fight for the Shadow Black Gourd, are here. Ling Xiao is the only outsider. He's here too. And, it's good that you're here. Those who want to watch the show can stay here. As for the rest of the participants, you can go to the Heaven Sacrificial Altar through the transmission array. The test will be held there. As for the rules, Dark Knight, you can tell them. The patriarch nodded and looked at Anya Xing. Yes, patriarch. Anya Xing cleared his throat and said, The fight for the Shadow Black Gourd is very simple. When the fight starts, you will enter the inner space of the Heaven Worship Altar. The Shadow Black Gourd is in the depths of the altar. You can find it yourself. However, on the way to the depths of the altar, there will be prisoners that we arranged in advance to block the way. These prisoners are very powerful and bloodthirsty. I told them that as long as they could survive this battle, they would be able to regain their freedom. Therefore, in order to survive, they will kill those who are against them at all costs. Each of you must kill at least 10 prisoners and obtain 10 Sin Extermination Stones. I must remind you that the Sin Extermination Stones are owned by the most evil people. They contain a powerful evil force. Only by killing them can you obtain the Sin Extermination Stones. Only those who obtain at least 10 Sin Extermination Stones are qualified to touch the Shadow Black Gourd. Of course, in order to make the fight more intense, you can fight each other in the process. Hearing these rules, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He was the only participant from the outer clan. The rest were all inner clan members. They probably followed in Fei Tian's lead. If these people ganged up on him, he would be in big trouble. Furthermore, this time, he would be fighting alone. There would be no one to help him. I have a question. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to look at Anya Xing. What is it? Anya Xing did not dare make things difficult for Ling Xiao because the elder was present. Thus, he suppressed his displeasure and asked. Can I kill during the battle? Ling Xiao asked this question because he knew that he would be besieged once he entered the battle. If he could not kill, he would be in a very difficult situation. Thus, he had to ask clearly. Yes. Before Anya Xing could say anything, the elder spoke first. But who do you want to kill? I don't want to kill anyone. However, I have to say something first. I will kill anyone who dares to make a move on me after entering the space of the Sky Altar. His tone was calm when he said this, as if he was playing it down. However, this caused an uproar of laughter. Ling Xiao, it's not that I look down on you, but who can you beat without the help of the powerhouse behind you? Even though he had seen Ling Xiao's might in the sword race, Anya Xing still believed that the powerhouse behind Ling Xiao had helped him. However, he did not sense the presence of that powerhouse today. He had probably not come because he was afraid of the elder. You don't have to worry about that, patriarch. Believe it or not, I'll say it right here. If you want to die, you can come and find trouble with me. I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. What an arrogant kid. The elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao, saying, "This old man must remind you that in the space of the sacrificial altar, no matter if it's a summoned being or a spirit body, they cannot exist. I don't know who the powerhouse behind you is, but don't even think about using it in the sky altar. Even if he doesn't fear this type of nomological law, I will eliminate you immediately if I discover it, do you understand?" "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded. What a joke. Would he need to borrow the power of the divine book, the butterfly lady, and a Yuan venerate to deal with this bunch of bastards? After all, the three strongest geniuses of the dark race, dark underworld, dark night Wuzuan, and dark gold, would not participate. The strongest was probably in Feitian. What was he afraid of? Alright, let's all enter the teleportation array. The elder didn't waste any time and waved his hand. Everyone began to step into the teleportation array. Under Nightwalker's personal leadership, they arrived at the entrance of the heaven altar. The inner clan disciples who followed in Feitian's lead all looked at Ling Xiao coldly and mockingly. It was as if he was looking at a treasure chest. They did not take Ling Xiao's warning to heart at all. This time, their mission was to let Feitian obtain the dark shadow gourd and then obstruct Ling Xiao with all their might. If he could kill Ling Xiao, that would naturally be the best. Have you heard? That Ling Xiao went to the Sword Tribe to cause trouble. In the end, he was heavily injured and almost died. If it wasn't for Yi Wuxing's timely arrival, he wouldn't have been able to keep his life. This trash, why does young Master Fei Tian value him so much? It was clear that the Sword Tribe had spread some rumors to portray their failure beautifully. According to their rumors, Ling Xiao was almost beaten half to death. The person who killed the geniuses of the Sword Tribe was not Ling Xiao, but Yi Wuxing. Therefore, other than those who were at the wedding that day, no one else knew the truth. I knew he was trash, but this guy is considered a powerful person among the trash. After all, he's the #1 outer clan disciple. This time, as long as we do this for young Master Fei Tian, we'll definitely get a lot of benefits. But his warning just now seems to have guessed that we'll deal with him. Are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? I'm already at the peak of the 3rd level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. I'm only 3 levels away from breaking through the 4th level of hell. Even if you don't do anything, I can kill him alone. I really don't know what young Master Fei Tian is thinking. Isn't he overestimating this kid by having so many of us deal with him? Cut the crap. Young Master Fei Tian has his reasons for making this arrangement. Ling Xiao could hear the whispers and discussions like these very clearly. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao's face revealed a cold smile. He had already issued a warning before. Since there were still people who wanted to die, he didn't mind killing a few more. So what if they were inner clan disciples? These guys were all enemies anyway. Killing one would reduce the threat. Everyone else thought that his warning was a joke, but only he knew that it wasn't just for show. Nightwalker stood there, waiting for the battle to begin. 1 minute before the time arrived, he would open the transportation formation of the heaven altar and let these people in. Perhaps it was because he was really bored, but a young warrior beside Feitian looked at Ling Xiao and said mockingly, "Kid, this is supposed to be a battle between inner clan disciples. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, you'll die in vain." When he spoke, the rest of the people looked at him provocatively. That arrogant face was really annoying. And Feitian also looked at Ling Xiao coldly and sneered disdainfully. His strength was the strongest in this battle. He was at the early stage of the 4th level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. If he used the Dark Tribe's special secret technique, he would be able to unleash a terrifying combat power. Slap. Ling Xiao didn't waste any time. With a flash of his body, a resounding slap rang out. The young man who spoke was slapped to the ground, his face red and swollen. "You! How dare you hit me? Young Master Feitian, he hit me." The young man's strength wasn't great, but he was at the late stage of the 3rd level of hell in the first transformation. However, he was slapped to the ground by Ling Xiao. He felt aggrieved. "You dare to hit me?" And Feitian didn't expect Ling Xiao to do this. He couldn't help but frown. "Kid, it looks like you really have a death wish. I only wanted to teach you a lesson. At most, I would destroy your martial arts and turn you into a cripple. But now, it looks like you have a death wish. You're the one who has a death wish." I need to repeat what I said before. After entering the heaven altar, whoever dares to humiliate and provoke me will be killed without mercy. Now, a slap is considered a light punishment. The heaven altar was very dangerous. There were thousands of prisoners. If one wasn't careful, they could be killed. Therefore, Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy after entering. Enough. At this moment, Nightwalker shouted coldly, "We're all disciples of the same clan. What's there to fight about, Feitian, you too? Your cultivation level is already so much higher than his. There's no need to keep fighting with him. It's as if you're on the same level as him." On the surface, Anya Xing sounded like he was trying to dissuade Feitian. However, anyone who wasn't a fool could tell that he was praising his son and mocking Xianxia. "Don't worry, father. The shadow black gourd belongs to me. As for someone else, I'm afraid he won't even be able to keep his life. He doesn't deserve to be a member of the dark race. Don't worry, father. Not only will I get the gourd, but I'll also make someone sleep in the altar forever." And Feitian sneered. "It's good that you're confident, but don't be careless." Nightwalker nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Xianxia and said, "You too. Don't always provoke your own kind. Learn how to live in harmony. Don't say that they're looking for trouble with you. There are so many of them. Why don't they look for trouble with others instead of you?" "I'm provoking them?" Xianxia sneered. "Lord Patriarch, did you not wash your eyes today? They dared to look for trouble with me because I'm not strong enough. I'm not willing to submit to them, but soon, they won't dare to look for trouble with me anymore. Once they're all dead, the Dark Clan will be more harmonious." Xianxia didn't like Nightwalker at all. Did he think that Xianxia didn't feel the murderous aura he released back at the Sword Clan? He didn't have a chance. If there was a chance, he believed that Nightwalker and Hidden Flower would have killed him. He was extremely lucky to be able to survive. "Good boy. How dare you act so arrogant in front of this patriarch? You're really unlikable. The way I see it, if you die, the Dark Clan will be more harmonious." Nightwalker said coldly. "Is that so? Then let's see if they have the ability to get rid of a pest like me." Xianxia said indifferently. "Go ahead and be arrogant. But soon, you won't have the chance to be arrogant. I forgot to tell you that the patriarch just went to your courtyard." Nightwalker sneered. "You should know why he went there, right? Nightwalker has been acting out of line lately. He's making enemies for an insignificant brat like you. The patriarch is going to teach him a lesson." "What?" Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The patriarch of the Dark Clan should be on the same level as Nightwalker. If he made a move, Nightwalker would have suffered a setback. As for who would win in the end, it was hard to say. But the patriarch was doing this to suppress Nightwalker. The elders may not be a match for the mountain chieftain. Xianxia said indifferently. Hey, yes, formless aura was indeed stronger than that of the elders. Although Xianxia didn't know their exact cultivation bases, he could roughly judge their strength from their auras. Hehe, I haven't finished speaking yet. The sword race has already complained to the sect master. Even though the sect master didn't do anything, the young sect master Lin Yutian went with our elders. The young master was a genius, and his strength had probably surpassed the clan elders. If the two of them join hands, what do you think will happen to Dark Knight? Nightwalker sneered. Not good. Hearing this, Xianxia decided to give up on the fight for the Shadow Black Gourd and help Dark Knight Formless. If something were to happen to Dark Knight Formless, he would definitely feel uneasy. Wait, Xianxia. The person who had called out to Xianxia was a Yuan Venerate. Of course, he had communicated directly through his spirit power. What is it, Master? Do you still not understand? With your current strength, what can you do even if you go? You won't be of any help. Instead, you will become a burden. Furthermore, that old dog Nightwalker chose to remind you at this time so that you would give up on the fight. Don't be fooled by his words. He might sound confident, but deep down, he is still somewhat afraid of you. The Yuan Venerate said. I know all this. However, if I don't help despite knowing that the Mountain Master is in danger, I will really regret it if something happens to him. Xianxia said. Then let's get Xindian to help, the Yuan Venerate said. Although she won't be fighting for long, I believe that with Dark Knight Formless, defeating Lin Yutian and the Dark Race Elder shouldn't be a problem. You can participate in the fight with peace of mind. Alright. Ling Xiao pondered this for a moment before deciding to follow the Yuan Venerate's suggestion. However, he didn't just want Xindian to help. He also wanted to release the butterfly lady. He shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. On the other hand, Dark Knight Formless couldn't fall. Once Dark Knight Formless fell, Luo Yunyang would be in big trouble on the Eight Immortal Mountain. Master, Xindian will not disappoint you. Xindian and the butterfly lady left at the same time. One of them was an illusory existence, while the other was just a small butterfly. No one noticed them when they left. Even if they did, no one would care at this time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the sky altar. What he needed to do now was to first obtain the Shadow Black Gourd and then comprehend the powerful cultivation methods and martial skills from it to make himself stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he not need to worry Dark Knight Formless about everything. Alright, time is almost up. Get ready to enter the sky altar. Nightwalker couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Ling Xiao hadn't left. It just so happened that the time of the fight was approaching. Thus, he had no choice but to activate the teleportation array. However, the moment Ling Xiao stepped into the teleportation array, Nightwalker sneered, "I thought you were a righteous person. I didn't expect you to not care about Dark Knight Formless' dangerous situation at all. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch. However, Mountain Lord will be fine. Even if the Patriarch and young sect master go, they will only be rebuffed." Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that Nightwalker was just mocking him. However, he had already done his best to help Dark Knight Formless, so he didn't feel uneasy. Humph, pretentious brat. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the sky altar, Nightwalker's face revealed a ferocious killing intent. "Son, I'll leave the rest to you." Due to the special barrier within the sky altar, the outside world couldn't know what was happening inside. Even the live broadcast couldn't do that. At this time, Feitian and the others who had entered the teleportation array first were waiting there. They watched as Ling Xiao walked in. Feitian said coldly, "Ling Xiao, I warned you to stay away from the Lin Ruoxian. However, not only did you not listen, you even went from bad to worse. You even asked the Lin Ruoxian to go with you to the Sword Tribe to cause trouble. Looks like you really didn't take this young master's words seriously, ah. Then don't blame me for what happened today. Brothers, if anyone can kill Ling Xiao, I'll give him a set of outstanding high-tier Jade Grade martial skills, a set of outstanding high-tier Jade Grade movement skills, and a large number of mysterious grade elixirs. Oh right, and 10 million low-grade spiritual stones." Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar. Such a reward was even more worthwhile than the Dark Shadow Gourd. It seemed like Feitian was prepared to pay a huge price to kill Ling Xiao. "Hee, you think highly of me. However, with the strength of a bunch of good-for-nothings, do you think you can kill me?" Ling Xiao was also shocked by Feitian's generous reward. "How dare you be so arrogant?" This time, there were a total of 32 inner clan disciples participating in the competition. Every one of them is above the late stage of the third level of hell in the Yin-Yang stage. "Do you think you can win?" After saying that, Feitian rushed forward. Although the prisoners guarding this place were powerful, they were nothing to him. In front of Ling Xiao, there were 31 people blocking his way. All of them had the same cultivation level as him. Even if they were not Rebirth Realm martial artists, their strength was about the same. They blocked the road, which was less than 3 meters wide, so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "With us here, don't even think about getting past us." Perhaps because he was emboldened by the presence of the inner clan disciples, Farron laughed coldly and said, "The Shadow Black Gourd belongs to Brother Feitian. You stole my courtyard. Let's settle this grudge here today. Farron, I've let you go twice. This time, I won't let you go again. Since you want to die, don't blame me for it." Ling Xiao looked at Farron coldly. He had given Farron 2 chances to live because Farron was not a threat to him. However, Farron did not know how to take pity on him. He actually dared to come and die. If he did not kill him, no one would take his words seriously in the future. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. There had to be a chicken. Since that was the case, and Farron would be the chicken waiting to be slaughtered, after saying that, he suddenly turned into the shadow of a wolf and rushed into the crowd. At this moment, not a single one of the 31 martial artists reacted. Stop him. And Farron was scared out of his wits. He could see the strong killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. If Ling Xiao got close, he would definitely die. He shouted desperately, hoping that someone would help him. Unfortunately, no one could help him. Ling Xiao had already integrated the 1,000-mile wolf movement technique with his martial arts. When he used the movement technique, he could also use martial arts. It was still the meteor sword technique. It was the first move of the meteor sword technique, fall. This move consumed the least amount of internal energy and was also the fastest. Although it was not as powerful, it was more than enough to deal with Farron. Save me. Those were the last words Farron left in this world. As his voice fell, his head also fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Ling Xiao didn't leave. After killing Farron, he actually returned to his original position and coldly wiped the ordinary long sword in his hand. Because the heavy sword from before had already shattered, he could only casually pick a few swords and put them in his storage ring, ready to use at any time. Although it was called an ordinary sword, it was still a mortal-grade spirit artifact. However, it was much worse than the previous heavy sword. How can this guy be so powerful? Looking at Farron's pitiful state, everyone trembled in fear. Although many of them were reincarnation realm martial artists, they were obviously delicate flowers cultivated in a greenhouse. Seeing such a fierce opponent, they were already frightened out of their wits. Do you still want to attack? Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his sword and pointed at the remaining 30 people. He said coldly, "My words are still valid. Whoever dares to make a move will die." There were those who were afraid of him, but there were also those who didn't believe him. I don't believe that Ling Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms if everyone attacks together. In the crowd, a tall and strong young man roared. He was able to mobilize some people. There were more than 10 people who were willing to attack Ling Xiao with him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Speaking of 3 heads and 6 arms, I really do have 3 heads and 6 arms. Today, I'll let you see, Dharma Seal, 3rd Prince Neza, 3 heads and 6 arms." Due to the uniqueness of the Seal of Immortality, Ling Xiao rarely used it, mainly because he was afraid that the people from the Palace of Immortality would find out. However, the Seal of Immortality was still one of Ling Xiao's most powerful moves. In an instant, he revealed Neza's Dharma Seal, which had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 3 heads spat out a different breath. Fire, lightning, magma. The 6 arms released 6 moves at the same time. It was actually the 1st to 7th moves of the meteor sword technique. The 5th and 6th moves had already been combined into one. Strictly speaking, there were 6 moves. With just one move, 9 people were killed in an instant. Moreover, these 9 people died extremely miserably. They were burned by fire, killed by lightning, disfigured by magma, and cut by sword light. In any case, none of their corpses were intact. This scene was too shocking. It scared the remaining inner clan disciples so much that they turned around and fled. They had originally stayed to block Ling Xiao for Infatian, but now they realized that Ling Xiao's horror had long exceeded their expectations. Although they wanted the rewards, their lives were more important. A group of delicate flowers in a greenhouse. The 8 Immortals Mountains model will collapse sooner or later. Ling Xiao looked down on the 8 Immortals Mountains' way of cultivating talents. Talents with real potential were buried and even assassinated. Instead, they left behind those useless people with power and influence. It really made people sigh. And Feitian thought that the encirclement was impregnable, but it collapsed in an instant. Ling Xiao executed Wolf traversing 1,000 li and fled forward. He was extremely fast. In an instant, he saw Feitian, who was fighting with the prisoners in front of him. When he saw Ling Xiao, Feitian was obviously shocked. A group of useless people. You can't even block one person. It was no wonder that Feitian was angry. He had already promised a handsome reward, but in the end, his plan, which he thought was perfect, had failed miserably. It had no effect at all. It had only allowed him to get a few extermination stones before Ling Xiao. Humph, if that's the case, I can only do it myself. But before that, I have to get 10 extermination stones first. Then, it's time to deal with you. Although Infatian was very unhappy, he still had to prioritize the matter at hand. He knew what his most important task was. It was definitely not to fight Ling Xiao. First, he had to get the extermination stones, then kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, he was now in the lead. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could get the extermination stones before him. However, Ling Xiao's actions surprised him. Ling Xiao did not hunt the prisoners at all. Instead, he kept rushing forward, as if he did not care about the extermination stones at all. What is that kid doing? And Feitan did not understand. The rest of the people who were scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao did not understand either. Quickly chase after him. If he doesn't die, you'll die. Remember, that kid just killed so many people. He must be exhausted. If you attack him now, you can definitely kill him easily. And Feitan was trying to scare and persuade them. Finally, the remaining 21 people gritted their teeth and chased after him. Seeing the people chasing after him, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He stopped in the tunnel. Originally, I wanted to kill Infatian directly and get the 10 extermination stones from him. But you've delivered yourselves to me. Just nice. These 21 young warriors were intercepted by the prisoners in the process. It was naturally easier for them to kill the prisoners when they joined forces. As long as Ling Xiao could kill all of them, he would have enough extermination stones. How dare you come? It seems like you're not afraid of death. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. His body entered the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation. When the 21 people got close, he suddenly used the secret technique of the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation. Demonic dragon blood curse. In that instant, the 21 people felt their bodies stiffen. Then, their qi and blood surged. It was extremely uncomfortable. Those who were weaker fell to the ground and fainted. Those who were stronger also lost control of their internal energy for a short period of time. In such a situation, death was the only way out for them on the battlefield. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give them a way out. His body instantly transformed into the Black Wolf General. Wolf pack kill. 21 wolf shadows rushed out and knocked the 21 martial artists to the ground. More than 10 of them died on the spot. A few of them were killed by the prisoners after they fell to the ground. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Infatian's face became extremely ugly. Infatian was very clear about the strength of these 31 warriors. Among them, there were a few whose cultivation was only slightly inferior to his own. They were much stronger than Ling Xiao. How could this be? How could they be killed in an instant? Of course, Infatian did not know that Ling Xiao's demonic dragon blood curse had a time limit. Basically, it could only be used once every hour. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have an even easier time challenging martial artists of a higher rank. Fortunately, I'm a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. I'm different from those trash. With the special secret technique of the Dark Tribe and the sword that father gave me, I must kill him. This Ling Xiao, if the rumors were true, must not be allowed to live. If he continued to live, he would really become a huge threat to him. At this time, Infatian had already collected 10 extermination stones. He was about to go to the Shadow Black Gourd when he saw that Ling Xiao had disappeared. Ling Xiao also wanted to kill Infatian. However, after thinking about it, obtaining the Shadow Black Gourd was more important. It would be a pity if he lost the opportunity to study it because of Infatian. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, Infatian spat out a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly chased after him. He could not lose, otherwise, not only would he lose the right to study of the Shadow Black Gourd, but he would also lose face. The battle had been going on for the Shadow Black Gourd. In the depths of the heaven sacrificial altar, several figures appeared. The Dark Elder, Patriarch, Chief Elder, and even Evernight Formless were present. That Elder and Dark Knight Formless seemed to be injured. They must have gone through a great battle. Dark Knight Formless crossed his arms and stood there coldly. Although there was no special expression on his face, his heart was filled with emotions. If it weren't for the mysterious expert's help, he would have had no choice but to flee. calm, but he also knew how terrifying Lin Yuetian was. Lin Yuetian was only a young martial artist. Although he was a reincarnated martial artist, he was not even 20 years old. His cultivation was already at his level. This was Ling Zhao's most terrifying opponent in the future. He was worried about Ling Zhao's safety. On the other side, the Dark Elder was thinking about the two mysterious masters. The two mysterious experts were actually both women. Once they made their move, they actually possessed a terrifying strength that was not the slightest bit inferior to Dark Knight Formless. Who was the martial artist behind them? Ling Xiao. Who was this kid? How could he have such a powerful martial artist protecting him? These people were waiting here for the martial artist who could reach the Shadow Black Gourd within the specified time. Whoever arrived first in the allotted time would have the right to use the Umbra Black Gourd and comprehend it. Elder, look at the time. It should be about time, right? Nightwalker's voice snapped the Dark Elder out of his thoughts. Yes, soon. I wonder who will be the first to arrive here. The Dark Tribe Elder said with a nod. Who else could it be? Not Heaven, of course. Hidden Flower smiled. With Not Heaven's strength and intelligence, it will be easy for him to win. What she didn't say was that if the plan had gone smoothly, Ling Xiao would have been a corpse by now. If Ling Xiao died and Feitian obtained the Shadow Black Gourd, that would be the best outcome for her. Others didn't know, but she hated Ling Xiao to the core. He had disrespected her time and time again. She would be unhappy if he didn't die. Yi Wuxing was thinking, if Not Heaven kills Ling Xiao, it will be the same as eliminating his inner demons. His martial path will be smoother from now on. Ever since Feitian was injured by Ling Xiao had become an untouchable demon in Feitian's heart. He was disturbed by this person and couldn't cultivate in peace. It's not certain who will take first place. Elder Hidden Flower's words are a little too early. No Light in the Night was naturally more optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao refused to acknowledge him as his foster father, the Dark Family and the Dark Family were two factions that fought openly and secretly. As long as Ling Xiao won, it would be equivalent to slapping the Dark Family in the face on behalf of the Dark Family. Elder Wu Guang, are you joking? A mere Ling Xiao, not to mention dealing with Not Heaven, even if it was someone else, he wouldn't be able to pass. Dark Gold sneered. Have you forgotten that you were beaten up so quickly? No Light in the Night wouldn't give Dark Gold any face. That's because that kid relied on someone else's help. Dark Gold was most indignant about being beaten up by Ling Xiao. He was clearly stronger than Ling Xiao, but he was beaten up by Ling Xiao because he underestimated him. This was simply a stain on his reputation. When Not Heaven appears later, Elder Wu Guang, you won't be able to keep your old face. Dark Gold snorted and looked in that direction. Someone's coming. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distant tunnel. Everyone looked in that direction. What, it's actually him. Dark Gold was dumbfounded. This was because the person who appeared in the tunnel was none other than Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao, the person he looked down on. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like lightning. He turned into a wolf shadow and instantly arrived in front of the Shadow Black Gourd. Ha 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 ha, this kid obtained wolf travels 1,000 miles from the Hall of Good and Evil. I thought he wouldn't be able to learn it. I didn't expect him to be so proficient in the first move. He must have reached great perfection. No Light in the Night looked at Dark Knight and Hidden Flower proudly and laughed. It turned out that Ling Xiao had won. At this moment, there was still no sign of Not Heaven. What's wrong with Not Heaven? Nightwalker immediately tensed up. Thief, what did you do to Feitian? Nightwalker didn't even care about the Patriarch's authority as he roared at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Nightwalker, then at Nightwalker, who was safe and sound. He let out a sigh of relief. His mood lightened. He said contemptuously, before entering the heaven altar, the Patriarch's precious son said that he wanted to make me disappear. It's a pity that your stupid son doesn't have that ability. How dare you? How dare you speak to the Patriarch like that? Dark Gold was humiliated by Ling Xiao's actions. He was extremely unhappy. If Nightwalker wasn't here, he would have gone up and killed Ling Xiao. How dare you? The Patriarch and Grand Elder are all here. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao even dared to talk back to Dark Flower and Nightwalker, let alone Dark Gold. When Dark Gold heard this, he was furious. He wanted to shout again, but at that moment, another person finally appeared in front of everyone. Fei Tian. Nightwalker finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw Fei Tian. Although he was puzzled that the two of them hadn't fought in the tunnel, he didn't care anymore when he saw that his son was safe. Ling Xiao, you bastard, stop right there. You killed so many people. Do you think no one will know? And Fei Tian was very unhappy that Ling Xiao had surpassed him. So, as soon as he appeared, he shouted that Ling Xiao had killed the other inner disciples. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Dark Flower was even ready to attack Ling Xiao. What a joke. Do you really think the patriarchs will believe such a lie? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't admit that he had killed so many people. Although the patriarch had said that he could kill, what if this old man forgot what he said in a fit of anger? After all, only the prisoners and Fei Tian had seen him kill during the battle. He had already killed those prisoners. So, only Fei Tian was left. If Fei Tian said that he had killed people, then he would say that Fei Tian had killed people. Dead people tell no tales. How is it a joke? Fei Tian had already arrived beside the shadow black gourd and questioned. Aya, with my strength, I killed those 31 people, and I actually arrived before you. Do you think anyone will believe that? I feel that those people were killed by you. Only someone familiar with them would make them let their guard down. Ling Xiao sneered. You're talking nonsense. Why would I want to kill them? Fei Tian said furiously. It's very simple. You asked them to stop me, but I used my movement technique to escape. You weren't satisfied, so you naturally took action. Young Master Fei Tian, you are known for your cruelty. Do you know how many warriors have died at your hands? You're slandering me. Being attacked by Ling Xiao, Fei Tian was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, every word Ling Xiao said was reasonable, and he simply couldn't refute it. That's enough. This old man has already said that killing is allowed in the competition. Since there are only 2 of you left, the 2 of you will decide who will have the umber black gourd. The Dark Tribe Elder suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao smiled to himself. This was in line with his intentions. Although this elder had the intention of protecting Fei Tian, he was actually helping Ling Xiao. Fei Tian was so angry that his chest was so tight that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he feel much better. Ling Xiao, this young master admires your sharp tongue. However, there can only be one winner in this competition. Come, let's fight to the death. Fei Tian roared. Elder, this doesn't seem fair. Ling Xiao was the one who arrived first. Logically speaking, the umber black gourd should belong to Ling Xiao. There's no need for a duel. No Light in the Night frowned. Didn't this old man say that the rules have changed? The Dark Tribe Elder said without batting an eyelid. This old man didn't even blush when he lied. Fine, you made the rules. You have the final say. No Light in the Night felt helpless. Although he was also very strong, he was still inferior to this elder. However, he didn't understand why Yuanxiang didn't say anything. You don't have to look at me. Whether it's a duel or not, Ling Xiao will win. So I don't have to say anything. Yuanxiang saw no light in the night's doubt and explained. Haha, Yuanxiang, you're quite confident. However, don't forget that our Fei Tian's cultivation has already broken through to the early stage of the first transformation 4th layer of hell. He also has the Dark Tribe's special secret technique and the Black Gold Demon's Lair sword. Without help, Ling Xiao is just a clown. It's possible to escape by relying on your movement technique, but what's the point of having a powerful movement technique? Hidden Flower sneered at Yuanxiang. She only dared to speak to Yuanxiang like this because the elder was here. Movement techniques are not for escaping. Yuanxiang said indifferently. In fact, movement techniques were first created. They were originally used to complement martial skills in battle. It was a pity that many people had forgotten the true meaning of movement techniques. They thought that they were used to escape. They didn't know that movement techniques were the most powerful when used in battle. Yes, yes, yes. We don't know as much as the Grand Elder, but there's a huge difference in their cultivation. I'm afraid that kid will have to cultivate for a few more years to defeat Fei Tian. Dark Gold mocked. Junior, you're asking for a beating. Yuanxiang's temper wasn't as good as before. It was fine if Hidden Flower scolded him. After all, they were of the same generation. He even had to call Hidden Flower cousin. However, Dark Gold was nothing. With a single slap, he sent Dark Gold flying. Remember, you don't have the right to speak here. If you speak any more nonsense, get out. Yuanxiang was incomparably domineering. Elder, are you not going to do anything? Hidden Flower was anxious. Dark Gold was her biological son and was much closer to her than in Fei Tian. How could she tolerate being beaten by Yuanxiang? His mouth is cheap. He deserves to be beaten. The Dark Tribe Elder had just suffered a loss at Yuanxiang's hands. Naturally, he wouldn't go against Yuanxiang now. Hearing this, Hidden Flower and Dark Gold could only suppress their anger. There was nothing they could do. Yuanxiang, I know you're still brooding over what happened back then. However, you're still a member of the Dark Tribe. In the future, you should know your limits. After teaching Hidden Flower and Dark Gold a lesson, the elder glanced at Yuanxiang and said something inexplicable. Only a few of the people present knew what these words meant. Old man, shut up. It's not up to you to teach me what to do. I used to respect you, but my son was killed. Even now, I don't know who the murderer is. That's all for today. Let me remind you that Ling Xiao is the successor I've chosen. It doesn't matter if he denies me as his master or recognizes me as his foster father. I'll treat him as my own. Whoever dares to touch him will be my enemy. I won't let them go. This is crazy. I don't know what's so good about Ling Xiao that Yi Yezi is so crazy about. Anya Xing thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. That kid will die soon. Not Tian won't let him off. Yi Yezi, Yi Yezi. You wouldn't ruin this battle for that kid, right? You guys are back? Xin Dian and the butterfly lady had finally returned to his body after helping Yi Yezi. The butterfly lady had fallen into a deep slumber because she had exhausted too much energy. Xin Dian also looked a little tired. He probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting for some time. Master, Lin Yuetian is too scary. If we hadn't launched a sneak attack, we wouldn't have been able to hurt him. You have to be careful. Xin Dian didn't mention the Dark Tribe Elder. Instead, he mentioned Lin Yuetian. It seemed that this rumored peerless genius, the young master of the Eight Immortals Mountain, was really an existence that made people fear him. I got it. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never overestimate anyone, nor would he underestimate anyone. If Xin Dian said that Lin Yuetian was scary, then Lin Yuetian had to be very scary. Master, I will go and rest too. Xin Dian fell into a deep slumber after saying what he wanted to say. Only deep sleep could allow him to recover faster. Ling Xiao, you must obtain this Shadow Black Gourd. If I'm not wrong, the Shadow Black Gourd and the Shadow Black Gourd should be a set. Only by combining the two will you be able to obtain the treasure within. The Yuan Venerate's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Zhao's mind. Really? It can't be wrong. I've been studying the Dark Black Sword Immortal diagram for a period of time, but I couldn't make any progress. However, when you approached the Dark Shadow Black Gourd, you suddenly discovered that the diagram produced some kind of reaction. The Yuan Venerate replied. Alright, then I must obtain this Shadow Black Gourd. Ling Xiao was delighted. He hadn't been too sure what the Shadow Black Gourd diagram was before. Perhaps the secret was about to be revealed. Have you guys finished discussing? If you don't allow a duel, then I'll take it. Ling Xiao glanced at the Dark Ones. Although the Elder had changed the rules of this battle, he didn't care. Taking care of Fei Tian was exactly what he wanted. It was a pity that Fei Tian could not be killed in front of so many people. Otherwise, the clan elder would not let the matter rest. Let's duel. Whoever wins will get the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. The elder of the dark race shouted. All right. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded his head. And Fei Tian felt as if he was overjoyed. Originally, he should have already lost, but now he had another chance. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have to admit that your movement technique is exquisite. But if you want to defeat me with just your movement technique, I will make you regret it. And Feitian sneered in his heart. In his opinion, as long as he could avoid Ling Xiao's strange secret technique, he didn't have to worry about anything else. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You only reach the early stage of the fourth layer of hell by relying on others. What ability do you have to make me afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Feitian disdainfully. Today's Feitian was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. If he hadn't wanted to hide his strength in front of those people, he could have killed Feitian in 3 moves. Who's the frog at the bottom of the well? Let's see who's the frog at the bottom of the well. Die. After saying that, Feitian suddenly burst out his powerful aura at the early stage of the fourth layer of hell and charged at Ling Xiao. The difference between the fourth layer of hell and the third layer of hell is huge. Even if Ling Xiao is invincible in the third layer of hell, he is no match for Feitian. Moreover, Ling Xiao's cultivation may not be invincible in the third layer of hell. Hidden Flower couldn't help but say coldly as he watched the battle begin. This time, Dark Knight Formless did not say anything. There was no point in saying that. Anyway, among these people, no one else had confidence in Ling Xiao other than him. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Feitian, who was charging at him. When Feitian rushed over, his figure was faintly discernible in the void. This was probably the effect of the dark shadow martial soul, which made it impossible for others to grasp his exact position. Every time he appeared, he would be in a different place and there was no pattern to it. For an ordinary person, they would have been nervous and panicked at this point. This was because an unpredictable enemy was the scariest. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Although Feitian's movements were strange, he was able to deal with them by remaining unchanged. Dark Shadow Demonic Seal. While he was charging, Feitian condensed a terrifying palm print in his hand. Within the palm print, a hideous skull vaguely appeared, exuding a terrifying and eerie aura. It charged at Ling Xiao. This demonic seal could disappear and reappear as Feitian moved. Die, ignorant boy. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to determine its exact location. The terrifying demonic seal and Feitian's figure had disappeared. When Feitian reappeared, he was only 2 to 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. What an insignificant trick. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although his cultivation had not broken through, he was still at the peak of the third level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. However, with the power of a beast god martial artist, he could be on par with Feitian. This did not include his advanced combat constitution and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul. Through the tempering of many battles, Ling Xiao was gradually able to silently unleash the tyrant martial spirit in battle. Although he could not fully utilize it, the advantage was that he could use the tyrannical martial soul without being detected. Of course, their strength was only equal in terms of the level of their internal strength. In terms of combat experience and soul power, Feitian could not catch up with him. As for martial skills, Feitian should have mastered an outstanding high-grade jade martial skill. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had mastered a high-grade jade martial skill. In terms of quality, Feitian's martial skill was slightly inferior. However, Ling Xiao's mastery of every martial skill was better than Feitian's. As for body movement, Ling Xiao had mastered the 4th move of the 1,000-mile wolf. The first 3 moves had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The 4th move had also been cultivated to the phenomenal realm. This was definitely a miracle in the history of the 1,000-mile wolf. In short, he was stronger than Feitian by more than a little. Suddenly, Feitian's figure appeared, and the terrifying demonic seal was already inches away from Ling Xiao. Humph, that boy is finished. Hidden Flower snorted. He can't even react at such a close distance. He's really weak. At this moment, Dark Gold felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao. After all this time, this guy was not that great after all. However, in the next moment, his jaw dropped. A shocking scene appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. Just like that, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. When he reappeared, he was already behind Feitian. However, Feitian was indeed more powerful than the average person. The moment Ling Xiao disappeared, he reacted. the dark shadow demonic seal blasted behind him. Boom, the two palms collided, causing the tunnel to shake. A strong gust of wind shot out in all directions. The spectators could feel the strength of the wind. However, when the wind reached the dark shadow gourd, it strangely disappeared. Of course, no one noticed this because everyone's attention was focused on the battle. Since Ling Xiao only used ordinary palm energy, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could regain his footing. However, his movements were quite dashing. After all, his movement technique was there. It would be a little difficult to make him look battered and exhausted. As for Infatian, he only retreated 2 or 3 steps. In this collision, he obviously had the upper hand, and the advantage was not small. So what if his movement technique is good? He's not as good as not heaven. This Ling Xiao is still going to lose. Dark Gold glanced at Dark Knight Formless and sneered. Are you an idiot? You're one of the 3 geniuses of the Dark Tribe. Can't you see this? Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills, but not having used a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, the Dark Shadow Demonic Seal. Now that neither side is at a disadvantage, who do you think is stronger? Dark Gold did not say anything, but No Light in the Night scolded Dark Gold. The others did not refute. This was because the experts could see that No Light in the Night was telling the truth. The most troublesome thing was that the movement technique Ling Xiao used was only the first form of the 1,000-mile wolf, but it was already difficult for Infatian to deal with. It's just an ordinary palm energy, but it's so powerful in the hands of this kid. It seemed like this Ling Xiao was really a martial arts genius. No wonder Wukong wanted to take him in as his godson. Speaking of which, this old man is starting to like this kid. The Dark Race Elder had heard rumors about Ling Xiao, and some people had added fuel to the fire. He didn't like Ling Xiao at all. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was only able to run amok because of the invisible protection of the night. But from the looks of it now, that didn't seem to be the case. Elder, don't you think you've gone too far? When Ling Xiao used his movement technique, he was unable to use any martial skills. Not Heaven didn't understand that movement technique, so he was almost at a disadvantage, but that might not be the case after this. Nightwalker was somewhat unconvinced. The Dark Folk Elder chuckled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to watch the battle unfold. Ling Xiao stood there, calmly looking at his fists. He smiled slightly and said, Infatian, if this is your so-called strongest strength, then it's really too weak. After saying that, he suddenly transformed into his Black Wolf General Martial Soul. The lone wolf walks 1,000 miles, in the blink of an eye, he was already close to Infatian. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he used the meteor sword technique one move after another. By the time he reached the 4th move, Infatian was already in a very sorry state. Although he wasn't injured, his clothes were already in tatters. This guy. He really can use martial skills at the same time as his movement technique. Nightwalker was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's series of attacks seemed to be aimed at slapping him in the face. Ah! Infatian suddenly roared, and suddenly, his body began to change. The dark shadow martial soul behind him disappeared, as if it had merged into his body. His eyes were a strange black color, and even the whites of his eyes were black. Not only that, but a pair of bat wings grew out of his back. A pair of strange horns grew out of the top of his head. Although the other parts of his body didn't change much, there was no doubt that this was a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. The Sand Tribe has the Sand Witcher, and the Dark Tribe also has the Shadow Witcher. To be honest, I'm really surprised that you can hurt me. However, this is the end of it. With your little strength, you're nothing in front of me. Next, I'll let you know what it means to be afraid. You talk too much. Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, and a terrifying sword light blasted Infatian, who was in the middle of his transformation, away. Despicable. How could you sneak attack him? Outside the arena, people started to curse. Nonsense, this is a battle, not a game. Do I have to wait for him to finish his transformation? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ling Xiao, you're courting death. In the distance, Infatian's transformation was even more obvious. Other than his right hand, which still looked like a human, the rest of his body had turned into a strange monster. The sharp claws and sharp teeth indicated that this guy was almost inhuman. You're really tough. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw that Tian only had a little bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had just used the fifth form of the meteor sword skill, the fall of heaven and earth. It had only caused such an effect. It seemed that the Shadow Witcher was similar to the Sand Witcher. They both had extremely strong defense. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. However, after transforming, Tian still didn't attack. This was because it wasn't over yet. The reason why his right hand didn't transform was because he needed to use a weapon. He had just taken out his weapon from his storage ring. It was a strange long sword that was completely black. It was neither gold nor jade, and it exuded a strong murderous aura that made people feel pressured. Wisps of black smoke rose from it, and there seemed to be black flames dancing on the blade. Is this a deity-grade spiritual weapon? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Ha ha ha, you have a good eye. That's right, this is a deity-grade spiritual weapon second only to the Shadow Black Gourd. Its name is Black Qilin. I'm afraid a poor kid like you has never seen such a powerful weapon in your entire life. In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, other than the sword from the Sword Tribe, there is no other weapon stronger than this Black Qilin sword. I could have easily killed you if I had entered the Shadow Witcher state. However, in order to make you despair, I've decided to use this Black Qilin sword. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent coldly. Tian's actions were within his expectations. However, even if he had expected it, he wasn't sure if he could deal with Tian. After all, he didn't have such a powerful weapon. To a martial artist, a powerful weapon would greatly increase their combat power. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted the sword from the Sword Tribe. However, it wasn't easy to get the sword from the Sword Tribe. It would be good if he could get his hands on Tian's Black Qilin sword. With the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword, Tian's strength had increased tremendously. He was close to the middle stage of the 4th level of hell. Tian was in high spirits. He did not want to embarrass himself in front of the Dark Tribe's higher-ups. The tribe leader was his father, and the rest of the higher-ups supported him. If he lost to Ling Xiao in front of them, he would be too ashamed to face them. Ling Xiao could feel that Tian's strength had increased tremendously. However, his expression did not change. His opponent must have used all his strength. He had not used all his strength yet. Everyone thought that he had only learned the first move of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles because he had only used the first move in front of them. Go to hell, kid. When you reach the netherworld, remember that I, Tian, am the one who will kill you, roar, Black Qilin. As his voice rang out, Ling Xiao saw the sword in Tian's hand turn into a long black snake. The snake was covered in black scales and spat out its tongue ferociously. It was extremely vicious. Black Qilin strangle. Another voice rang out. The strange black snake turned into more than 10 snakes and pounced on Ling Xiao from different directions. Ling Xiao knew that each of the black snakes was a terrifying sword chi. The power was not inferior to Tian's full-strength attack. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. The more scattered the sword chi was, the weaker each attack would be. However, because of the Black Qilin sword, each of the sword chi was at full strength and would not be weakened. This was terrifying. A celestial-grade spiritual weapon is indeed terrifying. It seems that I have to reveal more of my strength. Ling Xiao was not a stubborn person. He would not put himself in danger just to hide his strength. If necessary, he would even reveal his Sky Tyrant martial soul and any of his trump cards. After all, the most important thing was to survive. If he was dead, there was no point in keeping so many secrets. Hee, Ling Xiao is dead meat. Dark Gold revealed a mocking smile. He didn't believe that the combination of the Shadow Witcher and the Black Qilin sword wouldn't be able to take Ling Xiao's life. If this still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, Tian would be too useless. Although Dark Flower, Dark Night Walker, and the others weren't as emotional as Dark Gold, they were still very happy to see Ling Xiao being defeated and almost finished. It's too early for you to celebrate. Dark Knight Formless sneered but didn't explain anything. As for Ling Xiao, even he did not fully understand him. The energy that erupted from this young body was simply too amazing. What a joke, what else can he do? Dark Gold pursed his lips. However, he was soon unable to maintain his contemptuous and mocking expression. Those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself and gloat over his misfortune were shocked to find that Ling Xiao's figure gradually became dim at that moment. A wolf can travel 1,000 miles? Humph, with your aptitude, the wolf can travel 1,000 miles at most until you reach the level of a twin wolf. Even if you turn into 2 wolf shadows, you'll still die without a doubt. Unless you're confident that you can dodge all my attacks. And Fei Tian looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could cultivate the wolf to a high level. You don't have to dodge all of them, you only have a total of 18 sword chis. I admit that if you meet force with force, you won't be able to avoid injury. However, as long as you avoid 9 of them, the remaining 9 will be easy. Ling Xiao smiled and then, under everyone's shocked gaze, his figure turned into 9. 9 wolf shadows leaped out. This was the third form of the wolf pack attack. The number of wolf shadows that could be released from wolf pack attack would increase according to the level of mastery. At most, when cultivated to the perfection stage, one could release 81 shadows at once. Of course, these shadows were all illusions and couldn't be used to attack. They could only be used to dodge the enemy's attacks. The more wolf shadows there were, the safer the body would be. 9 wolf shadows were naturally able to block the 9 sword chis. The remaining 9 sword chis were repelled by Ling Xiao's doomsday sword. The sword in his hand also shattered at the same time. A mortal-grade spiritual weapon was still too weak against an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao still had a lot of mortal-grade spiritual weapon swords in his storage ring. 9 wolf shadows. How could this guy cultivate the third form of the wolf to the greater mastery level? How long has he been cultivating it? Shock, intense shock. It wasn't just Ling Xiao's opponent, and Fei Tian. Even the onlookers at the side were shocked by Ling Xiao's amazing movement skills. In just half a month's time, Ling Xiao was actually able to cultivate the third move of the 1,000-mile wolf. Moreover, it was at the great accomplishment level. Didn't this mean that this guy could be considered the most powerful genius in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain? If there was anyone who could compete with Ling Xiao, it would be Ling Yan and Lin Yuetian. Elder, did you see that? Now do you understand why I had to chase after this brat and take him in as my adopted son? He's a genius through and through. No Light in the Night said excitedly. Humph, it doesn't matter if he's a genius or not. It's all over now. Not Heaven had only used 1 move, and he had already used his strongest movement technique. What was he going to rely on to fight Not Heaven next? He's still going to die. And Jean snorted coldly. I'm not going to waste my breath on a blind kid like you. Continue watching. You'll learn a lot. No Light in the Night sneered and continued watching the battlefield. And Fei Tian and Jean had the same thought. If you can dodge most of the attacks with 1 move, what about 2 moves? You can dodge 18 sword chis, but what about 24? What would you do? In fact, he didn't use all his strength just now. He was afraid that the Shadow Hunter demon would control his mind. But he didn't care anymore. Even if he turned into a demon, the Elder was here to stop him from doing something stupid. His aura continued to rise. A terrifying black aura was released from his body. His eyes were almost blurred and he couldn't see what was in front of him. No, I'm going to kill Ling Xiao with my own hands. I won't let you do it. And Fei Tian roared. He didn't want the Shadow Hunter demon to do it. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only then could he vent his anger and get rid of the demon in his heart. 24 black sword chis broke through the air. They turned into 20 black snakes. It was terrifying. It was obvious that Fei Tian was using a lot of effort to use such a move. He even spat out a small mouthful of blood. But at least he managed to release the attack. Haven't you heard of the saying, virtue is 1 foot tall, and the devil is 10 feet tall? You can increase your strength, but I can't. Ling Xiao's aura began to rise again. The advanced lightning battle form was released. Crazy lightning flowed on the Black Wolf general transformation. Ling Xiao, whose combat strength had increased, was able to take on 12 rays of sword chi instead of 9. Wolf pack attack of 1,000 li, great perfection. Wolf pack attack of 1,000 li at great perfection could release 12 shadows of wolves at the same time. while easily dodging the 12 rays of sword chi. Ling Xiao once again used the doomsday move of the meteor sword technique and easily dissolved the remaining 12 rays of sword chi. A cold smile hung on Ling Xiao's face, because he saw in Fei Tian's sorry state. Forcefully channeling 20 rays of sword chi had already caused in Fei Tian's face to turn pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that in Fei Tian's strength was insufficient, yet he forcefully channeled sword chi. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ah. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. And Fei Tian's aura was still rising crazily. Seeing this, a Night Walker panicked. Stop, Fei Tian. If this continues, you'll die first. I don't care, I don't care. I don't believe that I can't kill him. And Fei Tian was completely controlled by the Shadowhunter demon. The black Qilin sword had also merged into his body. It was like a long poisonous needle that pointed at Ling Xiao. He, stupid little guy. Just admit defeat. You had to force in Fei Tian to let me out. You're dead meat. The Shadowhunter demon's voice was sharp and piercing. His combat strength had almost reached the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was not there, his combat strength was there. Die, you pathetic little brat. Black Qilin Strangle, 48 rays of sword chi. From 18 rays of sword chi to 24 rays of sword chi, then to 48 rays of sword chi. Each attack was more terrifying than the previous one. And this time, he was using the combat strength of the middle stage of the 4th level of Hell. Ling Xiao was even more defenseless. Even if Fei Tian wins, it's an unfair victory. No Light in the Night said unhappily. Although it's unfair to give my consciousness to the Shadowhunter demon is a special secret technique of the Dark Tribe. Why can't I use it? Hidden Flower said disdainfully. But if he uses the Shadowhunter demon and still loses, then that would be a huge loss of face. Dark Knight Formless said calmly. Impossible. Nightwalker said sternly. Nothing is impossible. Didn't you see how Ling Xiao defeated the Sand Witcher in the Sword Tribe? Dark Knight's formless tone was still indifferent. In his opinion, although Shadow Witchers could increase their combat strength, they would lose their judgment and combat skills as a warrior. This would give Ling Xiao a chance to take advantage of it. I admit that Ling Xiao has some skills, but he has already perfected the wolf pack attack. Do you think he can still cultivate it to the perfection stage? In the history of our 8 Immortals Mountain, no one has ever been able to cultivate this technique to the stage of perfection. Because the difference between the transcendent state and the perfected state is too great. Hidden Flower snorted coldly. Even now, she had to admit that Ling Xiao was terrifying. But she still couldn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat the Shadowhunter demon. After all, Shaheen's cultivation was much weaker than in Fei Tian's. Naturally, the Shadowhunter demon was much weaker. The difficulty of cultivating the wolf pack 1,000 miles was not a secret in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Therefore, very few disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were willing to cultivate this technique. Even if they wanted to cultivate it, they would give up halfway because they couldn't make any progress. Therefore, everyone present was shocked. Even the Dark Tribe Elder was very surprised. He felt that he had overestimated Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's talent still surprised him. Can a lot of sword chi really hurt people? Ling Xiao looked at the Shadowhunter demon in disdain. No matter how powerful an attack was, even if it could destroy heaven and earth, if it couldn't hit its target, then it would be meaningless. If it was meaningful, then it would be a waste of one's internal strength. Stupid little guy, you don't understand at all. The sword chi that I use is completely different from that idiot in Fei Tian's. The Shadowhunter demon sneered. 48 sword chi had been condensed. Just as he had said, the sword chis were no longer black snakes. Instead, they had transformed into ferocious demons. The power of each strand of sword chi increased. If Ling Xiao's prediction was correct, his speed would also be greatly increased. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao. This was because they all wanted to know how Ling Xiao would dodge such an attack this time. That was 48 sword chi. It was like the sword chi of a martial artist at the middle stage of the 4th transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. Idiot. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with disdain. He admitted that the power of this attack was indeed terrifying. But which idiot was it that said that blindly strong attacks were good? In a battle, being able to use different powers to perform different moves was the real power. Today, I'll let you see what real combat skills are. You look strong, but you're actually stupid. Let alone one, even if 10 of you came, I wouldn't care. He smiled coldly, and his body began to split. They turned into shadows of wolves. There were 81 wolf shadows in total. Impossible, that was what everyone thought. It was because only by cultivating the wolf pack attack to the perfection of martial arts could one perform 81 wolf shadows. Once it reached the perfection of martial arts, these wolf shadows would have a new effect. It could be used together with the wolf pack attack, so that the wolf pack attack could be performed without a long interval. He actually cultivated this move to the perfection of martial arts. This is simply inconceivable. Even the Dark Tribe Elder was shocked. This kid had done something that no one had ever done before. If this wasn't a genius, then who was worthy of the title? How is this possible? How is this possible? Hidden Flower looked at the scene in a daze. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was so big that one could stuff a big eggplant in it. He thought about how he had confidently said that Xianxia couldn't cultivate to the perfection of martial arts. This was like being slapped in the face, and his face turned red. Dark Gold, Dark Tribe, and Dark Knight Wuzuan's expressions became serious. They knew that after this battle, Xianxia would replace Infatian as one of the 4 great geniuses. He would become the person who could threaten their position. They had never thought highly of Xianxia. If there was any fear of Xianxia, it was because of the person behind Xianxia. But today, they really felt a chill down their spines because of Xianxia. It seems that this old man is really old, and my eyes are not good. I almost misjudged such a genius. I'm afraid that only Lin Yuetian can compare to him. The Dark Tribe Elder thought about it and felt that it was unwise to deal with Dark Knight Wuzuan. What a pity. Now, it's even more impossible for me to accept him as my godson. No Light in the Night sighed helplessly. He knew that the more outstanding Ling Zhao's performance was, the less likely it was for him to accept him as his godson. As for Dark Knight Formless, he didn't think too much about it. Seeing that the disciple he had risked his life to protect was so outstanding, he only had a smile on his face. Not only did the 81 wolf shadows easily dodge the 48 sword auras, but they also dodged the attack. What was even more terrifying was that the remaining 33 wolf shadows directly pounced on the Shadow Witcher. The Shadow Witcher was like a sandbag that was constantly being hit. He kept retreating. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself, let alone counterattack. It's time to end this. Xianxia raised the long sword in his hand and coldly pointed it at the Shadow Witcher. Sword of Eastern Purple Chi, one sword to the west, terrifying purple chi billowed like a purple devil as it attacked the Shadow Witcher. At this moment, the Shadow Witcher was being hit by the 33 wolf shadows until he couldn't do anything. How could he block Xianxia's attack? Give me some face and don't kill him. The Dark Tribe Elder suddenly said loudly. Alright, I'll give you some face. Xianxia originally wanted to get rid of Infatian as soon as possible. However, since the Dark Tribe Elder had pleaded, he would give him face. After all, if the Dark Tribe Elder owed him a favor, it would be easier for him to survive in the Dark Tribe in the future. As for Infatian, he was just a piece of trash. If he was defeated, he would never be able to defeat him again. If this kid didn't know what was good for him, he would end up like Sha Hai and die. A terrifying sword aura shot out and exploded on the Shadow Witcher's body. The pitch-black shell that enveloped Infatian suddenly shattered like glass and fell piece by piece. Infatian's body was revealed, still in shock. Xianxia stepped on Infatian's body and placed the sword in his hand against his neck. He said coldly, if it wasn't for the Dark Tribe Elder's plea, I would have killed you. Now, admit defeat. Since it was a duel and he didn't want to kill his opponent must admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle wouldn't end. No, just kill me. I won't admit defeat. Infatian held. He felt that Xianxia wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he was so uncooperative. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Xianxia sneered. Without another word, he slammed his palm onto Infatian's body. The terrifying sword chi penetrated the palm wind and entered Infatian's body. It began to madly destroy Fei Tian's internal organs and body tissues. Fei Tian immediately started bleeding from his 7 orifices. No, to be exact, his entire body was bleeding non-stop, seeping out from his capillaries. Screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell one after another in this silent tunnel. Hearing this, many people frowned. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Stop torturing me. Fei Tian was scared. He was really frightened by Ling Xiao. The guy in front of him was simply a demon, a terrifying demon. This wasn't human at all. He absolutely believed that if he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. If you had just admitted defeat, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Ling Xiao looked at Fei Tian, who was in a daze because of excessive fear, and stood up with a sneer. Then, he looked at the Dark Tribe elder. Don't worry, elder. I didn't kill him. It's just that this kid needs to be taught a lesson, so I'll let him suffer a little. He stood there, almost spotless, as if he had never fought before. Behind him, Fei Tian was twitching uncontrollably. Seeing this horrifying scene, no one could react. No matter how much they thought, they would never have thought that such a situation would happen. Ling Xiao's arrogance, and insufferably arrogance were extremely annoying. However, this young man had the right to be arrogant. I'm going to kill you. Yexing suddenly roared. His body flashed, and he pounced on Ling Xiao. He was furious that his son had been beaten to such a state. He did not care about the Boolsh *T rules. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, before he could take 2 steps forward, he was kicked out by Yexing. What are you trying to do, elder? Fei Tian's every move was ruthless. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not kill him, which is already extremely benevolent. You don't know what's good for you. Yexing would not let anyone hurt Ling Xiao. Damn it. Yexing roared at the sky, but there was nothing he could do. The elder sighed, walked to Fei Tian's side, and began to treat his injuries. Young man, you're too ruthless. After touching Fei Tian's body, the elder realized how serious his injuries were. He was afraid that he would not be able to continue on the path of martial arts in the future. Even if he survived, he would only be an ordinary person. Elder, you're exaggerating. He wanted to kill me, but I didn't kill him. This is already benevolent. Elder, do you want me to be a saint? Ling Xiao looked at the elder and said calmly. He had already given this old man face. He hoped that this old man would not go too far. Forget it. The elder of the Dark Tribe sighed. He naturally understood that Ling Xiao's words made sense. However, so what if it made sense? Not everyone could be reasonable. At this time, Dark Gold, Dark World, and even Dark Knight Wuzuan looked at Ling Xiao with hostility. Dark Flower and Yexing were even more so. However, Yexing and No Light in the Night were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's achievements. Elder, this Shadow Black Gourd should be mine for the time being, right? Ling Xiao did not care about Fei Tian's life or death, nor did he care about what others thought of him. What he wanted now was the Shadow Black Gourd. Although he did not know what he could learn from the Shadow Black Gourd, he believed that it would definitely be an important upgrade for him in the Black Tortoise mainland. Shut up. You're just an Outer Tribe disciple. What right do you have to learn the shadow martial arts? You're not worthy at all. Moreover, you have no feelings for the Dark Tribe. Once you learn the shadow martial arts and betray us, the Dark Tribe will suffer a great loss. Clan Elder, you must reconsider. Yexing knew that with Yexing around, he could not kill Ling Xiao. However, he could not let Ling Xiao get the shadow martial arts. Elder, I think so too. Dark Flower took the opportunity to say. Elder, think twice. Ling Xiao is not loyal to the Dark Tribe. Otherwise, why would he not recognize Dark Light as his adoptive father? Yexing said again. He had caught Ling Xiao's weakness. The other experts of the Dark Tribe also expressed their agreement with Yexing and Yexing. In the Dark Tribe, more than half of the elders and grand elders did not want Ling Xiao to get the shadow martial arts. Ling Xiao looked at this scene coldly. And a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What's there to discuss? You changed the rules and still can't stop my disciple from obtaining the right to study the Shadow Black Gourd. What else is there to discuss? Yi Wuxing snorted coldly. Ling Xiao, go and take the Shadow Black Gourd. I'd like to see who dares to stop you. The rules set by the old ancestor state that as long as someone can stand out in this competition, they can obtain the right to study the gourd for 20 days. If you can make the Shadow Black Gourd recognize you as its master, you can directly obtain this treasure and become the successor to the Dark Race's patriarch. Anyone who dares to violate this rule will be punished by the old ancestor. I don't think anyone here dares to do that, right? As soon as he said this, everyone shut up. Because the sacrificial altar was where the souls of the Dark Race's ancestors resided. If anyone did not follow the rules set by the old ancestor, there was a high chance they would be punished. One had to know that in the Dark Race, the old ancestor's prestige was not inferior to the 7 rulers of the mystic world. No one dared to violate this rule. They might not be afraid of Yi Wuxing, but they could not be afraid of the old ancestor's punishment. Haha, Wuxing, I think you've misunderstood. The Dark Race patriarch was worthy of being called a wily old fox. At this time, he smiled and said, you should understand their feelings. After all, Fei Tian was beaten to such a state and none of the other children who participated in the competition with them survived. Some anger can be forgiven. But don't worry, this old master will uphold justice. The Dark Race is not the kind of race that can't bear to see their disciples grow stronger. Since Ling Xiao has won this competition, the Shadow Black Gourd naturally belongs to him. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly and cupped his fists to the old man. Many thanks for upholding justice, patriarch. In fact, he knew in his heart that this old man was not willing to lend him the Shadow Black Gourd to study. But because of the old ancestors' rules, there was no other way. If he did not allow Ling Xiao to study the Shadow Black Gourd today, not only would it disappoint the other disciples, but it would also incur the old ancestors' punishment. This was not something this old man could bear. However, since the other party had said these words of justice, Yang Kai naturally had to thank him. It didn't matter if he didn't mean it. Patriarch, you have to think this through. Once this brat learns the Shadow Black Gourd to study, he'll become a great threat to the Dark Race. Nightwalker cried out. Shut up. This old man thought that you had always been cautious with your words and actions, but your performance today has really disappointed this old man. If you still want to continue holding the position of patriarch, you better keep your mouth shut. This is not a time for discussion. Rules are rules. Otherwise, who will believe the Dark Race twos? The Dark Ancestors. Wuxing toot. To it. There was nothing he could do about it. His cultivation wasn't as high as Dark Knight Formless, nor was it as high as the clan elders. Although he was the clan elder, his words didn't carry much weight. To it, toot. To be to. To. Toot. To you. He. To the Yi. Ling Xiao had crippled his son. No matter what, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't stop Ling Xiao from obtaining the Shadow Black Gourd, he might as well kill Ling Xiao. Maybe he could even take the Shadow Black Gourd for himself. With that thought, he shut his mouth and said nothing more. Since Wuxing was silent, the others naturally fell silent as well. Very well. I declare the winner of the Shadow Black Gourd contest to be Ling Xiao. According to the rules set by the forefather, he can hold on to the Shadow Black Gourd for 20 days to study the Shadow Black Gourd. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the gourd will automatically fly back to the altar after 20 days. The Dark Ancestor glanced at Ling Xiao. The master of the Shadow Black Gourd was the first forefather of the Dark Race. He used this treasure to establish the Dark Race's position on 8 Immortals Mountain. Since then, no one has been able to become the Shadow Black Gourd's master. Because the first forefather's soul has become the tool spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd, he truly controls this treasure. Kneel in front of the Shadow Black Gourd and pay your respects. The forefather will grant you a strand of telekinesis in your body. On the one hand, this telekinesis can make the Shadow Black Gourd yours for 20 days. On the other hand, it can prevent others from fighting over it. Go. I see that he's still monitoring me. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He even suspected that this so-called strand of telekinesis would never leave after entering his body. It would lurk in his body forever. If one day he really wanted to take the shadow black gourd, this strand of telekinesis would come out and cause trouble. This suspicion wasn't without reason. Because Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I vaguely discovered that there was a strand of telekinesis in the bodies of the dark race, Hai Wuzuan, and the forefather. Even Hai Wuzuan and No Light in the Night had it in their bodies. It could be said that anyone who had obtained the right to use the shadow black gourd had it. What was the first forefather of the dark race trying to do? Did he want to turn everyone into his puppets? How terrifying. However, it might be terrifying to others, but to Ling Xiao, a strand of telekinesis was nothing. Back then, he had even refined a strand of the King of Sovereigns' divine consciousness. The strength of the tyrant martial soul was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand. In front of a human king, what was a king of sovereigns? He sneered. He didn't know what the first forefather of the dark race was planning. But today, he had to get the shadow black gourd. With the shadow sword deity painting, he might be able to comprehend something powerful. He walked forward and knelt in front of the altar. Then, a strand of white light flew out of the shadow black gourd and entered his body. Seeing this, everyone knew that the fact that Ling Xiao had obtained the right to comprehend the shadow black gourd couldn't be changed. This was something that some people couldn't accept. They were jealous, unwilling, and even resentful. But so what? Ling Xiao often did things that made people hate him and want to kill him, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao, you can go and get the shadow black gourd now. But I have to remind you of something. The shadow black gourd is something that my forefather left behind. You don't have the dark race's bloodline, so it will be very difficult for you to comprehend the shadow martial arts. But you only have 20 days. If you can't comprehend it, you can only give up. Do you understand? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao suddenly understood why this old fellow would go against everyone's wishes and bestow this dark shadow black gourd to him. Of course, the forefather was afraid of the forefather's rules and his reputation being tarnished. What the dark tribe elder was trying to do to Ling Xiao was an overt scheme, you knew it, but it was difficult to resolve. It was even more frustrating than a scheme. However, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Elder, you worry too much. When the first dark tribe ancestor obtained the gourd, he got it from someone else. He was able to control it. Of course I can control it too. How arrogant. How dare you compare yourself to our first dark tribe ancestor? Dark Flower said angrily. It's not about whether I'm worthy or not. It's about whether he's worthy or not. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't say this out loud. After all, he was about to get the gourd, and there was no point in making a fuss. However, in his opinion, the first dark tribe ancestor was only an expert from a few hundred years ago. His cultivation base was probably only in the life-seizing stage, not even in the rebirth stage. He didn't say anything. Instead, he walked straight towards the gourd. Presumably, the dark tribe elder wasn't just plotting against him, he was also plotting against him. Even if he wanted to take the gourd, it wouldn't be easy. He could clearly sense the sneer in the dark tribe elder's eyes. However, he didn't think too much about it. There was no point in thinking too much. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way. He didn't care anymore. The moment he approached the dark shadow black gourd, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the dark sword deity painting in his storage ring had become active. It was as if two lovers who hadn't seen each other in a long time had finally met. They were both happy and excited. It seemed that the Yuan Venerate was right. The dark sword deity diagram and the dark shadow gourd were originally a set of treasures. However, for some reason, they had been forcibly separated. 20 days? That's really too short. I have to take the dark shadow gourd for myself. Ling Xiao made up his mind. According to the rules of the dark tribe, as long as he could make the dark shadow gourd recognize him as its master, he could take the treasure. Although he didn't know how to make it recognize him as its master, he was confident that he could do it. Ever since he had obtained the tyrant martial soul, he had never found anything difficult to do. He stood there and hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out and grabbed the black gourd that was about a foot tall. The moment he touched the shadow black gourd, a terrified roar came from the gourd. Even the psychokinesis in his body was gone. What was going on? Ling Xiao was somewhat bewildered. If that psychokinesis disappeared, would he still be able to take away the shadow black gourd? This sudden turn of events was truly beyond his expectations. He was quite surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued to grab the gourd and put it into his storage ring. The shadow black gourd was obviously resisting. The weapon spirit was none other than the first ancestor of the Dark Ones. At this moment, it was incomparably terrified and furious. It wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's hands. However, the terrifying aura of the tyrannical martial spirit that was released from Ling Xiao's body was so oppressive that the tool spirit could not breathe. You still want to resist? Do you believe that I will completely obliterate you? Ling Xiao was confident that the tool spirit of the shadow black gourd was no match for the tyrannical martial spirit. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to take the shadow black gourd for himself. Damn it! Who are you? A voice came from Ling Xiao's mind. I am just me, a martial artist of the mystic world. Ling Xiao replied with his soul power. No. You are not. What is your relationship with the human king? Are you the reincarnation of the human king? The tool spirit still roared. So much nonsense. According to the rules you set, I have the right to use and comprehend the shadow black gourd for 20 days. Obediently enter my storage ring. Don't force me to use force. Ling Xiao felt that in terms of soul power, he was actually crushing this weapon spirit. Of course, he didn't want to destroy the tool spirit. Because once it was destroyed, the treasure would also be destroyed. After all, the tool spirit and the treasure had been together for too long. They had already successfully merged into one. No. The shadow black gourd suddenly spewed out a powerful force in an attempt to overturn Ling Xiao. This scene was witnessed by all the onlookers. The dark tribe elder's lips curled into a cold smile. He had already guessed that this would happen. Without the dark tribe's bloodline, trying to take the shadow black gourd by force would result in this result. In fact, there should have been a process in between. As the elder, he should have used his own blood to leave a blood mark on Ling Xiao's forehead. This way, the shadow black gourd would not reject him. But he didn't do that. He wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he would voluntarily give up the shadow black gourd. In that case, he couldn't be blamed. After all, he had already done the right thing. This person was not a saint. How could he be heartless? He was a dark tribe member and Feitian's grandfather. It was impossible for him not to be angry when he saw his grandson being beaten up like that. However, he was more tolerant and sinister than a Nightwalker. See? I've already said that Ling Xiao doesn't have the right to possess the shadow black gourd. Even the ancestors won't acknowledge him. Hidden Flower said excitedly. At this time even Dark Night Formless and No Light in the Night were sweating for Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the dark sword deity painting in Ling Xiao's storage ring changed. A dark longsword with strange black tiger patterns engraved on it flew out of the storage ring. The sword stabbed into the ball of energy. Then, everyone saw a ferocious black tiger open its huge mouth in the void and swallow the ball of energy. Then, the black longsword disappeared. The ball of energy also disappeared. Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He easily picked up the shadow black gourd and put it in his storage ring. What's going on? What's with the sword just now? How can he pick up the shadow black gourd? This scene made the dark tribe elder, who thought he had everything under control, panic. He could only hope that Ling Xiao could not comprehend anything from the shadow black gourd. This strange fellow is really not easy to control. Ha ha ha, I've disappointed you, Elder Hidden Flower. It seems that the ancestors were just joking with Ling Xiao. They don't plan to deal with him. No Light in the Night laughed and mocked Hidden Flower. So what if he has it? He can't comprehend anything from it. You have to know that in their generation, only 2 people can truly comprehend it. One is Dark Night Formless, and the other is In Ming, and in the previous generation, there was only Dark Night Formless. Moreover, these 3 people all have the Dark Tribe's bloodline. What about Ling Xiao? He has nothing. What right does he have? Hidden Flower snorted, still unconvinced. It didn't matter what other people said or saw. Ling Xiao had already put away the dark shadow black gourd. Today's battle could be considered to be completely over. What he needed to do next was to return to his residence and study the secrets of the gourd and the dark sword deity diagram. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Unite Formless walked in front of Ling Xiao and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder heavily. Some people say that even if you obtain the gourd, it's meaningless. Because you don't have the bloodline of the Dark Clan. You're just an outsider. But in my opinion, you've always been able to create miracles. This time won't be an exception, right? Of course not. Those people are secretly cursing and mocking me now. In 20 days, I'll let them know how stupid their judgment was. Schemes and conspiracies? They're all farts. Ling Zhao's voice was very loud. He said it on purpose for those who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He wanted them to understand. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot, nor was he an idiot. What he wanted to do would definitely succeed. In your dreams. Hidden Flower sneered and turned to leave. She didn't want to see Ling Zhao's smug face again. Ling Xiao and Unite Formless left the altar and returned to the Dark Clan's main hall. Qingwan Hua and Lin Yang were waiting there. Although they didn't see the whole process, they only heard the results. They were overjoyed at Ling Zhao's success. In Ling Zhao's residence, after a round of celebration, only Ling Xiao was left in the room. Everyone knew that he only had 20 days to study the gourd's secrets. So they didn't want to disturb him. They only wanted him to cultivate in peace. Unite Formless stayed in the courtyard near Ling Zhao's room to protect Ling Xiao. Because he knew that in these 20 days, there would definitely be some uninvited guests who would come to cause trouble. Ling Xiao couldn't be distracted, so he had to do more things. 20 days? I don't need that long. I should be able to completely control the dark shadow black gourd in 10 days at most. According to Sire Xue, as long as he possessed any treasure from the 8 great families, he would be able to head to the Sand Race's sea region where Ling Yan was imprisoned. It would be best if they could rescue Ling Yan as soon as possible. However, even if he couldn't succeed, he had to at least meet Ling Yan while he was in possession of the dark shadow gourd. The last time I went to the 5th floor of the ghost prison, I already spied on some of the mysteries of the array formations there. This time, as long as there's a chance, we can rescue Ling Yan. For Ling Xiao, saving Ling Yan was a huge weight off his shoulders. What he needed to do next was to learn all the secret techniques of the 8 Immortals Mountain, and then use this place as a springboard to go to a more suitable place for him to become stronger. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao stopped thinking about it. He had to take things one step at a time. He could sense that the Sin Extermination Stone he had obtained after the battle for the Dark Shadow Black Gourd was actually an excellent supplement for his cultivation. Perhaps he really wasn't far from breaking through to the first transition 4th level of Hell. The stronger one was, the higher one's status would be in the 8 Immortals Mountain. He was very clear about his current situation. Although it seemed safe, it was actually very dangerous. Although Yu Wuxing was strong, he was only one person. If his enemies came at the same time and he wasn't strong enough, even Yu Wuxing would be killed. Master, you should have already deciphered the secret of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, right? Ling Zhao's body shook and an illusory figure floated out. It was the Yuan Venerate. Relying on the soul gem Ling Xiao had given him, the Yuan Venerate was now able to move freely within a certain range. Although he was only a spiritual body, he wouldn't be so easily blown away by the astral winds. Of course, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, or rather, the Dark Sword Immortal diagram, is actually the key to opening the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. The Yuan Venerate explained. You saw that black sword previously, right? That was condensed by the power of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram. What you have to do now is to condense this black sword into a real entity. When that happens, you won't just possess a true divine weapon, the Dark Immortal Sword. You will also be able to use this sword to slay the weapon spirit of the Dark Shadow Black Gourd without causing the gourd to shatter. Kill the weapon spirit of the Dark Shadow Black Gourd? Isn't that a little too inhumane? I don't think he has any enmity with me. Ling Xiao said with a frown. If you don't want to kill him, then make him submit and become your servant. He will listen to all your orders. You can also do this by relying on the Dark Immortal Sword and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. It won't be difficult, the Yuan Venerate said. Alright then. I'll try to control him first. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll destroy him. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he began to modify and condense the Dark Sword Immortal diagram. Actually, even the first-generation ancestor of the Dark Tribe hadn't been able to obtain the true Dark Shadow martial arts. This was because the only way to fully open the Dark Shadow Black Gourd and fully comprehend the Dark Shadow martial arts was to obtain the key. However, only Ling Xiao had obtained the Dark Sword Immortal diagram. Furthermore, it was precisely because the Yuan Venerate was a powerful array formation master that he was able to decipher its mysteries. Otherwise, no one would use these two items even if they had obtained them. Perhaps this was the so-called accumulation of knowledge. Although it seemed useless, it could be of great use during critical moments. The condensation of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram became very easy with the guidance of the Yuan Venerate. In just one day, Ling Xiao had condensed the Dark Sword Immortal diagram into a black sword about a meter long. Holding it in one hand, the weight was very suitable and it emitted a sinister glow. Dark Immortal Sword. Divine Grade Spirit Weapon. It contains the beast spirit of the black-striped flying tiger. It can be used for direct combat and can also allow beast warriors to undergo beast spirit transformation. Ling Xiao immediately sensed this information the moment the black sword took shape. The black-striped flying tiger beast spirit was a 1-star Yin-Yang 6th level hell beast spirit. It was much stronger than the steel-armored ox demon, the tyrant blood demon dragon, and the black wolf general. Although it wasn't suitable for Ling Xiao at the moment, given Ling Xiao's cultivation speed, he would be able to grasp it perfectly very soon. Good stuff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Then, he embedded the black-striped flying tiger beast spirit into the tiger god position of the 12 beast gods. Given his current cultivation base, he still couldn't fully utilize the might of this beast spirit. However, its combat strength was already much stronger than the other 3 beast spirits. The black-striped flying tiger naturally had its own innate skill. Its name was Tiger Roar. As its name suggested, this was a very special sound effect. It was the same type of innate skill as the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon's demonic dragon blood curse. However, the demonic dragon blood curse affected the enemy's blood essence. The Tiger Roar relied on its terrifying roar to affect martialists. If it was light, the enemy would temporarily lose their sense of hearing, tremble, and be unable to control themselves. If it was heavy, they would bleed to death from all orifices. It could be said that if used well, it could be of great use at critical moments. After deactivating his martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao turned his attention to the Shadow Black Gourd. Although the Black Immortal Sword was something he really wanted, he was also very interested in the Shadow martial arts within the Shadow Black Gourd. How do I open the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate. The Shadow Black Gourd is a special space. As long as you touch it with the Black Immortal Sword, you will be able to open it. However, you have to be careful. I believe that the spirit of the Dark Tribe ancestor is also inside. Maybe you don't want his life, but he might want yours. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I understand. However, how can I obtain the Shadow Black Gourd if I can't subdue him? He is just an artifact spirit without a body. I would be too cowardly if I was afraid of him. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he touched the Umbra Black Gourd with his sword. In an instant, a strange vortex appeared on the Shadow Black Gourd. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before jumping in. Since he had already decided to do something, he wouldn't waver. This was an empty world. This world was filled with darkness and there was no light at all. Suddenly, a bright spot appeared in the darkness. It was actually a person. A person in a long robe, holding a sword in his right hand and the Shadow Black Gourd in his left. He glared at Ling Xiao with hatred and roared, "Get out, or you won't be able to leave." Are you the Dark Tribe ancestor? The artifact spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave. He had entered this space to obtain the Shadow martial arts. How could he leave? I told you to get out. The person didn't answer. Instead, he roared and attacked with his sword. Ling Xiao sneered as the tyrant martial soul appeared behind him. In the vast universe, it released an earth-shattering power. The Black Immortal Sword merged with the tyrant martial soul and became extremely huge. A terrifying aura locked onto the person, making him unable to move. If you don't know how to speak properly, then I'll have to use force. You only have 2 choices now. One is to be loyal to me, The other is to leave this umber black gourd or die. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and domineering. He wanted to obtain the shadow black gourd, so there were some things that could not be discussed. No, you can't do this to me. You can't. I'm your ancestor. The man trembled with fear. The combined might of the Sky Tyrant martial soul and the black immortal sword made him unable to resist at all. Right now, he only wanted to beg for mercy. He only wanted to live. Grandmaster? I remember that when I wanted to take away the umber black gourd, you almost killed me. Fortunately, this black immortal sword automatically protected its master. Otherwise, I would really be finished. Ling Xiao sneered and said, now you are telling me that you are my ancestor and telling me not to treat you like this. What a joke. I've already given you a way out. I must obtain this dark shadow black gourd. You can scram now. If you don't, only death awaits you. I'll scram. I'll scram. As the first-generation ancestor of the dark race, how could this artifact spirit tolerate being controlled by Ling Xiao? However, he also knew that he simply couldn't match up to Ling Xiao with just this soul. Therefore, his only choice was to leave. Ling Xiao, you are raising a tiger and inviting calamity. He won't be willing to let you take over his nest. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know, but I still have to find a reason to destroy him. After all, he has never harmed me before. His sudden attack on me during the battle was also out of instinct. If he still intends to deal with me after I let him go, don't worry. I won't be merciful. Ling Xiao said faintly, he might not have been weak in the past, but he doesn't even have a body now. If he wants to possess someone, the martialists he can choose from in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain are limited. In short, Master, don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my grasp and he won't be able to create any big waves. Actually, Master, you should know that the main reason I let him go was because I didn't want to expend too much energy to destroy him. Even I have to admit that this artifact spirit is very powerful. After this battle, I'm afraid I will have to rest for more than 10 days or even dozens of days to recover. When that happens, will I still have the opportunity to comprehend martial arts? Will I still have the opportunity to save Ling Yan? The last was Ling Zhao's real reason. Letting the artifact spirit go would be more beneficial to him than keeping him. Right now, he could be considered to be using the tiger's skin to intimidate others, and it was more like he was putting on airs. However, the artifact spirit was also a coward and had actually been frightened. Otherwise, he might not have lost if he had fought to the death. You are indeed shrewd, kid. Hurry up and control this shadow black gourd and learn the shadow martial arts. The Yuan Venerate chuckled. You are simply the most cunning monkey I've ever seen. Ling Xiao chuckled and began to concentrate on comprehending the shadow martial arts. The moment he calmed down, his surroundings changed abruptly. Pitch-black figures appeared one after another. These silhouettes were cultivating in various postures, displaying different martial skills. I succeeded just like that? Ling Xiao felt that it was a little unbelievable. He had actually managed to comprehend something that others couldn't even comprehend after 20 days in less than 10 minutes. It felt a little like a dream. Don't doubt it. You have the black immortal sword in your hand and you even chased away that stingy artifact spirit. Therefore, you are now the master of the shadow black gourd. All the martial arts inside will be presented to you. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Yes, that makes sense. However, Master, I heard from the Mountain Lord that he comprehended the shadow martial arts the most. Even so, he had only comprehended 4 moves. The first 2 moves are top-grade high-grade jade martial arts. The third and fourth moves are low-grade top-grade jade martial arts. However, how can the one I comprehended have 6 moves? The first 2 moves are the same. They are top-grade high-grade jade martial arts. The third move is low-grade top-grade jade martial arts, the fourth move is ordinary, the fifth move is good, and the sixth move is outstanding. Furthermore, there is a supplementary cultivation method that can increase the quality of my internal energy. This will make my already tyrannical internal energy even more terrifying. That's normal. As I said before, no one in the Dark Tribe has truly cultivated the shadow martial arts completely. What you have is the most complete. The Yuan Venerate laughed. Don't panic. Since you have obtained it, start cultivating. What's there to panic about? I'm more than happy. Although the remaining top-grade jade martial arts are still difficult for me to cultivate with my current cultivation base, it won't be long. I will first master the first 2 moves. They are much more powerful than the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. Ling Xiao's face was full of confidence and pride. The martial techniques of the shadow martial arts were not specific to a specific weapon. They were universal. Every martial artist could use them according to their own style. Then, they could evolve them into the most suitable move. For example, Ling Xiao was good at using the sword. Then, he could comprehend this move as a sword move. The first and second moves were Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Split the Underworld. As the top high-tier jade grade sword skills, these 2 moves would naturally be more powerful than the 2 moves of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword and these 2 moves, he could even defeat a martial artist in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he was about to break through. Once he broke through, he would be invincible in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that his future was limitless and his confidence increased. Next, he began to cultivate the first 2 moves. Even if it was only at the initial level, he could still use them. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao cultivated Sword Crying Mountain to the proficient level, and Sword Rends the Underworld to the small success level. He tried to use the Black Immortal Sword and Immortal Grade Spiritual Weapon to perform these 2 moves. The difference in power was huge. From the looks of it, the stronger the weapon, the stronger the amplification of the moves. Fortunately, the Black Immortal Sword had already recognized him as its master. It could become his trump card again. Now, he had completely mastered the shadow martial arts. However, he could not return the Shadow Black Gourd. He still needed it to go to the 5th level of the Ghost Prison to see Ling Yan. Whether or not he could save Ling Yan was another matter. He would not force it. After all, Ling Yan had been imprisoned there for a long time. Since the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain did not kill him, it meant that Ling Yan was still useful. If possible, he would naturally choose to save him when he was more confident and safer. If I want to be more confident, I have to be stronger and continue to cultivate. Although he was very anxious, Ling Xiao still calmed down and continued to cultivate. He had 20 days to use the gourd, so the Dark Ones wouldn't know that it had already recognized him as its master. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to think that he could become the leader of the dark race just because the gourd recognized him as its master. If he was really that stupid, he probably wouldn't be far from death. While controlling the dark shadow black gourd, he could raise his strength to a level that others would not dare to provoke. This was the true meaning of safety. Another 8 days passed. Exactly 10 days. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the Yin Mountain Sword Chime to the transformative state. Sword Rend the Underworld had been cultivated to the Great Circle. Not only that, during the battle with the Gemini martial spirits, his East Rising Purple Chi sword style had reached the transcendent stage. Since then, even though his cultivation level had not broken through, his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. Coupled with the Black Immortal Sword, he believed that he would be able to put up a fight even if he were to face a cultivator at the late stage of the 4th level of Hell. It's about time. It'll be too slow for me to improve any further. Next, it's time to go see Ling Yan. It's been more than 2 months since we parted at Yuhua Town. I really don't know how Ling Yan has been tortured by those bastards from the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and sighed. He put away the Black Immortal Sword and walked out of the room. He, formless, was sitting outside the courtyard. At this moment, he looked extremely exhausted. And there were terrifying scars on his body. He was an extremely powerful cultivator. How could he be injured? Ling Xiao couldn't understand what had happened these days. Boss, there have been experts harassing you these days. It seems like they don't want you to focus on your cultivation. These experts are all at the 6th level of the 6th level of Hell. Their strength is on par with Senior Wuxian. They've repeatedly attacked you, and they've been taking turns to fight you. It's been very tiring for Senior Wuxian. We can only watch, but we can't do anything. It's been hard. Lin Yang also came out of the room and poured out his grievances to Ling Xiao. What's the point of telling him? He needs to cultivate now, not think about these messy things. Yi Wuxian said helplessly, Ling Xiao, don't think too much. They can't kill me. Who did it? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He wanted to know who he should find for revenge. The Sand Clan Elder, Sword Clan Elder, and young Master Lin Yutian. Yi Wuxian looked at Ling Xiao and answered, now that you know, what can you do? There should be another Dark Clan Elder. Why don't you say it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, there's him. But even so, you can't do anything. Yi Wuxian wanted to tell Ling Xiao that it was meaningless to think about revenge now. Not only would it be a waste of energy, but it might also cost him his life. However, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. When they came to harass me, they should have known how terrifying my revenge would be. Mountain Lord, you're right. I'm not their match. But I can still deal with the geniuses of the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, and Dark Clan. When the old made a mistake, the young had to pay for it. This was the natural order of things. He didn't believe that those elders would dare to casually kill a few more geniuses. Looking at the terrifying wounds on Yi Wuxian's body, Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him. I'll be right back. Before Dark Knight Formless could call out to him, Ling Xiao had already disappeared into the path ahead. In the Sand Clan's courtyard, a figure was quietly lying in ambush outside. He was quietly waiting for his prey to arrive. His figure was almost one with the surroundings, and it was hard to see him. Soon, a few inner disciples of the Sand Clan walked out. They were going to cultivate outside. After all, there were many places in the 8 Immortal Mountain that had better cultivation effects than hiding in the courtyard. These people's cultivation wasn't bad. They were all geniuses that the Sand Clan had nurtured. However, a gust of wind blew past. These people only saw a black shadow flash past, and then their heads fell to the ground. Screams rang out in the Sand Clan's courtyard. As for the black shadow, it disappeared without a trace. It didn't stop at all. Then, the same thing happened outside the Sword Clan and Dark Clan's courtyards. In the end, there were even casualties in the sect leader's residence. The 21 men of sacrifice that Lin Yuetian had carefully selected and nurtured were all killed. Not a single one was left alive. All of this happened in the span of half an hour. For a moment, the entire 8 Immortal Mountain was in a state of panic. Ling Xiao had already returned to his courtyard. He didn't have the ability to face the enemy head-on, but assassinations were easy for him. The Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and young Master Lin Yutian couldn't guess who had done it. Although they had targeted the High Heaven courtyard, they couldn't guess. Although they had targeted Lin Yuetian's courtyard, it could have been an external enemy, such as the Heavenly Wind Group. After all, similar things had happened in the past few years. Of course, Ling Xiao was the most suspicious. However, they didn't have any evidence. Without evidence, they would be inciting internal strife in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Some suspected that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of the geniuses. However, the Dark Ones didn't think it was possible. Ling Xiao should be concentrating on comprehending the shadow martial arts. Why would he suddenly come out to kill people? First of all, there was no evidence. Second of all, it didn't make any sense. In any case, no one would have expected Ling Xiao to use only 10 minutes to comprehend the complete version of the dark shadow martial arts. Furthermore, he used about 10 days to cultivate the 2 secret techniques to the Perfection Realm and Perfection Realm. Therefore, the matter was left unsettled. During these few assassinations, Ling Xiao had also perfectly honed his martial techniques. This allowed his originally unstable cultivation level to become even more stable. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The next thing he needed to do was to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison and meet up with Ling Yan. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao applied to No Light in the Night for permission to go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison. His excuse was that he couldn't learn the shadow arts outside and needed to try it out in the special environment of the 5th floor. No Light in the Night didn't object. The Dark Ones wanted to object, but they had no reason to. Therefore, they could only agree. Brother Ling Xiao, the elder wants to see you. Just as Ling Xiao walked out of No Light in the Night's residence, a man appeared in front of Ling Xiao and greeted him respectfully. Ling Xiao's reputation in the Dark Ones had skyrocketed. He was the 4th genius after Dark King, and Dark King. Therefore, when the others saw him, they had to address him as senior brother, and they had to be extremely respectful. "Elder, why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao was puzzled. The elder's nose was quite sharp. He had only come to know light in the knight's residence, and he had already been discovered. "I don't know." The man shook his head. "Fine. Lead the way." Ling Xiao didn't want to offend the elder yet. If the elder wanted to see him, he would have to go. The peak of the dark mountain range was a beautiful place. It was also the best place to cultivate. Everyone knew that only the clan elders and the 3 geniuses of the clan had the qualifications to go there. Ling Xiao was heading to the peak of the dark mountain range. Because of how precious the place was, he didn't suspect anything. He followed the martial artist up the mountain. However, just as he was about to reach the peak, Ling Xiao sensed something was wrong. He grabbed the martial artist's neck and asked coldly, "Tell me, is it really the elder who wants to see me?" His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, as if he would twist this fellow's head off at the slightest disagreement. It's really the elder." That cultivator was so scared that his whole body trembled as he hurriedly said. Crack! The martial artist's arm broke. His scream echoed through the mountain range. Ling Xiao said coldly, "I'm not going to waste my breath on you. This time it's your arm that's broken. Next time it'll be your neck." The martial artist was terrified by Ling Xiao's ferocious methods. "It's not the elder. It's the young master of dark gold." "Dark gold? What does he want from me?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he knew that the other party was telling the truth this time. "I don't know. The dark gold young master only said that he wanted to lure you to the top of the dark mountain range. He didn't say anything else." The martial artist hurriedly explained. "Humph. He wants to kill me?" Ling Xiao snorted. He knew it was a trap, but his interest was piqued. This dark gold was Dark Flower's son. This pair of mother and son were not good people. He wanted to find an excuse to deal with this guy, but he didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Ling Xiao's cultivation was close to a breakthrough. This dark gold might be the key to his breakthrough this time. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't go? With a sneer, he casually threw the cultivator down the cliff. "Whether you live or not will depend on your luck. I'll be merciful today." Then he walked straight to the peak of the dark mountain range. No one knew he had mastered the first 2 moves of the dark shadow martial arts. No one knew he had a divine-grade spirit weapon in his hand, the Black Immortal Sword. The grade of this sword wasn't inferior to the sword race's treasures. If he took it out, it would definitely surprise them. At the peak of the mountain range, dark gold was hiding in the dark, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. Dozens of death warriors were lying in ambush around him. They were all trained by Dark Flower. In the Dark Tribe, every elder would train a group of death warriors for themselves. They would be useful at critical times. These death warriors were all at the pinnacle of the 4th level of hell. Although they were only ordinary martial artists, their cultivation was equivalent to the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao had defeated Infatian, but he was only at this level. He had no chance of winning against dozens of people. Moreover, dark gold was at the peak of the 4th level of hell. What could Ling Xiao use to fight them? There was another person at the peak of the mountain range. This face was unfamiliar. In any case, Ling Xiao had never seen it before. It was a woman, and she was extremely beautiful. She gave off the feeling of an otherworldly fairy. She was the woman young master Lin Yuetian liked. Her name was Qing Ling. Qing Ling's cultivation wasn't very strong, but she was at the late stage of the 4th level of hell. She was close to dark gold. Qing Ling stood at the peak, looking at the scenery around her. She danced elegantly, causing the people lying in ambush to be tempted. "Young Master Dark Gold, this woman is too tempting." Someone next to him said, drooling. "You want to touch her? Think about the young master. She is his woman. Even if her cultivation isn't very strong, you can't touch her." "Even I don't dare." Dark Gold sneered. He was also lustful and liked beautiful women. However, he didn't dare to have any greed for Qing Ling. The young master was too scary. He couldn't afford to offend him. Hearing Dark Gold's words, the people lying in ambush calmed down. They felt a chill in their hearts. They weren't lustful anymore. In the past, someone who had looked at Qing Ling was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the young master. He was a very domineering person. They waited quietly. A figure finally walked up from the bottom of the mountain, causing Dark Gold to reveal a cold smile. Ling Xiao was here. He had fallen into his trap. If that was the case, this brat would have no chance of surviving. Dark Gold sneered in his heart, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was still waiting for the most critical moment. When Ling Xiao saw that beautiful girl, he could not help being stunned for a moment. There was no shortage of beauties in the mystic world. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as the Moon Maiden. At that moment, Ling Xiao even mistakenly thought that he had seen the woman of his dreams. But at that moment, his heart turned cold. No matter how perfect a woman's disguise was, it couldn't hide the ugliness in her heart. From this woman's almost perfect appearance, he could see a sinister black aura. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he lost all interest in this woman. "Where is Dark Gold?" he asked calmly. He believed that the martial artist who led him here wasn't lying, and that this woman was with Dark Gold. "I've heard that young Master Ling doesn't get close to women, and that you're mighty. Why don't you have a few drinks with Qing Ling and have a chat? Why do you want to talk about Dark Gold?" Qing Ling said with a smile. "Of course." Ling Xiao laughed inwardly. Let's see what this vixen wants to do. Although he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used to hide from his soul search, he didn't know what method Dark Gold had used. But so what, he wanted to see what these bastards were going to do to him. He was also skilled and bold. He knew that others were plotting against him, but he didn't care at all. He sat down at the stone table, picked up the wine on the table, and drank it. The wine tasted good. Ling Xiao didn't like to drink, but this wine really made him forget to leave. "Young master, drink, Qing Ling will dance for you." Qing Ling smiled and started to dance without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't move, as if he was trapped by something. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked nervously. Hee, sorry young master Ling." Dark Knight Formless recent actions angered the young master. So he ordered Qing Ling to work with Dark Gold to kill you. Qing Ling chuckled. "Young master, you haven't heard of a secret technique called intoxication, right?" Qing Ling knows it. "As long as you're within 10 meters of me, you won't be able to escape. Everything you do will be under my control." "What are you trying to do?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "Young master will find out soon." Qing Ling smiled seductively, and then Ling Xiao felt himself pouncing on her involuntarily. Rip. The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. It was Qing Ling who had controlled Ling Xiao to tear his clothes. Then, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help!" At this moment, Dark Gold and the others, who had been hiding in the dark, finally jumped out. "How dare you, Ling Xiao? How dare you flirt with the young sect master's woman? You must be tired of living." Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao righteously, like a cat toying with a mouse. "Dark Gold young master, you came at the right time. This lecher actually wants to do that to me." Qing Ling hurriedly ran behind Dark Gold and pretended to be frightened. At this moment, Ling Xiao understood everything. Although this kind of framing was very old-fashioned, it was very effective. Because no matter whether Ling Xiao did it or not, as long as others believed it, he could not escape punishment. It was really insidious. "Little girl, do you know the consequences of framing me?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Hee, Qing Ling is so scared. "I'm afraid that Dark Gold young master will take you directly to the patriarch to be punished. Your life is over." Qing Ling chuckled, looking very pleased with herself. "Of course, you have another choice, and that is to agree to fight with me in the arena of life and death. As long as you win, you can escape punishment." Dark Gold added. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone. Only then would he be able to vent the resentment in his heart. Only then could he attack Dark Gold young master. If he killed Ling Xiao here, it would be letting this brat off too lightly. "Are you serious?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course, I'm serious." Don't tell me that you want to say that your cultivation is not as good as mine. Dark Gold sneered. You're just a prisoner now. You have no right to refuse. Well, I agree to fight with you in the arena of life and death. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Since Dark Gold was courting death, he could test the power of the new black immortal sword. You agree? Dark Gold was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that you have no other choice. Miss Qingling, let him go. I will avenge you. In the arena of life and death. They designed such a trap to force Ling Xiao to agree to fight with him in the arena of life and death. But why did they waste time like this? If they directly asked Ling Xiao would certainly agree. Dark Gold young master, you should be careful. Didn't Ling Xiao get the dark shadow gourd? It's been 10 days. Aren't you afraid that he will learn something? Qingling said with a smile. She had no enmity with Ling Xiao. She was just following the orders of Lin Yutian. She didn't have any opinion on how Dark Gold killed Ling Xiao. She just casually reminded him. Don't worry, Miss Qingling. My sister and Ming took 18 days to learn the dark shadow gourd. Hai Wuzuan took 20 days. I didn't learn it at all. So I chose another martial art from the dark shadow gourd. Do you think Ling Xiao has the ability to do that? Dark Gold said with disdain. In his opinion, now was the best chance to deal with Ling Xiao. Once he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy to deal with Ling Xiao in the future. Take him to the arena of life and death. Dark Gold looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said to the people beside him. He brought so many people because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would resist. He didn't expect Qingling's enchantment to be so powerful that Ling Xiao would fall for it. Now it would save him a lot of trouble. No need, I can walk on my own. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up from the ground and looked at Qingling contemptuously. Don't think that just because you're the young sect master's woman, I won't dare to kill you. What bullshit infatuation. In front of this young master, it's not even worth mentioning. If something like this happens again, I'll definitely take your life, you filthy woman with a beautiful appearance but an ugly heart. You dare to scold me? Qingling hated it when people called her ugly. She suddenly used Bewitching Heart again, wanting to control Ling Xiao. However, a wolf shadow flashed and Ling Xiao pounced on her. If Dark Gold didn't help, Qingling would have been miserable. Your 1,000-mile wolf might be arrogant in Fatian's place, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Save your strength for the arena. Dark Gold looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. After defeating Ling Xiao this time, he was more confident in the arena. He didn't know that Ling Xiao was deliberately confusing him. At this time, Qingling was a little confused. Although her cultivation was not weak, she had put all her effort into cultivating this intoxication. Why? Why did you ignore my enchantment? Qingling was terrified and flustered. This was because she was most proficient in the intoxication mystic technique. Once it was broken, she would not even be able to defeat a martial artist at the 3rd level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. She didn't bother learning other martial arts because enchantment was more than enough to deal with her enemies. Lin Yuetian was the only one she had ever feared. That was why she had given herself to him. She believed that no one would ever dare to bully her again. However, Ling Xiao had ignored her enchantment. How could she remain calm? Calm down? Miss Qingling, there's no need to worry. Ling Xiao won't live past today. Dark Gold comforted her. He'll die in the arena of life and death. Fine. If you kill him, I'll fulfill one of your wishes. Qingling looked at Dark Gold. She was confident that Dark Gold could kill Ling Xiao. She couldn't see any reason for him to fail. Listen up, Ling Xiao. We'll fight in the Dark Clan's arena of life and death in an hour. I don't care who you call to cheer you on. If you don't make it in the hour, I'll tell the young lord about you flirting with Miss Qingling. You'll die a horrible death and bring shame to your lord, Yi. Dark Gold was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't make it. He thought he could threaten Ling Xiao. In truth, Ling Xiao had no intention of running away. Both sides returned to their respective residences. In order to humiliate Ling Xiao, Dark Gold notified all the Dark Clan members he could. If not for the fact that he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in front of everyone, dark gold wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Within an hour, the Dark Clan's arena of life and death was surrounded by a large crowd of warriors. Almost every Dark Clan member was present. Ling Xiao was a famous figure and Dark Gold was one of the three great geniuses of the Dark Clan. A fight between the two would be very influential. The arena of life and death wasn't a fixed arena. As long as a life and death contract was signed, then a one-on-one duel could be called a life and death duel. The arena where they fought could be called the arena of life and death. The surroundings of the arena were already filled with people according to their status. Although there were no seats, these cultivators did not mind. The Dark One's elders, chief elders, and elders were all present. This elder was truly curious. With Ling Zhao's cultivation, how could he dare to engage in a life and death battle with Dark Gold? As the leader of the Dark Ones, Nightwalker was there as well. When he heard the news, he was ecstatic. His son and Feitian had been crippled. From now on, he would not be able to improve his cultivation. At the time of the battle, he had attacked out of anger, but was stopped by Dark Knight Formless. Today, he wanted to see Ling Xiao get killed even more. Hidden Flower naturally wouldn't miss this good show. She knew the whole story. She knew that Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to this life and death duel, so she felt very satisfied. The two geniuses, and Ming and Hai Wuzuan, naturally wouldn't be absent from this life and death battle. Sister Ming, what do you think? Hai Wuzuan looked at An Ming and asked. As a genius of the Dark Ones, Hai Wuzuan loved An Ming deeply. Perhaps it was because he wanted to follow An Ming's footsteps that his strength was always close to An Ming's. He didn't care about Ling Xiao, but An Jin was An Ming's cousin, so he still had to care about him. It's just a battle of strength. What's there to worry about? Do you think An Ming is that idiot in Feitian? An Ming looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then sneered, I don't know why this idiot agreed to come to this life and death battle with my cousin, but he's dead for sure. Great minds think alike. Hai Wuzuan nodded in agreement. Second brother, is your disciple's brain okay? A life and death battle with An Ming? Is he courting death? Or did he become stupid from comprehending the dark shadow martial arts? No Light in the Night angrily walked to Dark Knight Formless and asked. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao would be so stupid to agree to this life and death battle. There was clearly a great disparity in strength, but he insisted on fighting. If there wasn't something wrong with his brain, then the other party had something on him. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any chance of winning. Don't ask me. I don't know why either. Dark Knight Formless sighed. He was still confused as to why Ling Xiao would suddenly agree to a life and death battle with An Ming. However, he was different from No Light in the Night. He believed that his disciple wouldn't act recklessly. Since he chose this battle, he must be confident. Hee, Dark Knight Formless. This is a life and death battle. I believe you won't interfere today, right? According to the rules, even if one side dies in a life and death battle, the other side doesn't have to take any responsibility. You've always protected Ling Xiao. You won't break this rule today, right? Hidden Flower had always wanted to mock Dark Knight Formless because she had been defeated by him too many times. Now that she finally had the chance, how could she not speak up? Before Dark Knight Formless could speak, a domineering figure suddenly tore open the void and walked out. He was wearing a suit of black armor and looked extremely mighty and domineering. Greetings, young sect master. Everyone saw that this young man who wasn't even 20 years old was actually the most outstanding genius of 8 Immortal Mountain, young sect master Lin Yuetian. They hurriedly bowed. Elder Hidden Flower, don't worry. This young sect master will preside over this life and death battle today. Let's see who dares to interfere. When Lin Yuetian said this, he intentionally glanced at Dark Knight Formless as if warning him. With young sect master in charge, Hidden Flower can rest assured. Hidden Flower said excitedly. Humph, I'm just afraid that when An Ming is defeated, there will be people who will frantically try to stop Ling Xiao from killing him. Dark Knight Formless snorted. You can rest assured about this. This young sect master swears on this face that if anyone dares to interfere, this young sect master will personally stop them. Lin Yuetian said indifferently. He was just casually saying this because he couldn't see how Ling Xiao could defeat An Ming. Sigh, second brother, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao is really in trouble this time. No Light in the Night sighed and said, this child should really suffer more setbacks. You usually spoil him too much, that's why he did such a stupid thing today. Dark Knight Formless didn't say anything. He firmly believed in his own opinion. Ling Xiao never did things without a goal in mind. Stop arguing. This young sect master will personally preside over today's life and death battle. Are the two of you ready? Lin Yuetian looked at the two people standing on both sides of the stage and asked loudly. Yes. The two of them said almost at the same time. And Ming had already thought about how to deal with Ling Xiao. Dark Gold had once used the Shadow Black Gourd to comprehend a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill. Although he didn't comprehend a top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, it was already the strongest martial skill in the entire Dark Clan. On top of that, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Even if he didn't use the two martial skills, he could still easily kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he felt that this battle was under his control. He could toy with Ling Xiao like a cat toying with a mouse. He could deal a double blow to Ling Xiao, both physically and mentally. In the end, he would kill this guy. He would let Ling Xiao die in pain and suffering. Therefore, he was anxious to start the battle. As for Ling Xiao, he urgently needed to fight Dark Gold to help him break through his cultivation. Moreover, the shadow martial skills needed to be adjusted and modified in the real battle. Therefore, he wanted to start the battle as soon as possible. Elder, do you think Ling Xiao has already comprehended the shadow martial skills? Is that why he dares to be so presumptuous? An old martial artist asked. Ha ha ha, how is that possible? You should know that it took Dark Gold 19 days to comprehend the shadow martial skills. Even the fastest one, Dark Knight, took 17 days. It's only been 10 days. Do you think Ling Xiao can comprehend it? Even if he did, he's just a beginner. The shadow martial skills won't have much combat power. He won't be able to help at all. The elder thought that the question was ridiculous, but he still answered it. Ling Xiao heard the discussion below. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't know what kind of expression the people who were mocking him would have if he used the shadow martial arts. It would be very interesting. Ling Xiao, I won't bully you today. Since your cultivation is weak, I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, it will be your death. Dark Gold wanted to show that he was fair. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao without looking like he was bullying the weak. That was why he had decided to let Xianxia make 3 moves first. Dark Gold, I won't bully you. Today, I'll let you have 3 moves. After that, it won't be too late to kill you. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually say almost the same thing? Stinking brat, you don't know what's good for you. Looks like you're really courting death. Dark Gold was instantly enraged. Dark Gold, young master, why bother with someone with a mental problem? Since he gave you 3 moves, then let him have his way. Below the stage, someone shouted loudly. That's right. There's no point in getting angry with that kind of idiot. Someone else said. Obviously, this was Dark Gold's home ground. Almost 90% of the people supported Dark Gold. Even those who had been bullied and humiliated by Dark Gold were supporting Dark Gold. These guys didn't want to see Ling Xiao win. Because if Ling Xiao won, wouldn't that mean that they were inferior to trash like Ling Xiao? They could be crushed and humiliated by Dark Gold, but they couldn't be surpassed by Ling Xiao. Alright, since you want to let me have 3 moves, then I won't hold back. I'll kill you in 1 move. Dark Gold sneered. Since his opponent was courting death, there was no need for him to hold back. With a wave of his hand, a long black sword appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao had seen this sword before. It was the Black Qilin sword in Feitian's hand. An immortal-grade spiritual weapon, and Feitian was crippled, so Dark Gold got his hands on this sword. He didn't care about the difference in strength between him and Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in 1 move today. If he couldn't kill him, then he would be embarrassed. Black Qilin Strangle, 9 snakes. This was a move that Feitian had used before. However, when Dark Gold used it, its power was 10 times more terrifying. 9 sword shadows turned into 9 black snakes and attacked Ling Xiao. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao would choose to use the 1,000-mile wolf to dodge the attack. This was because Ling Xiao had fought in Feitian in this way before. However, to their surprise, Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Instead, he went up to meet the attack. His body instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger transformation state. This was his most powerful beast soul transformation. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with dark gold. Otherwise, he might get himself killed if he wasn't careful. Is that a new transformation? I've never heard of a beast warrior having so many transformations. This kid really makes my eyes light up every time he fights. But even if it's a new transformation, he can't win. That's right. Dark Gold's cultivation is too strong. The gap between them is too big. While the crowd was discussing, Ling Xiao had already stabbed out with his sword. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, 1 Sword 2. The West, transformative state, the Western demise, which had reached the transformative state, was extremely powerful. The giant purple sword fiercely collided with the 9 black snake shadows. Then, there was a terrible explosion. Ling Xiao was sent flying. He somersaulted a few times in the arena and almost fell off. Dark Gold, on the other hand, was unscathed. Even so, he wasn't happy at all. He didn't die? He was very surprised. When Ling Xiao faced in Feitian, he chose to use Wolf Walk 1,000 miles to avoid Black Qilin strangulation. However, when facing him, he chose to meet force with force. Was he looking down on him? It's one move. Ling Xiao stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Dark Gold coldly. He could feel that the power in his body had torn a small hole in the barrier of breakthrough under the external impact. One more time and he might be able to break through. Continue. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Dark Gold and said, "Don't be like a girl. Your attack is too weak. It's even worse than that trash in Feitian." Provocation, this was definitely a provocation. Dark Gold's face darkened. At this moment, the outside of the arena suddenly quieted down. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be able to stand up after taking Dark Gold's attack as if nothing had happened. This was simply impossible. Die. Black Qilin strangulation, 24 snakes. Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. He was so angry that he formed 24 terrifying black snake shadows. His internal energy was much stronger than in Feitian's anyway. Even if he only had 24 snake shadows, he could still control them. Ling Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Your wolf walk 1,000 miles is not for show. This time even Yi Wuxing was a little worried. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so determined to take the attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao was not an obedient child. The black-striped flying tiger's body began to crackle with lightning. Ling Xiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and picked up another one. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, 1 Strike Destruction, Transcendent State. Dark Gold's attack was more powerful, and so was Ling Xiao's. Both sides clashed once again. Ling Xiao was sent flying again. He grabbed onto the pillar of the arena and flew back. However, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Still not dead? Although Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. But he still stood there steadily. Although there were many wounds on his body from the sword chi, he was still not dead. Impossible. Dark Gold felt like he was going crazy. Could it be that he couldn't win even if his opponent gave him 3 moves? Nothing is impossible. It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Ling Xiao laughed. He was very happy because he finally had a breakthrough in his cultivation after risking his life twice. He was at the early stage of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With this cultivation, if he used the Black Immortal Sword, Dark Gold wouldn't have a problem. However, he was a man of his words. He would give his opponent another move. This would also torture his opponent's little heart. It's been 2 moves. You still have one last chance to win. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Gold indifferently and said with a smile. Humph, why are you so arrogant? You're just better at taking hits than the average person. Since that's the case, I can only use the martial arts I comprehended from the Shadow Black Gourd to deal with you. I'll let you know what despair is. Dark Gold couldn't stand being mocked. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in 3 moves, he would definitely become a laughingstock. That was something he couldn't accept no matter what. Therefore, he had to kill Ling Xiao in this last move. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he even used the Shadow Witcher. Except for his right hand, his entire body entered the Shadow Witcher state. Let's see if you can survive this. Shadow Martial Arts, the first move, Sword Crying Mountain. They both used swords. Therefore, the Shadow Martial Arts that Dark Gold comprehended were exactly the same as Ling Xiao's. Of course, he only comprehended one move. Compared to Ling Xiao's 6 moves, it was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao, be careful. Don't be careless. It should be said that an ordinary high-grade Jade-grade martial skill would not be able to compare to the 2 forms of the Dark Shadow martial skill. Even in the highest grade, these 2 styles were the most powerful. With Dark Gold using Shadow Witchers, Dark Knight Formless could no longer remain calm. However, Ling Xiao just looked at Dark Gold indifferently. He was calm and even a little indifferent. The same common grade spiritual artifact longsword and the same second style of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword, Sword Annihilation. However, the terrifying power that suddenly erupted shocked everyone to the core. Early stage of the 4th level of Hell in Yin Yang Realm? When did this guy break through? The Dark Elder's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The Ling Xiao in front of him had once again given him a huge shock. Boom! The roar was heard under everyone's shocked gazes. This time, Ling Xiao only took 1 step back. Dark Gold took half a step back. Ling Xiao's Dark Gold attacks were already at their strongest, but Ling Xiao was even more relaxed now. Is this the Dark Shadow martial skill you've comprehended? You're a disgrace to the Dark Shadow martial skill. Ling Xiao threw away the broken longsword in his hand in disdain. He looked at the stunned Dark Gold and said, "It's been 3 moves and I haven't attacked. I've only been defending. Now, it's time for me to send you on your way. I'll let you see what a true Dark Shadow martial skill is." What? Ling Xiao's words were even more shocking than the breakthrough in his cultivation. Impossible. It's only been 10 days. How can he comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skill? Dark Knight and Dark Knight Formless could not believe this. However, whether they believed it or not, Ling Xiao slowly took out a sword from his storage ring. It was a black sword. It was as shiny as the black Qilin sword. However, it was filled with an aura that was even more terrifying than the black Qilin sword. This was the Black Immortal Sword formed by the Dark Immortal Sword painting. A divine-grade spiritual artifact sword. Originally, Ling Xiao did not plan to use this sword. However, Dark Gold was not weak. If he did not use the Black Immortal Sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. One had to know that Dark Gold had not completely transformed into a Dark Shadow Demon Hunter. If he did, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat his opponent with just a normal mortal-grade spiritual artifact longsword. He held the Black Immortal Sword in his hand and pointed the tip at Dark Gold. A dark aura was released from the tip of the sword. It was as if everyone saw a black sword immortal. His whole body was covered in a black robe and he released a powerful sword intent. This sword will, with Ling Xiao as the center, actually burst out. Divine-grade spiritual artifact. Nightwalker shouted in horror. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao actually still had such a terrifying trump card. Everyone was stunned. That was a divine-grade spiritual artifact. It was on the same level as the 8 Great Families clan treasures. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he really comprehended the Dark Shadow martial skill in 10 days? Dark Flower felt her body trembling. The scene in front of her was so shocking that her brain could not think. She was completely stunned. If Ling Xiao was able to comprehend the shadow martial arts within 10 days and cultivate it to the point where he could fight, then he would definitely be able to do so. Then wouldn't Ling Xiao's talent be that of a legendary divine-grade genius? Even on the Black Tortoise continent, such a genius had never appeared. Impossible, absolutely. Impossible. That was impossible. He must be bluffing, he must be. No matter how crazy Dark Flower was. No matter how much those people did not dare to believe it. The Black Immortal Sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already begun to condense a sinister sword intent. A blurry silhouette of a mountain loomed in the void. This was the special effect of Sword Chiming Mountain. This time, Dark Flower was in complete despair. Dark Knight and Dark Knight Wuzuan felt their hearts trembling violently. One of them used 19 days and the other 20 days to comprehend the Dark Shadow martial skill's 3 forms and 2 forms respectively. This Ling Xiao was actually so much stronger than them, and this Ling Xiao did not even have the Dark Clan's bloodline. How did he do it? Ling Xiao did not care about those people's surprised or jealous gazes. He was only preparing his move. His opponent, Dark Gold, had no choice but to give his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher. Because he did not have the confidence to block Ling Xiao's attack with his own strength. The moment the Dark Shadow Witcher appeared, Ling Xiao's sword light had already arrived. It was like a roaring black tiger that had come back to life. It ferociously attacked Dark Gold. The black immortal sword let out a shocking sound, like a ghost's wail and a wolf's howl from the underworld. It caused people's fighting spirit to decrease and their hearts to be filled with fear. Dark Shadow martial skill, first form, sword chiming mountain, proficient. Ling Xiao did not completely reveal what he had learned. Because at this moment, Dark Gold had given his consciousness to the Dark Shadow Witcher, but the Dark Shadow Witcher was also intimidated by the black immortal sword's terrifying sword intent. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the roaring black tiger pounced on Dark Gold. Although the tiger was formed from sword energy, it looked so real and lifelike. Shadow martial arts first style, sword chiming mountain, master. The explosive sword move exploded in the void. A terrifying aura bloomed. At that moment, Dark Gold's soul, hidden deep within the Shadow Witcher demon, trembled violently. He saw death, he saw despair, that invincible sharpness. He actually clearly felt that it was impossible for him to resist. Not even the Shadow Witcher demon. No, I don't want to die, I can't die at the hands of such a piece of trash. Being killed by Ling Xiao was something he had never thought of in his life. He had lost the courage to fight. Even the Shadow Witcher couldn't make any moves to attack out of fear. Young sect master, quickly stop this battle. Nightwalker yelled. And Feitian had been crippled. If Dark Gold was killed as well, then the only geniuses he had nurtured would be in Ming and Hai Wuzuan. Moreover, Feitian and Dark Gold were related to him by blood. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill them. Lin Yuetian was stunned. Soon after, his expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at Nightwalker coldly. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Nightwalker immediately understood what he meant. Lin Yuetian wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but he did not want others to think that he did not keep his word. He wanted Nightwalker to do it himself. As Nightwalker thought of this, he rushed into the arena of life and death. He did not care whether it was fair or not. And Feitian had been crippled. He could not let anything happen to Dark Gold. Hai Wuzuan tried to stop him, but he was stopped by the Dark Tribe Elder. Wuzuan, let's forgive and forget. We admit that Dark Gold has lost. Let's leave it at that. He did not want Dark Gold to die. Although he couldn't accept such an outcome, he couldn't do anything other than save Dark Gold's life in front of so many people. At that moment, Nightwalker had already reached the arena of life and death. An expert was an expert after all. He was able to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack with just one hand. At the same time, Dark Gold had recovered from his Shadow Witcher state. Kneeling on the arena, he seemed to have lost his mind and was scared silly. Even below, there was a pool of wet traces. Nightwalker sighed. Even if he could save Dark Gold's life, Dark Gold would be terrified of Ling Xiao in the future. He would never be a threat to Ling Xiao again. You bastard. How could you be so ruthless? You're also a member of the Dark Clan, but you didn't show any mercy. At this time, Hidden Flower also jumped onto the arena of life and death and cursed at Ling Xiao. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make sure you die, I'll kill you. Hee, I'm ruthless? You old hag, is your brain not working well anymore? For the first 3 moves, I gave way to him. Only this last move was blocked by our unruly patriarch. Now you're saying I'm ruthless? I can only say that your son is as cowardly as a mouse. He'll turn into a fool after being scared a little. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower with disdain. He was completely fearless. Although Nightwalker was blocked, he still had other things to rely on. If Nightwalker was simply Nightwalker, he wouldn't have acted so forcefully. You're courting death. Hidden Flower didn't waste any more words. He burst out with a shocking aura and charged toward Ling Xiao. You've already suffered, yet you still don't know what's good for you? Ling Xiao was about to let the divine grimoire attack. But at that moment, a figure blocked Hidden Flower's path. Enough. Letting you save dark gold is my benevolence. I can't bear to see a genius fall. But if you want to kill Ling Xiao, I can't agree. The one who blocked Hidden Flower was Lin Yuetian. He didn't make a move. Instead, he simply used his aura to block Hidden Flower, making him unable to move at all. We'll listen to young sect master's orders. Hidden Flower and Hidden Night Walker bowed at the same time. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to hold it in. They also had to thank the young sect master for letting them save dark gold. After all, even if one's mind was stimulated, there was still a chance to recover. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Lin Yuetian nodded slightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, it's just a spar between fellow sect members. Although it's called a life and death duel, you still have to be lenient whenever possible. For the sake of this young lord's face, how about you let this matter go? Your face? Your face is worthless in my eyes. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Lin Yuetian, no matter how arrogant he was. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yuetian coldly, not giving him any face. I wonder which shameless fellow swore on his own face. Since you're so shameless, why don't you give me face? Do you still want me to give you face, idiot? If I was the one who was killed by dark gold, you wouldn't even fart, right? Remember, if you want others to respect you and give you face, you have to respect others first. Since this is a life and death duel, dark gold must die, no matter who tries to stop you, it's useless. Lin Yuetian's expression was extremely awkward and ugly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give him face if he stepped in to mediate. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was someone else, they might have been able to do so. However, Ling Xiao was different. He enunciated each word clearly, with this young master here, can you kill him? 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Lin Yuetian. He suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf pack and turned into 81 wolf shadows. Lin Yuetian's face darkened as he stomped his foot. A crazy amount of energy exploded on the stage. Ling Xiao's 81 wolf silhouettes actually all disappeared. Ling Xiao's real body was also exposed. He was blocked by Dark Night Walker again. Kid, I have given you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Arrogance will get you killed. Lin Yuetian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly, his expression changed. That was because he saw the kneeling Dark Gold being suddenly beheaded. Dark Gold's head fell onto the stage and blood gushed out. Lin Yuetian's arrogance and indifference were replaced by embarrassment and disbelief. He didn't even know how Ling Xiao killed Dark Gold. His sword chime of the Yin Mountain must have reached the transcendent state. The Dark Tribe Elder answered the question with a surprised look on his face. The Yin Mountain sword cry of the transformative state has a terrifying special effect, which is that it will not only cause damage to the physical body. It can also store the sword chi in the soul and unleash it later. The Dark Folk Elder couldn't believe his own ears. He reached the level of transcendent sword cry in 10 days? Is this kid a god? Haha, I'm sorry, young sect master. The 1,000-Li Wolf was just a cover. Otherwise, with your observation skills, you would have discovered the hidden sword chi. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lin Yuetian mockingly. Since it was a battle of life and death, there had to be a winner. Otherwise, it would be child's play. Sect master, let's go back. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Lin Yuetian would attack. That way, he could use the butterfly lady and the divine grimoire to injure him. If that happened, who would dare to find trouble with him? But if Lin Yuetian didn't attack, he had no reason to either. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that. Seeing him and Yi Wuxing leave, Lin Yuetian's heart was filled with killing intent. He was the young sect master. If he wanted to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao, it would be easy. This time, he would let Ling Xiao live for the time being. Very soon, the revenge would begin. Not only would Ling Xiao die, but Yi Wuxing would also die. Lin Yuetian was basically the next sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He couldn't tolerate Yi Wuxing's existence. Not only did Yi Wuxing not listen to his orders, but he even dared to protect Ling Xiao and become his enemy. Back in the courtyard, Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao, sizing him up as though he didn't recognize him anymore. Sect Master, we're old friends. You don't have to look at me like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Today's incident made me realize that I don't understand you at all. Your talent is definitely more terrifying than I thought. But after today, you've offended not only the Sand Race, Sword Race, and Dark Race, but also the Sect Master's faction. Have you decided what to do? Yi Wuxing smiled bitterly. Different situations call for different actions. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I've already broken through to the 4th level of hell. I'm not far from the strongest in the 8 immortal city. Their enmity will only fuel my fighting spirit and drive me to become stronger. Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. That's right. You've mastered the shadow martial arts in just 10 days. Not only that, you've also mastered the sword cry of the Eam Mountain. Even I can't compare to this kind of talent. Dark Knight Formless sighed. Mountain Chieftain, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I've comprehended isn't just the first style. And the second move, Sword Rends the Underworld. Furthermore, this move has already been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Yi Wuxing was stunned for a long while before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looks like you're definitely one of those rare divine rank geniuses in the profound world. In the entire Black Tortoise mainland, there has never been a genius like you. I'm afraid your aptitude is definitely not inferior to the former 12 beast gods. Ling Xiao smiled and declined to comment. His aptitude was strong, but if he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the crazy cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to be like this. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have the strength to defeat a dark gold expert, there are some things that I can tell you. Yi Wuxing had always kept some things from Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough. But today, Ling Xiao had become so strong. Given enough time, Ling Xiao might not become the #1 genius of the Dark Ones, but he'd at least be on par with Dark Knight Nozun. What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked. Do you know why the 8 Immortals city is under the control of the 8 Immortals mountain? Yi Wuxing didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Because the 8 Immortals mountain is strong enough? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. That's right, but there needs to be a stage to show off. Yi Wuxing smiled and said, in fact, 30 years ago, the 8 Immortal City was still the Tianfeng City and the one controlling it was the Tianfeng Group. But in the battle 30 years ago, we defeated the Tianfeng Group and gained the actual control of the 8 Immortal City for 30 years. Although the city lord is Lin Yuan from the Lin family, he is only managing the ordinary people on behalf of the 8 Immortals Mountain. All the martial artists must be under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You mean, the fated battle is about to start again? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the battle for the control of the city will be held this year. There is only 1 month left until now. At that time, the Tianfeng Group and the 8 Immortals Mountain will have another battle between the top geniuses. The participants will be the most outstanding youths under the age of 30 from the 2 major sections. The rules are similar to the battle for the position of the town lord of the Ascension town, but the scale is much bigger. Even the royal family of the Qin country will be there. I don't think I need to say more about the benefits of the control of the 8 Immortal City. You should be very clear about it. All the income will go to the controller, and only 20% of it will be paid to the royal family as tax. Is the royal family of the Qin country very strong? With Ling Zhao's understanding of the mystic world, anyone who could be called a king was not only an outstanding strategist, but also a powerful martial artist family. There was no doubt about this. Then, the royal family of the Qin country must be very strong. But to what extent, he did not have a clear idea. Let me put it this way. It is equivalent to the difference between the 8 Immortals Mountain and Ascension Town. Yi Shiwen explained. The difference is so big. Doesn't that mean that the strongest martial artist in the 8 Immortal City will only be the weakest in the royal city? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Of course. If a martial artist wants to see the whole picture of the Black Tortoise continent, he must constantly become stronger. Otherwise, he can only hide in a small place for the rest of his life. The Black Tortoise continent is much bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. The number of martial artists on this continent is also more than the previous 3 continents combined. You must not become arrogant and complacent just because you have achieved a little. If you do, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Yi Shiwen was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of his continuous victories. Although there were no signs of this yet, he felt that he should remind Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not go astray. What are the rules of the duel? It won't be the same as the one in Ascension Town, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it won't be the same. In fact, it will be different every time. A few days ago, I heard from the upper echelons of the sect that this time's duel is very likely to be in the legendary Ox Gods. Maze. The Ox God is one of the 12 beast gods. He lost the battle for the king of beast gods, but his strength is unquestionable. The Ox God's maze is a ruin left behind by the Ox God. As for what is inside, no one knows. What the younger generation needs to do is to enter the Ox God's maze and find the legendary Ox God Beast Soul. This Beast Soul is not only incomparably powerful, but it may also have some kind of inheritance. Beast Soul of the Ox God, could it be the Ox God of the 12 Beast Gods? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited when he heard Dark Knight formless words. Only by gathering all the Beast Souls of the 12 Beast Gods would his Beast Soul transformation become even stronger. But in this day and age, the title of God had become worthless. Even a slightly stronger existence could be called a god. Whether this Ox God Beast Soul was the Ox God of the 12 Beast Gods was still debatable. But one thing was for sure, it was definitely a very powerful Beast Soul of the Ox God. Now that the steel-armored Ox Demon Martial Soul could not keep up with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was very important to find a new Beast Soul to replace it. And he did not believe that this was the only good thing in the Ox God's maze. After all, it was an ancient ruin, he had to participate in this competition. Although he knew that his current strength could not compare to geniuses like Jian Lufeng, and Ming, Yi Wuzuan, Mo Feiyu, and Lin Ruoxian. But wasn't there still a month left? Many things could happen in a month. Within a month, his cultivation could also increase by a lot. He believed that Dark Knight Formless had told him this because he thought highly of him. Don't worry, Mountain Lord, I will definitely be one of the participants in a month. Although I have no feelings for the 8 Immortal Mountain, I am very interested in the good things in the Ox God's maze. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't be careless. Dark Knight Formless was most afraid of Ling Xiao's arrogance, so he reminded him, you should know that in our 8 Immortal Mountain, with your current strength, I'm afraid you are ranked outside of the top 20, not to mention that monstrous Lin Yuetian, with that guy's cultivation, even I can't say for sure that I can win. So this is the most special person. The Ox God's maze has a rule that only martial artists who have reached the first transformation 5th level of hell are qualified to enter. If you are not a first transformation martial artist, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. In our 8 Immortal Mountain, other than Lin Yuetian, there are a total of 5 martial artists who have reached the middle stage of the first transformation 5th level of hell. They are from the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Snake Clan, Dark Clan, and Moon Clan. In addition, there are 10 early stage first transformation 5th level of hell martial artists. They are distributed among the 8 great clans. All in all, there were already 16 of them. And there were still a bunch of martial art practitioners with cultivation at the first revolution 4th level of hell. You've just ascended to the 4th layer of hell, and your cultivation is in the early stages. You should be able to rank in the top 10 in terms of combat prowess, but in terms of pure cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be ranked in the top 100. Therefore, you must remember that you must cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. You must guard against arrogance and rashness. Actually, whether or not you'll be able to participate in the Ox Deity's Labyrinth battle is still unknown. According to the rules, the Sword Race, the Sand Race, the Snake Race, and the Dark Race could each send 2 people. The other 4 clans could each send 1 person. 2 of the sect leaders' direct disciples had to be sent. There were a total of 14 slots. If everything goes as planned, the Dark Race's 2 spots will go to Dark King and Dark Knight Nozun. When he said this, Dark Knight Formless was actually very contradictory. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be arrogant and complacent, But he was also afraid of hurting Ling Zhao's self-confidence, so he spoke very carefully. Then, he looked at Ling Zhao's expression, hoping to see even a little bit of worry on Ling Zhao's face. Only when one was worried could one work harder. But he was wrong. Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent, even a little disdainful. Don't worry, leader. They'll definitely give one of their spots to me. 1 month later, they won't be my match. This was what Ling Xiao said. Dark Knight Formless said helplessly, that's because you don't know how powerful they are. The two of them were almost equal in strength because they had both comprehended a top-tier jade grade martial skill from the Umbra Black Gourd, and their cultivation is also on par with each other. Half a month ago, they both reached the early phase of the 5th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin Yang realm. But in this half a month, Dark King's cultivation broke through and reached the middle phase of the Yin Yang realm, a little higher than Dark Knight Nozun. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Dark Knight Formless wanted to pour cold water on Ling Xiao. But his idea fell through again. Of course. Although I can't fight them now, I don't think leader knows what I got from the Shadow Black Gourd, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you've comprehended 4 martial arts techniques? Dark Knight Formless exclaimed. Apart from the first-generation ancestor, he was the only one who could do this. You can say that. Ling Xiao was afraid that this mountain chieftain would be too agitated, so he didn't tell her the truth. He only nodded vaguely. For martial arts techniques were already shocking enough. If Dark Knight Formless knew that he had comprehended 6 martial arts techniques, it would be too scary. What? It's true. Dark Knight Formless stood up in shock. No wonder you're so confident. Good, this is great. As long as you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation and master the remaining 2 top jade grade martial arts techniques, you'll be able to defeat Dark Knight Nozun. Is the opponent strong? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Of course. Although we're not completely familiar with the Tianfeng group, as far as I know, there's a genius in the group who's not inferior to Lin Yuetian. And he's only 18 years old. Dark Knight Formless said. Actually, once you enter the Ox deity's maze, other than yourself, everyone else should be your enemy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, although logically speaking, the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists should be united, I think the possibility of that happening is very low. With Lin Yuetian's domineering personality, I'm afraid he'll use everyone else as his stepping stones. So, whether it's the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists or the Tianfeng group's martial artists, they can all be his opponents. Or even his enemies. Although I don't want to admit it, your analysis is correct. Dark Knight Formless sighed, my request for you is very simple. If you really have the chance to participate in the competition, don't worry about anything else, just get the benefits. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain hasn't taken care of you for such a long time. Instead, so many people have come to find trouble with you, but the sect leader hasn't come out to mediate. Let alone you. You're thinking the same thing as me, Dark Knight Formless. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I also think that the Ox deity's beast soul is the most important thing. Although I don't know if it's useful, it's definitely something good. Once you get it, you can exchange it for something else. Not only that. Dark Knight Formless shook his head and said, actually, the Ox deity's beast soul isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that once you get it, you can become a disciple of the Qin Kingdom's Arcana Academy. Whoever gets the Ox deity's beast soul will be qualified directly. And the 2nd and 3rd place in the Ox deity's maze will be decided through a duel to determine the last spot. Arcana Academy. I've heard of this before. Ling Xiao didn't only know how to cultivate. During his cultivation, he didn't forget to learn more about the local customs of the Black Tortoise continent. Although the information was limited, he also knew what the Arcana Academy in the Qin Kingdom's capital meant. It was an academy completely controlled by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. The disciples in the academy were all geniuses from all over the Qin Kingdom. And these geniuses weren't just ordinary geniuses. Because the Arcana Academy's definition of a genius was under the age of 20, reaching the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. In other words, until now, no one in the 8 Immortal City was qualified to be called a genius. Maybe Lin Yuetian and that woman from the Tianfeng group were. But it was only a possibility. Lin Yuetian was almost 20 years old, and that woman was 18 years old. If they couldn't break through in the last few days, then they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Mountain Lord, I'm very curious. Why did the Arcana Academy have such a name? After all, what he read in the books wasn't everything. Some things had to be asked by experts like Knight Formless. This isn't strange, because the Arcana Academy was built around an ancient ruin called the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It's said that only the Chen Kingdom's royal family knows how to enter the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It should be like the Ghost Prison, an independent space. It's probably evolved from a treasure left behind by ancient warriors. The Extreme Royal Mystic Realm is a natural holy land for cultivation. The spirit chi of heaven and earth inside is 10 to 100 times denser than outside. Not only that, the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm has a large amount of precious treasures. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain them. So it's always been a place that geniuses yearn for. Unfortunately, other than the Arcana Academy's disciples, outsiders aren't qualified to enter. This is why the Arcana Academy's disciples are valued so much. It's said that as long as you don't die in the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm, you'll be reborn and your strength will greatly increase. You'll be able to surpass warriors who were once on the same level as you. Knight Formless explained. Oh? Hearing Knight Formless' introduction, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. It seemed like he would have to work even harder from now on. After a month, as long as he could obtain the Divine Ox Beast Soul, he would not only be able to use it to fill the deity positions of the 12 beast gods. They would also be eligible to join the Arcana Academy. He believed that as long as he obtained that qualification, everyone in the 8 Immortals County would have to be respectful to him. People were afraid of the strong. Even those who had a grudge with him in the past would have to be respectful to him by then. Such a good place must be very dangerous, right? Ling Xiao had seen many mystic realms and ruins. The better the place, the more dangerous it would be. That was why he asked. High Formless nodded. Of course, there's a race called the Yuanling living in the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. This clan was formed through the condensation of the spiritual energy within the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm over countless years. Every member of the Metaspirit race was extremely powerful. Not only did they possess astonishing strength, they were also able to control the demonic beasts within the Imperial Mystic Realm to do battle. Therefore, the Arcana Academy had lost a lot of disciples over the years. That's why they recruit new disciples every year. Only with effort will there be rewards. This is interesting. I like to take risks. Ling Xiao didn't care about the dangers of the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm at all. As long as there were benefits, it was almost impossible not to pay a price. Ling Xiao, are you not going to tell me? Dark Knight Formless suddenly asked out of the blue. However, Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was asking. Mountain Lord, are you talking about Ling Yan? With your intelligence, you must have guessed it long ago. What difference does it make whether I tell you or not? I just don't want to drag you into these muddy waters. Ling Xiao was speaking from the bottom of his heart. High Formless had already done enough for him. He didn't know what would happen when he went to the 5th level of the Ghost Prison to save Ling Yan. He didn't want High Formless to get involved. Unfortunately, this isn't something you can control. I'm already on your boat. If I don't want to drown, I can only ensure that your boat doesn't capsize. High Formless sighed. Do you think those people will let me go if I don't help you? Young Master Lin Yuetian can't wait for me to die. Since that's the case, I have to do something to make them unhappy. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Fine. Since Mountain Lord said so, I won't waste any more words. The situation on the 5th floor of the Ghost Prison was complicated. There were many powerful opponents that one could encounter. If Mountain Lord is willing to help, it will be easier for me. That's right. High Formless nodded and smiled, but if you want the 2 of us to enter the Endless Sea, I'm afraid 1 Umbra Black Gourd won't be enough. We have to work together to get one of the 8 great clans' signature treasures. There's no need for that. Mountain Lord can take the Umbra Black Gourd. I have the Black Immortal Sword, which is of the same origin as the Umbra Black Gourd. Naturally, I can take it too. Ling Xiao said. No wonder I could feel the Umbra Black Gourd's aura when you used the Black Immortal Sword. So that's why. High Formless was overjoyed. That's great. I won't hide it from you. This time, I want to go with you to the 5th level of the ghost prison to investigate the real cause of my son's death. The one who killed my son was a warrior from the royal city. This warrior is from the Arcana Academy's archenemy, the Dragon Cult. I know about the Dragon Cult. They are the boss of the Qin Kingdom's underground forces. Almost all the shady things are done by them. The Qin Kingdom's royal family also hates them to the bone. But the Dragon Cult is very powerful, comparable to the Arcana Academy. Therefore, the royal family can't do much. Ling Xiao said. That's right. The Dragon Cult's sphere of influence is only in the royal city and the provincial capital. Fortunately, our county capital doesn't have it. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group wouldn't be able to survive. High Formless shook his head and said with a bitter smile, let's go. This matter, the sooner the better. Once the elders or the sect master find out, it will be difficult to deal with. They are all people who want you and me to die as soon as possible. Although they don't dare to do it openly, it's very convenient to kill people in the ghost prison. I'm not worried about this. Mountain Lord, please wait for a while. I need to strengthen the formation of the courtyard. Ling Xiao was worried about his friends in the courtyard. These people weren't very strong. Without the protection of High Formless, they would be in great danger. Therefore, he had to strengthen the formation first and make it the most solid place in the 8 Immortal Mountain, so that he wouldn't be sad when he came back. After reinforcing the formation, Ling Xiao notified Lin Ruoxian, hoping that she could visit more often. With Lin Ruoxian's cultivation, she might not be a match for those top experts, but she was more than enough to protect the people in the courtyard. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Yi Shichen set off. Ling Xiao's goal was to save Ling Yin. With Dark Knight Formless help, it would be much easier. As for Yi Shichen, he wanted to go in and interrogate the Dragon Cult cultivator imprisoned on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He wanted to find out the true cause of his son's death. In the past, he didn't want to take revenge, but now, he wanted to find his son's murderer and kill him no matter what. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was no stranger to Yi Shichen. He had come here many times when he was cultivating. As for Ling Xiao, he had only come here once. The cultivators in charge of guarding the 5th floor saw the two of them coming together. They couldn't help but whisper. It seems like the Dark Tribe Elder is right. These two are going to the Demon Sea region. One of them said. Yes, but that has nothing to do with us. We just need to do as the Elder said and let them pass. We don't need to be responsible for what happens next. Another person said. That's right. But then again, the Dark Tribe Elder isn't planning to deal with them, is he? Let's not talk about Yi Shichen's strength. Ling Xiao had comprehended the Dark Shadow martial arts and obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. He had even defeated a Dark Gold expert who was at the peak of the 4th level of Hell. With such talent, is it worth it to provoke him? That's right. He's only 16 or 17 years old right now. Not only has he reached the first transition 4th floor, but he can also defeat a Dark Gold expert. We can't compare to him at all. Why don't we tell them what the Dark Tribe Elder said? This way, we won't go against the Elder's orders, and we won't offend Yi Shichen and Ling Xiao. Good idea. The guards discussed this in private. They all felt that they were small fries and couldn't afford to offend anyone, so they decided not to offend anyone. When Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao arrived, they told them what the Dark Elders had told them. Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that old bastard is really going to do something to us. I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble if we go to the Devil Sea domain. Ling Xiao said. Scared? Black Knight Formless asked. That's not it. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he never comes back. Ling Xiao sneered. Against an enemy stronger than him, he had no interest in talking about fairness. He would directly use the power of the Divine Grimoire and the Butterfly Lady without hesitation. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless laughed. If it was in the past, he might have stopped Ling Xiao from having such crazy thoughts. But today, he would not do that. If the Dark Ones wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't hold back. The two of them stepped onto the canoe and passed through the cultivation route before finally arriving at the entrance of the demonic sea region. Naturally, Sire Shui appeared. Sire Shui, I've already obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. I want to save my brother, so I'll have to trouble you to open the entrance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. This made Dark Knight Formless a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become friends with Sire Shui, who was guarding this place? Yes, of course. Sire Shui had already decided to help Ling Xiao turn the 8 Immortal Mountain upside down. He hated the 8 Immortal Mountain to the bone. The things that the 8 Immortal Mountain did to him were unforgivable. Wait a moment. Dark Knight Formless looked at Sire Shui coldly and said, I recognize you. You're a cultivator from the Dragon Cult. Dragon Cult? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't know that Sire Shui was from the Dragon Cult. That's right. This old man is from the Dragon Cult. In the past, for my brother, I didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Cult and submit myself to this small 8 Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, my good brother was harmed, and even I was plotted against. In the end, I was trapped in this predicament. Sire Shui hatefully said. You're the one who killed my son? Dark Knight Formless coldly said. Your son? Ha ha ha, are you mistaken? This old man has been trapped here for several hundred years. How could I kill your son? You're only a first transition cultivator, so your son must be even younger. Sire Shui laughed. It seems that I'm mistaken. But since Sire Shui is trapped here, you should have seen the cultivator from the Dragon Cult that was imprisoned here, right? Dark Knight Formless asked again. I've seen him. Not only that, but he also told me some things. He originally came to the 8 Immortal City to carry out a mission, but he was used by someone to kill a talented brat. That brat should be your son, right? Sire Shui sighed. Where is he? Dead. In fact, he was killed the moment he stepped into the demonic sea domain. Sire Shui said. Silenced. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Dark Knight Formless naturally thought of this. Since that cultivator from the Dragon Cult was used by someone, then the person who used him would naturally kill him to silence him. Sire Shui, that person didn't tell you who ordered him to kill my son? Dark Knight Formless asked anxiously. The one looking for him is Xianxia from the 8 Immortal Mountain Sand Clan. But as for who the mastermind is, this old man doesn't know. I reckon that cultivator from the Dragon Cult doesn't know either. Sire Shui shook his head. It's a pity that Xianxia is already dead. No one knows the secret anymore. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Now that he thought about it, Xianxia had provoked him several times and wanted to have a life and death battle with him, but no one from the Sand Clan stopped him. At that time, he was already very strong, and Xianxia might not have been able to win. Perhaps the mastermind would rather Xianxia die just like that. That way, he could completely bury this past in the dust of history. How sinister. But this old man won't let you have your way. Even if I have to revive Xianxia, this old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, this might be Dark Knight Formless' only hope now. Mountain Lord, leave the matter of rescuing Ling Yan to me. You should go back and ask the Moon Clan for their Moonlight Soul-controlling needle. The Moonlight Soul-controlling needle can directly pull out the soul of the dead from the Yellow Springs and interrogate it. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Knight Formless. But it's not safe for you to be alone. Dark Knight Formless shook his head. Moreover, the Dark Clan's elder has been watching you. Mountain Lord, actually, I've been thinking along the way that I'm a smaller target if I'm alone. Moreover, you don't have many opportunities. Since they're watching me, they'll naturally ignore you. At this time, it's best for you to investigate the cause of your son's death. Ling Xiao smiled. Also, Mountain Lord, have you forgotten? I have someone protecting me. Last time when you were surrounded by the Elder and Lin Yuetian, it was that person behind me who helped you. Forget it. Since that's the case, take this soul-locking token. If there's any danger, just summon me. I'll definitely rush over. High Formless didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he gave Ling Xiao a soul-locking token and turned to leave. Ling Xiao held the soul-locking token and carefully placed it into his storage ring. He wasn't a stubborn person. If there was any danger to his life, he would definitely use it. Of course, he would try his best not to use it. As long as it didn't endanger his life, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Sire Shui, we'll meet again if fate allows. If I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, I will definitely not forget you. I will definitely get all the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain and save you. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also stepped into the Devil Sea domain. Actually, Sire Shui didn't ask him for anything. But Ling Xiao felt that since he had received Sire Shui's favor, he should help him. Furthermore, the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain were something that Ling Xiao had always wanted. Rescuing and becoming stronger weren't contradictory. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Sire Shui sighed. I only helped him break through a level, and he's actually so grateful. It seems that even if it's for myself, I have to let him leave here alive. Sire Shui knew that once Ling Xiao stepped into the Devil Sea domain, there was a high chance that he would die. Thus, he decided to help this child. He was trapped here. Although he couldn't leave the Devil Sea domain, he could still move around. At the very least, he could ensure that Ling Xiao wouldn't die here. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sire Shui was thinking. At this moment, he had already quietly entered the Sand Race's territory. This place was heavily guarded. It seemed that the Sand Race cared a lot about this sea domain. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying pressure here that could create a truly powerful expert. Furthermore, this was a place where criminals were detained. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to move around freely here. But with the dark shadow gourd and black immortal sword, he could move freely and completely ignore the pressure here. Using Shadow Step, Ling Xiao easily avoided the guards and entered the core of the Sand Race's sea region. Upon entering, he was a little shocked because he discovered that there was actually a huge factory here. The factory produced a steady stream of all kinds of equipment used by martial artists. This included weapons, armor, and so on. The people who worked here were the felons who had been imprisoned. They wore special collars around their necks that could suppress their internal energy. He could only release about 10% of it, which could be used for work. However, if he released more than 10% of it, the collar would suddenly shrink, making it impossible for these people to rebel. Ling Yan was among them. However, he seemed to have made a mistake and was being hung up and beaten in an open space in the factory. In a situation where he was unable to use more than 10% of his internal energy, Ling Yan was beaten quite badly. However, this kid was indeed a genius second only to him. Back when they were at Yuhua Town, Ling Yan's cultivation was already stronger than his. Although he was not as good as him now, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. Furthermore, in such a harsh environment, he was still able to catch up to him. It seemed that although the Demon Sea region was terrifying, it still needed to train people. Master, there are too many experts here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. Xin Dian reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also discovered that in the Sand Race's sea region, there were actually more than 10 martial artists at the 5th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. Although these people were rather old and could not be considered geniuses. However, their strength was much stronger than his. It would not be easy for him to save people. I can only use the butterfly lady's soul first. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, an illusory figure condensed in the sea and gradually became clearer. I'll help you create chaos. You take the opportunity to save people. Sire Shui. Ling Xiao stared at the illusory figure that appeared in the sea in shock, somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Sire Shui had no reason to help him. Don't be surprised. If you die, who will save me? Sire Shui smiled and circulated his internal energy. Suddenly, many huge sea beasts drilled out of the calm sea. The people of the 8 Immortal Mountain have been trapping me in the eye of the sea, preventing my soul from leaving. However, they don't know that I've used the power of the Eye of the Sea to control many sea beasts. I originally planned to try to escape, but I'll lend it to you for today. The terrifying sea beasts all gathered in the Sand Race's sea region. Chaos began. The Sand Race's martial artists did not have time to prepare. This was because there had never been a sea beast that dared to attack the 8 Immortal Mountain stronghold in the Demon Sea region. Therefore, the Sand Race's sea region fell into chaos. Ling Yan raised his head and looked at the sea beasts. He could not help but smile bitterly. F***ck, I didn't get tortured to death by these bastards. Instead, I'm going to become your delicacy. This is so F***king annoying. Just as he was in despair, he suddenly saw a figure standing on top of a sea beast. Although he was bleeding, he could still see clearly. Boss. When Ling Yan saw this person, he was both shocked and happy. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would come to save him. This was just like a dream. Hee, you call me boss. If I don't save you, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He made use of the impact of the sea beast to destroy the surrounding Sand Race's martial artists. Then, he saved Ling Yan. After that, he did not stop and directly escaped from the Demon Sea region. As long as he was on the cultivation route, he would be safe for the time being. After all, there were many islands on the cultivation route. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to chase after Ling Yan, they would not be able to find him in a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao could activate the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. He could teleport directly from the 5th level to the 1st level of the ghost prison. Then, he could let Ling Yan mix in with the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain and escape. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. After escaping from the Demon Sea region and reaching one of the islands, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, you know everything about me, right? Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao, still unable to calm down. I know. Then, you still dared to save me? Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the 8 Immortal Mountain? It's not easy for you to have your current status. Ling Yan could not help but say. What nonsense are you talking about? Since I dared to come here to save you, I'm not afraid of becoming enemies with them. If I didn't even dare to save my good brother, then I, Ling Xiao, would not have today's achievements. It's this kind of fearlessness that allows my cultivation speed to be faster than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yan's shoulder heavily and scolded with a smile. Ling Yan was silent. After a long silence, he suddenly knelt down and said, Boss, I used to call you boss purely because of your strength. But from today onwards, I, Ling Yan, will be yours. Ling Yan was once the sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could be considered a person with a high position. Let's not talk about such things between brothers. But you're the #1 genius of 8 Immortals Mountain. Don't you feel wronged calling me boss? Ling Xiao waved his hand. He believed that Ling Yan would live and die with him, just like his old brothers. With the Taiji eye, he was sure he hadn't misjudged him. Are you kidding me, boss? I've seen how terrifying your cultivation speed is. I entered the cycle of reincarnation much earlier than you, but now your cultivation is even higher than mine. If we're talking about geniuses, boss, you're a true peerless genius. Ling Yan smiled wryly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's rest for a bit, then go. That Dark Elder knew I would come to the Demon Seas, yet he had the guards let me in. He probably didn't have good intentions. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao froze. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Old man, since you're here, show yourself. He took a deep breath and gradually regained his composure. Panic and fear were meaningless. The Dark Elder had appeared, so he could only face him calmly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. That was why he hadn't used the Divine Codex or the Butterfly Lady's power in the Demon Seas. Now they could be put to good use. He absolutely couldn't be captured, and neither could Ling Yan, otherwise, the Dark Elder would make a big fuss about it. With sufficient reason, they could openly punish him. The Elder probably wouldn't kill him on the spot. He would definitely put him on trial and have everyone from 8 Immortals Mountain attend. He would be sentenced to death in front of everyone. No wonder everything had gone so smoothly. Ling Xiao finally understood. The old man had been watching him all this time. He'd watched him save people, watched him flee here, and then suddenly appeared. Ha 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 ha, kid, your reaction is quite sharp. You actually sensed this old man's presence. The Dark Tribe Elder sneered as he appeared. Standing beside him was Elder Darkflower. Elder, just leave these two little things to me. You should hurry up and deal with that traitor, Yi Wuxing. I'm afraid that the young sect master won't be able to deal with him alone. Hidden Flower had obtained such a good opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This was something she had dreamed of. She was afraid of Dark Knight Formless, but she was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if the other party had Ling Yan with them, it would still be useless. Young Sect Master isn't the only one on Dark Knight Formless side. The Sect Master has already personally taken action, so you don't have to worry. The Dark Elder was a sly old fox. He said coldly, "You said that Ling Xiao has a strong backer. That's why I have to stay here. Just do what you need to do. I'll take care of that unknown person." Elder is wise. Hidden Flower froze for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, the only person she was afraid of was the expert she had never seen before. If that person insisted on protecting Ling Xiao, she would be in trouble. Now that she had the protection of the Dark Race Elders, she wasn't afraid. "Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance to live." The Elder of the Dark Tribe looked at Ling Xiao and asked. "Oh? You're going to be merciful?" Ling Xiao sneered. He naturally knew this old thing was up to no good. "Of course. As long as you kill Ling Yan with your own hands, then take this pill, I'll let you go." The Dark Tribe Elder took out a purple pill that emanated a mesmerizing aura. A bewitching pill. Don't tell me this was refined by that woman called Qing Ling. I heard this pill can only be refined by those who know the bewitching heart art. Ling Xiao frowned. "After taking it, if you want, you can control me like a puppet. Not bad, right? Haha, you know a lot. But it's better to live than to die. Being a puppet is better than being dead. You're a cultivator who's reincarnated, and a genius among geniuses. Even I have to admit your talent. If you die like this, it'll be a pity." The Dark Elder sneered. "I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? I know you're secretly watching me, but I still chose to save Ling Yan. Why do you think I did that?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Boy, you're still trying to be mysterious at this time. Forget it. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Hidden Flower, do it." The Dark Elder and Ling Xiao's grudge stemmed from Infatian and Njin. But the real reason he wanted Ling Xiao dead was because Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. If he couldn't use such a guy, it would be very troublesome to keep him alive. "Yes, Elder." Hidden Flower smiled coldly and walked toward Ling Xiao and Ling Yan. "Ling Yan, I'll stop them. Take the opportunity to leave." Ling Xiao lowered his voice and stood in front of Ling Yan. "Boss, I won't leave. I can't always be protected by you." Ling Yan shook his head and said, "If we die together. If we live together." "Shut up. I know what you're thinking, but you're so weak right now. How can you help me? Leave and become stronger. When that time comes, come back and help me." Ling Xiao shouted sternly. "Hee, none of you can leave. You're all going to die here." Hidden Flower revealed a sinister sneer. "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao suddenly entered the transformation state of the butterfly lady's soul. Only in this state could he defeat Hidden Flower. As for the Dark Elder, with the Divine Codex blocking him, he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Today, not only did he want Ling Yan to escape, but he also wanted to live. "Go!" he shouted loudly. Ling Yan originally didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death, but he suddenly sensed the powerful energy released from Ling Xiao's body. He understood that he was too weak. Since he was too weak, he could only leave. Leaving was the best choice for him. "Boss, don't die." After saying that, he turned and left. "Do you think you can escape?" The Dark Elder sneered. "If I let you escape while I'm here, wouldn't that be too cowardly?" Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Yan. However, just as he was about to wave his hand to destroy Ling Yan, an extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly attacked. The Dark Elder was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Although Ling Yan didn't know what was going on, he still chose to escape. At this time, he couldn't hesitate at all. "Who are you? You dare to attack but don't dare to show yourself?" The Dark Elder couldn't see the Divine Codex's phantom and was a little nervous. However, the other party didn't attack. The Divine Codex's power was limited. As long as it didn't attack, it could last for a while. Even if I have to escape, I have to destroy Hidden Flower. Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't just leave like that. Not only did he have to completely destroy the Dark Clan Elder's scheme, but he also had to make the Elder lose his powerful subordinates. As an Elder of the Dark Clan, Hidden Flower was very loyal to this old thing. If he killed her, this old thing would definitely be angered to the point that his heart would ache. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Ling Yan had already escaped. Now it was time for him to escape. He looked at Hidden Flower coldly and didn't release the full power of the butterfly lady's soul. Because he wanted to bet that he could kill Hidden Flower in one move. One more move and he wouldn't be able to do it. So he had to pretend to be a pig before he could eat the tiger. Hidden Flower looked at Ling Xiao very warily because she didn't know what kind of scheme this kid had. Although the expert behind Ling Xiao had already gone to deal with the Elder, she was still very careful. She didn't want to fail miserably. However, there was a limit to everyone's vigilance. After Hidden Flower sent Ling Xiao flying consecutively, she gradually felt that she had overestimated this kid. Even if this kid could kill Dark Gold rank experts, compared to her, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. How could she be afraid? Finally, she started to underestimate her opponent. Ling Xiao endured the pain in his body and waited for this moment to arrive. He watched as Hidden Flower attacked his side and completely lost his previous vigilance. He knew that it was time for him to make a move. Boom, the Black Immortal Sword was finally unsheathed. A cold aura instantly enveloped Hidden Flower. The power of the butterfly lady's soul was completely released. At that moment, Hidden Flower revealed a shocked expression. Because she realized that the power in Ling Xiao's body was not inferior to hers at all. But how is this possible? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't answer her question. The sword stabbed out and the entire space fell into darkness. The first move of the shadow martial art, Sword Crying Mountain. Een Mountain shrouded, and the black tiger roared. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Even if Hidden Flower was several times stronger than Ling Xiao, it would be difficult for her to dodge this attack. Moreover, her current strength wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao's when he transformed into the butterfly Lady's Soul. The butterfly Lady's Soul could allow Ling Xiao to temporarily possess the strength of a First Revolution Yin Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning battle physique and the power of the Imperial Earth Queen. There was also the Black Immortal Sword in his hand, as well as the incomparably powerful shadow martial arts. He definitely had the ability to kill Hidden Flower, who was at the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 5. It's just that I don't have that much confidence. That was why Ling Xiao had been waiting for this perfect opportunity. Puchi! The Black Immortal Sword pierced through Hidden Flower's body, and dark red blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, Hidden Flower truly felt fear. He felt the god of death approaching. She was scared, extremely scared. With a scream, she turned around and tried to escape. He didn't die? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. This woman was indeed a high elder of the Dark Ones. She had been pierced by such a powerful attack, and the sword chi continued to wreak havoc in her body, but she was still alive. But that was it. It was enough to seriously injure this woman. Looking at the Dark One's elder who wanted to rush over but was stopped by the Divine Grimoire, Ling Xiao sneered. He stepped onto the canoe and sped out of the 5th level of the ghost prison. Damn it. The Dark One's elder didn't expect that he and Hidden Flower together wouldn't be able to stop this kid. He roared angrily, but it was to no avail. He was cunning, but he still couldn't beat Ling Xiao's cunning mind. Bang! Just as the Dark Tribe Elder was about to explode with rage, a terrifying sword light came from afar. It was headed straight for the clouds. This sword was obviously meant to kill Ling Xiao. Young Society Master. The Dark Tribe Elder was overjoyed. Although it was embarrassing for 2 Yin Yang Realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell and 1 Yin Yang Realm martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of Hell to deal with Ling Xiao, it was still embarrassing. But as long as Ling Xiao could die, he wasn't afraid of this scandal spreading. He won't be able to escape. Even the 1,000-mile wolf can't dodge this sword, unless he cultivated the 4th move of the 1,000-mile wolf. But that shouldn't be possible. Lin Yuetian slowly flew over from afar, looking coldly at the sword energy that enveloped Ling Xiao. This left Ling Xiao with no place to escape. But it was as if he was deliberately slapping his face. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. 1,000-mile wolf, fourth move, nether wolf. It turned into a nether wolf, invisible and traceless. Even the shadow step wasn't as good as the nether wolf at this stage. The nether wolf was immune to all physical attacks. Only soul power could hurt it. Lin Yuetian and Feng Yun. You two better remember this. The next time I, Ling Xiao, return to 8 Immortal Mountain, it will be the time of your death. With a loud roar, Ling Xiao fell into the vast sea. His body continued to sink. Although he dodged Lin Yuetian's attack, his canoe was destroyed, and he was directly sucked into the sea. As said before, as long as you entered the deep sea, you would be continuously pulled down. Only Sire Shui, who had merged with the eye of the sea, and the sea beasts in the sea would be fine. Ling Xiao didn't know if he could survive, but he wouldn't despair until the last moment. As he sank into the deep sea, he released his twin martial souls. This way, even if he died, his twin martial souls could live on. But Xin Dian didn't know this. When she saw Ling Xiao fall into the sea, she abandoned Feng Yun and jumped into the sea as well. Boss! A figure jumped out from the forest on the island. It was Ling Yan, who was supposed to escape. He roared and jumped into the sea. Ling Yan didn't escape. He didn't want to abandon Ling Xiao and run for his life. He might be the only one who wouldn't die in the deep sea of the 5th level of the ghost prison, although he would lose all his cultivation. But he didn't care. Ling Xiao was willing to give up his life for him. He would only lose his cultivation. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, nothing else mattered. Stupid guy, you're courting death. And Feng Yun was stunned for a moment when he saw Ling Yan jump into the sea. Then, he sneered. Humph, brothers' love is deep. I didn't think that brothers who aren't related by blood would be closer than family. Lin Yuetian snorted, his voice full of mockery. Young sect master, where's Dark Knight Formless? And Feng Yun asked. The sect master has personally taken action. Do you think that guy has any chance of surviving? Lin Yuetian said disdainfully. Now it's quiet. Dark Knight Formless, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yan are all dead. Elder and Feng Yun, you should be happy, right? The one who should be happy is the young sect master. With these arrogant guys around, it'll be difficult for you to carry out your plan. But are they really dead? And Feng Yun frowned and was worried. Of course they're dead. No one who fell into the deep sea came back alive. They're no exception. Am I dead? Ling Xiao opened his eyes and found that he was surrounded by darkness. He thought he had entered the Yellow Springs. It was bone-chilling cold as if he was in an ice coffin. He had never been to the Yellow Springs, so he was not sure about his situation. However, even if he was really dead, he would kill his way out of the Yellow Springs and seek revenge on Lin Yuetian and Feng Yun. Boss, you're finally awake. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This caused Ling Xiao to be stunned. The voice was too familiar. It was Ling Yan's. Could it be that Ling Yan was killed too? Sigh, what a failure. He thought that Ling Yan would be able to escape and avenge him in the future. Now, it seemed that he could only kill his way out of the Yellow Springs. Ling Yan, don't be afraid. Although we're all dead, we can still kill our way out of the Yellow Springs. No matter what, Ling Xiao would never give up hope. Since he was still conscious, it meant that he could still cultivate even if he was dead. Therefore, he did not care. Boss, we're not dead. Ling Yan's voice sounded very weak. Not dead? Ling Xiao was stunned. He immediately circulated his inner strength and found that the strength in his body did not weaken. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. He had already reached the last step of the first turn of the Yin-Yang realm, the 4th level of hell. He only needed an external force to push him forward, and he would be able to make a breakthrough. Gotcha, something seemed to have cracked. A ray of light shone in from the outside. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that he was actually encased in an ice coffin. He saw Ling Yan through the cracks of the ice coffin. Ling Yan could only be described as pitiful. He was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. His cultivation level was also reduced to 0. How could this be? Ling Xiao was stunned. Then, fragments of memories appeared in his mind. He held his head and pondered for a while. Finally, his eyes turned red. Why are you so stupid? You destroyed your life's hope for me. Ling Xiao knew everything that had happened. When Ling Yan was the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had studied the deep sea and even created a magical treasure that could prevent death in the deep sea. This time, he had relied on this magical treasure to ensure that they would not die. However, in the process of using this magic weapon, it would continuously absorb Ling Yan's internal energy and physical strength. Ling Yan didn't die. He was really lucky. Boss, what are you talking about? You risked your life to save me. I'll just lose my cultivation base. It's not like I'll die. Ling Yan said with a smile. Good brother, Ling Xiao, swear that I won't let you become a cripple. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and knocked the ice coffin open. This ice coffin should be able to help warriors recover their physical strength and heal their injuries. At the critical moment, Ling Yan gave it to Ling Xiao to use. Ling Xiao remembered this friendship deeply in his heart. He hurriedly took out a life-saving pill and gave it to Ling Yan to ensure that Ling Yan would not die from weakness. Then, he let Ling Yan temporarily enter the beast ring to rest. Shen Dian, are you okay? Ling Xiao remembered that Shen Dian seemed to have jumped down. Master, don't worry. I'm a spiritual body. The deep sea will not harm me. Shen Dian's voice sounded. This made Ling Xiao sigh in relief. However, how to get out of this damn place was a problem. Only by leaving this place could he treat Ling Yan's injuries. There were no medicinal herbs here. The conditions were not good. The spiritual energy was very poor. It was not realistic to want to cultivate here. He stood up and began to look around, hoping to find a way out. Although he could endure it for the time being, Ling Yan couldn't drag it out. If he did, he would really die. No matter what, I can't give up. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and opened his Tai Chi eye. He released his soul power and began to look for a way out. Although his courtyard was protected by a formation, if he did not return for a long time, those bastards from 8 Immortal Mountain would have a way to break it. At that time, his friends would naturally be tortured. I don't know how the mountain is doing. Did they escape, and my elder sister, will she be implicated in my affairs, although the Moon Clan promised to protect Ling Jiaojiao? But now that his whereabouts were unknown, He Wuxing probably would not have an easy time. Can the Moon Clan still protect Ling Jiaojiao? Ling Xiao expressed his doubts. It was because of this that he became even more anxious. And? Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he suddenly discovered that there were actually 8 huge tombstones in this seemingly boundless deep sea. There was no grave under the tombstones. Instead, there were 8 coffins placed directly. These 8 coffins were completely made of bronze. They were chained up by thick iron chains. Strange inscriptions flickered on them. Clearly, the thing inside had been sealed. 8 coffins, 8 tombstones. Could it be related to the rumored founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain? It was said that the founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain was 8 people. 8 ancient people with extremely high cultivation. But if it was really them, why were they trapped here? Ling Xiao did not understand. But since he could not find the exit, with his bold character, he naturally did not mind taking a look. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and ran in this direction. When he got close, he felt the terror of these 8 tombstones. All of them were black. Ling Xiao stood nearby, as small as an ant. From the tombstones, a powerful force was constantly released. This kind of power made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to bear it, so he had no choice but to release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Since there was no one else here, he was not afraid of being exposed. The moment the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released, the terrifying pressure on the 8 tombstones actually retracted. It was like 8 terrifying beasts meeting an even more terrifying beast king. Heart demon of sand, heart demon of shock, heart demon of sword, heart demon of snake, heart demon of darkness, heart demon of moon, heart demon of bird. These were the words engraved on the 8 tombstones. And in the middle of the 8 tombstones, there was a huge rock with a small paragraph of words engraved on it. The meaning was not difficult to understand. I have cultivated for thousands of years and finally cultivated the body of the 8 immortals. However, the heart demon is difficult to eliminate. Therefore, the 8 immortals are united and the 8 heart demons are sealed here. If there are any juniors who accidentally come here, do not move. After reading this, Xiao instantly understood. This should be the place where the founder of the 8 immortal mountains sealed the 8 heart demons. This ancestral master was truly terrifying. He actually managed to cultivate 8 types of doppelgangers. Others thought that the 8 immortals were 8 people, but they did not know that there was only one immortal. You don't want me to move? I want to move. A smile appeared on Xiao's face. Anyway, he was trapped here. There was no door to heaven and no road to hell. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well do something. Maybe he could change the situation. At most, he would die. It was better than being trapped to death. Thinking of this, he began to observe the chains on the 8 coffins. The thick chains were incomparably huge. They looked very frightening. One day and one night. This was the time Xiao had spent studying the inscriptions on the huge chain. However, he had finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. The huge chain finally broke. The 8 coffins produced a terrifying throbbing sound. What a powerful force! Xiao was stunned for a moment before he sat down cross-legged and used his tyrannical martial soul to deal with this frightening force. The force finally restrained itself under the pressure of the tyrannical martial soul, but it was still very ferocious. 8 streaks of black chi came out of the 8 coffins. They were like 8 huge black snakes that attacked Xiao. Taotai beast, swallow them. Xiao's eyes were wide open as a terrifying aura came from the void behind him. A huge beast stepped on the air and came over. A low roar echoed throughout the entire space. Its huge mouth was like a black hole that swallowed the 8 huge black snakes one by one. The 8 black snakes struggled with all their might but to no avail. Although they were the incomparably powerful inner demons of the 8 immortals, they had been sealed in the coffins for a long time and their strength was no longer what it used to be. In addition, Xiao was controlling the Taotai beast with his tyrannical martial soul, so it was extremely powerful. Swallowing the 8 black snakes was as easy as flipping his hand. They are indeed inner demons. The 8 black snakes were destroyed and dissolved in the stomach of the Taotai beast. The memories of the black snakes kept flashing. Xiao finally understood everything. The ancestors of the 8 immortal mountain had completely cut off these inner demons and negative emotions in order to become the embodiment of justice. They had sealed him here. Unexpectedly, thousands of years had passed and Xiao had achieved his goal. Xiao was the least afraid of inner demons and negative emotions. This was because he had once completely turned into a demon and was still able to maintain his original heart. He was a pure demon, so why would he be afraid of inner demons? What these inner demons brought to him was a leap in his soul force, a leap in his strength. His cultivation had instantly broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level of hell. Late-stage cultivation, peak cultivation, he was only a short distance away from the 5th level of hell. The powerful inner demons had been converted into Xiao's pure soul power, which made the divine codex and Yuan Venerate more solid. The silhouette of a Yuan Venerate could already be seen clearly. However, the divine codex had directly condensed a physical body, using the secret sword as the material and the large amount of spirit stones and natural treasures in Xiao's storage ring to condense a physical body. She had long golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. The divine grimoire had become a real existence, and her strength was even more astonishing. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, Master, Xindian can help you deal with those bastards from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Xindian was wearing an exotic dress and a pair of small leather boots. She looked very beautiful and charming. You actually called me Master? Xiao was a little surprised. He was actually quite worried. With Xindian's current strength, he could kill him with a single slap. This made him extremely nervous. But the other party actually called him Master? Xindian is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Although he is stronger than you now, Master, you have paid a huge price to obtain the Sword Soul Stone for Xindian. Xindian will remember this in his heart. The divine grimoire was like an innocent little girl, full of admiration and gratitude for Xiao. Furthermore, Master's martial soul should be the powerful Mountain River martial soul, but there are some changes. With the Mountain River martial soul, he will become the master of the mystic world sooner or later. Xindian is also thinking about his future. She smiled very cutely. Won't you be able to take the Mountain River martial soul if you kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, Master has obviously completely transformed the Mountain River martial soul into his own. If you die, the Mountain River martial soul will also disappear. Therefore, Master doesn't have to worry about the Mountain River martial soul being snatched away. They won't be able to. The Divine Grimoire shook his head. People's hearts are unpredictable. Maybe they won't believe it at all. Ling Xiao still intended to be cautious, especially when his strength wasn't enough. He couldn't be careless. Master is so thoughtful. The Divine Grimoire tilted his head and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but praise. Indeed, even if it's the truth, some people still won't believe it. It's right to be careful. By the way, Divine Grimoire, you are so strong now. Can you take us out? Ling Xiao asked. He was now eager to leave this place because he was worried about Ling Yan's safety and the safety of his friends and relatives outside. It was impossible for him to stay here with peace of mind. I'm afraid not, but Master, the 8 Immortals' old ancestor must know the way out. Didn't you devour his inner demon? Let's look for it. The Divine Grimoire suggested. Although a little disappointed, the Divine Grimoire's suggestion was right. The 8 Immortals' old ancestor sealed his inner demon here, so he must be able to get out. And there must be information about this in the inner demon's memory. So, he calmed down and began to search. The inner demon's memory was extremely complicated. All the evil martial arts that the 8 Immortals' old ancestor had mastered were all imprinted in his mind. As long as he wanted to learn, he could learn it immediately. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to practice martial arts, so he continued to search. The Divine Grimoire stood aside, guarding Ling Xiao. In this pitch-black seabed, although it was strange that there was no water at all, they could still feel the existence of demonic beasts. He couldn't be careless. Got it. Finally, after half an hour of searching, Ling Xiao found a way to leave this place. That is, someone must be able to inherit the 8 Immortals' old ancestor's inheritance. The person who obtains the inheritance will not only have his cultivation greatly improved, but also be able to easily open a path to the outside world from here. The first person Ling Xiao thought of was Ling Yan. Obtaining the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor would not only restore Ling Yan's cultivation, but also greatly improve it. It would also allow Ling Yan to get out of danger. This was the best choice for him. Master, you have to think carefully. Although the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor is not as good as the Tyrant martial spirit, it is still a very powerful inheritance. Are you really going to give it to him? Seeing Ling Xiao put Ling Yan on the ground, the Divine Grimoire couldn't help but say, what's more, if his cultivation is stronger than yours, then Master may be in danger. Divine Grimoire, I don't believe that a person who would give up his life to save me is that kind of person. No need to say more, I will give him the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor. Ling Xiao said with certainty. In fact, the so-called inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor was only the inheritance of the evil face. That is, the evil inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor. But Ling Xiao had always believed that light and darkness were born together. If the shadow was forcefully removed, then it would be incomplete. He believed that the inheritance of the good face of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor was still on the 8 Immortals' mountain. As for whether Ling Yan could get it or not, it would depend on Ling Yan's luck. Ling Xiao began to understand why the higher-ups of 8 Immortal Mountain had trapped Ling Yan in the Demon Sea instead of killing him. It was probably for the inheritance of the face of good. This is great, good and evil as one, this was the complete inheritance of the 8 Immortal Patriarchs. Seeing Ling Yan's body wrapped in black and white light, his cultivation base began to recover rapidly. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and began to study the things around him. The 8 bronze coffins were made of a special material fused with bronze. They were very sturdy and were comparable to the best divine-grade spiritual artifacts. They were even better than the 8 great treasures of 8 Immortal Mountain. As for the chains, they were even more powerful. They were made of an unknown material and were covered with inscriptions. If Ling Xiao could control them with a formation, they would be the key to his combat strength. Keep them all. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao kept the 8 bronze coffins and the 8 huge chains into the universe of Tyrant. Instead of using these things as tools, it would be more convenient to use them as martial spirits. The universe of Tyrant could transform everything into martial spirits. This was something that Ling Xiao had verified before. In the past, he could not control this transformation. However, after entering the reincarnation cycle, he could control this transformation. If he wanted to transform something into a martial spirit, he could do so. If he did not want to, he could choose not to. In this way, he did not even need a storage ring. The vast universe of Tyrant would become his largest storage space. After keeping the bronze coffins and the huge chains, Ling Xiao looked at the strange tombstones. Golem ghosts. Ling Xiao obtained this information from the memories of the inner demon. The golem ghosts were a kind of creature in the devil realm. When they were dormant, they could turn into stone statues. They could resist almost any attack but could not fight back. This was the common definition. However, according to the spirit race, the golem ghosts were monsters condensed from souls. They had extremely strong soul power and could suppress the inner demon. The spirit race would often use the golem ghosts to increase the power of their demonic eyes. 1 leaf, 2 leaf, 3 leaf, 4 leaf, and the highest level, 5 leaf demonic eyes. It's been a long time since I last used my tri-leaf demonic eyes. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to level up. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released the Taotai beast again and swallowed the 8 tombstones. Taotia's stomach was simply Ling Xiao's best furnace. The devil gargoyle was dissolved and digested, and a large amount of soul power poured into his spirit sea. Devil chi condensed in his right eye. It took a full hour. The demonic eye with 3 leaves had finally been upgraded to 4 leaves. The 4-leaf demonic eyes possessed 4 terrifying abilities. The first was soul absorption, which Ling Xiao had often used in the past. It could confuse the enemy and cause the enemy to lose focus for a short period of time. As for those with weak soul power, their souls would directly collapse. The second type was soul seizing. As the name implied, it could directly seize the enemy's soul, either in whole or in part. Ling Xiao had never used this ability before. Because he wasn't familiar with it, he didn't dare to use it. But now that Mo Tong had leveled up, he was starting to understand the terror of soul snatching. The human body was made up of souls. The soul was the soul, and the body was the body. They almost represented all the qualities of a martial artist, including strength, stamina, observation, perception, wisdom, speed, and so on. If he could directly seize it and use it himself, what kind of scene would it be? The third type was also the ability Ling Xiao had used before, communication with another world. This ability was very powerful. If used well, it could often be used to win by surprise. Ling Xiao's communication with another world could already communicate with one of the 72 demon gods from another world. There was also the bronze giant. This ability would not only become stronger as the demonic eye leveled up, but it would also become stronger as Ling Xiao's soul power increased. The fourth ability was Ling Xiao's latest ability, but he couldn't use it for the time being because his cultivation wasn't strong enough. This ability could only be used as a decoration for the time being. But even so, when the 3-leaf demonic eyes had leveled up to the 4-leaf demonic eyes, whether it was soul absorption, soul seizing, or communication with another world, they had all been greatly improved. Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to gradually reveal some of his past abilities. After all, he didn't use the 3-leaf demonic eyes much in the past, and it was very secretive. Now, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't arouse any suspicion. With the improvement of the demonic eyes and soul power, Ling Xiao's perception had also improved. He looked at the dark underground world in the distance, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a sneer. Since Ling Yan couldn't recover for the time being, he could use these underground demon beasts to temper his martial skills. After all, he had only cultivated the second move of the shadow martial art. If he could successfully cultivate the third move, even if he encountered a martial artist at the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell, he wouldn't need the butterfly lady's soul to fight. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, even if it was of inferior quality. But a top-tier martial skill was still a top-tier martial skill. Even the best high-tier martial skill couldn't compare to an inferior top-tier martial skill. Therefore, in the following time, Ling Xiao held the Black Immortal Sword and began to kill in this dark underground world. In the midst of the slaughter, his martial skills continued to improve. Moreover, the connection between him and the Black Immortal Sword became even closer. Towards the end, whenever Ling Xiao held the Black Immortal Sword, a black figure would appear behind Ling Xiao. This figure should be the soul used to forge the Black Immortal Sword. It was said that in the past, in order to forge divine weapons, some blacksmiths would push people into the furnace to forge them. This Black Immortal Sword should be forged in such a way. This black figure was dressed in black, with a bamboo hat on its head and a black cloth on its face. When it appeared when Ling Xiao was fighting, all of Ling Xiao's moves seemed to have spirituality. Not only did his moves become more skillful, but their power also nearly doubled. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao's strength was steadily increasing. Not only did Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Rend the Underworld reach the Manifestation Realm, but the two moves also reached the Manifestation Realm. Once he reached the Manifestation Realm, these two moves could be combined into one and used together, greatly increasing their power. Not only that, but the third move, Dark Slash, was finally cultivated and raised to the perfection stage. His cultivation also broke through again. In the process of devouring the underground demonic beasts, the energy gathered. It allowed his cultivation to reach the early stage of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell. As a result, he didn't even need to fear the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Coupled with the terrifying top-tier Jade grade martial skill and the Black Immortal Sword, he was definitely very powerful in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell. Unless one was at the peak of the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of hell, they would be defeated by him. Lin Yuetian and Feng Yun, Jian Kuan. Everyone in 8 Immortal Mountain, listen up. If I, Ling Xiao, return to 8 Immortal Mountain and see my friends injured, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao pointed his sword at the sky. The breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his strength filled him with confidence. In 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao didn't care about anyone other than the old guys who were at level 6 of Yin-Yang Realm and Lin Yuetian. I hope some people don't be stupid. Otherwise, I, Ling Xiao, won't retreat like I did when I went to the Sword Tribe. I swear, I'll make everyone who goes against me pay the price. Ling Xiao was prepared to continue cultivating for a period of time since he had nothing to do anyway. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar. Ling Xiao looked over in shock. Ling Yan had already stood up from the intertwining black and white light. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. How terrifying! The two inheritances of the 8 immortals merged into one. Not only did Ling Yan recover his cultivation, but it also increased his strength by a lot. Boss. It was said that men shouldn't kneel easily. However, Ling Yan knelt down now. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he still knelt down without hesitation. Although he was very weak and couldn't speak previously, he still knelt down. However, he naturally understood everything that Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao had given him the inheritance of the 8 immortals. Most people wouldn't be able to do this no matter what. He was willing to kneel down to Ling Xiao because of this. Moreover, Ling Xiao had risked his life to break into Ghost Prison to save him. If not for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have ended up like this. Get up, Ling Yan. I gave you the inheritance because it doesn't suit me. Ling Xiao didn't have the good face inheritance. If he only had the evil face inheritance, it wouldn't mean much. However, Ling Yan was different. The combination of the two inheritances could allow Ling Yan's cultivation to increase rapidly. Even if he reached the rebirth realm, the energy in his body would still exist. In other words, Ling Yan's cultivation speed would be on par with his from today until he reached the rebirth realm. No matter what, this is what you gave me. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to get it. Ling Yan shook his head. I'm grateful that you're grateful. Let's go back to 8 Immortal Mountain and clear your grievances. It's time to re-establish the order of 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling gently lightly patted Ling's shoulder. Ling Yan's actions proved that Ling Xiao had not misjudged him. Yes. Ling Yan nodded. Then, Ling Yan used the special method of the patriarchs of the 8 immortals to open a portal to the surface from the depths of the earth. This portal could only be opened by the 8 immortals. Of course, those who had his complete inheritance and martial spirit could also do it. And Ling Yan was such a person. Stepping into the portal, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. This fall into the deep sea was a blessing in disguise. Ling Yan had obtained the inheritance of the 8 immortals. And he had obtained the power of the inner demon. This was the reason why his strength and martial skills had improved so quickly. The inner demon was a kind of soul power. It was just that it was more evil. However, after being devoured by the Tao Tai giant beast and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it had become the purest soul power in Ling Xiao's body. His wisdom, perception, and spirit attributes had all been greatly improved. Now, with the Divine Codex and Ling Yan, Ling Xiao believed that no one could provoke him in the 8 Immortals County. That was why he didn't let Ling Yan disguise himself and kept his original appearance. They were back to collect their debts. They didn't need to be afraid of anyone. After coming out of the portal, they were directly facing the exit of the 5th level of the ghost prison. There were still 8 guards at the exit. These 8 guards were from the 8 great clans. Although they had changed people, their cultivation was still at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would have thought highly of them. But now, they were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Who's there? 3 people suddenly walked out of the teleportation array, which made the hearts of the 8 guards tighten. When the 3 people got closer, their shock became even more exaggerated. Ling Xiao, Ling Yan. Both of them were the most wanted criminals in the 8 Immortals Mountain. They actually appeared here at the same time. Other than the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, they were all too familiar with the other 2. But how was this possible? Ling Xiao and Ling Yan had fallen into the Demon Sea for almost 10 days. How could they still be alive? One had to know that no one had ever returned alive after falling into the Demon Sea, especially after so many days. Was this a dream? Although I don't know why you're still alive, since you're alive, you should run for your lives. You're actually stupid enough to come back to die. You two really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps because they let Ling Xiao go, the guards that Ling Xiao was familiar with had all been replaced. Now, these 8 people were absolutely hostile to Ling Xiao. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Before the 8 people could see his figure clearly, one of them was lifted up by the neck. Don't move. Obediently answer my questions, and I can spare your lives. After all, you're just gatekeepers. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. If the other party dared not to listen to him, he would really kill them. You, what do you want to ask? The person who was choked by Ling Xiao asked with difficulty. Ling Xiao let go of his hand so that the other party could breathe more freely. Kill him. As soon as the person was let go, he roared. The other 7 people moved at the same time and rushed toward Ling Xiao. You dare to hurt my master, you're courting death. Ling Xiao hadn't made a move yet, but Xin Dian was already furious. Her slender jade hand gently pointed. The 7 people all turned into people on fire. They fell to the ground with painful howls and instantly turned into ashes. Don't kill me. The only remaining person shouted in horror. Tell me the question I want to answer, and I can naturally spare your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. This person was truly frightened. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl clearly looked so beautiful and innocent, but when she killed people, she was actually so tyrannical. Moreover, her strength was so terrifying. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come back. He had found a backer. Is the 8 Immortals Mountain looking for us? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, including you, Ling Yan, and Yichen Wuxing. You've all become the highest level of wanted criminals. No matter when or where, without reporting, they can use any means to kill you. That person replied. Good. How are my friends? The remaining guards on the 5th floor of the ghost prison were afraid of the divine grimoire, so they didn't dare to miss a single question from Ling Xiao. Your courtyard is protected by a powerful array. Even the sect master couldn't break it. However, it's in danger now and won't last for more than a few days. In order to protect them, Lin Ruoxian fought with the young sect master and was severely injured. The young sect master even said that he wanted to give him to Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu? Ling Xiao had almost forgotten this name. He was one of the top geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain and the first person that Ling Xiao hated. If not for Lin Ruoxian's protection, he would have been killed by Mo Feiyu. Later on, Mo Feiyu didn't take action because he had Mo Feiyu's father's life in his hands. However, it seemed that Mo Feiyu thought that he was dead, so he wanted to marry Lin Ruoxian to take revenge on Lin Ruoxian. You're courting death. Ling Xiao knew that Mo Feiyu's strength wasn't much higher than Lin Ruoxian's. Perhaps in the past, Ling Xiao was afraid of him, but now, he could kill him as easily as killing a chicken or a lamb. What else? Ling Xiao asked again. Your sister, Ling Jiaojiao, was also forced to marry Jian Lufeng again. The wedding will be held on the same day in the Sword Tribe. You came back at the right time because the wedding is today. The Sword Tribe really doesn't give up. However, today, I'll turn their wedding into a funeral. Ling Xiao was filled with killing intent. Mo Feiyu is from the Moon Tribe. Why is he holding the wedding in the Sword Tribe? There's no Moon Tribe anymore. In order to protect Ling Jiaojiao and high invisibility, the Moon Tribe was besieged by the 7 great clans. In addition, Mo Feiyu betrayed them. Now, they're all imprisoned in the 8 Immortal Mountains dungeon before they could be transferred to the Demon Sea region. I didn't expect the Moon Tribe to be so loyal. I'm surprised. Ling Xiao originally thought that Ling Jiaojiao was sent to the Sword Tribe because the Moon Tribe didn't dare to be enemies with the Sword Tribe. Now it seemed that he had guessed wrongly. But don't worry, as long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, your Yu clan will definitely not be exterminated. What made him feel gratified was that the people of the Yu clan were basically all locked up in the dungeon and not immediately executed. Perhaps the sect leader wanted to show his justice, so he decided to publicly judge and punish these people. But no matter what, it gave him a chance to repay his kindness. Kill him. After Ling Xiao asked what he wanted to know, he didn't intend to keep this person around. Because the reason why those guards attacked was because of this fellow's instigation. No, you promised not to kill me. The guard shouted in horror. I only promised you that I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say that I couldn't let others kill you. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and walked out of the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Without saying a word, Ling Yan grabbed the guard. In the blink of an eye, the guard turned into a dried corpse. In fact, the 8 great clans had all inherited the 8 abilities of the 8 immortals. No matter how the clans changed, their abilities wouldn't change. And Ling Yan had all the inheritances and martial souls of the 8 immortals, so he had all 8 abilities. What he used just now was the Sand Clan's ability. Not long after that day, the Sword Clan acted as if nothing had happened. Today, it was decorated with lanterns and colored banners again, and it was even livelier than before. Last time, when Jian Lufeng married Ling Jiaojiao, the other clans only sent their elders. This time, other than the Yu clan, all the 8 great clans sent their clan leaders to participate. And all the mountain leaders of the 8 Immortal Mountain had arrived. The mountain leader of the Black Immortal Mountain had changed. He was a shriveled old man who didn't speak much and only cared about eating peanuts. The reason why it was so grand this time was mainly because it wasn't a wedding today. It was two. Other than Jian Lufeng marrying Ling Jiaojiao, Mo Feiyu was also marrying Lin Ruoxian. And the person presiding over their wedding was actually the young sect leader, Lin Yuetian. Although the young sect leader hadn't arrived yet, he probably wouldn't miss such a lively day. In addition, the Yu clan was destroyed, and everyone was either dead or captured. The Sword Clan could be considered to have shown their might in this battle, and many people also gave them face. Originally, Jian Lufeng and Ling Jiaojiao's wedding should have been held more than 10 days ago. Once the wedding was over, Jian Lufeng and Ling Jiaojiao would be able to give birth to a genius with the bloodline of the Saber Sword Divine Emperor. At that time, if carefully nurtured, his talent might even be above Jian Liufeng's. Of course, no one cared about Ling Jiaojiao's life or death. Last time, Ling Xiao, Yi Wuxing, and the others had ruined the wedding. So this time, the Sword Clan's clan leader, Jian Kuan, specially chose an auspicious day, thinking that nothing would happen today. How could something happen? Yi Wuxing escaped. Ling Xiao died. The remaining henchmen of Ling Xiao weren't even worth mentioning. So they weren't worried about anything. Jian Kuan and Jian Ruchao were welcoming guests from all over the place. These guests didn't just come from inside the Eight Immortals mountain, but also from outside. All the famous people in the Eight Immortals county had arrived, and there were even people from the provincial capital. It was said that even the Chen Kingdom's royal family had sent 2 congratulatory gifts. Although the royal family didn't come to participate, it was already very impressive to have a congratulatory gift. Compared to Jian Kuan and Jian Ruchao, who were talking and laughing, the group of people sitting in the corner appeared to be cautious and submissive. In this group of people, there were people from the Lin clan represented by Lin Yuan. They were Lin Ruoxian's maiden family, and they were considered to be famous in the Eight Immortals county, so they didn't lose face. But Lin Ruoxian's injuries hadn't healed yet, and she was about to marry Mo Feiyu, and it was obviously forced. This made everyone in the Lin clan angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. In addition to them, there was another group of people, Ling Yuhua and the others from Yuhua town. They had been deceived. The people from the Eight Immortals mountain had told them that Ling Xiao was going to marry, and they had even forged a letter to lure them out of Yuhua town, and then kidnapped them here. Last time, Ling Jiaojiao's maiden family wasn't present, and people had criticized them. So this time, the Sword clan had prepared everything. Ling Yuhua wasn't weak. With the good things that Ling Xiao had given to the Ling clan, he had cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. With his current strength, he was naturally much stronger than before. But compared to the people present, it wasn't worth mentioning. So, everyone looked at him with disdain and mockery. Ling Yuhua didn't feel good about it. I don't know why the Sword clan wants Jian Lufeng to marry Ling Jiaojiao. She's just the descendant of a country bumpkin. What's so special about her? Look at her grandfather, he's just like a country farmer. Hee, you don't know this, right? Ling Jiaojiao has awakened the Sword Saber Shenhuang martial soul. If the Sword clan wants to obtain this bloodline, they have to let her marry Jian Lufeng. Yuhua town's Ling clan will probably soar to the sky if they get involved with the Sword clan. You only know one thing but not the other. The Sword tribe wants the bloodline of the Swordblade Divine Emperor. Once she gives birth to a child, her martial soul and bloodline will be transferred. Then, Ling Jiaojiao will be a piece of trash. It's better if she dies. I'm just afraid that she will be treated like trash and imprisoned in a small black room for the rest of her life. What's there to be envious about? Shoo! Lower your voice. You don't dare to say such things. So what if I say it? I'm not a piece of trash like that old man. My granddaughter is about to be killed and I don't even dare to say anything. It's quite embarrassing. How could Ling Yuhua not hear such a conversation, but what could he do? Even a genius like Ling Xiao had been killed, so what did he amount to? He didn't want his granddaughter to be killed. But as long as he dared to say a word, all the Ling clan members who came with him would die. Ling Yuhua, don't listen to the nonsense of those despicable people. If you do as we say obediently, I'll guarantee your Ling family's safety and wealth. Originally, Jian Kuan should be addressing them as in-laws. But how could he, who looked down on them, address them that way? He directly called Ling Yuhua by his name, completely acting high and mighty. Ling Yuhua clenched his teeth as his heart bled. It was this Eight Immortal mountain that destroyed their Ling family's hope and even humiliated his granddaughter. He touched his storage ring gently. There was a large amount of thunderfire power bombs that Ling Xiao gave him. Although he couldn't kill these sons of bitches, he could drag a few Sword tribe members down with him. Ling Yuhua wouldn't be afraid to see Ling Xiao in the underworld. Maybe he didn't treat Ling Xiao as a family member in the past. However, as time passed, the situation developed, and everything that Ling Xiao had done to the Ling family, even Ling Yuhua, who had a heart of steel, was affected by this. In his heart, Ling Xiao was his grandson. No matter if Ling Xiao admitted it or not, he could die for Ling Xiao. The reason why he was cheated this time was because of Ling Xiao. But it was a pity that Ling Xiao was already dead. Moreover, he died without a complete corpse. No, it should be said that he didn't even have a corpse. He couldn't save Ling Xiao, but before he died, he had to do something. A man couldn't possibly be too cowardly. That would be too useless. I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. Grandfather can't save you. Ling Yuhua looked at the woman with a red veil on the wedding stage and sighed helplessly. He had seen Ling Jiaojiao before. These days, Ling Jiaojiao's silence was frightening. Ling Ao Jiao Ling. There was no light in Ling Jiaojiao's eyes. They were like dead ashes. That kind of gaze made people think of a walking corpse. It was simply not a living person. However, Jian Lufeng didn't care. Anyway, he only wanted a child, not Ling Jiaojiao. So what if Ling Jiaojiao didn't like him? He had ways to prevent her from committing suicide. Ling Jiaojiao was still being controlled by the love goo. She was being controlled like a puppet. She couldn't do anything. This was the sad part of being weak. They couldn't even choose how to live or die. The auspicious time has arrived. Just as everyone was pointing and commenting on the two newlyweds on the stage, the MC shouted at the top of his voice, "The two newlyweds are coming out. Let's start the wedding ceremony." The first to walk out were two young heroes. One was Jian Lufeng, and the other was Mo Feiyu. Their cultivation and looks were similar. They were both top-notch handsome men. Oh, right. Mo Feiyu had already defected to the Sword Tribe and adopted Jian Kuan as his godfather. Hence, he was called Jian Feiyu. This traitor of the Moon clan had become an even more dazzling bridegroom in a grand and imposing manner. The two grooms were both wearing red robes with majestic lions embroidered on them. Under their dashing attire, they exuded a cold aura. The moment the two of them appeared, screams could be heard from below the stage. Those crazy women couldn't resist the charm of these two young men. They were young, powerful, and they had the Sword Tribe behind them. No matter in which aspect, they were top-notch. At least in the Eight Immortals city, being able to marry them was definitely the dream of many women. The grooms came out. Then, the brides were helped out. The first bride was Ling Jiaojiao. Her movements were stiff. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was being controlled. The second bride was Lin Ruoxian. She was actually sitting in a wheelchair. It was obvious that her injuries hadn't fully recovered and were still very serious. These two brides could be said to be strange. Many people could tell that there was a problem, but they didn't dare to say anything. Because this was the Eight Immortals Mountain. This was the Sword Tribe. They didn't want to offend powerful enemies. Ling Jiaojiao, just accept your fate. After more than 10 years, you're still mine. Ling Xiao, who stood up for you, is dead. He escaped invisibly. Who else can help you? Don't worry, I'll be gentle tonight so that you won't be in too much pain. After all, you still have to give birth to a baby for the Sword Tribe. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Jian Lufeng laughed very proudly. Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Jiaojiao had no choice but to submit. What a wonderful thing. Although the Moon Tribe had delayed the wedding until now to protect Ling Jiaojiao. But what was the use of delaying? Everything would end today. Ling Jiaojiao's heart was dead. The only thing she wanted to do now was to take revenge. Revenge for her brother. Revenge for herself, however, she had to wait for an opportunity. Tonight might be the best time to kill Jian Lufeng. On the other side, Mo Feiyu, oh no, it should be Jian Feiyu. He also cast a cold gaze at Lin Ruoxian. Lin Ruoxian, are you in despair? Back then, you were my enemy because of that kid. You didn't expect to become my woman today, right? I'm not as kind as Jian Lufeng. I'll let you live in torture. Don't worry, you won't die. You'll only suffer more. Ling Xiao is dead. You'll pay for his debt. Lin Ruoxian's mouth twitched. Her eyes were filled with anger. But all of this was meaningless. She hated the heavens. Why was it so unfair? Why did it let these evildoers rule? Ruchao, after the wedding, get rid of those people from Yuhua town. By then, they'll be useless. On the seat of honor, Jian Kuan actually said to Jian Ruchao, who was standing beside him. Not sure if it was intentional, but this voice reached Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yuhua's ears. He wanted to torture these two people. Let these two know that they were going to die, but there was nothing they could do. Jian Kuan, you beast. Finally, Ling Yuhua couldn't take it anymore. He originally planned to fight to the death after the other people from Yuhua town left. But now, Jian Kuan actually told Jian Ruchao to kill all of them. How could he bear it? He stood up like a madman. Since he was going to die anyway, he had nothing to be afraid of. How dare you? Hold him down. Jian Kuan sneered and ordered someone to hold Ling Yuhua down. He even took off the storage ring on Ling Yuhua's hand. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? There should be something in your storage ring. Without it, what else can you do? Just wait for your death, old man. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. Jian Kuan's smile was smug and proud, as if there was nothing wrong with what he had done. It was not that he was too cruel, but that the other party was too weak and too useless. Ah. Ling Yuhua looked up to the sky and sighed. Despair burned his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was about to kill himself on the steps. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It directly landed on the wedding stage. Boom! This bolt of lightning not only stopped the wedding that was in progress. It also scared Jian Kuan and the others to the side. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the lightning. A figure appeared in the bolt of lightning. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Sword Tribe. Who dared to cause trouble in the Eight Immortal Mountain? Who was it? Who are you? How dare you break into the Sword Tribe? Jian Kuan instantly recovered. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at the bolt of lightning. Under the bolt of lightning, smoke filled the air. For a moment, no one could see who it was. He's back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. The shout came from Lin Yang. All of Ling Zhao's friends, who had been hiding in the courtyard, came out. Today, they did not want to be cowards. Ling Xiao was already dead. They wanted to protect Ling Zhao's sister, Ling Zhaojiao, and Lin Ruoxian. Originally, they were all prepared to die. They all disguised themselves and hid in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. However, Lin Yang's voice made him the most eye-catching person in the crowd. However, no one recognized him or was interested in who he was. Everyone wanted to know who he was talking about. Who else? Of course it's Ling Xiao. Who else do you think has the guts to break into the Sword Tribe? Lin Yang said excitedly. Although he didn't see who was behind the lightning, Lin Yang believed that it was his boss, Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Ling Xiao fell into the demon sea. The young master and the elder of the Dark Ones saw it with their own eyes. Does he know how to bring the dead back to life? Jian Kuan looked up to the sky and laughed out loud, feeling that this was the biggest joke in the world. Is it so laughable that I'm alive? Suddenly, a voice sounded. This caused Jian Kuan, who was laughing heartily, to stop abruptly. He seemed to be in a daze as he stiffly turned around and looked at the figure standing there. Everyone was stunned. Ling Zhao's death was known to everyone a few days ago. And Feng Yun couldn't wait to announce Ling Zhao's death. He claimed that Ling Xiao had tried to save the traitor Ling Yin and was killed by him. However, today, Ling Xiao was standing there, alive and well. What was going on? You. Are you a human or a ghost? Among the people present, the most shocked was none other than Dark Flower. Back then, she had almost been killed by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly. At that time, she had seen Ling Xiao fall into the demon sea with her own eyes. When I meet a human, I'm a human. When I meet a ghost, I'm naturally a ghost. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Flower contemptuously and said, It seems that your injuries have basically healed. It's a pity that I didn't kill you back then. It's a pity that I didn't kill you back then. Then, he looked at Ling Zhaojiao and Lin Ruoxian as if there was no one around. Two pitiful women. One was seriously injured and couldn't move. The other was imprisoned by soul power like a marionette. Ling Yuhua, who was in his hand, had completely changed from despair to ecstasy. He thought he had fallen into hell, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in heaven. That kind of joy was indescribable with words. Old man, you acted like a man just now. But it's still too early for you to die. Ling Xiao smiled at him and activated his four-leaf demonic eyes. In just an instant, the soul power that had imprisoned Ling Zhaojiao was broken. The moment Ling Zhaojiao was rescued, she didn't care about everyone's gazes and actually threw herself at Ling Xiao while crying. His warm and strong arms made her finally feel the warmth of spring. Her lifeless eyes were suddenly filled with boundless vitality, becoming like a pool of autumn water. You bad boy. You bad boy. I knew you didn't die. You didn't die. Ling Jiaojiao almost choked with sobs. The sound of her wailing could be heard clearly in the entire Sword Tribe's courtyard. She was venting. She was venting. Only in this man's arms could she obtain a moment of peace and safety. Ling Xiao didn't stop Ling Jiaojiao from crying. What kind of torture did this strong girl go through during this period of time, he could imagine. Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian's barely able to speak words actually managed to squeeze out a few words. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect your sister. Lin Ruoxian was still blaming herself. In order to protect Ling Jiaojiao, she was severely injured by Lin Yuetian. Yet, she still blamed herself for not doing her duty. Ling Xiao cried. This man who didn't like to cry couldn't withstand this touching and heartbreaking feeling. He grabbed Ling Jiaojiao's hand and walked to Lin Ruoxian's side, hugging the proud and touching girl in his arms. No, you're not responsible. I didn't do well. Ling Xiao's tears began to burn at this moment, turning into a raging fire. It was anger and killing intent, it was anger that was about to erupt. Before he came back, he said that he would take the life of anyone who dared to hurt his friends and family. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Since you dared to disturb our wedding today, don't even think about getting out of here alive. Jian Lufeng said angrily. Jian Lufeng and Jian Feiyu recovered from the shock. Especially when they saw their bride in the arms of another man, they were so angry that their teeth were chattering. That's right. Ling Xiao, it's time to end the grudge between us. Jian Feiyu looked at Ling Xiao with a strong killing intent. However, Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Jian Kuan instead. Jian Kuan, you old dog. I said that I would destroy the family of anyone who dared to provoke my sister. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously. At this moment, Ling Xiao wished that he was a demon without emotions. He only wanted to kill. Kill until the sky turned dark. Kill until the ground was covered in blood, because he was too angry. Killing 1 or 2 people couldn't quell his anger. How dare you? Kid, last time, you had Yi Tianqing to back you up and let you escape. But this time, you dare to make trouble again. I'd like to see who can help you. Jian Kuan really couldn't understand. He Wuxing had already been beaten out of 8 Immortal Mountain. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he dare to cause trouble here? He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and there was actually some fear in his heart. This was because Ling Xiao never played by the rules, so he didn't dare to attack rashly. I'll deal with the matter of the Mountain Lord later. The dignified 8 Immortals Mountain had forced the strongest Grand Elder to rebel and the most outstanding and talented disciple to have no way out. It was truly a great feat, however, this was also normal. Even a traitor like Mo Feiyu could be treated as a delicious cake. The 8 Immortal Mountain was really a bunch of rascals now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a laughable scandal like forced marriage twice. They even used something like the love goo. Ling Xiao didn't seem to see Jian Kuan, Jian Lufeng, and Mo Feiyu's murderous gazes as he continued to speak. Before he took action, he wanted to announce his reason for doing so to let the guests here know. Let the Qin nation's royal family know. As for how they saw it and whether they believed him or not, that was another matter. Even those who rebelled had to find a legitimate reason for themselves, not to mention that Ling Xiao himself had a legitimate reason. Ling Xiao's words caused the audience below the stage to buzz with discussion. This was because many people could see that something was wrong with Ling Jiaojiao, and they could also see Lin Ruoxian's unwillingness. However, they didn't dare to say it, and they weren't sure. Now that Ling Xiao had directly exposed this layer of window paper, they naturally wouldn't care. Hearing the discussion below, the expressions of everyone in 8 Immortal Mountain changed drastically. Some lowered their heads in shame. However, most of them were livid and furious. Especially the people from the Sword Tribe, they were the first to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's criticism. However, perhaps because they had already made a fool of themselves before, the shameless Sword Tribe didn't care anymore. He knew that there were some people below who were prepared to watch a show. In that case, he would directly kill Ling Xiao and completely end this farce. I've long heard that the Eight Immortals Mountain has an arrogant and unruly disciple who once caused a huge commotion in the sword race. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems like it's true. That's right. To think that the sword race announced that Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless were chased away by them. I think there's something fishy about this. It doesn't matter if there's something fishy about him. Let's see how the sword race will deal with this matter today. If something goes wrong, not only will they lose face, even the Eight Immortal Mountain will lose face. Heh, interesting. I wonder how long that Ling Xiao can last. I hope he's not a guy who's all brawn and no brains. Otherwise, it would be too boring. There were many people who didn't mind watching the show. They didn't want to help anyone. They just wanted to watch the show. What a load of nonsense. Do you think the heroes of the world will believe you? You're now a wanted criminal of the Eight Immortals Mountain. You've been expelled from this sect. Whoever can kill you today is a hero of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Since you insist on courting death, then don't blame us for taking action. Jianquan knew that he couldn't let Ling Xiao go today. No matter what, he had to kill this guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to go out and see people in the future. That's right. Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless are traitors of the Eight Immortals Mountain. They were originally spies of the enemy who hid in the Eight Immortals Mountain. They harmed several people of the Dark Race, Sword Race, and Sand Race. Today, they actually dare to cause trouble and spout nonsense. This is simply unforgivable, Brother Jian. Do you want us to help you get rid of them? To comfort the dead of the Eight Immortals Mountain. At this time, the Dark Race's patriarch, Xianxia, also spoke. He even labeled Ling Xiao as a spy. Anyway, Ling Xiao had already been labeled as a traitor. He didn't care what label he put on Ling Xiao. See, this is the truth. Jian Kuan said loudly. Then, he gave Jian Lufeng a look. Jian Lufeng naturally understood. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of Dark Knight Formless. Later, he went missing. This made him unable to find an opportunity. Now, Ling Xiao was standing less than 3 meters away from him. As long as he attacked, Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. A terrifying aura was released. Jian Lufeng didn't hide his killing intent. This caused those who were watching the show to feel somewhat dispirited. With Jian Lufeng attacking, Ling Xiao can't be saved. This show ends here. That's not necessarily true. Maybe that kid has some other tricks. I heard that he's very good at using arrays. No matter how good an array is, without time to prepare, it's useless in the face of an expert. Among these people, there were many who hated Ling Xiao. For example, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's leader, Qi Lian, had 2 daughters who died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Her most outstanding disciple, Desert Cloud, had also died in the hands of Ling Xiao. There was also the Sand Race's expert, Tyrant. His sons, Sand Eagle and Sand Ocean, had both been killed by Ling Xiao. Now that the 2 of them were sitting together, they couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao alive. The reason why they couldn't do it before was because Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao was a Dark Race martial artist. But now, it was different. Ling Xiao had become a traitor of the entire Eight Immortal Mountain. Both of them wanted Ling Xiao dead. This was something that wouldn't change. Relax, Qi Lian. Today, I'll personally take action and kill that Ling Xiao. Tyrant stood up and said to Qi Lian. Initially, Qi Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But she didn't expect that Ling Xiao's strength would rise so quickly. It had only been slightly more than a month since Ling Xiao joined the Eight Immortal Mountain. But Ling Xiao could even kill a dark gold expert. Qi Lian didn't think she was a match for him. But Tyrant could. Brother Lin, that kid is very cunning. You have to be careful. Qi Lian reminded him. It's fine. Don't you know my cultivation level? I'm at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. 10 days ago, Ling Xiao was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. If I can't even kill him, I'm too useless. It's true that he's a genius, it's true that he's a monster, but I can take his life in one move. Saren confidently walked towards Ling Xiao and then said to Jian Kuan, "Clan head Jian Kuan, this bastard once killed 2 of my sons. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. I hope that clan head can grant me this wish and allow me to kill this bastard." "Alright. Since Brother Lin is so eager to get rid of this evil for the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can do it." Jian Kuan was also cunning. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was plotting, but since Saren proposed to deal with Ling Xiao, he had to agree. In this way, no matter what Ling Xiao was plotting, Saren would know once he took action. It wouldn't be too late to think of a way to deal with it later. Jian Lufeng was smart and naturally thought of this. Saren, this idiot. Since he's so willing to be a lab rat, I'll fulfill his wish. He sneered and withdrew his killing intent. He was ready to watch the show. "Thank you, clan leader Jian Kuan." Sha Lin was elated. If Jian Kuan did not agree, he could not do anything. But now, he finally had the chance to kill Ling Xiao openly. Not only would he not be punished, but he could also become the hero of the 8 Immortal Mountain. "Ling Xiao, leave quickly. You don't have to care about us. It doesn't matter if we die, but if you die, no one will avenge us." At this moment, Ling Yuhua seemed to have reacted. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could go against the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. From the initial surprise to the current panic, he had really become someone who cared deeply about his children. "My good brother, leave quickly. Listen to your grandfather." Ling Jiaojiao heard Ling Yuhua's words and immediately reacted. Now was not the time to be happy. The enemy was still there, and they were very powerful. Ling Xiao alone could not do anything. "Go. Leave quickly." Lin Ruoxian was so anxious that he wanted to get down from the wheelchair. She was also very worried. Because Ling Xiao was not only facing the Sword Tribe, but the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Yuetian was probably coming soon. That guy was vicious and merciless. Once he set his sights on Ling Xiao, it would be over. "Leave? Can he leave?" Jian Kuan sneered and immediately ordered, "Listen to my orders. Activate the defensive array and guard all the exits. Don't let this guy escape, since he's here, he can forget about flying out. No need to be so busy." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I won't leave. Since I, Ling Xiao, am here, I don't plan to escape. Even if I want to leave, I'll take them with me openly." He smiled and then took out 10 alchemy formation stones to protect Lin Ruoxian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yuhua. When they fought later, it was inevitable that there would be energy waves. He did not want to hurt his own people. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have much combat power. If they were threatened, it would be very troublesome. That was why he chose to appear here. "Ling Xiao, how dare you talk nonsense there? Back then, you killed my 2 sons and Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master's 2 daughters. You're incomparably vicious. I can't attack you because you're a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, I'll let you die with a clear understanding." Sarlin suddenly sped up and released his aura. A long sword had already appeared in his hand. The 9 black suns behind his back emitted a terrifying light amidst the yellow sand. They deserved to die. They deserved to die, and their deaths were not enough to be regretted. "You didn't have to die, but now you're here to die." Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't even use his sword. He didn't do anything. He just stood there and looked at Saren with disdain and indifference. "You're courting death." Saren was even angrier at being looked down upon. The terrifying black sun's light fused into the long sword in his hand, and the entire courtyard emitted ghostly wails and howls. This sword was incomparably powerful. It made people tremble with fear. The sword light shot out, aiming straight for Ling Xiao's throat. "Black Sun 9 strikes." Saren shouted angrily and used all his strength. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so he didn't want to hold back. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's friends, who were disguised in the crowd, broke out in cold sweat. They didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was now, but Saren's attack was really too powerful. Those who were watching the show were all wondering how Ling Xiao would die on the spot. "You're just a frog in a well. How pathetic. Are you playing house?" Ling Xiao sneered sarcastically. Then, he clapped his hands. The originally flat ground suddenly protruded, and a bronze coffin without a lid sprang out from it. A hole was torn in the sky, and the lid of the coffin fell from above. When Ling Xiao clapped his hands, Saren felt the danger. But he couldn't do anything. He was trapped by the coffin in an instant. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out. The bronze coffin fell to the ground, and there were still sounds of struggling coming from inside. This scene made countless people dumbfounded. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? Red Viper stood up with a look of horror. Looking at the bronze coffin, his heart was terrified to the extreme. Saren was trapped just like that? How did that guy do it? Could it be that he broke through again? Jian Lufeng also frowned and looked at this scene in surprise. Although he could also defeat Saren, it was definitely not so easy. It would take at least 5 moves. But Ling Xiao actually did it in 1 move. He couldn't help but worry about this. But at the same time, his killing intent towards Ling Xiao became even stronger. Because if he continued to let Ling Xiao live, he really didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao could become. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Ling Yuhua, who were under protection, were even more dumbfounded. Lin Ruoxian was the one who knew Saren's strength the best. Although he was inferior to her, it was also absolutely impossible to be such a good-for-nothing. Moreover, that attack just now, even she had to deal with it carefully too. But Ling Xiao finished off the other party so effortlessly. Peak of the 4th level of hell, is it? Looks like Ling Xiao he became stronger again. This guy is really creating miracles continuously. Lin Ruoxian's gaze was filled with love and admiration. While Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yuhua felt incomparably proud. Little thief, you better hurry up and let Brother Saren go. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial ground. Jian Kuan was also taken aback with fright. Ling Xiao, this guy's actions and deeds really made people unable to fathom. But Saren absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, where would his sword clan's face go? Are you farting? Ling Xiao gave Jian Kuan a contemptuous glance and said, do you think that I don't know what you were thinking about just now? You're afraid that I still have a follow-up move, so you deliberately let that Saren come up to court deaf. What a shrewd move. Unfortunately, that idiot Saren didn't even know that he was being used. Everyone, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's trying to sow discord. Jian Kuan said loudly in a panic. Don't worry, we naturally won't be so discord by him. However, this farce should end soon. Saren should still be alive. Quickly kill that Ling Xiao. Perhaps he can still be saved. Sha Tong Tian, the Sand Clan's elder, said coldly. As he spoke, he had already stood up. As an elder of the Sand Clan, Sha Tong Tian was naturally much stronger than Saren. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he attacked, Ling Xiao would naturally die. Sha Tong Tian, let me handle this guy. Hidden Flower slowly stood up and said to Sha Tong Tian, this guy is originally a disciple of the Dark Clan. If I kill him, it can be considered as cleaning up the clan. I hope you can agree. Hidden Flower was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao because she was almost killed by Ling Xiao on the 5th level of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao had already become an inner demon that restricted her from continuing to improve. If this inner demon was not removed, she would never have a day of peace. Moreover, according to the elder, Ling Xiao's instantaneous burst of power could only be used once. As long as she avoided it, there would be no danger. Forget it. Since Elder Hidden Flower wants to clean up the clan, I should step aside. Sha Tong Tian nodded and stepped aside. He only wanted Ling Xiao dead, so it was more reasonable for the Dark Ones to do it. Hidden Flower nodded and walked toward Ling Xiao. Kid, when I saw you fall into the demon sea, I thought I'd never be able to wash away the hatred in my heart. That day, you used a trick to hurt me. Today, I'm going to clean up the clan and wash you away from the dark race. Hidden Flower's cultivation was much higher than Saren's. Saren was only at the peak of the 4th level of hell, while Hidden Flower was at the peak of the 5th level of hell. The gap was too big. Therefore, if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there should be no suspense at all. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, Ling Yuhua, and the others were worried again. Clean up the clan? Ha ha ha, if Lin Yuetian hadn't arrived that day, you old dog would have died under my sword. You say I ambushed you, you're just trying to find a dignified excuse for yourself. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. This made everyone very surprised. Facing Saren was one thing, but facing an elder of the dark race, he could still be so calm. What exactly was this kid relying on? Humph, nonsense. You're going to die today. Although Hidden Flower was furious, she forced herself to remain calm. She knew that Ling Xiao's words were to shake her fighting spirit. Die? What are you going to use against me? Last time, your strongest move didn't do anything to me. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ignorant brat. Last time, I merely underestimated my opponent. Do you want to see my strongest move? I'll let you see it this time. You won't lose out if you die under this move. Hidden Flower snorted, and a huge black demon flower bloomed behind her. A long sword appeared in her hand. Above the long sword, black energy was continuously condensing. That's a top-tier jade martial technique. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. I've long heard that the 8 great clans of the 8 Immortal Mountain not only possess 8 great treasures, they can also comprehend jade-grade martial skills. Furthermore, every clan had a high-grade jade-grade martial skill that had been passed down to this day. Today, it seems that what he said was true. Although Hidden Flower's high-grade jade-grade martial skill was inferior, in the 8 Immortals Mountain, other than the top-grade jade-grade martial skills comprehended by the 8 great magic treasures, nothing else could compare to it. In many people's eyes, using it to kill Ling Xiao was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In the entire 8 Immortals County, there were very few people who could successfully cultivate and use a top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Hidden Flower was really determined to get rid of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. An ordinary mortal-grade spirit weapon appeared in his hand. To deal with you, I naturally have to use a weapon. Ling Xiao transformed into his black-striped flying tiger as soon as he retrieved his sword. He naturally couldn't deal with Hidden Flower like he did with Saren. He had to be more cautious. Don't you have a divine-grade spirit weapon? Why don't you use it? Hidden Flower asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Indeed, the Black Immortal Sword was so precious. How could Ling Xiao use it so easily? Hidden Flower was considered at the bottom of the first revolution 5th level of hell. If the peak of the 5th level to the early 6th level was divided into 10 steps, Hidden Flower was only at the first step. If he had to use the Black Immortal Sword to deal with her, then Ling Xiao would be too cowardly. Killing Hidden Flower too quickly was meaningless to him. Only in difficult battles could he hone his martial skills and strengthen his cultivation. Die, evil creature! Hidden Flower suddenly roared. The demonic flower behind him suddenly bloomed and turned into black shadows that merged into the sword in his hand. Then, the long sword turned into hundreds of terrifying black sword chi. At that moment, Hidden Flower looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of confidence and disdain. It was as if the shadow of the past had completely disappeared. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just a corpse that couldn't move. Dark Shadow Strike. With a furious roar, the power accumulated in the sword completely exploded. Hundreds of black sword chi merged into one and was incomparably huge. It had already locked onto Ling Xiao. The air seemed to be split apart by the sword chi, forming strange waves. The surrounding ground began to explode. If Ling Xiao hadn't prepared beforehand and provided Lin Ruoxian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yuhua with defensive arrays, they would have been in trouble. Crack, space seemed to be torn apart, countless people trembled in fear. In the entire Sword Tribe's courtyard, there were no more than 10 people who were confident that they could block such a powerful attack. Most people couldn't and didn't dare to block it. Jian Kuan, Sha Tong Tian, Jian Lufeng, Jian Feiyu, Qi Lian, and the others all revealed cold smiles. This was because they believed that Ling Xiao would definitely die this time. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, Ling Yuhua, and the others watched this scene nervously. Their hearts were in their throats. Although Ling Xiao was so confident, they really didn't know how Ling Xiao could block Hidden Flower's terrifying attack with his strength. Indeed, Ling Xiao hadn't revealed his full cultivation. He had used the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm to kill Saren. In fact, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the hell. Therefore, some people were worried and some people thought that he would definitely die. This was normal. The current 8 Immortal Mountain is really shameless. They actually want to use attrition warfare. Hidden Flower, do you still recognize me? Just as Ling Xiao was about to reveal his cultivation and fight with Hidden Flower to intimidate everyone present, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Yan couldn't help but jump out. Firstly, he was worried about Ling Xiao's safety. After all, Hidden Flower's cultivation was too strong. Secondly, he hated Hidden Flower to the core. This was because Hidden Flower was one of the first people to betray him. This woman had once killed his proudest disciple. Today, he would take revenge. Hearing Ling Yan's voice, Ling Xiao stopped transforming and put away his long sword. It was time for Ling Yan to appear. Now that the 8 Immortal Mountain was in chaos, Ling Yan's appearance could set things right and disperse the evil aura. Hidden Flower didn't even see who it was. He only saw a figure flying over from the sky. Then, the person grabbed his neck. Who is it? Even the patriarchs present didn't dare to be careless with someone who could instantly subdue Hidden Flower. Ling Yan. Those who regarded Ling Yan as a traitor called him by his name. Former sect master. Those who still respected Ling Yan and still respected Ling Yan called him by his name. But without exception, everyone was dumbfounded. Former sect master Ling Yan, this was a topic that couldn't be casually mentioned in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even his name couldn't be casually mentioned. Many people had only heard that Ling Yan had betrayed the 8 Immortal Mountain and seen the faces of the people on the wanted list. But they had never seen Ling Yan in person. Ling Yan stood there with one hand holding Hidden Flower and the other behind his back. He coldly looked down at everyone below the stage. That insufferably arrogant aura was somewhat similar to Ling Zhao's. Ling Yan, I haven't had my fill yet. Why did you make a move already? Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice their stunned expressions and asked with a smile. Boss, I'm not doubting your strength. It's just that Hidden Flower is my greatest enemy. If I can't kill him with my own hands, I won't be able to quell my anger. Moreover, why do I need you to deal with these rascals? He was actually a little worried about Ling Xiao, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, his boss was a very prideful person. Ling Yan, let go of my sister. Anya Xing stood up and roared. At the same time, he rushed toward Ling Yan. At the same time, Jian Kuan didn't stay idle either. He also charged over. Jian Lufeng and Jian Feiyu were on the stage, so they naturally helped. These 4 first transition 5th level experts all knew what Ling Yan meant. This was a fat piece of meat that was even bigger than Ling Zhao's. It was said that this person knew the secret of the 8 Immortals' inheritance. As long as they could capture him alive, they might be able to control the 8 Immortals' mountain. Save me. Big brother. Hidden Flower was held in Ling Yan's hand and was as weak as a little chick. She screamed for help in terror. She screamed for help, but because her neck was being choked, she couldn't make any sound. Hidden Flower, don't worry. Since Ling Yan dared to walk into the trap, he can forget about leaving alive today. As he spoke, Anya Xing, Jian Kuan, Jian Lufeng, and Jian Feiyu executed their moves at the same time. They wanted to attack Ling Yan together. However, Ling Yan didn't seem to see it. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. In the past, I, Ling Yan, treated you guys well. Especially you, Hidden Flower. I treated you like my own sister and gave you excellent martial arts. If anyone bullied you, I helped you resolve it. I even turned you from a worthless disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain into a senior elder of the Dark Tribe. And you? How did you treat me? Not only did he poison my food, he even cruelly killed my disciple in front of me. Disciple, Master has avenged you today. He wanted to kill Hidden Flower, but he also wanted to let Hidden Flower know why he died. After explaining the reason, Xianxia tightened his grip. Hidden Flower's neck was tilted to the side, and he was no longer breathing. At the same time, the attacks of the 4 people arrived. Ling Yan only casually waved his hand, and the 4 people were sent flying at almost the same time. Every one of them had dark red ribbons hanging from their mouths. Battered and exhausted, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. All 4 of them were seriously injured. This How could this be? When he was rescued by Ling Xiao, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be so powerful now? This is the power of the sixth level of hell. Falling to the ground, Anya Xing, Jian Kuan, Jian Feiyu, and Jian Lufeng were all terrified. If Ling Yan really reached the cultivation level that they guessed, then he would undoubtedly become a top expert in the entire Eight Immortals County. He would be invincible. Anya Xing no longer dared to talk about revenge. He lay on the ground like a pitiful dog. The other three people were also in a state of panic, their bodies trembling. They were powerless against this cultivation level. Even if there were 100 more martial artists like them, it would be useless. Unless they used a formation to trap Ling Yan, no matter how many people they had, they would not be able to defeat him. Ling Yan was back. This in itself was shocking. Ling Yan appeared in the form of a top expert. This made some people with ulterior motives even more anxious and restless. They whispered in fear and did not dare to talk about anything that would offend Ling Xiao. This was because they had heard Ling Yan call Ling Xiao boss. What did this mean? No wonder Ling Xiao dared to appear here and kill Tyrant. With the help of a top expert like Ling Yan, who would he be afraid of? Despair. This time, it was the Sword Tribe's turn to feel despair. They had treated Ling Xiao and Ling Yan as traitors and wanted them. Now that the two of them had returned, they had become extremely powerful. Ling Xiao was still alright, but with Ling Yan's current strength, no one present was his match. Suddenly, 8 extremely powerful auras came from the horizon. This gave Jian Kuan and the rest, who had almost given up hope, a new hope. Tribe Elders. The 7 Tribe Elders and the young sect master are here. Someone exclaimed in joy. It was no wonder. With Ling Yan's appearance, they naturally had to appear. Otherwise, the position that they had stolen from Ling Yan would really be gone. Among the 7 Tribe Elders, only the Yu Tribe's Tribe Elder was absent. However, with the young sect master Lin Yuetian, these 8 people's strength had all reached the 6th level of hell. It was just that some were stronger and some were weaker. Among them, the 4 Tribe Elders had reached the peak cultivation level. The other 3 Tribe Elders were at the middle stage. As for Lin Yuetian, he was at the late stage. However, no matter what, they were the top experts in the 8 Immortal City. With their arrival, Ling Zhao's enemies no longer feared them. When Lin Yuetian and the rest appeared, the first thing they saw was Ling Xiao and Ling Yan, who were still alive. This made them extremely shocked. This was because Lin Yuetian and the Dark Tribe's Tribe Elder, and Feng Yun, had personally witnessed the two of them falling into the Demon Sea. Now, the two of them had actually returned alive. And they seemed to be even more powerful than before. What was going on? Originally, they would not have appeared together. After all, there was only one Ling Xiao. They did not really care. They thought that the people present were enough to kill Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that Ling Yan had appeared again. His cultivation level was so strong that he could easily defeat Jian Kuan, and Yexing, Jian Lufeng, and Jian Feiyu. He had even killed Feng Yun with his own hands. Ling Yan, you betrayed the 8 Immortal Mountain and betrayed the sect. Now you dare to come back. Why don't you surrender when you see us? Lin Yuetian pointed at Ling Yan's nose and shouted. Ling Yan laughed coldly. I betrayed the 8 Immortals Mountain, what a joke. If not for me, the 8 Immortals Mountain would have been swallowed by the Heavenly Wind Group. Today would not have happened, because of my benevolence and forbearance. You secretly harmed me and even pushed the bucket of shit onto my head. Today, I am back for revenge. The Ling Yan of the past is no longer here. The current Ling Yan has returned from the Yellow Springs. He will not show any mercy. Don't think that I don't know that you are colluding with the dragon cult. Lin Quan, who is sitting on the sect leader's seat, is a disciple of the dragon cult. Although the 8 Immortals Mountain is not as powerful as the dragon cult, at least we don't have to sacrifice the lives of our disciples to satisfy the cultivation of those demons. However, after I reincarnated, many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain went missing. Don't you understand? Where did they go? What happened to them? How can you continue to act dumb? What a load of nonsense. Do you think that this nonsense of yours will be accepted and accepted by others? Ridiculous. Kill. Lin Yuetian did not want to hear Ling Yan's nonsense. With the 8 of them attacking together, no matter how strong Ling Yan was, he would not be able to defeat them. Since their young master had spoken, the other 7 naturally did not dare to disobey. Otherwise, they would end up like the Yu clan. Buzz. Just as the 8 of them attacked together, a strong gust of wind formed on the spot. The gust of wind was so strong that it blew the 8 of them away. They fell to the ground, each of them covered in blood. They were battered and exhausted. A devastatingly beautiful woman with peerless elegance arrived. She landed beside Ling Xiao and bowed to Ling Xiao. Master, the matter has been settled. The Yu clan people have been released by Shindian. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. He and Ling Yan had arrived here first. He had arranged for Shindian to save the Yu clan people. Shindian had already formed a physical body. Although she had not fully recovered her strength, she did not need to hide anymore. She could walk freely like a normal person. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this strange scene. A beautiful woman who was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end actually called Ling Xiao master after easily defeating the 8 level 1/6 transformation experts. What the hell was going on? The 8 of them also looked at Shindian. They were shocked to find that they could not see through Shindian's cultivation level even with their eyesight. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a huge red sun. That light could melt them all. How is this possible? The hearts of the 8 great masters were as cold as the 9 nether cold springs. This woman was too powerful, she was so powerful that they could not help but look up to her. In front of this woman, they were just pitiful children. Ling Xiao only fell into the demon sea. How could he bring back such a terrifying expert? They could not understand. They could not understand. Could this be the expert behind Ling Xiao? The sword tribe elder could not help but ask. Impossible. Although that person is powerful, he is at most on par with this old man. But this person before us is simply too terrifying. And Feng Yun shook his head. He didn't believe it was the same person. They were whispering here, but those who were waiting for them to deal with Ling Yan were completely dumbfounded. If the 8 of them joined forces, even the Heavenly Wind group would not dare to fight them head-on. It could be said that they were invincible in the 8 Immortals County. But now, a young lady who looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old had easily sent them flying. Was this really not a dream? If this was a dream, they really wanted to wake up as soon as possible. But then, an even stranger scene appeared. With Lin Yuetian as the leader, the 8 masters crawled up from the ground and knelt down. Senior, please forgive us for not going out to meet you. If my 8 Immortal Mountain has offended you, please forgive us. Whatever you want, we won't hesitate. Lin Yuetian and the 7 tribe elders were now thinking of how to appease this lady. In their opinion, the reason why this lady called Ling Xiao master was probably because Ling Xiao had used some sweet words to coax her. After all, this lady did not look old. What was going on? Was this really not a dream? Seeing the 8 masters kneeling down and begging for mercy, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This scene was simply unimaginable. After the shock, everyone thought about it again. Such a powerful lady actually called Ling Xiao master. Didn't this mean that Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted in the 8 Immortals Mountain? Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. This was too heaven-defying. This was simply cheating. Many people began to worry about their own fate. The first to bear the brunt were in Feng Yun, Lin Yuetian, Jian Kuan, Jian Lufeng, Jian Feiyu, and in Yexing. With Ling Zhao's personality, there was no way he would let this matter rest. Since he had returned, it was for revenge. They began to tremble with fear. Some were so nervous that they lost control of their bowels. That kind of embarrassing situation was truly laughable. Senior, this man is a traitor of the 8 Immortals Mountain. He used flowery words to get you to do something for him. This is simply the ambition of a wolf. As long as you are willing to become the guardian of the 8 Immortals Mountain, we will give you the best treatment. The sword tribe elder suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Shindian. He was taking a gamble. This was because he did not believe that the lady, who was so powerful, would really submit to Ling Xiao. However, since it was a gamble, there would be times when one was wrong. And this time, he was ridiculously wrong. The moment he finished speaking, his head flew out of his body. The lady merely waved her hand. No one knew what kind of divine ability she had used, but no one could see it. Not even Ling Xiao. When everyone realized that the sword tribe elder had died on the spot, someone exclaimed in shock. It was too terrifying. Killing a tribe elder in one move. This kind of expert was definitely not someone the Eight Immortals Mountain could provoke. Now, everyone was trembling in fear and panic. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of judgment. How dare you look down on my master? You are courting death. The lady clapped her hands and said coldly as if she had just killed an ant. All right, Shindian, just scare them a little. Lin Quan, since you are already here, come out. Otherwise, I will kill everyone here. Ling Xiao suddenly looked outside the courtyard. There, a figure slowly landed in the courtyard. He sighed softly and cupped his hands at Ling Yan, Ling Xiao, and Shindian. If you have any orders, I will definitely do it. However, the Eight Immortals Mountain is a sect under the protection of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. If you really want to destroy the Eight Immortals Mountain, you must be careful. Slap. What answered him was a resounding slap. It is not your turn to speak here. You only need to do as I say. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Quan and said coldly. Yes. I will do as you say. Lin Quan narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. It could be seen that this guy was very tolerant. No matter how others forced him, he would not get angry. Or rather, even if he was angry, he would only hold it in and not vent it. Tell me your true identity. Don't lie. Otherwise, I have a good temper, but the lady beside me has a bad temper. Ling Xiao said coldly. Lin Quan trembled slightly. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, he could forget about staying in the Eight Immortals Mountain in the future. However, if he did not say it, he would die now. He let out a long sigh and said, I, Lin Quan, belong to the dragon cult. Ah! Exclamations sounded at the scene. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's previous words were really nonsense. However, it seemed that was not the case. Lin Quan had already admitted it. Alright, it's fine as long as you admit it. Tell me about how you plotted against Ling Yan's former sect master. Ling Xiao continued to pressure him. Back then, I betrayed the dragon cult. The former sect master took me in and let me join the Eight Immortal Mountain. He groomed me to become an elder of the Eight Immortal Mountain. However, I repaid his kindness with enmity. I secretly plotted against him and forced him to enter the reincarnation cycle in advance. After that, I found his reincarnated body and tried to steal the secret of the Eight Immortal Ancestors' inheritance. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Lin Quan told him everything in detail. In this way, Ling Yan's injustice was cleared. Ling Xiao began to take revenge for himself. He walked to Mo Feiyu's side. No, he should be called Jian Feiyu now. This person is a thief. He killed the disciples who participated in the entrance exam and destroyed the reputation of the Eight Immortal Mountain. He deserves to die 10,000 times. After saying that, he suddenly attacked and killed Jian Feiyu with a sword. The grudge between him and Jian Feiyu was completely settled after this sword. It was ridiculous that Jian Feiyu betrayed the Moon Clan and joined the Sword Clan in order to better take revenge on Ling Xiao. In the end, he died in front of Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao walked in front of Jian Lufeng. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. A strange scene appeared on the horizon. A golden light was shooting toward them at high speed. This golden light turned into a golden dragon and landed on the ground. It turned out to be dozens of martial artists wearing golden armor. The leader was wearing a golden armor with a golden dragon circling around him. He looked very mighty. The strength of these people made everyone present, except for Shindian, so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Greetings, eldest miss. After this group of people arrived, they all knelt in front of Shindian and called her eldest Mississippi. Shindian's expression suddenly changed, but a moment later, it returned to normal. So it's the Golden Knights. I still have some things to deal with here. I'll entertain you after I'm done. Shindian said lightly. Eldest miss, something happened to the Lord. The leader of the Golden Knights suddenly said. What? What happened to father? Xindian exclaimed. Seeing the expression on the godly grimoire's face, Ling Xiao knew that today's revenge could only come to an abrupt end. He wanted revenge, and the divine grimoire was indispensable. Without the divine grimoire, it was impossible for him to defeat that old dog Lin Quan. Not to mention, the Eight Immortals Mountain was backed by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Xindian, let's deal with your problem first. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Jian Lufeng. It would be more fun to kill these people himself. Relying on the divine grimoire didn't feel too good. In any case, now that his cultivation had greatly improved, he was no longer afraid of these people. Thank you, master. Xindian nodded emotionally. Let's go. Let's talk in my courtyard. It's quieter there. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Lin Yang and the others walked out of the crowd. They led Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxin, Ling Yuhua, and the others out of the Sword Tribe's courtyard. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, no one thought of stopping him. Everyone was eager for such a fiend to leave. Now that Ling Xiao had the protection of the girl called Xindian, who could touch him, who dared to touch him, no one knew where the girl came from. Those golden knights were all so powerful that it was terrifying. Who knew what would happen after offending such a force? Thinking of this, everyone felt their hearts tremble with fear. Being slapped in the face was considered light. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. The moment Ling Xiao left, Jian Lufeng collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he really felt that he was going to die. When his mood gradually calmed down, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I don't care what force is behind you. I must kill you. Kill you. In Jian Liufeng's opinion, Ling Xiao was just relying on Ling Yan and Xindian as his backing. He wasn't strong himself. As long as he was willing, he had enough strength to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left. But in the sword race's courtyard, dark clouds still covered it. No one dared to leave. Everyone was waiting there, waiting for fate's verdict. Because they were afraid that if they left, they would offend that terrifying Ling Xiao. In the end, no one would be able to survive. Returning to Ling Xiao's courtyard, Xindian had a secret talk with those golden knights. Finally, she walked out gloomily. Lass, don't have to pull a long face. You have to smile. Since you have matters at home, go back first. It's a pity that my strength is too weak. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and help you. Without waiting for Xindian to speak, Ling Xiao already guessed Xindian's meaning. But I can't bear to part with master. How about master leave with me? Xindian said reluctantly. I want to, but I can't hide under your pomegranate skirt for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, a place that's too scary is not suitable for me to improve. It's better for me to move forward step by step like this. If it was just an ant, there might be hope for it to deal with a locust that was bigger than it. But if it had to fight against a human, the result was very likely to be trampled to death. So although Ling Xiao wanted to leave with Xindian as soon as possible, he held back. Although the Black Tortoise continent is big, it still has its limits. We'll meet again one day. Ling Xiao smiled and said, also, don't call me master in front of those people in the future. Otherwise, I'll be killed by you. In fact, he had already keenly noticed the hostility of the leader of the Golden Knights. It was because Xindian called him master. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. For people like the Eight Immortal Mountain, although they were stronger than him, he still had a chance to escape, so he wasn't afraid. But for people like these Golden Knights, he couldn't even escape. Naturally, he didn't want to offend them. If he dares to touch you, I'll kill him. Xindian said very seriously, but master, I'll listen to you. I won't call you master in the future. Can I call you brother Ling Xiao? Okay, that's better. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. By the way, I have a request. Can you take my sister Ling Jiaojiao with you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Jiaojiao staying in the Eight Immortal Mountain was always troublesome. The bloodline of the Sword and Saber Divine Emperor would always be coveted here. And Ling Jiaojiao's bloodline awakened too late. Her strength increased too slowly. It was impossible for her to protect herself. With Xindian, even if she couldn't become stronger, at least she shouldn't be in danger. That depends on whether she's willing or not. In fact, with her bloodline, she'll definitely be welcomed by us. I believe that it won't be long before she can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Xindian looked at Ling Jiaojiao and asked for her opinion. I'm willing. Ling Jiaojiao actually wanted to make this request herself. She didn't want to keep causing trouble for Ling Xiao. The best choice was naturally to leave. Alright, since your sister is willing, then leave with me. Big brother Ling Xiao, don't worry. As long as I, Xindian, am alive, nothing will happen to sister Jiaojiao. Xindian looked at Ling Xiao seriously. I'm relieved with your promise. Ling Xiao nodded, then looked at Ling Yuhua and said, Old master, are you willing to let her go? Of course. Ling Yuhua actually nodded his head resolutely. The weak can only be bullied by others, and can only be slaughtered by others. If it weren't for your return and Miss Xindian's help, I'm afraid that Jiaojiao and I wouldn't even have the ability to perish together. Jiaojiao's life would be completely ruined. I hope that she can become stronger. Since Miss Xindian said that Jiaojiao, who has the saber sword divine emperor martial spirit, can be valued by their family, then I'd rather believe it. The current Ling Yuhua didn't lose his rationality, but he had become more affectionate and righteous. Ling Xiao welcomed such a Ling Yuhua. Young miss, we should leave. The gold knights who were waiting there were already impatient, but they still spoke very politely. Alright, Huang Jinrufeng, if you continue to urge me, I won't go back. Of course, Xindian said this out of anger. Her father was in trouble, so she couldn't not go back. After speaking, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Big brother Ling Xiao, I have to go back. My father is in trouble, so I can't not go back. But big brother Ling Xiao, you must remember me. I'll come back to find you. No need, I'll go find you. Ling Xiao looked at Xindian and said with a smile, you should at least tell me where you are, right? Xindian nodded and said, Big brother Ling Xiao, if you really want to find me, then you have to step out of the Black Tortoise continent's weakest western region. Then, you have to find a place called Golden Heavenly Kingdom. When you get there, you just have to ask the Golden Clan and you'll find me. Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Ling Xiao was shocked. The western region of the Black Tortoise continent was the weakest place? If that was the case, then the Mystic Snake Devil sect and the other sects were not even worth mentioning. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? But since it was said by the Divine Grimoire, it should not be wrong. Golden Heavenly Kingdom, I will definitely go, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. By the way, big brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. This is the secret sword that I wear. Although it's not as powerful as the previous one, it can transform into my human form. On one hand, it can prevent big brother Ling Xiao from forgetting about me. On the other hand, it can also scare the people from the Eight Immortals Mountain. I know that big brother Ling Xiao will definitely return to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the Ox Deity's Maze battle. You won't even have the chance to go to the Arcana Academy in the capital of the Qin Kingdom. Although Xindian was young, he was very smart. He actually saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. That's right, the reason why Ling Xiao didn't really start a massacre, in addition to the sudden departure of the Divine Grimoire, was that he wanted to use the Eight Immortals Mountain to climb up. He wanted the sect to become his stepping stone. Thank you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. Xindian was so considerate of him. He didn't treat Xindian so well in the past in vain. I'm leaving, big brother Ling Xiao. Xindian's eyes were already filled with tears. She didn't even want to look at Ling Xiao anymore and turned her head away. Because she was afraid that her heart would soften and not want to leave. Ling Jiaojiao also didn't plan to return to Yuhua town. As the saying goes, seeing things reminds one of one's feelings. If she went back, she would only be more reluctant to part. Rather than that, it was better not to go back. It wouldn't be too late to come back when she was stronger in the future. Ling Xiao, when big sister becomes stronger in the future, I will definitely come back to protect you. I can't always let you protect me. Ling Jiaojiao wiped her tears and said with a smile. Then big sister Jiaojiao, you will be disappointed, because I will always be stronger than you. Don't forget, your younger brother is the #1 genius of the profound world. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I'm afraid you can't escape my protection in this lifetime. Humph, then let's compete. Ling Jiaojiao also turned her head, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. The two girls were almost running because they were afraid that they would stop because of the reluctance in their hearts. The Golden Knights had already prepared a huge carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was actually a Pegasus that was completely golden in color and had a pair of golden wings. The carriage left Ling Zhao's courtyard under the escort of the Golden Knights. However, the leader of the Golden Knights, Huang Jinrufeng, didn't leave. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly, Brat, I should have killed you for daring to let Big Miss call you master. But seeing that you saved Big Miss, I won't kill you. However, there are some things that I have to make clear to you. With your aptitude, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the golden heavenly country even if you die. So in this life, don't think about Big Miss anymore. It's useless. It's not that I look down on you, but you are too weak. Let alone going to the golden heavenly country, you might not even be able to walk out of the Qin state. And in the western region, there are many countries that are stronger than the Qin state. Tens of thousands. If you can step out of the Qin state and make a name for yourself in the western region, I'm already thinking too highly of you. Huang Jinrufeng's words were cruel. They were also very realistic. He was telling Ling Xiao the truth about how difficult it was to reach the golden heavenly country. Ling Xiao lowered his head as if he was thinking about Huang Jinrufeng's words. Facing Huang Jinrufeng, his past advantages were all gone. Because even if he cultivated to the rebirth state, he would only have a place in the western region. So he wanted to think carefully. However, in Huang Jinrufeng's eyes, he was yielding. Huang Jinrufeng was very satisfied. He took out a set of golden armor from his storage ring and said, I, Huang Jinrufeng, am very clear about gratitude and grudges. You saved Big Miss and helped her so much. I'll give this armor to you. It can help you block 3 attacks from Yinyang realm experts in the 6th level of hell every day. Remember, only 3 times. Make good use of it. With it, you will definitely be safe in the 8 Immortals County. So I suggest that you stay here forever, marry a virtuous woman, be an ordinary person, and live happily for the rest of your life. Many people say that one can climb to the top of the world as long as they work hard, regardless of their background. But let me tell you, there are only a few people who can do such a thing, even in the history of more than 100,000 years. You don't have the qualifications or the ability. Instead of risking your life and dying outside, it's better to live a normal life. Haha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Huang Jinrufeng asked, puzzled. I'm just laughing. Isn't it funny to say that others can't do what you can't do? It's not up to you to judge whether I have the qualifications or ability. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly grew stronger. He resisted Huang Jinrufeng's pressure and said, don't worry, it won't be long. In a few years, I'll set foot on the golden heavenly nation. At that time, don't be too shocked. As for this golden armor, I don't need it. You should take it back. I helped the gods' grimoire out of friendship, not because I wanted to get something. Ling Xiao said loudly. Ha 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 ha. Huang Jinrufeng looked up to the sky and laughed, you have backbone. Unfortunately, there are too many people with backbone in this world, but not many succeed. I'll wait for you. I hope you won't make me wait too long. I really want to see if the young miss has made a mistake. He casually threw the golden armor to Ling Xiao and said, consider this as me lending it to you. If there really comes a day when you reach the golden heavenly nation, you can return it to me. Huang Jinrufeng broke through the air and disappeared into the vast horizon. Ling Xiao knew that although his words were very loud, the gap between him and Huang Jinrufeng was too big. Therefore, he had to work even harder in the future. The Ox God's Maze, the Qin nation's secret realm, he would not let any of them go. Becoming stronger was the main theme of his life. Boss, let's go back to the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Yan patted Ling Zhao's shoulder and said. No, you shouldn't go back. With your current cultivation, staying in the 8 Immortal City is simply a waste of time. Go to the Qin nation's capital and wait for me there. I'll definitely find you. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Yan wanted to stay behind to protect him. However, he did not want to be protected like this. Especially with his current strength, he was no longer afraid of those people. With the help of the butterfly lady's soul, he could even fight against elders. But boss, if I leave, what if those guys do something to you? Ling Yan frowned. The divine grimoire had left. Ling Xiao returning to the Eight Immortal Mountain alone was a very troublesome matter. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When has your boss ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't forget, I've already broken through the 5th floor of the ghost prison. A mere 8 Immortal Mountain can't do anything to me. However, I am very unfamiliar with the Qin Kingdom's capital. So, you have to help me familiarize myself with it. That way, when I go there, I won't be at a loss. Alright, since boss has put it this way, I'll listen to you. Ling Yan knew very well that if he continued to stay in the 8 Immortals County, not only would he not make any progress, he might even regress. Therefore, he had to go out. He wanted to go to the Qin Kingdom's capital and open up a new world for Ling Xiao. Just like that, Ling Xiao sent off Xin Dian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yan. Then, he spent some time to send Ling Yuhua and the others back to Yuhua town. He also gave Ling Yuhua a seal that had his divine consciousness on it. That way, the fake letter could be recognized very quickly. That way, they would not be deceived again. After returning to Yuhua town, Ling Xiao strengthened the formation and set up a new spirit gathering formation. Now that his cultivation had increased, his strength had increased greatly. The formations that he could set up were naturally stronger and more numerous. Not only could the spirit gathering formation provide endless energy for the other formations, it could also help the people of Yuhua town increase their cultivation speed. He believed that it would not be long before Yuhua town would develop to a level that was not inferior to the 8 Immortals County. After doing all that, Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain. When he left Yuhua town back then, he really wasn't even worth a fart. His cultivation was only at the pitiful Grotto Heaven realm. He was not even at the half-stepping young realm. Now, he had become the most outstanding genius in the 8 Immortals County. He had even become an influential figure in the 8 Immortals Mountain. When he returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao realized that the people in the Sword Tribe's courtyard had already dispersed. Perhaps because they could not sense the aura of the Golden Knight and the Divine Grimoire, they thought that the danger had left. In Ling Zhao's courtyard, Lin Ruoxian's injuries had healed in a short time because of the elixir that Huang Jinrufeng had given her before he left. The strength of the others had increased greatly because of Huang Jinrufeng. It seemed that Huang Jinrufeng was a good person even though he was cold on the surface. The ones who improved the most were Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang. One of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. The other had reached the 5th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. Although an ordinary Yin Yang realm could not compare to a 1st level Yin Yang realm, Lin Yang's improvement was huge. The others had also improved. Lin Ruoxian had also broken through the shackles of the past and finally reached the peak of the 5th level of Hell of the Yin Yang realm. Now, she was not inferior to the top geniuses like Jian Lufeng and Ming and Hai Wuzuan. In the past, she had been suppressed by these people. Sigh, I owe them such a big favor. I must repay it. Golden Heavenly Nation, wait for me. I will go. Ling Xiao sighed. Next, it was his turn to deal with the matter. He took out the secret sword that the Divine Grimoire had given him from his storage ring and silently chanted an incantation. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. The Divine Grimoire's substitute appeared. This substitute could emit the same terrifying aura as the Divine Grimoire, but it had no combat strength. It was a paper tiger that could be broken with a single poke. However, Ling Xiao believed that no one would dare to poke this paper tiger. This was because the terrifying strength that erupted from the godly grimoire at that time had almost paralyzed the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Even the sect master, Lin Quan, was terrified. He sat there and waited. Soon, almost all the upper echelons of 8 Immortal Mountain gathered outside the courtyard. Sect Master, Lin Quan. Young Sect Master, Lin Yuetian. And the remaining 7 clan elders. Although the Sword Clan elder was killed, the Yu Clan elder had been released, and she was now on Ling Zhao's side. The 8 great families founding elders and elders. And the 8 Immortal Mountain's mountain lords had all arrived. And the geniuses were all kneeling on the ground, waiting for the divine grimoire's instructions. Looking at the submissive and panicked appearance of these people outside, Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart. If these people knew that the divine grimoire had actually left and that this was just a paper tiger that could emit its aura, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Although he found it funny, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. Some words were not as important as the divine grimoire's words. The divine grimoire's substitute could naturally speak. This was just a basic function. You're all here. The divine grimoire's substitute spoke in a very arrogant tone. Greetings, senior. What orders do you have? Lin Quan asked respectfully. The others were also frightened. They did not know what this despairingly powerful woman wanted to do. I have to leave the Eight Immortals County for a while because of some matters. However, my good disciple will continue to cultivate in Eight Immortals Mountain. He has already been recognized as the master of the Shadow Black Gourd. To be exact, he is now the leader of the Dark Ones. However, he is still young and I don't want him to be the leader. However, he must have the right to participate in the Ox Deity's maze. Shin Codex's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to silence the people outside. However, when they heard that the terrifying woman was leaving, they relaxed a little. But Senior, Ling Xiao is a wanted criminal of Eight Immortals Mountain. He has been expelled from the sect. He has no right to participate in the Ox Deity's maze. There were still some bold people in the crowd. The one who spoke was Ming. Although Ming was a woman, she had a very proud temper. Perhaps she could be considered a person with a backbone. However, it was clear that her backbone wasn't suitable for the current situation. As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yun, Anya Xing, and the others broke out in a cold sweat. If that terrifying woman went crazy, Ming would be dead for sure. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. As soon as Ming finished speaking, she was sent flying. She fell unconscious on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Many of the Dark Ones were angry, but they didn't dare say anything. What they didn't know was that it wasn't Shin Codex who attacked Ming, but the butterfly girl. Ling Xiao didn't let the butterfly girl use her full strength. Because if she did, she would fall unconscious again. She wouldn't be able to help him for a long time. That was why Ming didn't die. She was only unconscious. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that my good disciple needs to be taken care of by you, I would have killed you. This time I will teach you a lesson first. Shin Codex's substitute snorted. Since Ling Xiao has been recognized as the master of the Shadow Black Gourd, he is fully deserving of being a member of the Dark Ones. If anyone dares to object, they will be enemies with your ancestor and violate the rules of your ancestors. I taught her a lesson, right? Senior, you are right. Feng Yun, Anya Xing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Ming didn't die. Feng Yun and Nightwalker of the Dark Race were very unhappy. Ling Xiao was actually recognized by the Shadow Black Gourd as its master. This was something that they had never expected. Aside from the first ancestor of the Dark Race, no one else had ever been able to make the Gourd recognize them as its master. They were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice but to accept the reality before their eyes. In their opinion, since Xindian was Ling Xiao's master, he naturally had the confidence to control the Shadow Black Gourd. After all, the Dark Shadow Black Gourd was nothing much in the eyes of such an expert. Truth be told, Ling Xiao didn't care about the Dark Shadow Gourd. If it wasn't for saving Sire Shui, he wouldn't need it. What he needed more was the Black Immortal Sword. He wondered if the Black Immortal Sword and the Dark Shadow Black Gourd could fuse into one. Forget it. In front of such a powerful martial artist, it's already not bad if I don't lose my life. As for the Shadow Black Gourd, since Ling Xiao has already obtained it, we can only let him be. In that instant, Feng Yun seemed to have aged a lot. His meticulously planned plan turned out to be a complete failure in the end. He thought that Ling Xiao would never be able to comprehend the shadow martial art, but Ling Xiao had comprehended it. He thought that Ling Xiao would never be able to obtain the Shadow Black Gourd, but Ling Xiao had also taken it for himself. All of this was beyond his expectations. Of course, the most important thing was still that terrifying woman. As long as that woman existed, she would become their curse. It won't be too late to deal with Ling Xiao after that woman leaves. Jian snorted coldly in his heart. Who knew that the woman seemed to have seen through his thoughts and suddenly said, although I will leave a helper for Ling Xiao. Although her strength isn't as good as mine, she won't put a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of hell in her eyes. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. When Jian heard this, he immediately kept quiet out of fear. His heart was filled with fear. Seeing this guy's expression, Ling Xiao was very happy. In fact, Shen Dian had left long ago, but he was still here pretending to be a ghost. He even purposely removed the array formation in the courtyard. It was an empty fort strategy for the other party to see. He wanted to make the other party suspicious. The smarter a person was, the easier it was to be fooled at this time. Coincidentally, there weren't many idiots in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Alright, I should leave. Don't let me down with the arrangements for the Ox Deity Maze. Then, she disappeared into the distance, and the terrifying aura gradually disappeared. The people kneeling on the ground didn't dare to get up for a long time. Because they had accumulated too much fear. Even if Shen Dian left, they didn't dare to be careless. And Feng Yun, you'll be in charge of the Dark Tribe. I'll leave first. After a long time, the first person to stand up was Lin Quan. His son Lin Yuetian followed. After the two left, the other families also left. Right now, everyone was quietly observing the situation, not wanting to offend Ling Xiao. Who knew if that woman had deliberately pretended to leave and then hid nearby to spy on them? The tragic deaths of Jian Feiyu, the Sword Clan elder, and Elder Hidden Flower were still vivid in their minds. No one wanted to become a corpse in the hands of that woman and Ling Yan. In the end, only the Dark Tribe was left. And Feng Yan stood up carefully and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, do you know that the number of participants in the Ox Deity Maze is limited? We only have 2 spots, one for Enming and the other for Hai Wuzuan. This time, not only will the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group participate in the Battle of the Ox Deity Labyrinth, but the Duke of Yu's family, who lives in seclusion in the 8 Immortals County, will also participate. I've been to the Duke of Yu's family as a guest. He's been practicing martial arts all his life and has nurtured many geniuses. They're no worse than Enming and Hai Wuzuan. You're not weak, but you're nothing compared to these top geniuses. If we really let you participate in the competition, our 8 Immortals Mountain will have one less person. And Feng Yun was quite daring. The reason he said those words was because he wanted to test if that terrifying woman was still nearby. If Master were here, he wouldn't be able to live just because of what you said. Ling Xiao said coldly. But I don't need to trouble Master with such a small matter. You said I'm not qualified because you think I'm not strong enough, right? And Feng Yun smiled awkwardly. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. On the other hand, Hai Wuzuan was emboldened by Shen Dian's silence. He said bluntly, the Ox Deity Maze is an ancient ruin discovered only recently. It's dangerous and will determine whether the 8 Immortals Mountain can continue to rule the 8 Immortals County. Hai Wuzuan now has the courage to speak because the Godly Codex has left. He said cautiously, if we let a useless, weak person like you participate in the Battle of the Ox Deity Maze, which is related to the ruling power of the 8 Immortals County, won't it destroy the future of the 8 Immortals Mountain? Of course, you can let your master bully the weak, deliberately oppress us, and make us give you a spot. But in the Ox God Maze, you still can't avoid death. Do you really think it's worth it? Although Hai Wuzuan now dares to argue, he is still somewhat afraid. So, he swallowed some of the more vicious words back into his stomach. He is afraid that Ling Xiao will be angry. In the end, it's just strength. So, if I defeat you and other challengers, will I be qualified? Ling Xiao looked at Hai Wuzuan contemptuously and said, I know you are trying to provoke me, but to be honest, you are not in my eyes now. Do you dare to fight with me? Hai Wuzuan is stunned. He really doesn't know where Ling Xiao's courage comes from. Without the Godly Codex, without Ling Yan, what is Ling Xiao? But he is still somewhat hesitant. I know what you are afraid of. Don't worry, I won't let my master fight, nor will I let the former sect leader fight. You and I will fight in an ordinary arena. It won't involve life and death. How about it? Ling Xiao saw through Hai Wuzuan's thoughts and said indifferently. He doesn't want to fight in the life and death arena. He must not be sure. Hai Wuzuan heard Ling Xiao's words and had this strange thought. Wuzuan, you and Ling Xiao exchange pointers. No matter who wins, no matter who gets the qualification to participate in the Ox God Maze, you must not slack off. You must fight for the final victory with all your strength. And Feng Yun, the Dark Tribe's elder, felt that it was not easy to get a fight. If he continues to refuse, he is afraid that terrifying woman will appear again. The next time she appears, it may be the end of the entire Eight Immortals Mountain. That woman would not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. You don't have to worry about that. Since I've decided to enter the Ox Deity Maze, it's for victory. Of course, it's not for the Eight Immortals Mountain, it's for myself. Ling Xiao said indifferently. And Feng Yun thought about it for a moment. Actually, they wouldn't lose out in this matter. If Ling Xiao really did beat Hai Wuzuan by a fluke, that would mean that he was stronger than Hai Wuzuan. If that was the case, he would be able to increase the chances of victory for the Eight Immortals Mountain by participating in the Ox Deity Maze contest. Alright, but Hai Wuzuan won't be the only one fighting you. There will be other geniuses from the dark races as well. Originally, this duel was going to take place, but it just so happens that we can do it together today. You don't have any objections, right? And Feng Yun asked. As long as you don't find a bunch of trash to make up the numbers. If I feel annoyed, I don't mind asking my master to come over and kill these people. That way, I can directly participate. Ling Xiao promised in Feng Yun, but he also gave him a serious warning. Thinking about the past and looking at the present, Ling Xiao really felt relieved. Although he had never succumbed to these guys in the past, he always had to be careful and racked his brains. Every day, he had to put in a lot of effort to deal with these guys. But now, it was different. No matter who it was, they had to be careful when talking to him. They didn't want to offend him. This kind of feeling was really satisfying. However, Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied. Because he knew that he was just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Only when his strength was enough to crush all the experts in the Eight Immortals County would he be truly powerful. The battle arena will be set up in the Dark Races arena. I'll go prepare now. You can come on your own. After saying that, and Feng Yun turned around and left. Hai Wuzuan looked at the unconscious En Ming and gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, En Ming, don't worry. Although it's not a life or death battle and I can't kill him, I'll definitely make him pay the price. This pretty boy who only knows how to hide behind a woman's back is not worthy of participating in the Ox Deity Maze contest. Hai Wuzuan liked En Ming, this was a well-known fact. En Ming was injured by Shindian, so naturally, he didn't dare to seek revenge from Shindian. So, this grudge must be counted on Ling Xiao. Seeing that everyone had left, Ling Xiao stood up and said, Sister Ruoxian, the most important thing for you now is to get the Snake Tribe's treasure as soon as possible. That way, in the upcoming Ox Deity's Maze, the two of us can work together and have a higher chance of survival. Okay, I know. I'll go back to the Snake Clan now. Those people are still trembling with fear. They know my relationship with you, so naturally, they won't dare to not give it to me. Moreover, I'm also one of the successors of the Snake Clan. I have a valid reason. Lin Ruoxian nodded. After you get the treasure, come to me directly. I'll help you make it recognize you as its master. Ling Xiao said again. But didn't Senior Shindian leave already? Lin Ruoxian asked doubtfully. Senior Shindian? Haha, it doesn't matter. She left, I can still control those treasures. Do you really think that Shindian helped me control the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao chuckled. He got up and walked toward the Dark Races Plaza. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a long time. She was shocked. This Ling Xiao, she really couldn't see through him at all. He was too powerful and too shocking. Shaking her head, she also left and went towards the Snake Clan. As for Qing Wanhua, Lin Yang, Feng Ru, Ho Renfeng, Qing Feiying and the others, they also went towards the square. Now, as long as they weren't alone, no one would dare to touch them. So, it shouldn't be a problem for them to go to the square and cheer for Ling Xiao. At this time, in the Dark Tribe's main hall, 6 young martial artists had been gathered together. Of these 6, only Hai Wuzuan was at the late stage of the 5th level of hell. The other 5 were all at the peak of the 4th level of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. What they needed to do was to weaken Ling Xiao so that Hai Wuzuan could defeat Ling Xiao more easily. Wuzuan, and the rest of you, listen up. You can teach him a lesson, but you can't kill him. We can't afford it. This kid has such a powerful backer. Once he shows his power, the Dark Tribe will be destroyed. And Feng Yun was considered a formidable person, but today, he had to be timid. Even his expression had become old. Hai Wuzuan was even more furious. The Dark Tribe's elder, and Feng Yun, was his biggest idol and goal. Now, because of Ling Xiao, a pretty boy who only knew how to hide behind women, he had become so dispirited. The anger in his heart could be imagined. He wanted Ling Xiao to pay a heavy price. Even if he couldn't kill him, he still had to torture him. Okay, let's go to the battle stage. Everyone was ready and went to the battle stage in the square. Ling Xiao had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the 6 people carefully selected by Feng Yun, he smiled disdainfully and said, "You want to take turns to fight? Don't be so troublesome. Just come at me together." As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already jumped onto the arena. "You bastard! How dare you look down on me?" Hai Wuzuan hated being looked down upon the most. Ling Xiao just had to poke at his weak spot. It was as if he was about to explode like a thunderbolt or a fireball. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao was only relying on that woman and Ling Yan's prestige. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to look down on him. "Wuzuan, since he wants all of you to come at him together, then come at him together. Anyway, this is his request. I believe that senior won't say anything." And Feng Yun said indifferently. In the end, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. And Feng Yun didn't care about the infamy of bullying others with numbers. As long as he could win, it was fine. In any case, he absolutely didn't want to see Ling Xiao being complacent. Even if Ling Xiao was strong enough, he didn't want Ling Xiao to represent Ada Mortal Mountain to participate in the Battle of Ox Deity Maze. Yes. Hai Wuzuan respected Feng Yun, so he naturally obeyed his words. Even though he was unhappy, he still planned to step onto the stage with the other 5 people. Under the gaze of many Dark Tribe members, he prepared to fight Ling Xiao. "Hai Wuzuan, I know you look down on me, but that's just your ignorance. I don't blame you. Don't worry, I won't use Black Immortal Sword because you're not worthy to use it. Alright, all of you, attack. Otherwise, once I attack, the 6 of you won't have a chance." Ling Xiao didn't put the other 5 people in his eyes because only Hai Wuzuan was a little bit of a threat to him. "I hope you can make me happy. Don't end this battle too early." Hai Wuzuan's face turned pale when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was relying on, but he believed that as long as Ling Xiao didn't have any outside help, it would be impossible for him to win. "I knew you had a glib tongue, but this arena battle isn't a battle of words. It's better if you retract that mouth of yours. Today, I will let you, a frog at the bottom of a well, understand what a true genius is. Maybe Senior Shindian was deceived by you and abandoned you after seeing that you were defeated by me," Hai Wuzuan said. Coldly. "Idiot." Ling Xiao pursed his lips. Even now, this fellow was still dreaming. Hai Wuzuan frowned but didn't say anything because it was useless to say more. He couldn't win against Ling Xiao anyway. "Surround him." With a wave of his hand, the 6 of them surrounded Ling Xiao in the center of the arena. Their auras were completely unleashed. "I've heard that your beast soul transformation is very powerful. Today, I'll have a taste of it." Hai Wuzuan was not in a hurry to attack. Originally, winning with numbers was already an unfair victory. He hoped that Ling Xiao could use his beast soul transformation. That way, it would at least be a better victory. "Taste, wait until you can hurt me first. Otherwise, you really don't have the qualifications to see my beast soul transformation," Ling Xiao said coldly and disdainfully. It wasn't because he was arrogant. One had to know that even if he didn't use his beast soul transformation, his current strength was enough to fight with someone at the 5th level of Hell, and he would definitely have the upper hand. Don't forget that he had profound inner force in his body, which was much stronger than the average inner force. He also had the mystic world physique. It didn't look special, but the power of Imperial Heaven-Earth could make his body stronger and stronger than ordinary people. If he had to use his beast soul transformation to deal with Hai Wuzuan, the battle would end very quickly. It would be too boring. Arrogant. Arrogant, you will pay the price for your contempt. Hai Wuzuan's voice was cold. Since his opponent didn't use his beast soul transformation, he didn't care. After all, they had already shamelessly bullied him with numbers, so what if they bullied him a little more? Even if Ling Xiao lost, it would be Ling Xiao's own fault. Kill. Hai Wuzuan waved his hand, and 6 figures rushed out at almost the same time. In order to take care of the other 5 people, Hai Wuzuan deliberately slowed down his attack. That way, the 6 attacks could be completely combined. It would be a bigger blow to Ling Xiao. The 6 of them were actually using top-grade high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. It seemed that the Dark Tribe had really invested a lot in training these people. Poor Ling Xiao, he had to complete such a difficult mission in order to get a top-grade 1,000-mile wolf. But these people could get it directly. This arena is too crowded. Why don't I clean up a few pieces of trash first? Ling Xiao smiled and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was a mortal-grade long sword. Then, purple chi surrounded his body like the purple clouds in the sky. The long sword in his hand suddenly expanded into a huge purple long sword. What? When the huge purple sword appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Except for Hai Wuzuan, the other 5 people were stunned. Because they could feel the terrifying aura of the huge purple sword. The closer they were to it, the more likely they would die. They could feel that they were not going to fight, but simply going to their deaths. Ling Xiao was like a terrifying beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to die. No. The 5 people did the same thing almost at the same time. They suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran down the arena. Fight, what a joke. Their fighting spirit had completely collapsed. Running away, everyone was stunned. And Feng Yan shook his head, feeling very embarrassed. These 5 people were carefully selected by him. But they were so useless that they chose to run away without even fighting. It was a slap to his face. Ha 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 ha, at least you know yourselves. But I still want you to get out of the arena. 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. In an instant, 5 wolf shadows broke through the air. Their speed was astonishing. Hai Wuzuan's attack actually landed on empty air and heavily smashed onto the stage. This guy's speed and aura are so terrifying. He's not at the peak of level 4 of hell at all. He's at level 5 of hell. No wonder he's so confident. And Feng Yan felt that his brain was not enough. What kind of genius was this? In just 10 days, he had improved from the peak of level 3 of hell to the early stage of level 5 of hell. This speed of improvement was simply appalling. This wasn't the kind of sudden increase in strength that Ling Yan had obtained from a special inheritance. This was the result of actual cultivation. Monster, not human. Ling Xiao did not care about the astonishment of Feng Yan and the other Dark Clan members. His goal was to defeat the 6 challengers in the arena. The first to be defeated were the 5 people who ran away. Although the 5 of them ran away, they did not jump down the arena, which meant that they did not admit defeat. Therefore, he had to knock them off the stage in order to win. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Stop. Hai Wuzuan tried to catch up with Ling Xiao. But not only was he unable to catch up, but he also couldn't tell which one of the 5 figures was real. So, he could only choose one at random. At this time, the 5 martial artists were frantically fleeing in the arena. Fortunately, the arena was big enough, covering more than 100 square meters. Otherwise, they really didn't know where to run to. But no matter how they ran, each of them could feel the sharp sword intent behind them getting closer and closer, as if it was chasing after their souls. They couldn't get rid of it, let alone resist it. Young Master Wuzuan, save us! The 5 of them were so frightened that they forgot that they could jump off the arena and admit defeat. They actually shouted at the same time, hoping that Hai Wuzuan could save them. The 5 of them looked terrified. Their hair was messy. Their wretched appearances made them look like 5 lunatics. Haha, and Feng Yun, are these the so-called Dark Clan's geniuses? It's fine if they don't have the strength, but they don't even have the courage to fight. This is not the arena of life and death, what are they afraid of? Ling Xiao's sarcasm was like a knife stabbing into Fengyun's heart. He also felt that it was really shameful. This was not the arena of life and death, and they wouldn't die. Why should they be afraid? They didn't even dare to make a move. They were simply 5 pieces of trash, 5 pieces of trash. The 5 of you, get out of here first. East Rising Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword to the west. Wolf Pack Attack and 1 sword to the west were simply a perfect combination. 1 sword move was divided into 5 sword chi, attacking the 5 people respectively. Hai Wuzuan then realized that the 5 figures all had the ability to attack. The purple giant sword released a terrifying sword chi, which turned into a purple wolf shadow and pounced on the 5 disciples. The terrifying power contained was like a huge monster pouncing from behind, trying to suppress the 5 people with all its strength. East Rising Purple Chi Sword wasn't Ling Xiao's strongest move. It was just a good high-level jade martial skill. But it was more than enough to deal with these 5 pieces of trash. If he couldn't even do this, Ling Xiao might as well not stay in the martial world. After all, the cultivation of these 5 pieces of trash was much lower than his. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the 5 figures were sent flying hundreds of meters away by the violent sword chi and landed on the ground outside the arena. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao did not go all out. Otherwise, this move would naturally have taken the lives of these 5 people. What a disgrace. And Fengyun glared at the 5 of them. He really wanted to kill them. But after all, he had painstakingly nurtured her, so of course he was reluctant to part with her. Therefore, he could only curse and continue to look at the arena. At this time, Hai Wuzuan took advantage of the gap between Ling Xiao attacking the 5 disciples to continuously close in on Ling Xiao in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know which of the 5 figures was real, the sword skill he had mastered, Sword Crying Mountain, could directly attack everyone in the arena. Clan Elder, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to have Wuzun kill Ling Xiao? Nightwalker suggested as he approached Dark Wind. If you kill Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid of that crazy woman's revenge? Her wrath isn't something we can bear. And Fengyun frowned. But Clan Elder, are we just going to watch Ling Xiao do as he pleases? Nightwalker probably hated Ling Xiao the most. His son, Feitian, was crippled by Ling Xiao. His sister, Hidden Flower, was killed by Ling Yan, who was brought by Ling Xiao. He couldn't wait to eat his flesh raw. Don't worry. It's too dangerous to kill Ling Xiao here. Let's wait until we're in the Ox Deity's maze and let someone do it secretly. If he dies in the Ox Deity's maze, his master won't blame us. And Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, do you think I don't hate him? But this kid definitely can't be provoked now. Let's see if Yi Wuzuan can teach him a lesson. Anyway, I don't have much hope for those 5 trash. That's true. Wuzuan has been breaking through continuously during this period. He broke through from the early stage of the 5th level of Hell to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but he also made a breakthrough in his martial skills. In addition, he's wearing the defensive treasures that we carefully made for him. Ling Xiao alone won't be able to defeat him. Nightwalker's mood improved a little when he thought of Yi Wuzuan. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao for the time being, it was good to let Yi Wuzuan torture him. Sword Crying Mountain. Yi Wuzuan's attack had already exploded on the stage. 4 of Ling Xiao's 5 wolf shadows had actually been completely destroyed. However, one of them gradually revealed Ling Xiao's true body. It seemed that he wasn't injured at all. Hee, not bad. Not only did your cultivation reach the late stage of the 4th level of Hell, even your Sword Crying Mountain has reached great success. No wonder you're so confident. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and surrender? This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Don't think that just because you defeated those 5 trash, you're qualified to participate in the Ox God Maze competition. Yi Wuzuan didn't continue to attack in a hurry. This was because when experts exchanged blows, once they made a move, it was inevitable that there would be flaws. Yi Wuzuan didn't want Ling Xiao to find his flaws. Hee, do you think you're very powerful with your cultivation at the late stage of the 5th level of Hell? Did you forget how I killed Jian Feiyu? He's also at the same cultivation level, In my eyes, you're at best a frog at the bottom of a well who only knows how to dance. Your moves are like a little girl twisting her waist in front of me. They're beautiful, but unfortunately, they don't have any lethality. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. This kind of disregard for Hai Wuzuan made all the Dark Ones feel uncomfortable. They couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Yi Wuzuan, who always thought himself infallible, didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes, and didn't even want to say a word to Ling Xiao. Now, his face is almost like a zombie. His ashen face makes people think that he's been poisoned by corpse poison. Ling Xiao, you're really forcing me to kill you. You're delusional. I won't give your master a reason to destroy the 8 Immortal Mountain. But don't worry, I'll make you lose miserably. Top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, Dark Shadow Storm. As one of the 2 top geniuses of the Dark Clan, Yi Wuzuan naturally knows top-tier Jade Grade martial skills. But it's a pity. This martial skill is only at the small success stage and can only be used at the beginning. Yi Wuzuan estimated that it would wither after 2 uses. But to be honest, even if it was a low-grade top-grade Jade Grade martial skill, it was still much stronger than a top-grade high-grade martial skill. Hidden Flower used this move before. Unfortunately, he was killed by Ling Yan midway, and this move came to an abrupt end. Now, when Yi Wuzuan used this move, its power is almost equal to Hidden Flower's. So in everyone's eyes. End of chapter 2498. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.